Wife, I can hardly hold on. Husband, just a little longer. I'm sorry, my dear. Lin Bai collapsed weakly. Husband, it's all right, even a minute is quite impressive. Suddenly, Lin Bai sat up, his head striking something remarkably elastic. A cry of pain escaped his lips as Lin Bai opened his eyes. He saw someone falling backward, and almost instinctively, he reached out to grab them. He caught hold. So large, so soft. As his vision cleared, Lin Bai beheld an exquisitely beautiful face. Wife. Lin Bai felt a bit dazed. Could he still be dreaming? He had just experienced an extraordinarily long dream. In that dream, he had acquired the most potent cultivation technique of the celestial realm, the Tao of Heaven, practicing for a millennium and becoming the foremost figure in the celestial world, with the 9 greatest celestial maidens as his companions. However, an unprecedented and formidable heavenly tribulation had descended, and he had merely lasted a minute before being obliterated, his soul scattered. Still reeling from the shock, Lin Bai noticed the doctors and nurses in the room staring in disbelief. A comatose patient for 3 years had miraculously awakened, and the first thing he did was to inappropriately touch the renowned beauty doctor, Su Ruobing, as the ice goddess in the eyes of countless doctors and patients. Su Ruobing was stunningly beautiful, her figure explosively alluring, with curves that even her white coat could not conceal, always capturing everyone's attention. Indeed, even a patient who had been in a vegetative state had awakened because of her. Let go. The voice, laced with fury, gradually brought Lin Bai back to reality. This was not the wife from his dreams. Just as he was about to release his grip, he suddenly felt something was off and couldn't help but squeeze again. Your chest is unusual. There's something inside. Lin Bai received a heavy punch, toppling back on a bed. Pervert. He'll kill you. Su Ruobing was nearly driven mad with rage. Dr. Su, please calm down. 2 nurses quickly intervened, pulling Su Ruobing back. He's a patient. He just woke up. Indeed, Dr. Su, he might still be disoriented after all. He's been asleep for 3 years. Dr. Su, please. Take a moment to calm down. Su Ruobing's chest heaved dramatically, accentuating her alluring curves. She struggled to regain her composure. Notify his family. With that, she turned and stormed out of the room. By the way, there really is something wrong with her chest. There might be a misdiagnosis of breast cancer. Lin Bai sat up again, feigning innocence. The onlookers were speechless. This man had taken advantage and now pretended to be innocent, acting as if he were a doctor. Mr. Lin, you just awakened. Please rest a bit. We will notify your girlfriend. One nurse said politely. The medical team quickly departed. Where did I get a girlfriend? Lin Bai rubbed his head in confusion, his mind swirling with countless pieces of information. Medical skills, celestial techniques, alchemy, weapon forging. All of these were the fruits of a millennium of cultivation in his dream, now vividly clear in his mind. Just moments ago, he had realized that the beautiful doctor had an issue with her chest because of that information. Could this be real? I must try. Lin Bai settled into a meditative position, eyes slightly closed, and began to channel the familiar Tao of Heaven, attempting to replicate the countless hours of practice from his dreams. In the next moment, a familiar energy surged from all directions. Lin Bai was overjoyed. This was spiritual energy. The Tao of Heaven was indeed real. Though the spiritual energy was thin and far inferior to that of the celestial realm in his dreams, it was still viable for cultivation. Lin Bai guided the spiritual energy through his limbs, swiftly repairing his bodhi's discomfort. Time passed silently until the sound of high heels echoed as someone rushed into the room. Lin Bai opened his eyes and beheld a stunning woman clad in a pencil skirt and blouse, her beauty rivaling that of Su Ruobing. While her figure may not have matched Su Ruobing's grandeur, it was perfectly proportioned and exquisitely balanced. You are truly awake? The beauty gazed at Lin Bai. Her expression bore not surprise, but rather a hint of fright. Before Lin Bai could respond, a nurse entered the room. The bowtie's face instantly changed the next moment. She lunged at Lin Bai. Wonderful. Husband, you've finally awakened. I thought you might never come to. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with emotion. Lin Bai was caught off guard and was knocked back onto the bed. The nurse, witnessing this scene, immediately retreated, closing the door behind her. Beautiful lady, the nurse has left. You need not pretend any longer. Lin Bai finally spoke. Now, tell me, who are you? By the way, Your acting skills are mediocre, your tears seem rather faint. I am Qin Xueyao. The beauty endeavored to maintain her composure. Do you recall the car accident 3 years ago? A deluge of memories flooded in. Lin Bai fully emerged from the dreamscape, returning to reality. He finally recollected that on the evening of his university graduation dinner, after leaving the karaoke bar, he was struck by a vehicle in his inebriated state. Wait, Qin Xueyao? Are you the prodigious belle of Jiangcheng University, Qin Xueyao? Lin Bai suddenly recalled the name. In those days, Qin Xueyao was renowned, consistently reigning as the campus beauty. Furthermore, despite being only a year older, she had already obtained her doctorate when he graduated. Good heavens, the prodigious belle of Jiangcheng University, whom he struggled to even catch a glimpse of back then, is now in his arms? Lin Bai was instantly thrilled. Such an opportune moment must not be squandered. Let me first caress her a bit. Lin Bai brazenly embraced Qin Xueyao's waist, even venturing lower to pinch her twice. Such a delightful sensation. Why you? Please refrain from such actions. Qin Xueyao's fair countenance flushed crimson. This fellow, barely awake, is already so lascivious? I am sorry. It was I who struck you. Huh. Lin Bai was taken aback. Could this woman be the culprit? No wonder she was so solicitous toward him. Lin Bai, there is a matter I must discuss with you. Qin Xueyao's expression turned slightly grave. After I sent you to the hospital, I remained there to care for you. The nurses then mistakenly assumed that I was your girlfriend. At the time, my grandfather was incessantly pressuring me to associate with Qiao Sanshi of the Qiao family. However, Qiao Sanshi's private life is quite debauched, and I heard that he even has some perverse proclivities. I was so cornered that I simply admitted that I was your girlfriend. For these past 3 years, the entirety of Jiangcheng has been aware that I have a comatose boyfriend. Qin, the great campus belle. You are taking advantage of a mute vegetative state to coerce a man into matrimony. Lin Bai understood how he acquired his girlfriend. I am sorry. I was wrong to do this, and I will make amends. Qin Xueyao smiled apologetically. However, I still require your assistance with a matter. How so? Do you intend to continue feigning as my girlfriend? Lin Bai casually inquired. No, I need you to marry me. Qin Xueyao was earnest. Although I have used you as a shield for 3 years, my grandfather still insists that I marry Qiao Sanshi. Solely because Qiao Sanshi is the young master of the eminent Qiao family of Jiangcheng. Lin Bai, let us strike a bargain. Your parents passed away prematurely. You relied on relatives to complete your university education. However, you were involved in a car accident and fell into a coma immediately after graduation. It would be difficult for you to find a suitable job now, and you must be in dire need of funds. We can enter into a marriage of convenience for 1 year. I will provide you with a monthly allowance of 100,000. After 1 year, we will divorce, and I will give you an additional 10 million as compensation. While it may not make you affluent, it will ensure that you are free from financial worries. Qin Xueyao looked at Lin Bai with anticipation. What do you think? Sounds good. Then let's get married. Lin Bai hesitated for only 3 seconds. Any longer would be disrespectful to 10 million. He was indeed in dire need of funds. After all, he currently had nothing. Although he seemed capable of cultivating immortality. Even that was costly. Wife, I wish to be discharged from the hospital. No one enjoys hospitals, and Lin Bai was no exception. You have only just awakened, and your body may not have fully recovered. How about we wait a few days? Before Qin Xueyao could finish, Lin Bai embraced her, got off the bed, and paced back and forth. Do you require me to provide further proof that my body is fine? Such is the kind of things that couples do. Oh, no need. You may let me down first. I will go complete the discharge procedures for you. Qin Xueyao was somewhat flustered and also perplexed. How could someone in a vegetative state be so lively immediately after awakening? Lin Bai finally released Qin Xueyao, still somewhat reluctant. This figure is too comfortable to embrace. I brought you clothes and shoes. You may change first. Qin Xueyao handed Lin Bai a bag and prepared to leave. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention something. Lin Bai said with a serious expression, although I am quite willing to sleep with you, given your figure, if I truly were to accompany you in bed, that would constitute prostitution. Although I sell my skills and my body, if I were to sell my body, I would have to charge extra. Qin Xueyao glared at Lin Bai, feeling a desire to strike him. You were more endearing when you were in a vegetative state. Leaving these words behind, Qin Xueyao stormed off in a huff. Honestly, the 9 great celestial maidens of the immortal realm were all vying to sleep with me, okay? Lin Bai muttered to himself. Alas, that was merely a dream. Memories can be extracted from dreams, but people cannot climb out of them. I should go take a shower first. Lin Bai noticed that the hospital room was well equipped, even with a bathroom. But just then, a voice came from the doorway. Damn, you good-for-nothing hick actually woke up? A young man clad in designer brands entered, with two burly men guarding the doorway. I am Qin Changfeng. Qin Xueyao is my elder cousin. Don't you dare fantasize about climbing the social ladder. You waste. Qin Changfeng tossed a wad of banknotes at Lin Bai. Here is 100,000. Take the money and get lost immediately. 100,000? Are you trying to fob me off with that pittance? Lin Bai looked contemptuous. You are all from the Qin family. Why are you so stingy? You actually think it's too little? Qin Changfeng was taken aback, then sneered. Fine, name your price. 10 million. Lin Bai was in dire need of funds. If he could take 10 million and leave now, he would not have to wait a year. Why don't you just rob me? Qin Changfeng was immediately enraged. You think you are worth 10 million? If you can't produce the money, then get lost and don't bother me. Lin Bai was impatient. Damn it, I'm giving you face, aren't I? Qin Changfeng waved his hand. You too. Come in and beat this bastard back into a vegetative state. The two burly men rushed into the room and, without another word, swung their fists toward Lin Bai's head. Almost instinctively, Lin Bai reacted, instantly seizing their fists and twisting them slightly. Ah! The two men cried out simultaneously. Get out! Lin Bai exerted force, and the two men involuntarily stumbled out of the room. You get out too. Lin Bai kicked Qin Changfeng out as well. Hick, you just wait. Qin Changfeng was furious but dared not enter again. Lin Bai looked disdainful. He was an immortal reverend. What did he have to fear from such a thing? No. My personality seems to have been influenced by the dream. Lin Bai suddenly realized. He used to be an honest person, even somewhat self-deprecating. However, it's fine now. I like this version of myself. Lin Bai entered the bathroom, washed himself thoroughly, changed into the new clothes, put on the new shoes, and then put Qin Changfeng's 100,000 in cash into the bag. The procedures are complete. Qin Xueyao returned to the hospital room at that moment and was stunned. Where did you get this cash? Oh, your cousin brought it as a consolation. Lin Bai smiled brightly. I must say, your cousin is quite nice. Qin Changfeng. Qin Xueyao frowned. He consoled you? How is that possible? Then she realized. Did he give you money to leave? Never mind that. Grandfather just called me and asked me to take you to see him. Qin Changfeng must have told grandfather about this. Jiangcheng has numerous families, with 3 top-tier families, 8 first-rate families, and nearly 100 second-rate families. Top-tier families have assets of hundreds of billions, first-rate families have assets of tens of billions, and second-rate families have assets exceeding 1 billion. The Qin family is one of the 8 first-rate families. Qin Family Mansion, located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Qin Xueyao entered with Lin Bai on her arm. There were many people in the room, including Qin Changfeng. Hick, you dare to come? Qin Changfeng glared at Lin Bai. Subsequently, he directed his gaze toward the white-haired elder beside him. Grandfather, Lin Bai's affection for my sister is insincere. I merely presented him with 100,000 as a test, and he was immediately exposed, demanding 10 million from me. Upon realizing his true nature had been unveiled, he became enraged and even resorted to violence against me. The white-haired elder, none other than Qin Zhenjiang, the 70-year-old patriarch of the Qin family and Qin Xueyao's grandfather, exuded an air of imposing authority. Grandfather, the situation is not as it seems. Qin Xueyao attempted to interject. Spare your words. Qin Zhenjiang gestured dismissively, his demeanor stern yet composed. Lin Bai, I am genuinely pleased by your awakening. However, you have already occupied Xueyao's time for 3 years, and it cannot continue any longer. You desire money, and I shall provide it. Here is a check for 10 million. Take it. Qin Zhenjiang extended a check. Grandfather, Lin Bai and I are genuinely in love. Qin Xueyao exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. She tightly grasped Lin Bai's hand, preventing him from accepting the check, while simultaneously casting pleading glances in his direction. Xueyao, allow me to impart a truth. Even genuine affection possesses a price. Qin Zhenjiang stated calmly. Lin Bai, I am not issuing a threat, but your optimal course of action is to accept the money and depart. If a monetary solution is feasible, we prefer to avoid resorting to alternative measures. Old Mr. Qin, your generosity is truly remarkable, far superior to that tight-fisted Qin Changfeng, Lin Bai remarked with a radiant smile. However, you see, Xueyao is exceptionally beautiful, possesses an exquisite figure, and is a wealthy woman. Most importantly, we share genuine affection. Therefore, old Mr. Qin, an augmentation is required. I now request 100 million. The Qin family members were astounded. You rustic oaf, are you attempting to rob us? Qin Changfeng exclaimed in a fit of rage. Do you comprehend the magnitude of 100 million? Grandfather, you see, this individual's affection for my sister is insincere. There is no need to provide him with any funds. Simply order him to leave. Grandfather, Lin Bai is merely acting out of pique. He does not genuinely desire 100 million. Qin Xueyao hastily explained. Then whispered into Lin Bai's ear, what are you contemplating? My grandfather will not provide you with such a sum, not even 10 million. I am merely speaking off the cuff. What if it materializes? Lin Bai chuckled. In any case, Qin Xueyao was not his true girlfriend. He harbored a stronger desire to use the money to pursue his own life. 100 million, you say? I shall provide it. A voice emanated from the doorway as a tall, fair-skinned man entered. Behold, a willing benefactor has arrived, Lin Bai remarked with satisfaction. Do you recognize this benefactor? Qin Xueyao certainly did. Upon seeing the newcomer, a hint of aversion flickered in her eyes. Young Master Qiao, your presence is appreciated, Qin Changfeng exclaimed, greeting the man with obsequious deference. Young Master Qiao, Qin Zhenjiang also offered a courteous greeting to the newcomer. Lin Bai, I am Qiao Sanshi, the third young master of the Qiao family, one of Jiangcheng's 3 most prominent families. The tall man strode directly toward Lin Bai, his face radiating arrogance. Jiangcheng is well aware of my unwavering devotion to Xueyao. If you completely vanish from Xueyao's sight, I am willing to grant you this 100 million. Young Master Qiao, your handsomeness, magnanimity, and generosity are unparalleled, Lin Bai exclaimed with a beaming smile. When shall I receive this sum? Upon receiving the funds, I shall depart immediately. Qin Xueyao was on the verge of collapse. This individual was merely a money grubber who saw an opportunity for enrichment. Once again, she felt that he was more endearing in his comatose state. Haraha! Qiao Sanshi erupted in triumphant laughter. You fool! Do you genuinely believe I would provide you with funds? You are a fatherless, motherless rustic who spent 3 years in a coma, and upon awakening, you aspire to instant riches? You are indulging in fantasies. Your true nature has been exposed. Without Xueyao's protection, you are worthless. Depart immediately, or you shall become a corpse rather than a comatose patient. Are all wealthy individuals so devoid of integrity? Lin Bai lamented. He would genuinely depart if he received 100 million. Idiot, who would extend integrity to a piece of trash like you? Qin Changfeng sneered. You aspire to 100 million? You are more worthless than a stray dog. We consider it excessive to provide you with even 10,000. Depart immediately, or I shall cripple you and leave you on the roadside to be devoured by dogs. Xueyao, you have witnessed the true nature of the man you have painstakingly guarded for 3 years, a mere object for trade. Qin Zhenjiang exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Guards, remove this despicable creature. 7 or 8 burly bodyguards surged toward Lin Bai. Halt! Qin Xueyao shouted, her voice laced with urgency. No one is permitted to touch Lin Bai. Xueyao, why do you continue to protect this vile creature who treats you as an object for trade? Qin Zhenjiang roared. Remove the young lady and proceed. 2 bodyguards turned toward Qin Xueyao, preparing to restrain her, while the remaining bodyguards continued their advance toward Lin Bai. Old Mr. Qin, why feign purity? Are you not also attempting to sell her for a favorable price? Lin Bai retorted with disdain, his hands and feet moving in rapid succession. The bodyguards collapsed to the ground instantaneously. For the sake of money, I have endured your presence for an extended period, Lin Bai declared. Since you refuse to provide funds, I shall dispense with courtesy. You intend to cripple me, do you? I shall cripple you first. Lin Bai delivered a kick to Qin Changfeng's calf. Crack! Qin Changfeng emitted a piercing scream. Lin Bai's movements did not cease. He swiftly turned, reached out, and seized Qiao Sanshi's throat, his face hardening. You intend to transform me into a corpse? Qin Xueyao was dumbfounded. How could this individual possess such combat prowess? He was merely a recently awakened comatose patient. This was preposterous. Ugh! Qiao Sanshi emitted sounds of distress, his face turning crimson as he struggled desperately. Lin Bai, please, remain calm. Qin Xueyao regained her composure and rushed to pull Lin Bai away. Release him immediately. He will die? Lin Bai flung Qiao Sanshi to the ground. Trash! You aspire to kill me? I could crush you with a single hand. Lin Bai regained his senses. This was not the immortal realm, after all. He could not commit murder indiscriminately. Cough, cough. Qiao Sanshi coughed incessantly, gasping for air. Grandfather, Lin Bai is only recently awakened and is not fully lucid. It is best not to provoke him. Qin Xueyao embraced Lin Bai's arm, her voice softening. Husband, do not become agitated. Let us depart from this place. I shall take you home. Qin Xueyao pulled Lin Bai away, believing that it was best to leave immediately. Moreover, she had suddenly realized that her understanding of Lin Bai was limited. She needed to engage in more in-depth interactions with him. This time, no one attempted to intervene. Only after Lin Bai and Qin Xueyao had vanished through the doorway did Qiao Sanche recover. That damned rustic nearly strangled me. I shall ensure his demise. Qiao Sanche roared in a fit of rage and reached for his phone, preparing to summon reinforcements. However, the ringtone sounded first. Qiao Sanche answered without looking. Speaking. What? Qiao Fian has awakened? At that moment, in the heart of Jiangcheng, in front of a secluded Jiangnan-style villa, a vehicle came to a halt. Su Ruobing, clad in a white coat, practically sprinted into the villa. As she ran, her chest heaved. In the courtyard, a beautiful woman in a white dress sat serenely, her long hair cascading down her back. Her captivating face was slightly pale. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the woman raised her head and smiled radiantly. Ruobing, it has been a long time. Fian, have you truly awakened? Su Ruobing's voice trembled, as if she could scarcely believe it. The woman before her, the Qiao family's pride. The prodigy who controlled assets worth trillions at the age of 20, the former undisputed beauty of Jiangcheng, had suddenly fallen into a coma 4 years ago. The Qiao family had spared no expense, seeking out renowned physicians, but all efforts had been in vain. The world often laments the fleeting nature of beauty, and in recent years, even the Qiao family has relinquished hope. Yet, Su Ruobing remains undeterred, for they were the best of friends. Indeed, I have awakened, sighed Qiao Fian softly. I had a long dream, and now that I am awake, I feel a sense of relief. It's good that you're awake. Su Ruobing grasped Qiao Fian's hand. Let me check your health. Moments later, Su Ruobing exclaimed in astonishment, Fian, this is truly miraculous. You are remarkably healthy right after waking up, with hardly any issues. Coincidentally, there is a patient in our hospital who has been in a coma for 3 years. And he also suddenly woke up this morning, lively and energetic, not resembling a patient at all. Remembering this, Su Ruobing bit her lip in frustration. She had never allowed anyone to touch her in that manner. However, she couldn't confront someone who had just awakened from a coma, and thus had to swallow her indignation. Ruobing, I've heard you have been researching methods to awaken comatose patients for years. Both my patient and yours have awakened today. Surely your research has made significant progress. Qiao Fian smiled gently. If only that were true, Su Ruobing sighed. To be honest, my research has not progressed much. Your awakening was a sheer coincidence. As for Lin Bai from our hospital, he is not my patient at all. Suddenly, Qiao Fian seized Su Ruobing's hand, her breath quickening. Ruobing, what did you say that patient's name was? Lin Bai, with the characters for double wooden black and white. Why? Su Ruobing was puzzled. Are you acquainted with him? Qiao Fian took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. No, I don't know him. She shook her head gently. Her mind flooded with vivid images that became increasingly clear. Husband, is that you? At this moment, far from the Qin family residence, Qin Xueyao parked her car by the roadside. How did I not know you possessed martial skills? She could not help but inquire. Qin, the campus bell. You never truly understood me, Lin Bai replied nonchalantly. Qin Xueyao found herself at a loss for words. She produced a contract, contemplated for a moment, then added 2 zeros to the penalty clause before handing it to Lin Bai. This is our marriage agreement. Please sign it. Today is Saturday. The Civil Affairs Bureau is closed, but we shall obtain our certificate next Monday. Let me be clear, if you dare to sell me off again, you will owe a breach of contract fee of 10 billion. Since this fellow was money-minded, she decided to bind him with wealth. Lin Bai readily signed the agreement. With no Navi benefactor willing to pay him, he had no choice but to earn money from Qin Xueyao. Let us go. I'll treat you to a grand meal, Qin Xueyao said, her satisfaction evident as she tucked the contract away. After driving for another 10 minutes, they arrived at a fine dining establishment. As they stepped out of the car, they encountered a couple exiting the restaurant. The woman was strikingly alluring, and the man was muscular. Oh, Qin Xueyao, are you no longer pretending? The alluring woman scoffed. The pure-hearted beauty of Jiangcheng has finally come out to indulge. Song Yujiao, why do I keep running into you? Qin Xueyao responded with disdain. Song Yujiao, the daughter of the Song family, was known to be Qin Xueyao's bitter rival, with both families being prominent in Jiangcheng. For 3 years, Qin Xueyao had steadfastly cared for her comatose boyfriend, earning a reputation for loyalty, while Song Yujiao, in stark contrast, was known for her voracious appetite for men, frequently changing partners. Onlookers loved to compare the two, which fueled Song Yujiao's animosity towards Qin Xueyao. The most critical factor was that Qin Xueyao was undeniably more beautiful than Song Yujiao. Are you angry out of embarrassment? Song Yujiao taunted, lifting her phone to record a video of Qin Xueyao and Lin Bai. I'll show everyone your scandalous side, pure-hearted president. I mean, it's one thing to cheat on your comatose boyfriend, but why not choose someone better? She cast a suggestive glance at Lin Bai. With that physique, can he satisfy you? You could easily find someone for a brief encounter. How could I not last at least 3 hours? Lin Bai frowned. He could certainly last 7 days and nights without leaving the bed if he had to. Qin Xueyao felt her cheeks flush. This guy truly had a way with words. What nonsense are you spouting? But the muscular man beside Song Yujiao was growing furious. Do you want me to knock you out? Are you really a 3-second man? Surely you know your own limitations, Lin Bai sneered. This woman beside you is clearly unsatisfied. If you two go to a hotel and you only last 3 seconds, do you think she wants to take it out on you? The muscular man's expression changed as if recalling something, and he suddenly clutched his stomach. Song, I'm sorry, but I need to use the restroom. As he hurried into the restaurant, Song Yujiao's expression soured. Qin Xueyao was stunned. Husband, did you really figure out he was inadequate? Oh, calling him husband now. Song Yujiao mocked. Qin Xueyao, it seems this pretty boy has given you quite a thrill. When you're with him, do you ever think of your poor comatose boyfriend, who cannot move at all? What if I told you there's a chance I am that comatose boyfriend? Lin Bai shook his head in exasperation. Miss Song, you should get to know your rivals better. What? Song Yujiao exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Xueyao, your comatose boyfriend actually woke up? What kind of luck is that? Perhaps it's because I am more attractive than you. Qin Xueyao retorted, piercing Song Yujiao's heart with her words. You. Song Yujiao fumed. At that moment, her phone rang. After answering, her expression shifted from anger to delight, even amusement. Ha ha. Qin Xueyao, do you know what news I just received? Song Yujiao gloated. The true legend of the Jiangcheng business world, the universally recognized beauty, the unparalleled Qiao Fian of the Qiao family, has awakened. Not only has she awakened, but she has also activated her assets worth hundreds of billions and has invited the elite of Jiangcheng's business community to a banquet tomorrow evening. Do you know what the most crucial part is? She will choose a partner to establish the Jinglei group. Whoever aligns with her will soar to new heights. And you, Qin Xueyao, because of your useless comatose boyfriend, have directly lost this opportunity. Ha. Song Yujiao laughed with unbridled joy. Lin Bai, however, was left in a daze. Qiao Fian? The saintess of Jinglei, Qiao Fian? As Song Yujiao sashayed away, Lin Bai and Qin Xueyao entered the restaurant. The establishment was upscale, the steak exquisite, yet Qin Xueyao spent most of her time on the phone. After 3 years of slumber, Lin Bai found little pleasure in the meal. He had thought the 9 saintesses were mere dreams, impossible to become reality. However, upon hearing Qiao Fian's name, he began to grasp that matters were far more complicated than he had presumed. I'm full. Shall we head home? Qin Xueyao finally spoke, although she had barely eaten. All right, Lin Bai nodded. They settled the bill and drove to the Wangjiang Tower community, a prestigious riverside residential area in Jiangcheng, with each unit being a spacious flat worth at least 30 million. Qin Xueyao's apartment was on the top floor, well decorated, with a master bedroom, guest room, children's room, study, and gym. Lin Bai, all your personal belongings are here. Take a look. Qin Xueyao led him into the master bedroom. The bed was large, not extravagant, but quite cozy, suffused with a woman's delicate fragrance. Lin Bai nodded gently, quickly locating his phone. Qin Xueyao stepped out to answer a phone call, while Lin Bai charged his phone and powered it on. He then began to search for information about Qiao Fian online. Renowned in Jiangcheng, there were numerous photographs of her available, and the moment Lin Bai laid eyes on her image, he was certain it was indeed her. His heart raced uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain his composure, but to no avail. The impulse to seek out Qiao Fian surged within him. She was his destined partner. Was the millennium-long dream truly a reality? Lin Bai pondered. Grandfather has given me 2 choices. Either become Qiao Fian's partner or marry Qiao Sanshi. Should I fail to accomplish either, I would be cast out from the Qin family, losing everything. Qin Xueyao re-entered, her expression weary. Tomorrow, I shall attend a banquet at the Qiao family, hoping for a stroke of luck, though the chances are slim. You should refrain from accompanying me and wait for my news at home. Grandfather had specifically instructed her not to bring Lin Bai to the banquet. You should take me along. I can assist you in persuading Qiao Fian to collaborate with you. Finally calm, Lin Bai resolved to wait another day. He would meet Qiao Fian at the banquet tomorrow night. As the renowned school beauty of the Qin family, you can go alone, merely seeking assistance from Qiao Sanshur. However, unless you submit to him, he is unlikely to genuinely assist you. The real decision lies with Qiao Fian. Having me by your side would render you exceptional. Seeing Qin Xueyao's lingering skepticism, Lin Bai continued, I have awakened from a 3-year coma today, and coincidentally, Qiao Fian has also emerged from her 4-year slumber today. Do you not think she might empathize with my plight? Moreover, after safeguarding a comatose boyfriend for 3 years, she will surely regard you as extraordinary. Therefore, bringing me along significantly enhances your chances of success. A flicker of intrigue shone in Qin Xueyao's eyes. She gazed intently at Lin Bai, and after a few moments, nodded vigorously. You have convinced me. I shall take you to the banquet tomorrow night. Then it is settled, Lin Bai replied with a radiant smile. I have some personal matters to attend to. I will retire to the guest room, and do not require dinner to be called for me tonight. Very well, Qin Xueyao replied, unperturbed, for it was entirely reasonable for Lin Bai, having awakened from a 3-year coma, to desire solitude for a while. Once in the guest room, Lin Bai closed the door and sat cross-legged on the floor, commencing his cultivation. In his dreams, he was the foremost figure in the celestial realm, a pinnacle being at the tribulation stage. Yet now, he was barely at the first level of Qi cultivation. Strengthening his abilities was imperative. The following morning, Lin Bai abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated. He had reached the first level of Qi cultivation, truly stepping into the realm of immortality. Although his prowess was modest, he was now a cultivator, sufficient to overpower the ordinary folk of this world. As he exited the guest room, he spotted Qin Xueyao yawning as she emerged from her bedroom. How striking her appearance was. Lin Bai's gaze widened. Her sleepwear was rather revealing everything that ought not to be seen. Ah! Qin Xueyao exclaimed suddenly, retreating hastily back into her room. Typically, she was quite casual in her attire, but in her groggy state, she had forgotten there was a man in the house. Lin Bai felt a tinge of regret. This faux wife was not as generous as he had hoped. School beauty Qin, I have some matters to attend to. We shall reconvene at the Qiao family tonight. Lin Bai called out as he turned to leave. Although the school beauty was delightful, the saintly maiden was even more enticing. To reunite with his thunderous saintess, he needed to make additional preparations. As the clock struck 5:30 in the afternoon, the Qiao family estate was abuzz with distinguished guests. The estate was adorned with an array of luxurious vehicles. The opulence of the wealthy was truly astounding. Lin Bai stepped out of the taxi, gazing at the grand estate, marveling at its magnificence. Darling, please come out to greet me. He sent a message to Qin Xueyao and awaited her at the entrance. Entry required an invitation, which he lacked. Suddenly, he heard an exaggerated voice. Lin Bai, were you not struck by a car and rendered a vegetable? Turning around, Lin Bai noticed a Maserati parked nearby, from which a young couple had just alighted. The man was attired in a suit, while the woman wore a high-heeled gown, both appearing quite formal and of considerable worth. Their appearances were agreeable, yet nothing more. I appreciate your concern. I have already awakened, Lin Bai remarked with a slight frown. The man was Chao Jun, a former university classmate who had often bullied him. Seeing Chao Jun stirred memories of the car accident from that night. Though somewhat intoxicated, Lin Bai vaguely recalled being forcefully shoved from behind just before the impact. According to Qin Xueyao, no one was around him after the accident, his classmates having vanished. However, he remembered several people being behind him at the time. What's with the get-up? Some kind of performance art? Or did the accident scramble your brains? Chao Jun scrutinized Lin Bai, his tone laced with mockery. Speaking of which, what brings you here? This is the Qiao residence, the foremost family in Jiangcheng. It's no place for a rural pauper like you. Lin Bai's attire was indeed peculiar, a white robe in the sweltering heat. Chao Jun, after all these years, your mouth is still as foul as ever. Have you been eating excrement? Lin Bai countered with composure. He was no longer the Lin Bai of old and would not tolerate such insolence. Chao Jun was taken aback, then erupted in anger. Damn it, Lin Bai. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? And what mangy cur are you, barking in my presence? Lin Bai retorted with a cold snort. Don't provoke me, or you'll regret it. Who emboldens you to speak to my boyfriend in such a manner? A frosty voice emanated from Chao Jun's companion. I am Lu Xinmei of the Lu family, and you had best apologize to Chao Jun immediately. Lin Bai, the Liu family is among Jiangcheng's 100 foremost families. She may need only utter a single word to render you destitute in Jiangcheng. Qiao Jun boasted triumphantly. Kneel and apologize to me at once, and I might spare your life. So, your courage stems from your girlfriend, does it? Lin Bai's eyes were filled with disdain. How pathetic. Not only are you living off her, but it's stale fare at that. How dare you insult me? Lu Xinmei seethed with rage. Do you have a death wish? Lin Bai, you're just jealous. Qiao Jun sneered. Xinmei, don't be angry. Back in school, this country bumpkin was always trying to chase after rich women to sponge off them. Sadly, no one fancied such trash. Now that he sees I've found such a wonderful girlfriend, he resorts to malicious attacks. He's nothing but an ignorant, low-class scoundrel. Lu Xinmei wore a look of contempt. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize at once. Otherwise, I'll ensure you can't even beg for scraps in Jiangcheng. Lu Xinmei, who do you think you are? Addressing my husband in such a way? A clear, cold voice cut through the air. Qin Xueyao emerged gracefully, adorned in a resplendent gown, exuding an air of noble sensuality. Her figure, face, and aura instantly eclipsed Lu Xinmei. She approached Lin Bai, took his arm, and fixed a frigid gaze upon Lu Xinmei. The Lu family, merely a bottom tier, second-rate clan, where do you derive the audacity to be so arrogant? Why you're Qin Xueyao? Qiao Jun stammered in disbelief. How could you possibly be the girlfriend of this useless, penniless wretch, Lin Bai? He was consumed with envy. Qin Xueyao had been the dream of every male student at Jiangcheng University. Lin Bai delivered a stinging slap to Qiao Jun's face. I said your mouth was foul, yet you continue to spew filth. How dare you strike me? Qiao Jun was on the verge of madness. I'll kill you, you good for nothing. Lin Bai retorted with another slap. Why you're going too far? Lu Xinmei exclaimed, incensed. This is going too far. Qin Xueyao's voice was glacial. My husband lay comatose for 3 years, and now that he's finally awakened, you seek to bully him? Lu Xinmei. Does the Lu family wish to become mortal enemies with Qin Xueyao? What? Lu Xinmei's countenance shifted. She finally realized he's the vegetative boyfriend you've been guarding for 3 years. I am sorry, Miss Qin, I didn't know. Miss Qin, I apologize. As Qin Xueyao had stated, the Lu family was merely a second-rate clan at the bottom of the ladder, far inferior to the Qin family in terms of power. The apology is not owed to me. Qin Xueyao scoffed. It's owed to my husband. Forget it. Such trash's apology is worthless. Lin Bai shook his head. Wife, let's go inside. Don't waste time on garbage. Amidst Qiao Jun's crimson gaze of envy, Lin Bai embraced Qin Xueyao and headed inside. Why are you dressed so strangely? Qin Xueyao couldn't help but ask. Because Qiao Fian admires this style of dress, Lin Bai replied earnestly. You speak as if you know Qiao Fian, Qin Xueyao remarked, amused. If I told you that I've had a spiritual connection with Qiao Fian for years, would you believe me? Lin Bai inquired with a smile. Qin Xueyao rolled her eyes, clearly disbelieving. I must say, you do seem to have a different aura about you today. I am aware, Lin Bai responded casually. I've become even more handsome. Qin Xueyao was speechless once more. That guy is such a narcissist. As the two entered the banquet hall, they quickly drew the attention of others. Although Qiao Fian was the true protagonist of the evening, Qin Xueyao had remained the focal point of Jiangcheng for years, nearly supplanting Qiao Fian as the city's premier beauty. Oh, Qin Xueyao, I didn't think you'd dare bring a boyfriend. I underestimated you. A mocking voice rang out. It was none other than Song Yujiao. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Qin Xueyao's vegetative boyfriend, whom she has guarded for 3 years, a fatherless, motherless orphan from the countryside. Song Yujiao deliberately raised her voice, drawing everyone's gaze. I must confess, I'm truly curious. What special talents does this utterly useless, penniless country bumpkin possess that have captivated Miss Qin's heart for 3 long years? Or has our Miss Qin simply lost her mind? Ha ha ha. Song Yujiao cackled with unrestrained derision. So, that's Qin Xueyao's vegetative boyfriend? He's actually awakened? What is he wearing? Hanfu? He's rather handsome, but as a rural pauper, the Qin family would never consent to their union. Qin Xueyao has gone mad. Xiao Sanshur has pursued her for years, yet she chose a country bumpkin? The crowd murmured, struggling to comprehend the situation. Although Xiao Sanshur had his dalliances, he was still the 3rd young master of the Qiao family, infinitely superior to a country bumpkin. My talents are naturally known only to Xueyao, Lin Bai interjected languidly. Perhaps Xueyao merely appreciates cleanliness and my simplicity. Of course, someone as sullied as Miss Song could never understand. A collective gasp rippled through the room. This country bumpkin is quite the sharp-tongued fellow. You country bumpkin, what nonsense are you spouting? Song Yujiao retorted, agitated. You're the dirty one. Your whole family is dirty. Whether I speak nonsense or not is evident to you, Lin Bai countered calmly. I advise you to undergo a gonorrhea test. Don't delay treatment. It's not too late. Gonorrhea? The crowd instinctively turned to Song Yujiao, with several individuals in close proximity discreetly stepping back. It was common knowledge that Song Yujiao led a promiscuous life, rendering her susceptible to such ailments. Qin Xueyao, did you deliberately bring this country bumpkin to slander me? Song Yujiao spat, her teeth clenched. You're truly despicable. You were the one who initiated the provocation. Don't blame my Xueyao. Lin Bai let out a light snort. Even if I am a country bumpkin, I still consume the exquisite rice of Xueyao. What business is it of yours? As for whether you have gonorrhea, why not go to the hospital for an examination and let everyone see the results together? Lin Bai, you just awakened from a vegetative state. What makes you think you can play the role of a doctor? Chao Jun entered, holding Lu Ximei's arm. Everyone, I am Lin Bai's college classmate. He majored in finance and has been in a vegetative state since graduation, utterly ignorant of medicine. He is simply slandering Miss Song. Chao Jun, why are you barking like a dog? Lin Bai replied impatiently. Are you not embarrassed? Lin Bai, we were classmates, and I initially felt sympathy for you after being a vegetable for 3 years. But you have chosen to follow Qin Xueyao's instructions to deliberately cause trouble at the Qiao family. I must expose your scheme. Everyone, listen to me. Chao Jun raised his voice. I just overheard Lin Bai discussing with Qin Xueyao how to intentionally sabotage today's banquet. Lin Bai even slapped me twice to threaten me. Look, the marks are still on my face. Seeing the evident finger marks on Chao Jun's face, the crowd largely believed him. However, why would Qin Xueyao want to ruin this banquet? Qin Xueyao, have you lost your mind? An angry voice emerged as Qin Changfeng approached. You and that country bumpkin Lin Bai have offended the Qiao family, and now you wish to implicate the entire Qin family? What? You realize you cannot collaborate with Miss Qiao and wish to drag everyone down with you? Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. Qin Xueyao had indeed offended the Qiao family? Did she still dare to come here? Lin Bai was somewhat surprised. Had Qin Changfeng not had his leg broken by him? How could he walk now? His leg seemed to have healed remarkably well. It appeared that there were indeed skilled individuals in Jiangcheng City. Xueyao, you must leave with that scoundrel immediately. Qin Zhenjiang also approached, his face filled with anger. Otherwise, I will expel you from the Qin family. The crowd was taken aback. It seemed that the Qin family wished to sever ties with Qin Xueyao. It appeared that she had truly offended the Qiao family, and it was likely more than just refusing Qiao censure. At this moment, Chao Jun felt an uncontrollable excitement. Once Qin Xueyao was expelled from the Qin family, Lin Bai would remain that penniless country bumpkin, and he might even have a chance to win over the beautiful campus belle, Qin Xueyao. Grandfather, we had an agreement. Qin Xueyao's stunning face displayed clear defiance. Whatever punishment I deserve should wait until the banquet is over. Enough. You still harbor delusions, believing that Miss Qiao would choose you for collaboration? Qin Zhenjiang roared. Your presence here only jeopardizes our entire Qin family's opportunities. Qin Xueyao, your wild man almost choked Qiao Senshao to death yesterday. Have you forgotten? Qin Changfeng scoffed. If you had come alone today, you might have had a chance. But you brought this useless country bumpkin with you. If you wish to court death, that is your affair, but do not drag the Qin family down with you. Everyone was stunned. Qin Xueyao's vegetative boyfriend had awakened and nearly killed Qiao Senshao. No wonder the Qin family wanted to cut ties with her. Qin Changfeng, if you continue barking, do you believe I won't turn you into a genuine useless person? Lin Bai said coldly. If it weren't for his desire to meet Xiao Feiyin smoothly, he would have already taken action. If your family wishes to sever ties with Xueyao, that is acceptable. But when Xueyao successfully collaborates with Xiao Feiyin later, do not come begging her. Ha ha. Lin Bai, have you lost your mind? Chao Jun could not help but mock him. You offended Qiao Senshao and still expect to gain cooperation from the Qiao family? You should hasten your departure. Once Qiao Senshao arrives, you are doomed. Chao Jun, back in college, I never disturbed your family graves nor slept with your girlfriend. Lin Bai said coldly, staring at Chao Jun. Yet you constantly bite at me like a rabid dog. What is the reason? I recall, 3 years ago, when I had my accident, you were standing right behind me, weren't you? Lin Bai was unsure who had pushed him, but he strongly suspected it was Chao Jun. Lin Bai, we are discussing your disruption of the banquet. Do not digress. Chao Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. I tell you, while slandering Miss Song can be considered a minor offense, Sabotaging Miss Qiao's banquet is something the entire Jiang City cannot save you from. You should obediently leave now. Perhaps you can still save your worthless life. Lin Bai caught the look of panic in Qiao Jun's eyes. It seemed the car accident from 3 years ago was likely related to him. Lin Bai, heed your classmates' advice and leave quickly. Qin Changfeng sneered. Wake up, you. A poor country bumpkin, do not belong in our upper society. Even if you are with Qin Xueyao, you will never stand on equal footing with us. You will only drag her down to your lowly level. In my eyes, you and scum like Qiao Jun are the truly lowly species. Lin Bai's voice turned cold. Before Qiao Fei Yin arrives, I can hardly be bothered to teach you a lesson, but if you insist on courting death, I would not mind breaking your legs again. You. Qin Changfeng felt a mix of anger and fear. Fine, Lin Bai, you believe Miss Qiao will choose Qin Xueyao for collaboration, correct? Do you dare to make a bet with me? If Qin Xueyao is not chosen by Miss Qiao, not only will she be expelled from the Qin family, but you must also sever your own legs. Do you dare to wager? Dare you not to wager? Then get lost. Do not bet with him. I have no confidence. Qin Xueyao quietly advised Lin Bai. It's fine. I am confident, Lin Bai smiled. Then, raising his voice, he proclaimed, Qin Changfeng, if you wish to wager, let us do so. But should we win, the Qin family must be entrusted to Xueyao, and you too must sever your legs. Do you dare? What is there to fear? Qin Changfeng sneered. You are bound to lose. Old Qin, what say you? Do you accept this wager? Lin Bai turned to Qin Zhenjiang. Kid, since you wish to court death, I shall grant you your wish. Qin Zhenjiang grunted. Let all present bear witness. My Qin family accepts this wager. Good. No problem. We shall witness this together. If anyone dares to go back on their word, they shall be forsaken by Jiang City. The crowd expressed their agreement, eager for the spectacle. Naturally, no one believed Lin Bai could win. Qin de Xiao, may I place an additional wager on your side? At that moment, Qiao Jun raised his hand. I believe simply severing Lin Bai's 2 legs is too lenient. He looked at Lin Bai with a hint of malice in his eyes. I wish to wager my own hands against Lin Bai's hands. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Did Qiao Jun harbor a grudge against Lin Bai? Excellent. Qin Changfeng was quite excited. Lin Bai, do you dare accept this increased wager? Nothing to fear, Lin Bai remained calm. If anyone else wishes to raise the stakes, I will accept it all. Since that is the case, I shall raise the stakes as well. Song Yujiao raised her hand, not concealing her jealousy. Qin Xueyao, I simply cannot stand your face, so I wager my face against yours. Whoever loses shall receive a scar on their face. Do you dare? Once again, the crowd gasped. Song Yujiao aimed to mar Qin Xueyao's beauty. Qin Xueyao's expression shifted slightly, and she was about to speak when Lin Bai interjected. Though your ugly face does not deserve to wager against Xueyao, I shall accept on her behalf. He then leaned in to whisper to Qin Xueyao, do not fear, we will certainly win. All right, in the event of a setback, I shall abscond with you. Lin Bai had indeed contemplated an escape route. Given his nascent Qi practitioner level, evading capture would prove relatively straightforward. Qin Xueyao inhaled deeply. There was no turning back. Lin Bai had been comatose for 3 years, only to awaken yesterday, leading to a somewhat impulsive decision. However, having waited for him for 3 years, she was prepared to indulge his whims for this one night. Qin Xueyao's mellifluous voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Song Yujiao, if you wish to wager against me, I shall oblige. Very well, Qin Xueyao, I shall eagerly await your disfigurement. Song Yujiao could scarcely conceal her exultation. Onlookers lamented the potential desecration of Qin Xueyao's visage, deeming it a veritable sacrilege. Since the atmosphere is so convivial, allow me to augment the stakes. A voice emanated from the doorway, accompanied by the pronouncement, Qiao Sanshi, flanked by a coterie of bodyguards, entered the banquet hall. It's young Master Qiao. Young Master Qiao, welcome. The attendees greeted Qiao Sanshi deferentially. Qiao Sanshi strode purposefully towards Lin Bai, his countenance glacial. Lin Bai, since you dare encroach upon the Qiao family's domain, I shall append an additional wager to Qin Changfeng's proposition. Should you falter, I shall divest you of your manhood, rendering you incapable of procreation. A momentary hush descended upon the assembly, succeeded by a cacophony of exclamations. That lad is doomed, with young Master Qiao augmenting the stakes. Defeat is inevitable. Qin Xueyao has sealed her own fate. Why forsake the esteemed young Master Qiao for a destitute rustic? Before Lin Bai could interject, Lu Ximei raised her hand. Given young Master Qiao's participation in this imbroglio, I, Lu Ximei, must needs offer my support. Lu Xinmei cast an ingratiating smile towards Qiao Sanshi. Her intentions transparent. I shall add 100 million to the wager, betting on the triumph of young Master Qin. Exceedingly well done. Your perspicacity is commendable. Qiao Sanshi responded with evident satisfaction. Thank you for your commendation, young Master Qiao. Lu Xinmei was elated, with the Qiao family as her allies. What could Qin Xueyao possibly do to her? She surveyed the room, continuing, I am cognizant of your concerns regarding Lin Bai's capacity to fulfill his obligations. However, rest assured that Miss Qin will undoubtedly assist in his repayment. As for the manner of her recompense, I trust you apprehend my meaning. Therefore, esteemed patrons, do you not aspire to become Miss Qin's creditors? Lu Xinmei's words served as a clarion call. The Zhang family shall augment the wager by 100 million. The Wang family shall add 100 million. The Fong family. The attendees clamored to increase the stakes. The monetary aspect was inconsequential. Their true objective was to ensnare Qin Xueyao in an inescapable web of debt, thereby rendering her vulnerable to their predations. Excellent, excellent. I accept all wagers. Bring forth paper and pen. Let us record the terms in black and white, esteemed benefactors. Lin Bai was now jubilant. Money, glorious money. Having completed his calculations, Lin Bai swept Qin Xueyao into his arms, exclaiming, My dear, you are a veritable treasure trove. We are now affluent beyond measure. For the first time in his existence, Lin Bai perceived the ease with which one could amass wealth. Qin Xueyao was numb with disbelief. Her mind was already conjuring potential destinations for their imminent flight. As for the other attendees, they shared a single sentiment. Lin Bai had succumbed to madness. Affluent. Preposterous. Qiao Sanshi erupted in laughter. Rustic simpleton, what delusions plague your mind? I hereby declare your defeat. Young Master Qiao, the prerogative to pronounce the outcome does not reside with you. Qin Xueyao retorted, her patience exhausted. Although she anticipated an unfavorable result, she insisted on awaiting Qiao Fian's arrival. Qin Xueyao, do you demur? Qiao Sanshi sneered. Then allow me to elucidate why your defeat is assured. Indeed, the collaborative partner of Jinglei Group is personally selected by my prodigious sister. However, her choices are confined to the list I provide, and you too have been deprived of the opportunity to participate. Although your chances were negligible to begin with, I now preemptively extinguish even that modicum of possibility. A momentary silence enveloped the gathering. Few had anticipated such an abrupt conclusion to the wager. Qiao Sanshi, your dual role as participant and arbiter is utterly devoid of integrity. Lin Bai frowned, genuinely surprised by Qiao Sanshi's stratagem. If he could not even meet Qiao Fian, his journey would have been in vain. This is the Qiao family's domain. I am the arbiter. Qiao Sanshi roared. You, a baseborn and insignificant wretch, dare to challenge the entirety of Jiangcheng's elite. I pronounce you defeated, and defeated you shall be. Esteemed guests, who concurs with my adjudication? Who dissents? Qiao Sanshi surveyed the assembly, and the attendees swiftly responded in unison. I, Song Yujiao, concur. I, Lu Xinmei, concur. I, Qin Changfeng, concur. I, Chao Jun, concur. I, Qin Zhenjiang, concur. 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 The outcome was predictable. Nearly all concurred, save for Qin Xueyao. I dissent. Qin Xueyao exclaimed, incensed. Your actions are utterly reprehensible. You dissent? Qiao Sanshi sneered. Qin Xueyao, does your dissent hold any significance? Your meteoric rise in Jiangcheng over the past few years was orchestrated by my patronage. With my support, you are the esteemed Miss Qin. Without it, you are merely the debased courtesan of Jiangcheng. Qin Xueyao? Since you have chosen this lowly cur, Lin Bai, I shall transform you into the most defiled concubine in Jiangcheng. This is your own doing. Qin Xueyao's face paled. She could sense the lascivious gazes of the assembled men, as if she were already their plaything. Instinctively, she clutched Lin Bai's arm, her body trembling. She was genuinely terrified, and filled with regret. She should not have come. Fear not, Lin Bai whispered, patting her reassuringly. Then, his gaze swept over the crowd. I shall ask but once. Lin Bai declared in a subdued tone. Do all of you intend to employ such despicable tactics to declare my defeat? Nonsense. You were defeated from the outset. Lin Bai, cease your futile struggles. The representatives of Jiangcheng's 100 illustrious families are assembled here. If we declare your defeat, then defeated you are. A mere rustic like you is unworthy of standing in this place. The air was filled with scorn and derision. This was the Qiao family's domain. Qiao Sanshi intended to obliterate Lin Bai, yet Lin Bai dared to contemplate a reversal? Such audacity was preposterous. Very well. I trust you shall maintain this fortitude when you entreat me for mercy. Lin Bai's voice was glacial. Remember, this is your own doing. Even as death looms, you remain audacious. Qiao Sanshi sneered. Lin Bai, before me, you are but an ant. And does a mere ant dare to challenge an elephant? Now, I shall enlighten you as to what it means to be inviolable. Seize him, break his limbs, and then I shall personally divest him of his manhood. Yes, young master. The Qiao family's bodyguards acknowledged the command and charged towards Lin Bai. Halt! A voice rang out from the doorway. A group of individuals entered, one by one. Miss Qiao Fian of Jinglei Group has arrived. The Qiao family's bodyguards ceased their advance and turned towards the entrance, as did the other attendees. A face of ethereal beauty, albeit slightly pale, hair cascading nearly to the floor, and an aura of otherworldly refinement instantly eclipsed all others. Qiao Fian. Undisputedly, Qiao Fian reigns as the most exquisite beauty in Jiangcheng. Even Qin Xueyao pales slightly in comparison. In fact, accompanying Qiao Fian is Su Ruobing, a ravishing beauty with an undeniably stunning figure. Adorned in a coffee-colored evening gown, Su Ruobing's voluptuousness is even more pronounced. Yet, at this moment, her figure, which invariably captures the attention of onlookers, is surprisingly ignored by the crowd. All eyes are fixated on Qiao Fian, unblinking. Lin Bai, too, gazes upon Qiao Fian. The familiar countenance, the familiar figure, and especially the sight of her wearing that familiar attire, assures him that everything is proceeding as planned. Qiao Fian is clad in a light black robe, embellished with shimmering patterns that depict the bursting of lightning. This is none other than the customary attire of the thunderous saintess. What is all this commotion? Qiao Fian's voice is clear, captivating, and tinged with evident displeasure. The crowd remains silent, instinctively turning their gazes towards Qiao Sanshi. Little sister, there's an individual causing a disturbance, attempting to disrupt your banquet. I was just about to escort him out. Qiao Sanshi promptly replies, pointing towards Lin Bai. That lad has some mental issues. Rest assured, I'll handle it immediately. Qiao Fian directs her gaze towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai continues to observe Qiao Fian. Their eyes meet in the air. In that instant, it seems as though the world has dwindled to just the two of them. Their eyes are locked solely on each other. Countless images from their dreams flash rapidly through their minds. A mere glance encapsulates an eternity. Unintentionally, Lin Bai and Qiao Fian simultaneously take a step towards each other. However, at that moment, Qin Xueyao's slightly anxious voice cuts through the air. Miss Qiao, that's not how things transpired. Qin Xueyao attempts to explain. Lin Bai was in a coma for 3 years and only awoke yesterday. He may be a bit impulsive, but we truly didn't intend to cause any trouble. They were the ones who provoked us first. Lin Bai and Qiao Fian are jolted back to reality, retracting their steps. Song Yujiao sneers. Qin Xueyao, you two deliberately disrupted Miss Qiao's banquet. Everyone here can attest to it. Are you trying to weasel your way out of it? That's right. That's exactly what happened. Miss Qiao, we can all vouch that Lin Bai and Qin Xueyao intentionally stirred up trouble. The crowd chimes in, and the scene becomes chaotic once again. Enough. Silence. Qiao Fian casts a deep glance at Lin Bai, then averts her gaze. She then utters a soft reprimand. I am here to select partners for the Thunderous Corporation. Anyone who continues to cause a ruckus will be ejected. The banquet hall falls silent instantly. Let us commence, Qiao Fian instructs indifferently. Those behind her immediately spring into action. These young women in women's suits are members of Qiao Fian's long-standing team of assistants, who have remained by her side even after she fell into a coma. They quickly distribute a sheet of paper and a pen to each person in the banquet hall. The paper contains 3 questions. You have 3 minutes to answer these 3 questions. The person who answers all 3 correctly will be my partner. Qiao Fian sweeps her gaze slowly across the crowd. After completing the questions, remember to write down your name. Now the clock starts ticking. The crowd, upon seeing the questions, is somewhat bewildered. What is Qiao Fian's favorite flower? What is Qiao Fian's favorite place? How is the thunderous pill refined? The first 2 questions seem normal enough, but what is the last question? What is a thunderous pill? Qin Xueyao is also a bit dumbfounded. This Miss Qiao is unconventional. How is she supposed to answer these questions? Qin Xueyao looks at Lin Bai, somewhat anxiously. I have no idea. She cannot afford to be anxious, as this is her only opportunity. Lin Bai leans in close to Qin Xueyao's ear and whispers a few words. Qin Xueyao's face is filled with doubt. Are you sure? You'll definitely get it wrong if you fill it out yourself. Listen to me, and you might get it right. Lin Bai knows full well that this is actually Qiao Fian's test for him. His saintess wife is always cautious in her actions. Qin Xueyao hesitates for a moment, but ultimately fills in the answers as Lin Bai instructs. Aside from trusting Lin Bai, she has no other choice. 3 minutes pass quickly. Time's up. Collect the answer sheets. With Qiao Fian's command, all the papers are quickly collected. Lin Bai, your name as a good-for-nothing is well-deserved. You actually turned in a blank sheet. Qiao Jun cannot help but mock, as he has been keeping an eye on Lin Bai. Lin Bai did not answer any of the questions. Idiot. Lin Bai retorts. You good-for-nothing, just wait and die? Qiao Jun is enraged. The results will be out soon, and no one will be able to save you. Lin Bai ignores Qiao Jun and simply looks at Qiao Fian, reveling in her beauty. My wife is truly beautiful. Now, I will announce the results. Qiao Fian's captivating voice resonates once again. The banquet hall is unusually quiet, with almost everyone holding their breath. Only one person answered all 3 questions correctly. That is Miss Qin Xueyao from the Qin family. The banquet hall is silent for a brief moment, before erupting into chaos. What? Qin Xueyao? That's impossible. How could it be Qin Xueyao? If it's Qin Xueyao, then our bet with Lin Bai, wouldn't that mean we lost? It's over. My 100 million is gone. Everyone is in disbelief. Lin Bai, that useless bumpkin, actually pulled off an unexpected comeback? Some people even begin to panic, as they had all placed bets. Even if they didn't bet their arms and legs, 100 million is still a substantial sum. How is this possible? Qiao Sanchi's expression is extremely unsightly. Little sister, take another look. You must have made a mistake. The person who answered all 3 questions correctly should be Qin Changfeng. The crowd secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Don't worry, there's still this third Master Qiao. As long as third Master Qiao steps forward, even if Qin Xueyao answered correctly, it would still be wrong. Third brother, why are you so certain? Is it because you gave Qin Changfeng the correct answers? Qiao Fian's captivating voice is tinged with a hint of mockery. Qin Changfeng's answer sheet does have answers to all 3 questions, and they happen to be exactly the same as the answers I intentionally left behind. Unfortunately, you didn't know that those answers were fake. What? Fake? Qiao Sanchi's expression changes slightly, and he immediately becomes angry. Little sister, are you deliberately plotting against me? Third brother, what you're saying is absurd. Qiao Fian's tone is even more mocking. If you hadn't bribed members of my team to steal the answers, how could I have plotted against you? Furthermore, over the past 4 years, you have repeatedly attempted to seize assets under my name. Did you think I was unaware? Qiao Sanchi's face turns ashen. He never expected that Qiao Fian would find out about these things after being awake for only 1 day. Little sister, our family matters can be discussed in private. Qiao Sanchi's voice softened slightly. But today, you can choose anyone to partner with, except for Qin Xueyao. Moreover, I don't believe that Qin Xueyao could have answered these 3 questions correctly. I demand that the answers be revealed publicly so that everyone can witness them. No problem. Qiao Fian turns to Su Ruobing. Ruobing, you can announce them. Su Ruobing nods and takes out an envelope from her person. Before coming here, Fian gave me this envelope, and I haven't opened it. Su Ruobing tears open the envelope. I guarantee with the reputation of the Su family of Jiangcheng that Fian has not revealed the answers to anyone. The upper echelons of Jiangcheng society are aware that this beautiful doctor actually has a prominent background. The 3 most prestigious families in Jiangcheng are the Qiao family, the Su family, and the Yi family. Su Ruobing is the eldest daughter of the Su family. The answer to the first question is the thunderous flower. The answer to the second question is the land of weak water. The answer to the third question is the thunder pill does not exist. After Su Ruobing recited the answers, she herself felt a bit bewildered. Who could possibly answer correctly? She unconsciously glanced at Qin Xueyao, wondering how this young lady from the Qin family managed to get it right. Meanwhile, Qin Xueyao was staring at Lin Bai, equally perplexed. How did Lin Bai know the answer? Sister, I refuse to believe that Qin Xueyao could answer this correctly. Qiao Sanchi exclaimed in frustration. However, in the next moment, Qiao Fian raised her answer sheet. You can see for yourselves. How is this possible? Qiao Sanchi leaned in, disbelief etched on his face. Qin Xueyao's answer sheet was almost identical to the standard answer. The first 2 answers matched perfectly, and for the third question, Qin Xueyao had written, the thunder pill cannot be produced. The meaning was the same and evidently correct. Third brother, do you still have anything to say? Qiao Fian smiled faintly. If not, then I hereby officially announce that my partner is Qin Xueyao from the Qin family. Thank you, Miss Qiao. Qin Xueyao suddenly turned and leaped into Lin Bai's arms, exclaiming with joy. That's wonderful. Lin Bai, we won. We really won. Qin Xueyao was extraordinarily excited, while Lin Bai remained calm, having anticipated the outcome. At that moment, however, the others appeared ashen-faced, particularly Qin Changfeng, Song Yujiao, Chao Jun, and Lu Xinmei, whose expressions turned grim. Qin Xueyao, you cannot win. A loud roar erupted from Qiao Sanshi. He suddenly reached out and snatched Qin Xueyao's answer sheet, tearing it to shreds. I now declare that Qin Xueyao did not answer the questions at all. Third brother, what right do you have to make that declaration for me? Xiao Fian's voice turned icy, her aura instantly commanding. Sister, I just hope you understand the consequences of choosing Qin Xueyao. Qiao Sanshi's face darkened. We all have a bet with Lin Bai. If you choose Qin Xueyao, then Qin Changfeng will sever his own legs. Song Yujiao will be disfigured. Chao Jun will lose his hands, and Lu Xinmei along with others must collectively pay that brat 100 billion in cash. Qiao Sanshi, you've revealed your own weaknesses. I will make you pay for that, Lin Bai added coolly. Qiao Sanshi shot Lin Bai a fierce glare before turning back to Qiao Fian. Sister, I can now tell you that if you insist on choosing Qin Xueyao, you will not only be opposing me, but also the entire Qiao family's prominent clans in Jiangcheng City. You have just awakened. Are you certain you want to bear such consequences? Are you threatening me? Qiao Fian's voice grew colder. No, sister, I am merely presenting you with the reality. Qiao Sanshi's expression was vicious. Today Lin Bai must lose. He scanned the room. Tell my sister, is that not true? As soon as he spoke, numerous voices echoed in agreement. Indeed, it's clear that Lin Bai has lost. Third young master is right. Lin Bai must lose. We all support third young master. Support third young master. Lin Bai has already lost. Just moments ago, Qin Xueyao had been filled with excitement, but now her heart sank. Qiao Sanshi, how shameless can you be? Qin Xueyao felt anger rising within her. You choose to honor a bet, yet you behave like this, young master of the Qiao family? You are simply bringing shame upon the Qiao family. Qin Xueyao, you are too naive. Qiao Sanshi sneered. In high society, strength reigns supreme. Who speaks reason with you? This is the Qiao family, and I am third young master Qiao. Whoever I declare the winner is the winner. From the moment you chose that worthless country bumpkin Lin Bai, your failure was already sealed. Qiao Sanshi then turned to Qiao Fian. Sister, you can hear the voices of the representatives of the various families in Jiangcheng City. You have always been the smartest in the Qiao family. You should know how to choose. At that moment, Qiao Sanshi exuded an air of confidence, believing firmly that Qiao Fian would not turn against him for the sake of a waste like Lin Bai. Qin Changfeng and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that their support for Qiao Sanshi was correct. Qiao Sanshi, please refrain from calling me sister in the future. I, Qiao Fian, have no brother who cannot bear to lose. Qiao Fian's voice was frigid. Also, do not flaunt your status as a young master of the Qiao family before me. If it comes down to a choice between you and me, even a stray dog on the street knows the answer. I will say it once more. Qin Xueyao is my partner, one of the founders of the Thunder Group. Anyone who harms Qin Xueyao is declaring war against my Thunder Group. The faces of Qin Changfeng and the others paled once more. They had never anticipated that Qiao Fian would not only disregard Qiao Sanshi's threats, but also openly support Qin Xueyao. Third young master Qiao, what should we do? Qin Changfeng was genuinely panicking. Not only him, but Song Yujiao, Chao Jun, and the others were also unsettled. Once Qiao Fian stood with Qin Xueyao, their chances were utterly diminished. After all, everyone knew that within the Qiao family, Qiao Fian was undoubtedly far more significant than Qiao Sanshi. If it came down to a choice, the Qiao family would undoubtedly side with Qiao Fian. All right, very well. Qiao Sanshi's face turned a dark shade, his anger palpable. Qiao Fian, you are determined to make this matter so irreparable, aren't you? I hope you do not regret it. Qiao Sanshi turned and strode toward the door, followed closely by the Qiao family's bodyguards. Qiao Sanshi, did I permit you to leave? A languid voice rang out. Lin Bai stepped in front of Qiao Sanshi, blocking his path. You may leave, but first, leave your roots behind. Leave my roots behind. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure. This fellow genuinely intended to castrate Qiao Sanshi? Country bumpkin, don't court death. Qiao Sanshi glared at Lin Bai coldly. If you have any sense, pretend this bet never happened. Otherwise, even with Qiao Fian protecting you and Qin Xueyao, I can ensure that you, a worthless waste, will meet your end. Slap. Lin Bai struck Qiao Sanshi's face sharply. You are the true waste. I've tolerated your foul mouth for far too long. Lin Bai glared at Qiao Sanshi. Now tell me, will you do it yourself, or shall I assist you? You are seeking death. Qiao Sancher erupted in fury, shouting, "Everyone, attack! Kill him!" The Qiao family's bodyguards surged forward. Cries of despair filled the air as dozens of Qiao family bodyguards quickly fell to the ground. How could this waste Lin Bai have become so formidable? Qiao Jun's face turned white with disbelief. The others were also stunned. The Qiao family's bodyguards were capable of taking on 10 ordinary men each. Yet now, in less than a minute, they had all been taken down by Lin Bai. Qiao Sancher, you are utterly incapable of learning from your mistakes. Lin Bai slowly approached Qiao Sancher. Since you refuse to sever your roots, I shall help you become a eunuch. Stop! Don't you dare come near me. Qiao Sancher instinctively retreated, his bravado fading. I warn you, do not touch me. I am the third young master of the Qiao family. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I guarantee you leave the Qiao family tonight. Lin Bai delivered a kick to Qiao Sanchi's groin. Qiao Sanchi's agonized scream sent shivers down the spines of the men present. It seemed they all felt the pain. Qiao Sanchi's cries abruptly ceased. He had fainted from the excruciating pain. Lin Bai turned around, his smile radiant. Now, it is your turn. Qin Chongfeng, Qiao Jun. Do you two also require my assistance? Lin Bai, do not act recklessly. Qin Chongfeng appeared genuinely alarmed. This is Miss Qiao's banquet. She will not allow you to act wantonly. Retreating as he spoke, Qin Chongfeng grew increasingly frantic as he watched Lin Bai advance. Grandfather, save me. At that moment, no one doubted that Lin Bai would break Qin Chongfeng's legs. After all, Lin Bai dared to castrate Qiao Sancher, let alone Qin Chongfeng. Miss Qiao, Lin Bai is acting so presumptuously in the Qiao family. Are you really going to do nothing? Qin Zhenjiang inquired of Qiao Fian. Not only he, but others were also perplexed. Even if Qiao Fian's relationship with Qiao Sancher was strained, she was, after all, the host of tonight's banquet. How could she allow Lin Bai to act so wantonly? When you all were so brazenly distorting the truth, did you ever consider my opinion? Qiao Fian retorted with a sneer. Of course, this is the Qiao family, and I am hosting this banquet, so I will intervene. She turned to the elegant lady standing beside her. Ruo Bing, contact your hospital and request additional ambulances. Subsequently, she cast a cold gaze over everyone in the banquet hall. Since you have all sustained accidental injuries here, I will cover your medical expenses. Accidental injuries? The crowd was stunned. Qiao Fian was not merely indifferent. She was clearly protecting Lin Bai. She implied that regardless of how these individuals were injured, it was due to accidental falls and had nothing to do with Lin Bai. At that moment, even Su Ruobing, who was on the phone, could not help but glance at Lin Bai. She sensed that something was amiss. Qin Xueyao also felt that something was off. Did Lin Bai have some special relationship with Qiao Fian? Old man Qin, cease your incessant prattling, Lin Bai said impatiently. Fulfill your wager. From now on, the Qin family will be under Xueyao's control. Boy, you're just after our Qin family's money, aren't you? Qin Zhenjiang retorted angrily. All right, as long as you spare Chongfeng, I will let Xueyao be responsible for all of the Qin family's businesses from now on. Silence, Lin Bai interrupted. Turning to Qin Xueyao. Wife, did you bring the contract I asked you to prepare? Yes, I brought it. Qin Xueyao stammered. Then quickly walked to Lin Bai's side and handed him an agreement from her bag. Lin Bai took the agreement and handed it to Qin Zhenjiang. Old man Qin, sign this. Qin Group Equity Transfer Agreement? Qin Zhenjiang was enraged upon seeing it. You actually want me to transfer all my shares to Xueyao? Lin Bai, aren't you afraid of choking yourself to death with such greed? Old man Qin, honor your bet. You're old and senile, still lording over the Qin family. Simply because you control the Qin family's money, Lin Bai said with disdain. Handing over the shares is the only way to truly relinquish control. Don't give me any empty promises. Xueyao, is this also your intention? Qin Zhenjiang asked, his anger rising. Are you openly trying to seize the Qin family's assets? Grandfather, this is your wager with us. As the head of the Qin family, you should be a man of your word, Qin Xueyao said, taking a deep breath. Only by controlling the Qin family could she control her own life. Otherwise, she would eventually be forced to marry a man she did not love. Mr. Qin, Miss Qin is now my partner. Surely you don't think she's unqualified to manage the Qin family? Qiao Fian's soft voice echoed at that moment. Qin Zhenjiang's expression changed. He looked at Qiao Fian, then at Qin Xueyao, his face turning pale. All right, I'll sign. Qin Zhenjiang seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He signed his name with trembling hands, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Xueyao, I've given you what you wanted. Now let Lin Bai spare your brother. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. It was followed by a shrill scream. Ah. Qin Chongfeng collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. You. Qin Zhenjiang looked at Lin Bai, filled with rage. Lin Bai, you're a beast. Ugh. Qin Zhenjiang clutched his chest and collapsed, unconscious. He fainted from anger. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Bai said innocently, casually stuffing the agreement into Qin Xueyao's hands. Wife, keep this safe. This is all money. Then, he turned to Qiao Jun, his smile widening. Old classmate, now it's our turn to settle accounts. Lin Bai, let's talk. Qiao Jun's body trembled violently. The next moment, he knelt down. Lin Bai, we were classmates. I beg you spare me. I was wrong, I was blind. Please spare me. I knew you would beg me, but you didn't believe it, Lin Bai said, shaking his head. Qiao Jun, sparing you isn't impossible. Tell me, who pushed me into the middle of the road 3 years ago when I had the car accident? It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. Qiao Jun shook his head frantically. Lin Bai, believe me, I really didn't push you. I don't know who did it. Qiao Jun screamed as Lin Bai grabbed one of his hands and twisted it violently. When you beg for mercy, you should be sincere, not play tricks, Lin Bai said, grabbing Qiao Jun's other hand. I'll warn you in advance, no one can heal the hands I break. If you still refuse to tell the truth, both of your hands will be completely useless. Lin Bai, you have to believe me. Qiao Jun cried out in pain, sweat pouring down his face. I really don't know. Lin Bai broke his other hand without hesitation. If you don't want to talk, fine. I'll find out eventually. Lin Bai didn't bother wasting time with Qiao Jun. He stood up straight and slowly scanned the others. Who's next? Almost everyone instinctively took a step back, afraid to speak. This was a barbaric madman, and the key was that Xiao Fian was actually protecting this madman. Miss Song, don't hide. It's your turn, Lin Bai said, looking at Song Yujiao. You should come out and let my Xueyao cut your face. Xueyao isn't very skilled with a knife, which is fortunate for you. If you don't cooperate, I'll do it myself. Lin Bai wore a devilish smile. You might not believe it, but I'm very skilled with a knife. I can draw a spider web on your face with just one cut. You, don't mess around. Song Yujiao said, her face pale. I'll pay. I'll give you 100 million like them. Is that okay? Miss Song, why bother? Lin Bai said, shaking his head. I'm a very fair person. Your face isn't worth 100 million. Wouldn't that be ripping you off? You should let Xueyao cut you. Then you can get plastic surgery, which will cost a few million at most. You'll be even more beautiful than you are now. It's a win-win situation. My face is worth more than 100 million. Song Yujiao said angrily. Fine, Lin Bai, do you think it's too little? I'll add another 100 million. Miss Song, the truth is, Xueyao, and I don't need money right now. I'll be getting 10 billion soon, Lin Bai said seriously. Money isn't really important. The most important thing in life is to be happy. Cutting your face would make my Xueyao very happy. 1 billion. Song Yujiao screamed suddenly. I'll give you 1 billion, is that okay? Lin Bai seemed stunned, then turned to Qin Xueyao. Wife, what should we do? She's offering too much. Forget it. Let's just take the money, Qin Xueyao said softly. I wouldn't dare to cut her face. All right, Miss Song, give us the money, Lin Bai said bluntly. I find myself unable to produce such a significant sum of money at the moment. May I first provide you with an IOU? Is that acceptable? Song Yujiao's expression darkened slightly. No problem, Lin Bai readily agreed. And the rest of you can also write me an IOU right now. All right, I will write an IOU. I will too. Let me do it right away. Upon hearing that they could issue IOUs, the others were eager to comply. Within mere minutes, everyone had presented their IOUs to Lin Bai, including Song Yujiao and Lu Xinmei. As long as no payment was made immediately, there remained a chance to default. Thus they all acquiesced willingly. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. It was a group of doctors and nurses, signaling that the ambulance had finally arrived. All the injured were swiftly loaded into the ambulance, while the others began to bid farewell to Xiao Fian, realizing that staying behind held no purpose and could pose a danger. The grand banquet hall soon became desolate. Miss Qin, let us move to another location to discuss our collaboration, Xiao Fian suggested with a serene smile. Certainly, Miss Qiao, Qin Xueyao replied eagerly, still somewhat bewildered by the events of the evening, which felt surreal to her. The group departed from the Qiao family estate and entered Xiao Fian's garden villa. Ruobing, please entertain Miss Qin while I change my clothes, Xiao Fian instructed as she left the reception room. Approximately a minute later, Lin Bai stood up, saying, Xueyao, I need to use the restroom. He stepped out of the reception room. At the end of the corridor, Qiao Fian stood quietly, and upon noticing Lin Bai's emergence, she turned and vanished. Lin Bai hurriedly followed. As Qiao Fian entered a bedroom, Lin Bai swiftly slipped inside as well. Qiao Fian abruptly turned around and waved her hand. Closing the door behind them, Lin Bai reached out to embrace her, but she suddenly recoiled. Wait, I have one last question. My dear wife, my little Yenner. It is indeed me. You need not probe further, Lin Bai expressed with a hint of exasperation. What was the last thing I said to you in the dream? Qiao Fian's voice trembled as she struggled to maintain her composure. You said, husband, it's all right. Even a minute is quite impressive, Lin Bai replied earnestly. My dear wife, I recognize that this is all quite bizarre, but it truly is me. His words were interrupted as her soft lips pressed against his. Qiao Fian leapt into Lin Bai's embrace with fervor, even a touch of madness. He held her tightly, wishing to fuse her into his very being. Their shared passion could not be restrained, and their movements became wild in their fervor. This was not merely a reunion. It was a reclamation of what had been lost. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the air. Ouch! Lin Bai winced as Qiao Fian playfully bit his lip. Husband, not now, she gasped. Her exquisite face flushed with embarrassment. Her breaths came in quick succession, the long robe she wore now torn, revealing glimpses of her pristine, fair skin. My constitution cannot afford such early indulgences. Lin Bai inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the heat within him. His 9 saintly partners all possessed unique physiques. Qiao Fian was a lightning elemental spirit, while he himself was of a more extraordinary heavenly nature. Their union could yield exceptional effects, especially during their first intimate encounter, which would enable them to transcend their limitations. Yes, my love, we must at least wait until the foundation stage. The first critical threshold in cultivation is indeed the foundation stage, Qiao Fian responded gently. However, in this world where spiritual energy is scarce, even reaching the foundation stage through conventional means is challenging. She gazed tenderly at Lin Bai. Though I do not comprehend why we cultivated for a millennium in our dreams, the reality of our experiences implies that the heavenly tribulations are likely genuine. We must prepare ourselves to face them. My dear, there is no need to rush. We should still have ample time. You should first see if you can contact the other 8. I will research cultivation methods, Lin Bai reassured her, untroubled by the prospect of heavenly tribulations arriving too soon. Indeed, let us keep our relationship confidential for now. Qiao Fian nodded softly. Husband, you may step out. I shall change my clothes, and then discuss our collaboration with Qin Xueyao. Lin Bai nodded in agreement, but could not resist pulling Qiao Fian into his embrace once more. My love, allow me to assist you with your attire. A few minutes later, Lin Bai finally exited, fearing that his self-control might wane if he remained any longer. Instead of returning to the reception room, he stepped into the courtyard, closing his eyes briefly to absorb the surroundings. When he reopened them, he exhaled gently. It is all real, he murmured to himself, his voice imbued with profound satisfaction. How delightful this world is. Footsteps approached from behind, prompting Lin Bai to turn slowly and find Su Ruobing striding toward him. In Qiao Fian's absence, Su Ruobing was undoubtedly the most captivating presence in Jiangcheng. Lin Bai was instantly drawn to her striking figure. Quite impressive, he thought, recalling his previous encounters. What are you staring at? Su Ruobing demanded, irritation evident on her countenance. You lecherous scoundrel, you've been ogling me all evening. Oh, I was admiring your figure, Lin Bai candidly confessed. You. Su Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, her anger flaring anew. Lin Bai, you are no longer a patient. If you continue this behavior, do you believe I want to take action against you? I believe you would not succeed, Lin Bai retorted nonchalantly, knowing full well that she could not overpower him. Fuming, Su Ruobing recognized his combat prowess from their previous encounter at the Qiao residence. Though she practiced martial arts herself, she was no match for Lin Bai. Dr. Su, there appears to be an issue with your chest. There is something within. Lin Bai's expression turned serious. If you doubt me, visit your hospital for a checkup. They will likely misdiagnose you with glandular cancer, and the doctors will recommend surgery. But do not actually go through with it. Remember to seek me out afterward. I assure you, my intentions are purely to assist your future boyfriend, as such a splendid asset must not be lost. Silence. Su Ruobing's face flushed with indignation. I refuse to believe your absurd claims. How about a wager then? Lin Bai shrugged, a mischievous grin on his face. You know I have a penchant for betting, especially since I always win. I do not gamble. Su Ruobing shot him a furious glare and turned to leave, unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze. Yet, after just a few steps, a sharp pain pierced her chest. Ugh! Su Ruobing clutched her chest, agony etched across her face. Losing her balance and collapsing to the ground, Lin Bai reached out, steadying Su Ruobing's waist. How peculiar that it manifested so swiftly. Lin Bai was somewhat taken aback as he grasped Su Ruobing's wrist, allowing a wisp of spiritual energy to flow into her body to assess her condition. Goodness, Dr. Su. It appears someone wishes for your demise. Lin Bai's expression turned slightly grave as he withdrew his hand. I must administer treatment to you at once. Otherwise, you are surely doomed. Do not. Su Ruobing wore an expression of anguish. You must call an ambulance for me. By the time the ambulance arrives, you will have already grown cold. Lin Bai, with a hint of irritation, remarked, enough. I shall not waste my breath on you any longer. He extended 2 fingers and swiftly tapped twice on Su Ruobing's body before sitting down, simultaneously pulling her to sit on his lap. Su Ruobing's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, yet she found herself unable to move or utter a word. Lin Bai's expression grew slightly grave as he suddenly yanked down the upper part of Su Ruobing's evening gown, fully exposing her upper body to the air. Lin Bai shook his head, momentarily dazed by the sight. However, he was acutely aware that he needed to save her. Focusing his mind, Lin Bai rapidly tapped his fingers on Su Ruobing's body for a full minute before suddenly exclaiming, "Come out." Suddenly, a finger jabbed at Su Ruobing's chest, and a small black insect shot out in an instant. Lin Bai pinched it between his 2 fingers. Did you see that? This entity is known as a goo worm. It has just infiltrated your heart. Had fortune not favored you, you would have succumbed in mere moments. The creature continues to writhe, evidently still alive. With a sizzling sound, Lin Bai's fingers suddenly emitted smoke, and the goo worm was reduced to ashes. Very well, I shall restore your normalcy. Please refrain from cursing, he stated. Lin Bai then prodded Su Ruobing with 2 fingers. You scoundrel, I shall fight you. Su Ruobing exclaimed, on the verge of madness. Lin Bai abruptly pushed her away and took a few steps back. Ahem, Miss Su, are you quite certain you do not wish to don your clothing first? I have no objections, for it is truly captivating. Su Ruobing regained her composure and hurriedly pulled up the gown to conceal her alluring figure. All right, take a breath. You cannot compete with me. Your desperate struggle is akin to offering an embrace to me. Lin Bai continued, suggesting that she consider who truly wishes to see her demise. And it appears that there is a deliberate intent for her to perish within this villa. Su Ruobing's chest heaved dramatically, as she evidently endeavored to rein in her emotions. After a full minute, she gritted her teeth and inquired, Who exactly are you? How do you possess such understanding? As Lin Bai remained silent, his phone suddenly rang. Upon retrieving the device and glancing at the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback by the name of his second uncle, Bai Xianyue. Following the passing of his parents, it was his second uncle who had raised him. He had initially intended to complete his tasks for the evening before calling his uncle to share the joyous news of his awakening. Could it be that his uncle already knew of his revival? Lin Bai was somewhat taken aback, yet he swiftly answered the call. Second uncle. Ah. A startled voice echoed from the other end, revealing that it belonged to a girl. Who are you? Are you Xiaohui? Lin Bai recognized the voice of his cousin, Bai Xiaohui. Xiaohui, it's your brother Lin Bai. Can't you discern my voice? Is it truly you? Bai Xiaohui began to sob. Have you awakened? You. Please hurry to the hospital. My father, he is not long for this world, and he is still concerned about you, which is why he asked me to call you. What? Xiaohui, please tell me, which hospital? I will go immediately. Lin Bai's complexion changed dramatically. How could his second uncle, not yet 50, be in such dire straits? Surely, there must have been some unforeseen circumstance. The eastern branch of Sukong Hospital. We are in the inpatient department, room 301. Hurry, brother, please. Bai Xiaohui choked out the address. As the call ended, Lin Bai swiftly turned and ran outside. Wait, where are you going? Su Ruobing was taken aback and hurried to catch up. At the East City branch of Sukong Hospital, my second uncle is in trouble. Please help me convey this to them, Lin Bai said anxiously. I will drive you there. Su Ruobing paused for a moment and added, That is my family's hospital. I can assist with any matters that arise. Lin Bai did not decline the invitation. The two swiftly departed, with Su Ruobing navigating the route with ease. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. While Su Ruobing was occupied with parking, Lin Bai hastened into the hospital, racing to room 301. However, the room was completely empty. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Bai as he quickly dialed his second uncle's number. Brother, have you arrived? The call connected, and I heard Bai Xiaowei sobbing. I am outside the side entrance of the inpatient department on the first floor. They threw my father out. Woo-woo. As Lin Bai stepped out of the side door, he was immediately overwhelmed by a foul stench. Under the dim yellow lights, beside a row of trash bins, lay a gaunt middle-aged man, Bai Xiangui, the second uncle. On the ground sat a helpless young girl, his cousin Bai Xiaowei. Tears streamed down her face, and there were distinct handprints visible on her cheeks. Xiaowei, what happened? Lin Bai was consumed by rage. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill. Brother, are you truly awake? My father has just fallen into a coma. Bai Xiaowei lifted her gaze to Lin Bai, contemplating that if only her father could awaken, he would surely be overjoyed. Over these past years, he has consistently held you in his thoughts. Lin Bai composed himself. His second uncle's condition was critical. He crouched down to assess his second uncle's state, and his expression soon turned grave. The situation was dire. Severe head trauma, intracranial hemorrhage, and failing organs necessitated immediate medical intervention. Lin Bai infused a trace of spiritual energy into his second uncle's body to temporarily alleviate the organ failure. Then gently tapped twice on his uncle's head to stabilize the intracranial bleeding. Subsequently, he lifted his second uncle from the ground. Xiaowei, do not worry, I can save him. Let us find a clean place. Lin Bai moved towards the side entrance of the hospital. Brother, wait a moment, Bai Xiaowei exclaimed, then hurriedly scrambled to follow. Stop! Are you courting death? A furious shout echoed from ahead as two security guards approached. This filthy and vile object, which we have just discarded. How dare you bring it back? Xiaowei, is it these two things that caused the second uncle to be thrown out of the hospital? Lin Bai gazed coldly at the two security guards while simultaneously inquiring of Bai Xiaowei. Indeed, it was us who discarded it. Do you have any objections, young man? One security guard responded with palpable impatience. Another guard chimed in, saying, you cannot afford the surgical fees, yet you insist on lingering in the hospital. Are we to throw you out, or do you wish for him to perish within our facility? Leave at once, or I shall not be gentle with you. Lin Bai kicked the security guard, sending him sprawling. You're asking for trouble. Another guard charged forward, wielding a baton. With another swift kick, Lin Bai sent this guard flying as well, who let out a horrified cry before crashing into the lobby of the hospital from several meters away. Damn it, kid. You're as good as dead. Before the security guard could rise, he bellowed into the intercom. Everyone to the first floor lobby. There is a disturbance. Who dares to cause trouble in our Su family's hospital? A furious shout echoed. Have you grown weary of life? A young man had just exited the elevator. Impeccably dressed in a shirt, tie, and tailored trousers, his hair neatly styled, presenting an air of sophistication. Although it was evening, the lobby was populated, and at this moment, all eyes turned towards him. They too were curious to discern who possessed the audacity to stir trouble within the confines of the Su family's hospital. That is none other than the Su family, one of the three foremost families in Jiangcheng. To stir up trouble here would be akin to courting disaster. Young Master Su, your arrival is most timely. A security guard scrambled to his feet and hastened to the young man's side. His voice lowered. The girl from the Bai family you've been eyeing. She's found herself some help from somewhere, and they're quite capable fighters. Lad, are you the one causing trouble? Young Master Su fixed his gaze on Lin Bai, who was approaching, before quickly shifting his attention to Bai Xiaowei beside him. Bai Xiaowei, where did you find this pauper? What? Do you think having someone who can fight will save your father? I told you long ago, if you just obediently served me, I would naturally see to your father's treatment. But you wouldn't listen, and now, your father is going to die, isn't he? Young Master Su's eyes gleamed with undisguised desire as he looked at Bai Xiaowei. Although she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, he had a penchant for such innocent girls. Brother, let's just go, Bai Xiaowei said, her face pale. She nervously tugged at Lin Bai's arm. We can't afford to provoke them. Something has already happened to my father. You can't let anything happen to you too. Xiaowei, it's all right. I'll take care of this trash right away. Lin Bai cast a cold glance at the so-called young Master Su, then turned his head. Miss Su, is this one of your family's people? Are you going to handle this, or should I? Boy, what nonsense are you spouting? Young Master Su turned his head instinctively, his expression instantly changing. The eldest miss, Su Mingzhi, is this how you manage the hospital? Su Ruobing exuded an aura of icy coldness, her anger palpable to everyone. You actually plotted against a patient's family, resorting to such vile and sordid means. You're simply tarnishing the reputation of the Su family. Guards. Dozens of security guards came rushing down the stairs, break Su Mingzhi's legs, and throw him out of the hospital. From this day forward, Su Mingzhi is banished from the Su family. The guards quickly positioned themselves behind Su Mingzhi, but they remained motionless. What are you waiting for? Su Ruobing snapped, her voice sharp. Are you all blind? I am Su Ruobing, the eldest daughter of the Su family. The guards still didn't react. Eldest miss, everyone sees clearly and knows who you are. Su Mingzhi chuckled, a smug look on his face. Unfortunately, we all know that neither in the Su family nor in this hospital does your word carry any weight. If you want to banish me from the Su family, you'll have to ask the second miss if she agrees first. Su Mingzhi turned to Lin Bai, a hint of mockery in his tone. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to enlist the help of the eldest Mississippi. But alas, even the eldest miss can't protect you. He waved his hand abruptly. Attack. Cripple this troublemaker causing a ruckus in the hospital. At Su Mingzhi's command, all the security guards charged towards Lin Bai with menacing intent. The patients watching the commotion in the hall quickly scattered, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone thought Lin Bai was doomed. However, the next moment, they heard a series of agonizing screams. In an instant, all the security guards were sent flying by Lin Bai's kicks. Everyone was stunned, except for Su Ruobing. Bai Xiaohui was also dumbfounded. How could her cousin be so formidable? Boy, you do have some skills, but I'm warning you, don't touch me. Su Mingzhi took 2 steps back instinctively. I am a member of the Su family. If you dare lay a hand on me, you'll be making an enemy of the entire Su family. Lin Bai's foot landed squarely in Su Mingzhi's groin. He would never let this scoundrel who dared to plot against Bai Xiaohui off the hook. It hurts. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Su Mingzhi clutched his groin, writhing on the ground in agony. Lin Bai delivered another kick. Crack. He shattered Su Mingzhi's kneecap. Su Mingzhi's screams abruptly ceased as he lost consciousness. Miss Su, could you perhaps procure some silver needles for me? The fire in Lin Bai's heart had subsided slightly. No problem, I'll go get them. Su Ruobing nodded quickly, snapping out of her daze. Then I'll take my uncle back to room 301 first. Lin Bai didn't say much else. He carried his uncle back to room 301 and gently placed him back on the bed. Brother, you hit so many people. Will you be all right? Bai Xiaohui asked, her face etched with worry. It's all right. Your brother here will be taking down more than just these people tonight. Lin Bai remained unfazed. Xiaohui, you should rest too. I'll cure uncle very soon. Before long, Su Ruobing hurried back, handing Lin Bai a box of silver needles. Lin Bai wasted no time and began administering the needles to his uncle. The Celestial 13 Needles. A needling technique recorded in the Celestial Dao Manual could be used to treat both ordinary people and injured cultivators. Fortunately, he had cultivated to the first level of Qi training last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to perform this technique. Lin Bai wielded the needles with incredible speed and precision. Su Ruobing's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Just from Lin Bai's technique alone, she could ascertain that although this man was a rogue, he indeed possessed medical skills. After a minute, Lin Bai had already inserted hundreds of needles. Su Ruobing wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt that the patient on the bed's originally gaunt and withered skin seemed to have suddenly become more hydrated. Lin Bai's needling speed abruptly slowed down. After carefully inserting a few more needles, he suddenly withdrew them and exhaled softly. His expression also relaxed. Just then, Bai Xingui's eyelids fluttered, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Xiaohui? He saw his daughter first. Xiaohui, did you call Xiao Bai? Still can't get through? Oh right, he has a girlfriend. Try calling his girlfriend. Uncle, Lin Bai called out softly. I'm here. He felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. His uncle had been so good to him, and in these years, his uncle had suffered a lot for his sake. Bai Xingui turned his head and abruptly sat up. Xiao Bai, you're awake? Good, that's wonderful. Bai Xingui choked with emotion. Then I can die without regrets. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. You're still so young. How could you die? Lin Bai said quickly. Dad, brother is especially amazing now. He's the one who cured you. Bai Xiaohui said at this moment, her face beaming with joy, but she couldn't help but wipe away tears. Tears of joy. Good, that's wonderful. I feel like there's nothing wrong with my body at all. I thought I was just having a final moment of clarity. Bai Xingui was even more excited. I knew Xiao Bai would amount to something. Xiaohui, hurry, call your mom and tell her the good news. Mr. Bai, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Don't get too excited. Su Ruobing spoke at this moment. I'll arrange for a doctor to give you a full body checkup to see how well you're recovering. I feel like I'm fine. No need for a checkup. Checkups are quite expensive. Bai Xiangwei shook his head quickly. Mr. Bai, I'll waive all of your medical expenses. No need to worry about the money. Su Ruobing added immediately. Uncle, just go get another checkup. That way everyone can rest assured. Lin Bai smiled faintly. He knew Su Ruobing's intention, which was nothing more than to confirm his medical skills. Then, all right. Bai Xiangwei nodded in agreement. Under Su Ruobing's arrangement, doctors and nurses quickly came to take Bai Xiangwei for a checkup, and Bai Xiaowei, feeling uneasy, accompanied him. In the ward, only Lin Bai and Su Ruobing remained. I'm sorry about your uncle's situation, but as you can see, this hospital isn't actually under my management. Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai. The one who truly controls the Su family now is my cousin, Su Yufei. I'm not afraid to tell you that, if nothing goes wrong. The one who used witchcraft to try to harm me should be her. Eldest miss, it's not appropriate for you to speak ill of me behind my back, is it? A soft laugh echoed as a striking woman in a black dress stepped into the room. This enchanting figure possessed a commendable physique, though it paled in comparison to Su Ruobing's. There was a subtle resemblance between them, yet overall, her beauty fell short. Su Yufei, as the second young lady of the Su family, you should be bold enough to take responsibility. Was it not you who cast the curse upon me? Su Ruobing stated coldly. Big sister, curses are mere fabrications of movies and novels. How could you take it seriously? Su Yufei shook her head. You, of all people, should believe in science as a doctor. However, I heard that you caused a ruckus in our family hospital over a man who couldn't afford his surgery. That hardly seems like your style. Turning her gaze to Lin Bai, she remarked, you are quite handsome, but to thaw my sister's icy demeanor, you must possess some extraordinary talent. Miss Su, it seems you lack experience, Lin Bai replied with a faint smile. To melt ice, one simply needs to touch it more. Silence. Su Ruobing shot him a fierce glare. This insufferable rogue was infuriating. His suggestion of touching was rather suggestive. Ah, you've gone that far? Su Yufei remarked, astonished. Handsome. You are truly fortunate. My sister's figure must feel exquisite. Indeed, it is rather delightful, making one reluctant to part with it, Lin Bai readily admitted. Su Ruobing was incensed, wishing to strike him. This wretched rogue was flaunting his advantage. Had he not saved her life, she would have surely retaliated. You are bold enough to admit that, Su Yufei said, shaking her head. Lin Bai, I truly admire your audacity. Aren't you afraid of Qin Xueyao finding out? It appeared that the second young lady of the Su family was already aware of Lin Bai's identity. Unlike you, I dare to own my actions, Lin Bai beamed. Just as you cannot admit to casting a curse, I can unequivocally inform you. Should you find your legs growing numb, and soon realize that you can only lie in bed, unable to control your bodily functions, do not doubt it. This is my doing. As he spoke, he quietly unleashed a few subtle techniques. Su Yufei's attempt to harm Su Ruobing and ensnare his beloved wife was intolerable, especially considering the ordeal faced by his uncle and cousin in the hospital. He would not let her escape unscathed. Are you threatening me? Su Yufei scoffed. Lin Bai, do you think I fear you after your display of power at the Qiao family tonight? The Su family simply does not deign to give the Qiao family face. Before she could finish, she suddenly felt her legs growing weak, struggling to maintain her balance. Her complexion shifted dramatically. What have you done to me? Quickly seek assistance from your mysterious benefactor, Lin Bai replied unhurriedly. After all, curses are not your forte. Very well. Su Yufei retreated a few steps, and someone quickly supported her. Big sister, you truly found yourself a remarkable man. Just wait. She felt her body betray her, realizing she needed to leave hastily. Did you secretly do something to Su Yufei? Su Ruobing could not help but inquire. Indeed, Lin Bai nodded. I possess a multitude of methods for discreetly dealing with adversaries. You, Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. If you are so formidable, why did you not employ other methods when you saved me? For instance, using silver needles? Well, that is not out of the question, but at that time, I had no silver needles on hand, Lin Bai casually replied. Moreover, even if I had, I would still resort to my hands. The sensation is far superior. You, Su Ruobing was exasperated. Lin Bai, I now believe in your medical skills. But do you possess no sense of medical ethics? Is it acceptable to take advantage of a patient in such a manner? Su Mei, in terms of medical ethics, I assure you I surpass the doctors at your hospital, Lin Bai replied with a smile. Besides, you seem to have misunderstood. Although I possess healing abilities, I am not a doctor. What do I need with medical ethics? His unapologetic demeanor left Su Ruobing speechless. You, shameless, she retorted before turning on her heel to leave. Pausing at the door, She did not look back. Do not say I did not warn you. Su Yufei's man is not to be trifled with. The one who casts curses is likely him. You should investigate. For years ago, I suspected that man was responsible for Fian's coma. With that, she strode out. Is that so? Lin Bai murmured to himself. Very well, he is doomed. However, he remained unhurried, prioritizing the well-being of his uncle first. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Qin Xueyao calling. Where are you? I just finished my meeting with Miss Qiao. I am at the hospital. Lin Bai briefly explained the situation regarding his uncle. I will be there shortly. Qin Xueyao hung up. As Lin Bai exited the ward, intending to find his uncle, he spotted Bai Xiaowei rushing toward him, panic etched upon her face. Brother, something terrible has happened. What is it? Lin Bai's heart sank, fearing his uncle had not recovered. It's about my mother. Bai Xiaowei approached Lin Bai, catching her breath before relaying the information swiftly. Lin Bai finally understood the circumstances surrounding his uncle's injury. 2 years prior, after Bai Xiaowei was admitted to Jiangcheng University, both her uncle and aunt moved to Jiangcheng for work. The couple found employment in the Yuehu Villa district, with her uncle serving as a security guard and her aunt as a live-in housekeeper. The employer of Bai Xiaowei's aunt was a strong-willed woman with a child. Recently, the woman's ex-husband had barged into the villa with a knife, prompting Bai Xiaowei's aunt to discreetly message her uncle for help. Ultimately, the employer was unharmed, but her uncle sustained severe injuries. The employer and the property management had initially promised to cover medical expenses, but recently they reneged, claiming her uncle was merely protecting his wife and that it was a private matter. Bai Xiaowei, outraged, posted about the incident online, and today, as her aunt sought loans, she received a message from her employer offering to lend her money on the condition that she sign an agreement. Upon her aunt's arrival, she was detained by the employer, who also demanded Bai Xiaowei come to resolve the matter in person. Brother, perhaps you should wait for Dad here while I go find Mom. Bai Xiaowei's urgency was palpable. Xiaowei, do not panic. Uncle should be finishing his examinations soon, Lin Bai reassured her. For now, we will go together. Okay, brother. I trust you. Bai Xiaowei felt that Lin Bai was capable of anything and thus was willing to follow his lead. About 10 minutes later, Bai Xiangui returned to the ward, having completed the examination and appearing quite healthy. At that moment, Qin Xueyao also arrived at the hospital. Uncle, it's me, Xueyao. We have spoken on the phone before. Qin Xueyao quickly grasped the situation. Do not worry. Lin Bai and I will handle your wife's predicament. The four of them swiftly departed the hospital, with Qin Xueyao driving them to the Yuehu Villa district. While not the most upscale area in Jiangcheng, it was still quite renowned. Bai Xiaowei's aunt's employer was named Zhang Nana, and the meeting point was the property management office. Upon arriving at the office, it was already 9 in the evening. Lin Bai immediately spotted his aunt, Wang Guiyun, sitting there with an expression of anxiety. Mother, are you all right? Bai Xiaowei hurriedly approached and gently reassured. Do not worry. Brother has awakened, and he is remarkably capable. He will seek justice for us. Xiao Bai. At that moment, Wang Guiyun also spotted Lin Bai, feeling somewhat perplexed and hesitant to recognize him. Lin Bai's demeanor and state were utterly different from her recollections. Second aunt, it is I. Lin Bai responded with a warm smile. Please remain calm. I shall handle this. He scanned the office, noting around 10 security guards standing by, alongside a middle-aged man and a woman in her 30s. You must be Zhang Nana, he remarked, directing his gaze towards the woman. Though not particularly beautiful, she possessed an appealing figure and an innate allure that was quite captivating. My second uncle nearly lost his life protecting you, even if you do not feel gratitude. Must you add insult to injury? Lin Bai's tone turned frosty. Has your conscience been fed to the dogs or discarded into the sewers? Who are you to accuse me? Zhang Nana wore a disdainful expression, and I warn you, cease your nonsense. It was clearly Wang Guiyun's indiscretions that led to her being caught in a compromising situation with a man. Slap. Lin Bai swiftly struck her across the face. I advise you to gather your thoughts and repeat that. How dare you hit me? You scoundrel. No one has ever struck me. Zhang Nana fumed. Slap. Another resounding blow landed on her face. There is no one I fear striking. You are nothing to me. Lin Bai's voice was icily resolute. You had best apologize to my second uncle and aunt immediately. Sir, I am Wang Dafa, the property manager of the Moon Lake Villa district. You are currently assaulting our resident, and I have the right to protect the residents. The middle-aged man interjected. Before he could finish, a wave of dizziness overcame him as Lin Bai retaliated with a swift slap to his face. How dare you seek death? Everyone, seize him. Wang Dafa bellowed angrily. And with his command, The 10 security guards surged forward. "Stop! Do not strike my nephew!" Bai Xiangui exclaimed in alarm. However, he was soon left speechless. For as he uttered those words, the guards had already collapsed to the ground. "Xiaobai, how are you so formidable?" Bai Xiangui was taken aback. "Young man, you are quite audacious to cause a ruckus on our territory." Wang Dafa gritted his teeth. "Just wait. I will call Wang Xiao, and he will ensure your demise." "No need to make a call. I have already arrived." A chilling voice echoed as Wang Ziqiang entered the office. His gaze seemed solely fixated on Zhang Nana as he approached her swiftly. Upon seeing the mark of a slap on her face, he erupted in fury. "Nana, tell me, which bastard struck you? I will make him pay." As he scanned the room, his expression froze upon seeing Lin Bai and Qin Xueyao. "Changgu, it was that scoundrel." Zhang Nana pointed at Lin Bai, her face contorted with rage. "He appears to be the nephew of that loathsome security guard, and that guard's daughter has been slandering me online. This brat actually came to strike me. You must avenge me." Slap. Wang Ziqiang unexpectedly struck Zhang Nana across the face, growling, "Silence. I have told you countless times. He saved you and your son. He is a hero. I instructed you to repay him well, yet you seem to have absorbed none of it. Changgu, how could you?" Zhang Nana was utterly dumbfounded, filled with disbelief and grievance. "But this is clearly you." Slap. Wang Ziqiang struck her again, roaring, "Be quiet. Kneel. Apologize to your savior. Wang Xiaoyu." Wang Dafa was also taken aback. Slap. Wang Ziqiang delivered another blow to Wang Dafa's face. "You too? Kneel and apologize immediately." "Yes, Wang Xiao." Wang Dafa, with a sorrowful expression, dared not utter another word and promptly knelt before Bai Xiangui. "Old Bai, I am sorry. It was my fault. Please forgive me. Are you not yet kneeling?" Wang Ziqiang yanked Zhang Nana up and forcefully pressed her to the ground. "Apologize now." "Yes, Changgu, I understand." Trembling, Zhang Nana, though bewildered, did not dare defy Wang Ziqiang's command. She looked at Bai Xiangui and finally, albeit reluctantly, uttered, "Security Bai, I am sorry. It was my mistake. Please forgive me." Bai Xiangui was completely bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. "Xiaobai, what is going on?" He turned to Lin Bai, suspecting that the turmoil was largely related to his nephew. "Wang Ziqiang, it seems we have quite the fate tonight," Lin Bai remarked, laced with a hint of mockery. He was somewhat surprised that Wang Ziqiang was among the 100 individuals he had incurred debts with that evening. Lin Bai, "No, brother Lin. My subordinates simply do not know better," Wang Ziqiang said, wearing a smile filled with submission. "If you find my handling unsatisfactory, please let me know, and I assure you I will rectify it." At that moment, Wang Ziqiang felt utterly defeated. Initially intending to vent his frustrations at Zhang Nana, he never anticipated that she would offend Lin Bai. Recalling Lin Bai's fierce demeanor towards Qiao Sanshi and Qin Changfeng earlier, Wang Ziqiang felt no inclination to resist. "Xiao Wang, you are quite the understanding one," Lin Bai beamed brightly. "Since that is the case, you may repay the 1 billion you owe me now." He turned to Qin Xueyao. "Wife, please hand me the promissory note." Zhang Nana and Wang Dafa abruptly looked up, incredulous that Wang Ziqiang owed someone 1 billion. Bai Xiaowei was equally astonished. 1 billion? How much is that? Is my brother truly that wealthy? "Honey, here you go." Qin Xueyao had already retrieved the promissory note from her bag, as Lin Bai had previously stored the 100 or so notes there. "Brother Lin, could you possibly grant me a few more days?" Wang Ziqiang pleaded, his face mournful. "I truly cannot gather such a sum at this moment." "Xiao Wang, you truly cannot handle compliments. I just remarked how understanding you are." Lin Bai shook his head. "This is my first time collecting debts. Do you wish for my first experience to be devoid of any pleasant memories?" Qin Xueyao wore a peculiar expression, finding his choice of words rather inappropriate. "First time? That sounds odd. Brother Lin, I genuinely do not have the money right now. You see, my family is in real estate, and the market has been sluggish lately. Funds are a bit tight." Wang Ziqiang felt deeply troubled. If he had money, how could he even consider evading a surgery fee of several $100,000? Had it not been for his attempts to dodge that sum, how would he have entangled himself with the unpredictable Lin Bai? "Well, it seems I must draw some blood tonight." Lin Bai sighed. "Since you lack funds, I must give you a choice. Would you prefer to become disabled or a eunuch?" "Wait, brother Lin, let us discuss this further." Wang Ziqiang was on the verge of tears, wishing to avoid both outcomes. "Has anyone ever told you that eunuchs actually live longer?" With unwavering sincerity, Lin Bai remarked. "I believe you might as well become a eunuch, which would alleviate many of your worries." No, Brother Lin, I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back right away. Wang Ziqiang nearly broke down. Brother Lin, I really don't have any cash. But how about this? I happen to have a villa here. The most luxurious one in this area, worth 80 million. And I spent 50 million on renovations, originally planning to move in a few days. So the house is very clean and everything is complete, ready for immediate occupancy. I'll discount it to 100 million to offset the debt, Brother Lin. You definitely won't lose out. Wang Ziqiang, who are you trying to fool? Qin Xueyao scoffed at this moment. Are you talking about Moon Lake number 1? I know that house. The opening price was indeed 80 million, but now, it's worth at most 60 million. As for the 50 million renovation, you actually spent at most 30 million, and that was decorated according to your preferences. If you want to sell it, it will be even more discounted. With this, you still want to use it to offset 100 million? Considering it as 80 million is already letting you take advantage. Yes, my wife is right. Lin Bai nodded in agreement. Little Wang, I'll take this villa, and you give me another 20 million in cash. But, Brother Lin, I really don't have any cash. Wang Ziqiang said with a bitter face. I say, you're Wang family, at least a family with assets of several billion. How can you be so poor? Lin Bai said with a look of disgust. Forget it. This property management company is also yours, right? Wife, help me calculate. See if his property management company is worth 20 million? Let me check. Qin Xueyao took out her phone, checked for a few minutes, and then concluded. Hubby, this property management company is okay. It can make a profit every year, discounting it to 20 million. We're slightly at a loss, but not much. Alas, it's troublesome to collect debts from such paupers. Lin Bai shook his head and sighed. Forget it, I'll just take a loss. That little Wang, go through the procedures. Transfer the house and this property management company to my second uncle's name. Okay, I'll prepare the contract right away. Wang Ziqiang wiped his sweat and hurriedly ordered Wang Dafa to handle it. Xiao Bai, what did you just say? Bai Xiangwei couldn't help but speak. You want to transfer the house and company to my name? How can this be? Second uncle, why can't it be? I was planning to give this house to you anyway. Lin Bai smiled. As for the property management company, you and second aunt will be the bosses from now on. Whoever has bullied you, you can fire them all. But so much money. Bai Xiangwei still wanted to say something. Second uncle, just accept it. I don't lack money now. Lin Bai said with a serious face. You and second aunt used to suffer a lot for me. Now that I have the ability, I naturally want you to live a good life. You don't have to worry about company management issues. I will have Xueyao send a few people to manage it specifically. In short, you can just be the boss and collect money in peace from now on. But this, Bai Xiangwei was still hesitating. Xiangwei, it's rare that Xiao Bai is so promising and conscientious. Just accept it. Wang Guiyun said at this time. How many relatives laughed at you for being silly back then? Even if you don't want to earn face for yourself, you have to earn this face back for Xiao Bai. Let everyone know that you did the right thing back then. Bai Xiangwei was silent for a few seconds, then nodded heavily. Okay, Xiao Bai, then I'll accept it. However, we are a family. If you need it in the future, I can return it to you at any time. Second uncle, just leave a room for me at home. I will come back to live occasionally. Lin Bai smiled slightly. Okay, little Wang, take us to see the house first. Okay, Brother Lin, come with me. Wang Ziqiang immediately led the way. In the Moon Lake Villa area, there is a Moon Lake, and Moon Lake number 1 is in the middle of the crescent moon, surrounded by the lake on 3 sides, covering an area of nearly 2,000 square meters. Even Qin Xueyao was very satisfied with this villa, not to mention Bai Xiangwei's family. What surprised them even more was that someone was indeed ready to move in here. Everything was available, and all were brand new. In the yard, there was also a barbecue grill, seemingly ready for an outdoor barbecue, and all kinds of barbecue ingredients were actually in the refrigerator. Everyone actually hadn't eaten dinner, and now they were all hungry, so Lin Bai suggested having a barbecue directly as a celebration. Late at night, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Wang Ziqiang had already left. The procedures had been basically completed, and some needed to be supplemented tomorrow. Bai Xiangwei and Wang Guiyun were going up and down the stairs inside the villa. They had looked at the house many times, but they still hadn't seen enough. Brother, pinch me. Bai Xiaowei ran to Lin Bai again. She still felt like she was dreaming. Xiaowei, this is the 10th time. This is not a dream. Here, have a grilled wing. Lin Bai handed Bai Xiaowei a skewer of grilled wings. Thank you, brother. Bai Xiaowei ran away again. She went into the house, not knowing who she was excitedly talking to on the phone. Lin Bai, are we still going to get the marriage certificate tomorrow? Qin Xueyao hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Miss Qin, you just got the Qin family, And you're going to abandon your boyfriend who's been protecting you for 3 years? Lin Bai said with a look of surprise. You're crossing the bridge a little too fast. You know I don't mean that. Qin Xueyao was a little annoyed. You have so much money now. Do you still lack my 10 million? Also, don't think I don't know. You and Xiao Fian, there must be some special relationship. Moreover, the way you look at Su Ruobing, as if you want to devour her, don't think I didn't notice. I think you wouldn't want to be tied to me. If you're still willing to get the marriage certificate with me, then we'll go tomorrow. Miss Qin, look at my eyes now. Lin Bai stared at Qin Xueyao. Qin Xueyao was a little confused and soon realized something was wrong. Where was this guy looking? What are you looking at? Qin Xueyao was a little shy and annoyed. You said my eyes. Do they also want to devour you? Lin Bai smiled playfully. Don't overthink it. Of course I'm willing to get the marriage certificate with you. Speaking of which, my dear wife, I'm actually very poor now. Can you give me this month's living expenses now? Don't you have 10,000 cash? Qin Xueyao was a little speechless, but she still transferred 100,000 to Lin Bai. It's so good to have a wife who spits out gold coins. Lin Bai was very satisfied. Here, wife, have some meat. He handed Qin Xueyao a skewer of grilled meat. The Saintess is of course excellent, but this campus belle is also very good. Qin Xueyao used to be the dream of all the boys in Jiangcheng University. Now that this dream is right in front of him, how could he push it away? The 9 Saintesses are all waiting for him. He is destined to not be a devoted person in this life, and he doesn't want to be a devoted person. The Tao of heaven is natural, and the heavenly Tao art also emphasizes being unrestrained. Ordinary people may make choices, but he, as a dignified immortal venerable, must have it all. The road of cultivation is long. Only by maintaining the love for beautiful women can one resist the long years. Hey, can you tell me, what is your relationship with Xiao Fian? Qin Xueyao couldn't help but ask. I can't explain this matter to you. Lin Bai thought for a while. You can think of it, as I had an online love with her for thousands of days and nights. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Qin Xueyao bit a piece of grilled meat angrily. Lin Bai was also very helpless. She wouldn't believe him if he said it was an online love. Wouldn't she believe him even more if he told her it was a dream love? At the same time, in another villa in the Moon Lake Villa area, Brother Chong. Who exactly is that Lin Bai? Zhang Nana said with a look of grievance. Look at my face, it's all swollen. Even Xiao Sanshur was castrated by him. What's it to you to be slapped twice? Wang Ziqiang said with irritation. That scoundrel is Qin Xueyao's boyfriend, the one who just awakened from a coma yesterday. And today he seems to be on a roll. Every prominent family in Jiangcheng now owes him money. But that's not the crux of the matter. Xiao Fian has just released news that Qin Xueyao is her partner. Anyone who attacks Qin Xueyao or her boyfriend is essentially making an enemy of Xiao Fian. Wang Ziqiang looked vexed. This whole situation feels off, as if Xiao Fian is protecting that scoundrel, Lin Bai. By the way, Changge isn't no. One Yuehu what young master you wanted? Zhang Nana expressed her concerns. Now that you've given it to Lin Bai, how will you explain this to young Master Yi? What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Ziqiang replied with displeasure. I didn't give it to Lin Bai. He just snatched it away. I opposed it, and even got beaten up by that scoundrel. All right, Nana, I slapped you twice earlier. Now you can hit me back. Go ahead and give it your all. Then, Changge, bear with it. Zhang Nana understood Wang Ziqiang's intentions and then slapped him. Harder. Hit me harder. Keep going. That night, the upper echelons of Jiangcheng were rife with undercurrents, and Lin Bai was the hottest name in town. Both Lin Bai and Qin Xueyao had not slept at all. The Bai family, consisting of Bai Xian and his wife and child, was equally exhilarated and had stayed awake the entire night. By 8 in the morning, Qin Xueyao made several calls to arrange for the transfer of the villa and the management of the property company. Afterwards, she drove Lin Bai to obtain their marriage certificate. Gazing at the certificate in her hands, Qin Xueyao felt a sense of disorientation. On one hand, she thought she had acted hastily. On the other, she sensed she might have made the most correct choice. Darling, now that we are married, should we go celebrate in a hotel? Lin Bai asked earnestly. Qin Xueyao snapped back to reality and gave him a roll of her eyes. Didn't you say that sleeping together costs extra? I'm broke. Well, that's negotiable. For the first time, just $1 will do. The second time, $2. The third time, $4. Essentially, the price doubles each time. It's hardly a fortune, Lin Bai chuckled. Who are you trying to fool? Have you forgotten I'm a genius? Qin Xueyao retorted, feeling exasperated. I'm not in the mood to banter. I need to head to the Qin group. Do you want to come with me? If you're willing, I can arrange a job for you there. Before Lin Bai could respond, his phone chimed. Congratulations, Lin Bai. You've recovered and been discharged. It was Chao Jun tagging him in their university group. What is this fool up to? Lin Bai muttered to himself before turning to Qin Xueyao. I want to be going for now. Give me those IOUs, and I'll go collect debts later. All right, that works. Qin Xueyao retrieved all the IOUs from her bag and handed them to Lin Bai before driving away. Is Lin Bai really awake? Is this for real? Chao Jun, where did you get this news? Dude, you're really awake? Respond. It seemed that everyone was aware of Lin Bai's accident and subsequent coma. Lin Bai finally responded in the group. Chao Jun, weren't both your arms broken? Are you typing this with your pig brain? Wow, Lin Bai, you're really awake. Congratulations. Surviving great adversity brings great fortune. The group erupted in excitement, with some even sending virtual red envelopes. However, Chao Jun did not send any further messages. Lin Bai vaguely understood Chao Jun's intentions. It appeared that there were likely enemies among his university peers. Bro, how are you doing now? Are you able to come out? A private message came from his university roommate, Hu Ping'an. If your health allows, I'll organize a gathering tonight to celebrate your recovery. That sounds good. I'm feeling well. Lin Bai did not refuse, as he had a good relationship with Hu Ping'an, who had taken care of him during their university days. Then it's settled. I'll send you the address later, and we'll discuss it further. The group continued chatting. But Lin Bai glanced at the messages and lost interest. After a brief contemplation, he dialed Xiao Fian's number. Wife, do you have detailed information on the prominent families in Jiangcheng? I plan to go collect debts and need to familiarize myself first. I have some, darling. Please wait a moment. I'll send you a copy right away. Xiao Fian's voice was gentle. Oh, by the way, congratulations on your marriage. You really are well informed. My dear, Lin Bai remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He felt no need to explain his relationship with Xiao Fian. All right, dear, I've sent you the information. I'll hang up now. Xiao Fian quickly ended the call. Lin Bai opened the document and began to peruse it. The information was so detailed that he spent a full hour reading it. Let us first visit Fan Xingtang, he decided. The Fan family is one of the 8 premier families in Jiangcheng, and Fan Xingtang is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the city. Lin Bai took a taxi to the main branch of Fan Xingtang, where the head of the Fan family, Fan Zhongjing, usually consulted. Upon arrival, Lin Bai found a long queue of over 100 people waiting outside. He couldn't be bothered with the crowd and walked straight inside. Hey, stop right there. A security guard immediately blocked Lin Bai. Go to the back of the line. I'm here to collect a debt. Why should I wait in line? Lin Bai replied impatiently, glancing inside before raising his voice. Old man Fan, your grandson Fan Jiming owes me 100 million. Just let me know if you and Appos are willing to pay. If you're not willing, just say so, and I'll go find Fan Jiming directly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who is this guy, shouting like that, with no manners at all? Kid, is that how you speak to the medicine king? What is your name? Don't waste our time. The waiting crowd expressed their discontent. Everyone shut up. Lin Bai snapped. Do you know why you're sick? It's because you can't mind your own business. Young friend, you must be Lin Bai, right? A robust voice rang out, followed by the appearance of an elderly man in traditional Chinese attire. With a youthful appearance despite his gray hair, Fan Zhongjing exuded an extraordinary presence. I acknowledge my inept grandson's bet with you. However, 100 million is no small sum. I wonder if you could grant us a few days' grace. No worries. I happen to need some medicinal herbs, Lin Bai replied, handing Fan Zhongjing a list. Just get me the herbs on this list. Fan Zhongjing took the list and said, Thank you, young friend. I'll arrange it immediately. Rest assured, I will provide you with the best quality at cost price. If it's still insufficient to settle the debt, I will compensate you with cash. You're quite straightforward, old man, Lin Bai remarked, pleased. In that case, I'll share something with you for free. There's something growing in your head. You'd better find a way to remove it, or you might not live much longer. Fan Zhongjing's expression changed dramatically. Young friend, please follow me inside. Fan Zhongjing led Lin Bai into the clinic, taking him to a secluded room. As soon as they were alone, Fan Zhongjing suddenly knelt down. I implore you, Great One, save my Fan family. From your demeanor, it seems you know someone has placed a curse on you? Lin Bai inquired, surprised. Yes, Mr. Lin. It's that son-in-law of the Su family, Ning Buer. Zhongjing was quite incensed. He used witchcraft on me, coercing me into submission and demanding that I hand over the entire Fan family fortune to Su Yufei. I secretly sought help from many people, but none could resolve this curse. Yet, you discerned the problem at a glance. Surely you possess the means to remedy it? At that moment, Fan Zhongjing gazed at Lin Bai with a reverent expression, his eyes brimming with hope. That scoundrel again? Lin Bai furrowed his brow slightly. This reprobate extends his reach everywhere. The information Xiao Fian furnished him also contained details about the Su family, affording him some insight into Ning Buer. Ning Buer had entered the Su family 5 years prior, becoming Su Yufei's husband. Ostensibly, he was a mere son-in-law of a second-rate wealthy family, but in reality, he seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. First, rise. Lin Bai regarded Fan Zhongjing. Mere witchcraft is but a triviality. I can certainly resolve it. Fetch a box of silver needles. I shall assist you forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Fan Zhongjing was visibly moved. He hastily rose and retrieved a wooden box from the bottom of a drawer. Mr. Lin, these are my treasured, specially crafted silver needles. Please use them. Without further ado, Lin Bai seized a silver needle and proceeded to exorcise the curse from Fan Zhongjing. For him, exorcising curses was a mere trifle. In less than a minute, a parasitic worm emerged along the silver needle, subsequently turning to ashes upon it. It is done. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your life-saving grace. Fan Zhongjing once more prostrated himself in gratitude. Enough with the constant kneeling. I saved you not only because I harbor animosity towards that Ning Buer, but also because I require you to attend to certain matters for me. Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively. I shall require a considerable quantity of medicinal herbs in the future. Your assistance in procuring them would be most suitable. Prepare the herbs on the list as soon as possible and deliver them to Villa No. 1 at Moon Lake. Yes, Mr. Lin. Fan Zhongjing replied with utmost deference. This old man and the Fan family are willing to offer our utmost service to you. Let us leave it at that for now. I shall go and meet Ning Buer. Lin Bai turned to depart. This Ning Buer is a menace who should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Mr. Lin, farewell. Fan Zhongjing escorted Lin Bai out of Fan Xingtang. His respectful and courteous demeanor astonished everyone in the queue. Who said the debtor is the master? The creditor is the true master. As soon as Lin Bai settled into a taxi, he received an unfamiliar call. Lin Bai, if you dare touch my wife, I shall kill yours. A chilling voice emanated from the phone. Go and collect Qin Xueyao's corpse. Remember, I am Ning Buer, the one who keeps his word. The call was terminated. Lin Bai swiftly retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to the driver. Driver, proceed to Qin's building at the fastest possible speed. This money is all yours. Right away, the taxi sped off. Qin's building was a towering office building with over 30 stories, one of Qin's family's properties. The top 2 floors housed the Qin Group's offices, while the other floors were leased out. At that moment, on the top floor, in the CEO's office, Qin Xueyao gazed at Qin Changfeng, who had just risen from his wheelchair, with utter astonishment. Your legs are healed again? Qin Xueyao, are you disappointed? Qin Changfeng hissed through gritted teeth. I am, after all, your younger brother. Upon seeing my legs healed, is that truly your expression? Qin Changfeng, what time is it? Spare me the pretense of sibling affection. Qin Xueyao's tone was laced with undisguised sarcasm. Speak your piece. What brings you here? If it is money you seek, you shall find none. Very well. Qin Changfeng advanced a step toward Qin Xueyao. Since you disown your kin, then you must not blame me. A cold glint flashed as a spring-loaded knife appeared in Qin Changfeng's hand. The blade sprang out with a snap. Qin Changfeng's eyes were filled with malice as he lunged at Qin Xueyao. Ah! Qin Xueyao cried out in alarm, hastily dodging while shouting, Someone help. Save your breath. I am in charge of security at Qin's group. No one will enter. Qin Changfeng pursued Qin Xueyao. His legs were evidently not entirely agile, but the spacious office afforded Qin Xueyao some respite. Qin Changfeng, do not be insane. Qin Xueyao's voice was urgent. Even if you kill me, you shall not obtain the Qin family's assets. I have already registered our marriage with Lin Bai. In that case, most of the Qin family's wealth shall belong to Lin Bai. Surely you do not wish for that. Do not doubt me. Behold, our marriage certificate. Qin Xueyao produced the marriage certificate. As expected, Qin Changfeng ceased his attack. Qin Changfeng, I can write a will stipulating that all my assets shall be yours upon my death. Qin Xueyao immediately dangled a temptation Qin Changfeng could not resist. Qin Xueyao, you seek to delay me, do you not? Qin Changfeng sneered. Do you believe that rustic Lin Bai can come to your rescue? Very well. I shall allow you to write your will. Qin Xueyao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could stall for time, she would eventually find an opportunity to seek help. First, put away the knife. Qin Xueyao approached her desk to retrieve paper and pen. Ah! A sudden, excruciating pain erupted. The spring-loaded knife in Qin Changfeng's hand had plunged deeply into her heart. Qin Changfeng, you actually. Qin Xueyao was bewildered. She had miscalculated, and the price she paid was her life. Qin Xueyao, you consider yourself clever, but you are nothing more than a fool. Qin Changfeng sneered. Both you and Lin Bai shall die today. Once you are both dead, who will care about your will? That rustic Lin Bai shall not seize even a fraction of our Qin family's possessions. Qin Changfeng's face was contorted with cruelty. Fear not. That good-for-nothing Lin Bai shall soon join you. With those words, Qin Changfeng abruptly withdrew the spring-loaded knife and turned to leave. Qin Xueyao clutched her chest and slowly collapsed to the ground, her consciousness fading. To think I would die at the hands of a failure like Qin Changfeng. Qin Xueyao murmured, feeling utterly pathetic. She felt unworthy of herself. Alas, this was truly the end. I only just got married. Before Qin Xueyao completely lost consciousness, a trace of unwillingness lingered in her heart, and in that instant, the image of Lin Bai involuntarily appeared in her mind. At that very moment, Lin Bai burst into Qin Xueyao's office. He darted to her side, seized her wrist, and channeled spiritual energy into her body, swiftly assessing her condition. Subsequently, he produced silver needles and rapidly administered acupuncture to Qin Xueyao. The 13 heavenly needles could resurrect the dead, regenerate flesh, restore shattered golden cores, and even repair souls. Although his spiritual power was currently insufficient, healing Qin Xueyao was still within his capabilities. By the time Lin Bai withdrew the needles, 3 minutes had elapsed. Qin Xueyao and Appo's beautiful eyes fluttered open. Lin Bai, have you also died so quickly? Qin Xueyao was momentarily stunned. She sat up from the floor, beheld the familiar office, and then, wait, I am not dead? She instinctively lowered her head and touched her left breast. The excruciating pain was still fresh in her memory, but upon touching it, she felt nothing. My wife, you are perfectly fine. It is just that our child almost had to drink milk powder. Lin Bai appeared composed, but inwardly, he was on the verge of exploding. Damn it, he had just managed to deceive this beautiful school belle into marrying him, and he had not even had the chance to sleep with her before she almost died. If he did not obliterate Ning Buer today, he would renounce his name. I am not going to bear you a son. Qin Xueyao's fair cheeks flushed crimson. I shall go take a bath first. She still had bloodstains on her body, and fortunately, she could bathe and change clothes here. Qin Xueyao spent a full half-hour bathing, primarily to calm the lingering fear of near death. My wife, is our daughter's milk powder storage room undamaged? Lin Bai inquired with a serious expression. Are there any scars left? Your demeanor is quite exasperating, Qin Xueyao remarked, somewhat irked. She had narrowly escaped death moments ago, yet this individual seemed most preoccupied with trivialities. Shooting a fierce glare at Lin Bai, she declared, there's no scar. In truth, she had been concerned about this very issue and had checked herself. That's a relief, Lin Bai responded, his expression relaxing. I haven't had the chance to eat yet. Let us descend, he suggested, leading Qin Xueyao downstairs, while the staff of the Qin group appeared blissfully unaware of the extraordinary events that had transpired in the president's office. As they descended, Qin Xueyao recounted the situation to Lin Bai. My dear, you should stay with Xiao Fian. She can ensure your safety. A few vehicles were parked by the roadside, one of which had its window lowered, revealing the stunning visage of Xiao Fian. Lin Bai had called her while Qin Xueyao was taking a shower. Please be cautious. I suspect Qin Changfeng has set a trap for you. Qin Xueyao expressed with genuine concern, fully aware that Lin Bai was intent on confronting Qin Changfeng. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xueyao departed in Xiao Fian's vehicle. Lin Bai's smile faded, replaced by a stern countenance. It is time to exact vengeance. He grabbed his phone and dialed Ning Buer directly. Provide me with an address. I am coming to eliminate you. Excellent. I appreciate your decisiveness. Ning Buer's voice remained icy. I will be waiting for you at the Dark Dragon Hall. Do not fail to appear. The call ended abruptly. Lin Bai frowned, pondering the location of the Dark Dragon Hall, which had not been mentioned in the materials Xiao Fian had provided. He approached the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi, when a luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class halted beside him. It was Su Ruobing. Lin Bai opened the door and entered the passenger seat. Su, do you know where the Dark Dragon Hall is? Lin Bai unabashedly admired Su Ruobing's figure, musing that seatbelts were indeed a remarkable invention. You plan to go to the Dark Dragon Hall? Su Ruobing furrowed her brow. That establishment is known for loan sharking. You have no need for money now. So why go there? I intend to kill Ning Buer, Lin Bai replied candidly. He is currently awaiting me there. Ning Buer has returned to Jiangcheng? Su Ruobing's expression shifted. She recalled that he had left with Su Yufei the previous night. Wait, this is bad. With that, she slammed her foot on the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward. Are you taking me to the Dark Dragon Hall? Lin Bai questioned, perplexed. Not yet. We must first go to the hospital, the very one where you were previously admitted. Su Ruobing spoke rapidly. My parents suddenly fell ill today and are undergoing examinations. Fian informed me that you possess a method to prevent being cursed. I initially sought you for this reason. After Su Yufei's episode last night, Ning Buer took her to Tianhai for treatment. I believed he was absent from Jiangcheng. But now that you mention he has returned, it is likely my parents have been tampered with. Please assist me. Since your parents are still alive, there is no immediate danger to them, Lin Bai countered. First, take me to the Dark Dragon Hall. Once I have dealt with Ning Buer, we can check on your parents. Otherwise, I shall go alone. Why the urgency to kill Ning Buer? Su Ruobing slowed the vehicle. Ning Buer nearly killed my wife. Lin Bai replied with a calm demeanor. What? Su Ruobing slammed on the brakes, incredulity washing over her. Qin Xueyao? Who else? If we include you. He nearly killed both my wives, Lin Bai quipped casually. If Qiao Fian's coma was also his doing, then that makes 3. This vendetta has escalated. Ning Buer must die. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not your rogue's wife. Su Ruobing retorted, flustered, before flooring the accelerator once more. As they approached an intersection, she swiftly turned, stating, I will take you to the Dark Dragon Hall. Jiangcheng was home to 3 underground organizations. The Dark Dragon Hall, known for loan sharking, the Hidden Phoenix Hall, notorious for illicit dealings, and the Black Tiger Hall, which engaged in various criminal activities. Loan sharking required a multitude of enforcers, making the Dark Dragon Hall the most formidable in terms of combat prowess. Su Ruobing conveyed this information to Lin Bai as she parked outside the Dark Dragon building. The headquarters of the Dark Dragon Hall, a modest 9-story structure devoid of elevators. Are you certain you wish to enter alone? Su Ruobing inquired, apprehensive. There are at least hundreds, if not thousands, inside. Can you truly handle them on your own? One person may struggle, but with you accompanying me, it becomes manageable. Lin Bai asserted, exiting the vehicle. Come now, Su Ruobing, let us enter together. Have you lost your mind? Su Ruobing exclaimed, exasperated. If I were capable of fighting, I would have eliminated you long ago. Bringing me along would only be a burden. I shall wait in the car. Su Ruobing, I present you with 2 choices. Either exit the vehicle and accompany me inside, or I shall carry you in, Lin Bai stated earnestly. I am quite busy. Do not delay me. Fuming, Su Ruobing begrudgingly exited the vehicle. Why must you insist on my presence? She questioned, bewildered. Outside, you risk being captured as a hostage. Lin Bai explained as he strode forward. Moreover, I wish for you to witness my dazzling prowess firsthand, so that you may inevitably fall for me. Oh, Su Ruobing, I do not know Ning Bu and Appos. Please remind me when the time comes. Su Ruobing silently gritted her teeth, feeling regretful for seeking out Lin Bai. Halt! What is your purpose here? A voice boomed from the entrance of the building. Wow, this girl is stunning. Her figure is impressive. Someone had fixated on Su Ruobing, but their words were cut short by a pained cry. Without any hesitation, Lin Bai sprang into action. You seek death. Do you know where you are? To cause a commotion in the Dark Dragon Hall. You are finished. The shouts were soon accompanied by screams. Lin Bai advanced into the Dark Dragon building, incapacitating anyone who came into his line of sight, limbs severed, or worse. Initially, Su Ruobing harbored concerns for Lin Bai's safety, given the overwhelming number of adversaries. However, mere minutes later, she found herself questioning her own sanity. Why was she worried about this audacious man? Not only was he a rogue, but he was also exceptionally skilled. Within 3 minutes, he had ascended to the 3rd floor. Appearing to exert minimal effort, 10 minutes later, they had successfully reached the 9th floor. Su Ruobing felt somewhat numbed by the experience, struggling to comprehend how this seemingly frail man, who had been in a vegetative state for 3 years, had become such a formidable combatant. Had there been a genetic mutation? Kid, are you Lin Bai? A resonant voice echoed, unmistakably powerful. I have heard you have offended the prominent families of Jiangcheng. I must admit, you possess quite the audacity. The 9th floor was an expansive, undivided space, now eerily vacant. In its center sat a sofa, on which lounged a tattooed man, bare-chested, with his legs crossed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of the Dark Dragon Hall, Dark Dragon. He rose slowly, eyeing Lin Bai. I present you with a choice. Surrender the 100 billion debt note in your possession, along with this lovely lady beside you, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Enough. I find your arrogance utterly irksome. Lin Bai advanced towards Dark Dragon. I, too, offer you a choice. Tell me where Ning Buer is, and I shall only break your legs. Be cautious. I have heard Dark Dragon is quite the fighter. Having participated in underground bouts, Su Ruobing interjected. Little girl, you possess a modicum of insight, with a touch of arrogance. Dark Dragon anticipated his victory. Once I've dispatched this whelp, I'll ensure your ultimate demise. A swift kick to the abdomen from Lin Bai sent Dark Dragon sprawling, his robust frame crashing to the earth several meters away. In a flash, Lin Bai stood over him, his foot planted firmly on Dark Dragon's groin. One final chance. Lin Bai's voice was like ice. Where's Ning Buer? Refuse, and this foot will guarantee your demise. I don't know. Dark Dragon wailed as Lin Bai increased the pressure. Please, spare me. I genuinely don't know. Ning Buer merely instructed me to eliminate you, promising a substantial reward from the Jiangcheng families. I swear, I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Dark Dragon's cries abruptly ceased as he lost consciousness. I overestimated that trash. Ning Buer, Lin Bai muttered, displeased at his absence. Lin Bai, you contemptible rube, you are not worthy of Ning's presence. A voice seethed from beyond the doorway. I will be the one to end you. A cacophony of footsteps heralded the arrival of 100 burly men, brandishing weapons, encircling Lin Bai and Su Ruobing. Qin Changfeng emerged, his gaze filled with hatred and envy. Lin Bai, you loathsome gigolo, you've ensnared Su Ruobing as well? Qin Changfeng, persist with your vulgarities, and I'll tear your tongue out. Su Ruobing retorted icily. Spare me your airs, Su Ruobing. Qin Changfeng sneered. You and that harlot Qin Xueyao, always so haughty, feigning purity. Once I've dealt with this country bumpkin, I'll have my way with you. Lin Bai's foot connected with Qin Changfeng's groin, creating another eunuch. Kill him. Kill him now. Qin Changfeng shrieked from the ground, his face contorted with rage. The burly men surged toward Lin Bai. Qin Changfeng's features twisted into a mask of fury. Lin Bai, you asked for this. Were you not content as a vegetable? Since you crave death, I'll reunite you with Qin Xueyao. Did you presume to be invincible? These are the Azure Dragon Society's elite enforcers. Even Dark Dragon could only handle 10 at most. Qin Changfeng, perhaps you should observe the situation while you rant? Su Ruobing interjected, her patience exhausted. She felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Changfeng, blinded by agony. You will be next, Su Ruobing. I will make you scream. Su Ruobing silenced him with a swift kick. Her irritation with Lin Bai had reached its peak. Unable to best him, she found solace in striking Qin Changfeng. This cannot be. Qin Changfeng finally grasped the reality of the battle. Disbelief washed over him, momentarily eclipsing his pain. They and Oppos, the elite enforcers. How could they? Qin Changfeng refused to accept the scene before him. The elite enforcers were all sprawled on the ground, mirroring his own predicament. Lin Bai approached Qin Changfeng, looming over him. Haha, Lin Bai, so you can fight? You still failed to save Qin Xueyao. Qin Changfeng erupted in manic laughter. Do you know the exquisite pleasure I derived from plunging the knife into her heart? Ha ha ha. Lin Bai's foot crushed Qin Changfeng's knee. Your hopes are dashed. Xueyao thrives, while your existence will become a living hell. Lin Bai's pressure intensified, causing Qin Changfeng's knee to crack. Do you know why you can still walk? Ning healed me. Qin Changfeng hissed through gritted teeth. Lin Bai, revel not in your triumph. Against Ning, you are nothing. Physician? Lin Bai scoffed. You consider this charlatan, who resorts to insidious poison, a physician. Then behold what your esteemed physician has done to you. Lin Bai removed his foot and tore away a portion of Qin Changfeng's trousers, exposing his knee. Ah! Su Ruobing gasped, recoiling instinctively. Those are parasites? Several repulsive worms writhed on Qin Changfeng's knee, devouring his flesh. My leg. What's happening to my leg? Qin Changfeng cried in terror. He frantically dialed a number on his phone. Ning, save me. Please. Lin Bai was satisfied. This was the effect he desired. Yet, an ominous premonition washed over him. A primal sense of impending danger. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The explosions continued for 3 relentless minutes, reducing the Azure Dragon building to rubble. In that moment, the filth seemed to be buried. Elsewhere, in a flower bed near the Azure Dragon building, Su Ruobing exclaimed, Are you not going to release me? Her face flushed with embarrassment. In the chaos, Lin Bai had seized her and leaped from the 9th floor, landing in the flower bed. Su Ruobing was unscathed, but found herself sprawled atop Lin Bai. The intimacy of their position was undeniable. Moreover, Lin Bai's embrace was far from innocent. His hand had ventured to her thigh. Su Ruobing mentally berated Lin Bai, who even in the face of near death, could not resist taking advantage. "You are truly generous, my dear," Lin Bai murmured, although Su Ruobing was unsure of the compliment's target, given the proximity of his hand to her posterior. "Let us focus," she retorted. "Ning is undoubtedly watching. We must draw him out. Listen carefully. This is what you must do." 2 minutes later, Su Ruobing emerged from the flower bed, her clothes disheveled and her face begrimed. She stumbled towards her car, silently cursing Lin Bai. The scoundrel had insisted on making her appear distressed and had taken excessive liberties in the process. Despite her resentment, she remained committed to Lin Bai's plan. Ning, a ruthless and malevolent individual, needed to be stopped to protect her family. Su Ruobing reached her Mercedes G-Wagon, and after entering the vehicle, she hesitated before starting the engine, instead engaging in a series of phone calls. After a prolonged 10 minutes, she appeared to regain her composure, and finally started the car, preparing to depart. Just then, 2 vehicles rapidly approached, blocking Su Ruobing's path. 7 or 8 burly men emerged, surrounding Su Ruobing's car. Finally, a pale, effeminate young man exited one of the vehicles. "Su Ruobing, they say beauty is ephemeral. It seems your luck has run out. In that case, I must personally ensure your demise. Ning, your reckless and indiscriminate slaughter will not go unpunished," Su Ruobing declared, her voice icy and devoid of fear. To her surprise, Lin Bai's predictions had been accurate, and Ning had appeared. "Su Ruobing, coming as you do from a prominent family, how can you utter such naive words?" Ning shook his head. "Who among the so-called elite is truly without sin? Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Society's concealed explosives were accidentally detonated, a consequence of their own actions. Moreover, the Dark Dragon Society has committed countless atrocities, devastating numerous families. Even if rumors spread that I was responsible, the people of Jiangcheng would still revere me as divine Dr. Ning, for I am ridding the world of evil. Ning Buer, your audacity knows no bounds." Su Ruobing exclaimed icily, inwardly frustrated by the dog of a man's tardiness. "Su Ruobing, do you fancy yourself a paragon of medical virtue?" Ning Buer sneered. "Alas, in the eyes of others, your most alluring attribute remains your bosom. And I, whom you hold in such contempt, am the revered divine doctor of Jiangcheng, sought after by countless souls. Do you even fathom how many individuals I have healed in these past 5 years? What gives you and that trash Lin Bai the audacity to challenge me? Simply because I surpass you in every conceivable way," a languid voice declared as a figure materialized with suddenness. The hulking brutes encircling the vehicle collapsed soundlessly. Lin Bai steadied himself, simultaneously flicking his wrist, sending 2 silver needles hurtling forth, one piercing Ning Buer's heart, the other his cranium. "You dare call yourself a divine physician?" Lin Bai scoffed. "Any last words? You're still alive?" Ning Buer gasped, disbelief flooding his eyes. You possess no backing. How can you be so formidable? Who are you?" "Those who possess true strength require no pedigree," Lin Bai retorted, retrieving the silver needles. "I, however, shall be the pedigree of others. You truly dare to slay me?" Ning Buer clutched his chest. I refuse to accept this. I was on the cusp of seizing control of all of Jiangcheng. The Ning family will not let you escape retribution." His voice trailed off, and he slumped to the ground, lifeless. He's truly dead?" Su Ruobing inquired, emerging from the vehicle. "Feel free to ascertain for yourself," Lin Bai quipped. "Though, my dear Ruobing, I assure you, my physique is far more pleasing to the touch." Ugh, a bizarre notion flitted through Su Ruobing's mind. Is this rogue some kind of pervert? Does he actually find Ning Buer more appealing than me? How utterly absurd. Just then, Lin Bai crouched down, meticulously scrutinizing Ning Buer's corpse. He then looked up. "Ruobing, are you certain that Ning Buer was Su Yufei's paramour?" he inquired, perplexed. "Something about this Ning Buer is amiss." "Nonsense. Of course I'm certain," Su Ruobing retorted impatiently. "Su Yufei even bore him a son, which is one of the reasons she holds such sway within the Su family. She has provided an heir, while I remain without even a boyfriend." "She bore him a son?" Lin Bai murmured to himself. "This matter has taken an intriguing turn. Oh, and by the way, Ruobing, should you require assistance with the procreation of heirs, I am at your service. I could sirate with you." "Silence," Su Ruobing snapped, once again feeling the urge to strike him. "Let us depart at once. Such commotion is bound to attract unwanted attention." "Very well, you may proceed ahead. I shall attend to this matter," Lin Bai replied. Su Ruobing swiftly drove away, while Lin Bai tidied up the scene before following suit. Moments later, he spotted Su Ruobing's vehicle proceeding at a snail's pace, evidently awaiting his arrival. Lin Bai re-entered Su Ruobing's car. What precisely did you mean by those remarks? Su Ruobing pressed, unable to contain her curiosity. Are you suggesting that Ning Buer was not Su Yufei's man? Ning Buer suffered from a certain physical impairment. He was essentially impotent, Lin Bai revealed candidly. Su Yufei's son could not possibly be his. The question now is, who is Su Yufei's true lover? Su Ruobing slammed on the brakes, utterly stunned. She had always believed Ning Buer and Su Yufei to be quite affectionate. The ringing of Su Ruobing's phone jolted her back to reality. Mother, it is I. Ah, very well. Take care of yourselves. Su Ruobing terminated the call and turned to Lin Bai. My parents have completed their medical examinations and have found no cause for concern. They have decided to return home. Where shall I take you? I can offer you a ride. Clearly, Su Ruobing had no intention of introducing Lin Bai to her parents. Ruobing, now that Ning Buer has met his demise, shouldn't we commemorate this occasion? Lin Bai proposed earnestly. Perhaps we could procure a hotel room? You. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. Out of the car. Ruobing, I perceive a certain impurity in your thoughts. One can partake in a meal within a hotel room without ulterior motives, Lin Bai sighed. We could even engage in a friendly game of mahjong or cards, simply for amusement. Su Ruobing flung open the car door and alighted. Oh. It appears Ruobing is not amenable to dining within a hotel room, Lin Bai remarked as he too exited the vehicle. Su Ruobing promptly re-entered the car, revved the engine, and sped away. Alas, one must not be overly hasty, Lin Bai sighed. Xiao Fian remains unattainable. Qin Xueyao is currently off limits, and Su Ruobing is temporarily beyond my grasp. Alas, after 25 years of celibacy, when shall I truly become a man? His phone chimed, signaling a call from Fan Zhongjing. The medicinal herbs have been delivered to Lakeside Villa No. 1, but the residence is currently unoccupied. Lin Bai hailed a taxi and hastened back to Lakeside Villa No. 1. His uncle's family had yet to return, and Fan Zhongjing and his entourage were still awaiting his arrival. Bring them inside, Lin Bai instructed, directing the men to transport the vast quantity of herbs to the rear courtyard, stacking them beneath the eaves. Mr. Lin, these herbs are valued at 50 million in total. And this card contains 50 million in cash. Fan Zhongjing extended a bank card to Lin Bai. Keep it for now. I shall provide you with a list shortly, and you may continue to procure herbs for me, Lin Bai replied, declining the card. You may depart now. I must attend to my affairs. Very well, Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave. Fan Zhongjing and his men promptly departed. Lin Bai surveyed the mountain of herbs, lost in contemplation. In this world of diluted spiritual energy, accelerating cultivation necessitates reliance on elixirs, spirit stones, and dual cultivation. Dual cultivation must be reserved for pivotal moments, and the existence of spirit stones in this world remains unconfirmed. The only viable option at present is alchemy. However, given his current level of cultivation, he can only manage to concoct the most basic of ordinary elixirs, though even these may prove beneficial. Are you contemplating the creation of elixirs? A mellifluous voice inquired. Lin Bai was taken aback. Who else is present? He turned to behold a young woman regarding him with keen interest. The woman possessed a countenance of serene beauty, with chin-length hair and a chi-pao of celadon porcelain. Her figure was slender, and her demeanor refined. Though perhaps slightly less striking in terms of raw beauty and physique than Qin Xueyao and Su Ruobing, she possessed a classical elegance that set her apart. I am Fan Qiqi, daughter of Fan Zhongjing. The woman introduced herself. I harbor a profound interest in antiquities of all kinds, and I have perused ancient alchemical texts. I noticed that you have procured a substantial quantity of certain key ingredients. Ah, you are Fan Zhongjing's unmarried daughter, the one who has passed 30? Lin Bai remarked. The Fan family had followed a lineage of single heirs for generations. After Fan Zhongjing bore his eldest son, he continued to procreate, only to be blessed with 7 daughters. His eldest son, in turn, had only produced a son, perhaps a matter of fate. I have merely reached the age of 30, not surpassed it, Fan Qiqi corrected him. Do you have need of an alchemical furnace? You possess an alchemical furnace? Lin Bai inquired, surprised. While he was not in dire need of an alchemical furnace at present, he could concoct the elixirs he was capable of producing in any ordinary cooking pot. He recognized that the creation of high-quality elixirs would inevitably necessitate a superior furnace. In the Tianbao Pavilion, there exists an antique that bears a striking resemblance to an alchemical furnace. I have long desired to acquire it for my own experimentation in alchemy. However, the proprietor of Tianbao Pavilion is unwilling to part with it. Fan Qiqi elaborated on the situation. The pavilion belongs to the Duan family, and the eldest son, Duan Yunbua, has taken a keen interest in thwarting my endeavors. Yet, it is worth noting that Duan Yunbua also owes you a considerable sum of 100 million. Oh, I see now. Please lead the way. We shall visit Tianbao Pavilion. Lin Bai resolved to pursue the debt once more. With noon fast approaching, why not allow me to treat you to a meal first? Suggested Fan Qiqi. Indeed, that sounds agreeable, Lin Bai replied without haste. Upon arriving at the front entrance, Fan Qiqi opened the door to an Audi, saying, "Mr. Lin, please get in." Just as Lin Bai was about to enter, a Bentley sped past and came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a woman dressed in an extremely alluring manner, her beauty rivaling that of Fan Qiqi, yet possessing an additional air of seduction that struck Lin Bai as somewhat familiar. Following her was a tall and handsome young man, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His gaze swept across the scene, landing first upon Fan Qiqi. "Miss Fan Qiqi, what a coincidence to find you here," the tall man smiled slightly. "Young Master Yi." Miss Wei, Fan Qiqi's expression shifted slightly, but she maintained a polite demeanor. Wei? Lin Bai suddenly recalled that she was a celebrity who had already gained considerable fame before his recent bout of unconsciousness. "Darling, this house has already been occupied by someone else." Wei pouted, clinging to young Master Yi with an expression of displeasure. "No worries, my dear. I will handle it." Young Master Yi replied, giving her a gentle pat. He then turned his attention to Lin Bai. "I am Yi Chengfeng of the Yi family. The villa at Moon Lake No. 1 was intended to be a birthday gift for Wei, but Wang Ziqiang informed me that you have taken possession of it. While I am aware he is merely attempting to deceive me, I have made him pay a price for his actions. Nonetheless, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you currently reside in Wei's villa, and her unhappiness necessitates my intervention." Yi Chengfeng took a couple of steps closer to Lin Bai. "I am a reasonable person. If you can devise a way to make Wei happy, I shall overlook this matter." "What? Are you unable to satisfy her and seek my assistance?" Lin Bai replied with disdain. "I apologize, but although I was once a fan of Wei's, I have become quite discerning. I have no interest in women who have been with others, no matter how exquisite they may be." "Lin Bai, do you truly wish to court death?" Yi Chengfeng's expression darkened, radiating an aura of menace. "I shall reiterate. I am Yi Chengfeng, the second young master of the Yi family in Jiangcheng. You would do well to rephrase your words and consider how to earn Wei's forgiveness." "Ugh." Lin Bai delivered a swift kick to Yi Chengfeng's abdomen. Yi Chengfeng staggered back several meters, landing on the ground. "Darling," Wei exclaimed in shock, rushing over to assist Yi Chengfeng. "Foolish wretch. What pretense are you putting on before me?" Lin Bai scolded. "I have offended many. I do not fear adding you to the list. If your woman is unhappy, it is your duty to console her. Do not act like a proud peacock before me. Get lost, or I shall turn you into a eunuch next time." "Very well. Very well." Yi Chengfeng gritted his teeth in anger. "Lin Bai, you are quite impressive. Wei, let us depart." He cast Lin Bai a resentful glance before enduring the pain and getting into the car. "Mr. Lin, do you not think you were a bit too impulsive?" Fan Qiqi could no longer hold her tongue. "It does seem that way. My temper has flared," Lin Bai sighed, feeling somewhat frustrated. "For a millennium in my dreams, the 9 great saintesses have incessantly sought my company, their images vivid in my mind. Yet, upon returning to reality, I remain a virgin." Lin Bai lamented his predicament, fearing that his agitation would only escalate. Fan Qiqi hesitated, then decided to let it go, suggesting they proceed to dine. "Miss Qiqi, do you still dare join me for a meal?" Lin Bai sighed again. Given young Master Ye's demeanor, even if I were to sever ties with you now, it would avail me little. Fan Qiqi smiled serenely, adding, "However, I do consider myself a friend of young Master Yi, so you need not worry on my account. Please, let us get in the car and dine." Half an hour later, Fan Qiqi and Lin Bai entered the Guyun Pavilion side by side. "This is my establishment, where we focus on ancient styles and traditions." Fan Qiqi guided Lin Bai into a private room adorned with antiquated decor, utensils, and culinary recipes, all of which I studied diligently. "Qiqi," a voice called from the entrance, "you ought not to dwell solely on the past. One must also look to the present and the future, for only then can one avoid the mistakes of the moment." The newcomer, clad in a floral shirt, was not particularly handsome. Though young, he bore a slight baldness and was somewhat short, even shorter than Fan Qiqi. "Duan Yunbua." Did you not consider the debt you owe me while speaking ill of me in my presence? Lin Bai regarded him as if he were a fool. Your unattractiveness is one thing, but your foolishness is another. It is no wonder Chi finds you unappealing. The Duan family is one of the 8 second-tier families in Jiangcheng, primarily engaged in the business of jewelry, jade, and antiques. Lin Bai, do not be so arrogant. Do you realize how close you are to death? Duan Yunbo retorted angrily. As of now, neither Qin Xueyao nor Qiao Fian can protect you. Is that why I call you foolish? Lin Bai shook his head in disapproval. If you truly believe I am near death, should you not keep your distance? If I am to perish, dragging you down with me would be quite simple. As he spoke, Lin Bai slowly approached Duan Yunbo. What do you intend to do? Duan Yunbo instinctively recoiled, terror etched upon his face. Lin Bai, do not act recklessly. Are you finally afraid? Lin Bai scoffed. It appears you have not yet reached the peak of your foolishness. Hurry back to your Tianbao pavilion. Once I finish my meal, I shall come to collect my debt. Should I find you absent, I will have no choice but to wreak havoc upon Tianbao pavilion. Duan Yunbo's complexion shifted through a spectrum of colors, yet he ultimately uttered not a word. Obediently turning to leave. What a coward who still enjoys provoking others. Truly both inept and reckless, Lin Bai expressed with disdain. He sighed again, genuinely irritated and lacking in patience. Yet, what could have led Duan Yunbo to believe he was on the brink of death? Could it be that Yi Qingfeng was involved in some scheme? Fan Qiqi ordered a selection of specialty dishes from Guyun Pavilion, which were quite delicious, bringing Lin Bai a measure of joy. However, Fan Qiqi frequently glanced at her phone, casting furtive looks at Lin Bai, seemingly hesitant to speak. After an hour had passed, Lin Bai finally set down his chopsticks. All right, Miss Qiqi, if there is something that could potentially affect my appetite, now is the time to share. Mr. Lin, I have 2 pieces of news that may not bode well for you, Fan Qiqi began. First, Qin Zhenjiang has announced the expulsion of Qin Xueyao from the Qin family. Secondly, the Qiao family has also declared their disassociation from Qiao Fian, stating that her actions are her own and do not reflect the Qiao family. Is that all? Lin Bai felt a surge of excitement. These were indeed favorable tidings for him, as they presented an opportunity for both profit and gain. Fan Qiqi regarded Lin Bai with a peculiar expression, sensing that perhaps he had been provoked. There is one more piece of news. The Su family has issued an obituary stating that Ning Bu and Apos was schemed against by the Dark Dragon Hall and has perished. Furthermore, you, Mr. Lin, have been identified as a conspirator of the Dark Dragon Hall. In 3 days, the Su family will hold a funeral for Ning Bu, and the Ning family from Tianhai will send representatives to attend. With a countenance of grave concern, Fan Qiqi remarked that the Ning family of Tianhai was a prestigious lineage, beyond the combined might of Jiangcheng's 100 families. Rumors were circulating that the Ning family intended for Mr. Lin to accompany Ning Xueyao in death, which was why Duan Yunbo had previously surmised that his demise was imminent. Such tidings are most welcome, Lin Bai responded with an even more radiant smile. It seems I shall recover the 100 million debt within 3 days. Let us proceed to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he declared, rising to his feet. For the next 3 days, he would be untouchable in Jiangcheng, with none of the 100 families daring to provoke him. Nearby, a portly gentleman was boasting to a slender woman, Xiaomi. I am not exaggerating when I say that entry to this ancient rhyme pavilion is not granted to all. Those who dine here are individuals of considerable stature. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Bai, and he was visibly taken aback. He stared at Lin Bai for a full 10 seconds before exclaiming in disbelief. Xiao Bai, you are truly awake? I heard from my second uncle that you had awakened, but I dismissed it as mere jest, he continued, scrutinizing Lin Bai from head to toe. I must say, Xiao Bai, are you employed here? Your attire is rather befitting of this establishment. Lin Bai was still wearing his long robe, having yet to change. He then shook his head. Xiao Bai, why are you rushing to work so soon after waking up? If you truly desire employment, seek me out. I shall arrange a position for you, one far superior to being a waiter here. Bai Dafei, must your mind always be muddled with nonsense? Lin Bai retorted. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten about the money your family owes me. When shall I receive it? Bai Dafei was the son of his maternal uncle, Bai Xianfu, who lived up to his name as the first to amass wealth in the Bai family. However, despite his affluence, Bai Xianfu had swindled Lin Bai's parents' compensation money from their car accident. What utter nonsense are you spouting, Lin Bai? Bai Dafei retorted, incensed. Who owes you money? If you continue to utter such falsehoods, I shall ensure you are no longer employed as a waiter. You are just like your father, a miserly and shameless curmudgeon. Lin Bai sneered. I have matters to attend to today and have no time to bicker with you. Remember to inform your father that I shall reclaim what he owes me, with interest. Lin Bai, have you lost your senses due to poverty? Bai Dafei retorted, his anger escalating. If you lack funds for sustenance, I shall deign to bestow upon you 2,000 yuan. Cease this preposterous drivel. He then turned to the woman beside him. Xiaomi, pay no heed to his ramblings. He is merely the impoverished cousin I mentioned, the unfortunate one who brought about his parents' demise. Smack. Lin Bai delivered a resounding slap to Bai Dafei's face. Bai Dafei was momentarily stunned. Then, erupting in fury, he roared, How dare you, you piece of trash, strike me. Smack. Lin Bai landed another blow. You deserve it, you corpulent fool. Very well, Lin Bai, you are doomed. Bai Dafei bellowed, Where are the people? Where has everyone gone? What is the meaning of this? A woman in a cheongsam hurried over. Mr. Bai. What has transpired? What has transpired? Bai Dafei roared. I am assaulted by your waiter within your ancient rhyme pavilion. I am a gold member here. Is this how you treat your patrons? Mr. Bai, considering your previous words to Lin Bai, I believe you deserve the assault, a serene voice interjected. It was Fan Chichi, emerging from the private room. What is it to you? Bai Dafei retorted, momentarily taken aback by Fan Chichi's presence before his anger surged anew. So, your waiters at Ancient Rhyme Pavilion all possess such attitudes, do they? What? Are you the paramour of this Lin Bai? Smack. Lin Bai delivered another slap, further inflating Bai Dafei's already swollen face. Security, come to the heavenly private room immediately. The beautiful manageress shouted into her walkie-talkie. Lin Bai, just you wait. Once security arrives, you are finished. Bai Dafei hissed through gritted teeth. And you lowborn wench. You two lowly waiters dare to provoke me. You shall soon learn the price of offending the wealthy. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the air as several security guards appeared. Lin Bai, though you are trash, your woman is quite comely. If you wish to avoid death, have her attend to me. Bai Dafei leered, his eyes roving over Fan Chichi's figure. Lin Bai kicked Bai Dafei to the ground. How dare you strike me again, Lin Bai? Bai Dafei's composure crumbled. Security, attack him. Cripple him for me. You were arrogant enough after being a vegetable for 3 years. I and Oppos, LL make you a vegetable again. Beat him. With a light exclamation, the beautiful manageress pointed at Bai Dafei on the ground. Without hesitation, the security guards began to pummel Bai Dafei. What are you doing? You've mistaken your target. I am your gold member. Bai Dafei was completely bewildered. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Cancel his membership. Blacklist him, and never admit him again, Fan Chichi said. Yes, 7th manager, the beautiful manageress replied respectfully. Mr. Lin, let us depart, Fan Chichi said politely. Lin Bai nodded and turned to leave, Fan Chichi following. What? 7th manager? She is Miss Fan Chichi? Bai Dafei realized. How is this possible? Why would she be so polite to that pauper Lin Bai? Isn't he a waiter here? Fool, our waiters are all women. The beautiful manageress said, finally losing patience. He is a distinguished guest personally attended to by our 7th manager. Continue beating him. Even as he was ejected from the Ancient Rhyme Pavilion, Bai Dafei remained puzzled. How had Lin Bai become Fan Chichi's distinguished guest? At that moment, Lin Bai had just exited Jiangcheng Bank, where he had obtained a regular bank card. Subsequently, Lin Bai sent out a mass text message. I, Lin Bai, demand payment. Otherwise, you shall meet Ning Erxiao tonight. The message included a bank account number. Jiangcheng's 100 families were instantly thrown into turmoil. Damn, this guy is arrogant. He's about to die, and he still wants money. Can he even spend that much money? This guy has nothing to lose. Let's not provoke him. He won't live for long anyway. Let's quickly gather the money. 3 days later, we and Oppos, LL find Qin Xueyao and get the money back. Although they cursed Lin Bai, they all decided to pay. No one wanted to risk their lives with Lin Bai at that moment. Beautiful Chi-Chi, see? I told you it was good news, Lin Bai said, showing Fan Chi-Chi the text message. People are already sending me money. Mr. Lin, you are truly bold and skillful, Fan Chi-Chi smiled serenely. Although I suspect you may be mocking me, I will take it as a compliment, Lin Bai said with a bright smile. Let's go get the alchemy furnace. The car had already stopped in front of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Lin Bai got out of the car and walked inside. What, it's you again? An angry voice said. As Lin Bai raised his head, he spotted Wei Er and Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng, it seems you possess a knack for charming your woman, Lin Bai remarked with a hint of mockery. Why provoke trouble when everything is just fine? Lin Bai, I see you can only be arrogant for a few more days. Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Do you understand the meaning of living in the moment? Lin Bai responded with a radiant smile. One day of arrogance is a day well spent. Get lost. Yi Qingfeng exclaimed, infuriated. What? Do you want me to assist you in leaving? Lin Bai's expression turned icy. Are you even reasonable? We Haven and Oppos, T offended you. Wei Er interjected, visibly annoyed. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qingfeng had already dragged her away. Let's go, don't provoke this lunatic. After taking a few steps, they encountered Miss Fanchichi. Miss Fanchichi, if you play with fire like this, even my elder brother won't be able to protect you. Yi Qingfeng scoffed, leaving in a huff. Fanchichi gazed at Lin Bai's retreating figure, her dignified countenance deep in thought. Shortly after, she hastened into Tianbao Pavilion. Mr. Lin, it's that one. Fanchichi pointed to a small cauldron prominently displayed. Ah, understood. I'll take a look, Lin Bai replied, wandering around the pavilion. Indeed, it was a splendid alchemical furnace, but his visit was not solely for the furnace. The incident with Qin Xueyao earlier that day had left him feeling unsettled. He intended to forge some protective talismans, which required special materials. Duan Yunbo was indeed waiting for Lin Bai in Tianbao Pavilion, but he merely sat nearby, not intending to introduce himself. Chi-Chi, help me assess a price. Lin Bai began to gather items, primarily jade pendants, bracelets, rings, and various antiques, including the alchemical furnace. For this item, you chose to associate with him? Duan Yunbo could no longer contain himself. Lin Bai, the prices here are set by me, not for you to appraise. I owe you 100 million. Cash is what I offer, not for you to barter with. What are you doing? Lin Bai suddenly grasped Duan Yunbo by the throat. Duan Yunbo, you know my situation, so don't provoke me. Lin Bai stated coldly. As for the value of these items, I trust Chi-Chi knows. I won't take advantage of you, so don't try any tricks in front of me. With a shove, he released Duan Yunbo, who staggered back, collapsing into a chair. Gasping for breath, too intimidated to utter another word. Fan Chi-Chi quickly calculated the worth. Mr. Lin, these items are quite affordable, totaling around 10 million. Duan Yunbo, remember to transfer the remaining 90 million to my account. I will send you the details. Lin Bai, not wishing to waste time, packed the items and departed. Lin Bai, I curse your ancestors. Once Lin Bai left, Duan Yunbo began to rant. When you die, I will ensure your ashes are scattered. Upon returning to Yuehu No. 1, Lin Bai received a message from his roommate Hu Ping and Amp, Oppos, and confirming the dinner location for that evening. With a few hours left until dinner, Lin Bai busied himself. Fan Chi-Chi, who had been eagerly awaiting Lin Bai's alchemy, was surprised to see him fiddling with the jade items. Initially, she was perplexed, but gradually, memories began to stir, her expression turning to one of astonishment. She suddenly realized she had underestimated Lin Bai. Hours passed unawares. Brother, are you home? Bai Xiaowei ran into the courtyard, her face brimming with curiosity. What are you doing? Just making a little something. Lin Bai wiped his brow and handed Bai Xiaowei 3 jade bracelets. These are for you and our uncle and aunt. Make sure to wear them. Got it, brother. Bai Xiaowei accepted the bracelets, joyfully retreating into the house. Are these talismans? Fan Chi-Chi approached Lin Bai, visibly excited. Take these 2 jade pendants. Give one to your father. Lin Bai did not respond to her question, aware that they could save a life. The talismans he could currently forge were all single use. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Fan Chi-Chi trembled as she accepted the pendants, fully aware of their true value. Don't mention it. You are also assisting me. Lin Bai smiled lightly. I won't treat my own people unfairly. My classmates are urging me. I must leave now. Mr. Lin, let me see you off. Fan Chi-Chi remained excited. There's no need. I have a task for you. Lin Bai handed her 3 jade rings. Please deliver these to Qiao Fian's residence. Understood. Fan Chi-Chi accepted them solemnly. I will ensure they arrive. Fan Chi-Chi departed quickly, and Lin Bai admired her figure, content with having a beautiful assistant. Uncle, I'm going out to dinner with classmates. I won't be back tonight. As Lin Bai crossed the living room, he greeted Bai Xiangui before leaving the villa and hailed a taxi to the gathering spot. Lin Bai. Just as he stepped out of the taxi, a robust figure enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Buddy, you finally arrived. Do you know who came specially for you? Startled by the sudden hug, Lin Bai soon recognized it was Hu Ping'an. Hu Ping'an, a towering man at nearly 6.5 feet tall and weighing around 200 pounds, exuded a sense of security. Ahem, Ping'an, who came specifically? Lin Bai subtly pushed Hu Ping'an away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such a tight embrace. Who else could it be? It's our class flower, Luo Cece. Hu Ping'an exclaimed. looking at Lin Bai with a hint of nostalgia. Your treatment is exceptional. Luo Cece came all the way from the capital just to see you. Luo Cece? Lin Bai momentarily drifted into reverie, a flood of memories rushing back. He had known Luo Cece since childhood. At 3 years old, she was sent to their village, possessing a remarkably endearing appearance, much like her name, which sounded pitiful. In his youth, Lin Bai took pleasure in protecting her. However, as they grew older, he learned Luo Cece hailed from a prestigious background, a city dweller of considerable standing. When Lin Bai was in middle school, Luo Cece returned to the city, and their paths crossed again at Jiangcheng University. Throughout 4 years of university, they hardly spoke, yet every classmate sensed a unique connection between them. As Luo Cece often initiated greetings with Lin Bai, "Let us go inside. Everyone is waiting," Hu Pingyan guided Lin Bai into the restaurant. The venue was quite upscale, specializing in seafood. Upon entering the private room, Lin Bai instantly spotted Luo Cece. She resembled the image etched in his memory, with long hair cascading down her shoulders and a charmingly youthful face that remained irresistibly adorable. "Lin Bai, you're late." "Lin Bai, congratulations." "Lin Bai, you finally made it. Everyone has been waiting for you." The room burst into lively chatter as everyone greeted Lin Bai. "My apologies. I just woke after 3 years and had a lot to handle, causing the delay." Lin Bai chuckled, then directly took a seat next to Luo Cece. With a radiant smile, he teased, "Cece, after 3 years, you still seem a bit undernourished." "Huh?" Luo Cece momentarily failed to grasp his words. I'm not." "Lin Bai, you've become quite bold, daring to tease Luo Cece now?" The girl who interjected was Ding Qing, Luo Cece's roommate. "Cece, you're still so innocent." He.s. implying that you're flat-chested. Luo Cece's petite face flushed crimson as she softly defended herself. "I'm not that small. I have a C cup." "Goodness, Cece, you've certainly grown bold." Ding Qing was momentarily taken aback. "How could you dare to say such a thing?" "Ahem. Regarding this matter of size, you two can privately discuss it later." Hu Pingyan raised his glass. "Dear classmates, today we gather to celebrate Lin Bai's recovery. Let us first toast to him. Cheers. To Lin Bai." Everyone stood up, raising their glasses in unison. "Thank you all. I will drink first as a gesture of respect." Lin Bai had also risen, downing the liquor in his glass in one gulp. "Lin Bai, take it easy. That's strong liquor." Luo Cece couldn't help but remind him. The boys at the table were all drinking white liquor, while the girls opted for white wine and soft drinks. "Cece, you're still so concerned for him." Ding Qing chuckled softly. "But you needn't worry. Men can handle a bit of drinking. It gives them more vigor at night." "Ding Qing, please, don't joke like that." Luo Cece's face turned even redder. Married women speak so differently. Hu Pingyan shook his head. "Ding Qing, don't frighten Luo Cece. We are all adults. What can't be said?" Ding Qing appeared nonchalant. "Moreover, Cece drove for 6 hours just to be here for Lin Bai. If it's just a meal, wouldn't that be a waste?" "Cece, I speak plainly. Since Lin Bai is finally awakened, don't leave any regrets. Why not find a room later?" Luo Cece's face deepened in color, and before she could respond, someone else interjected. "Ding Qing, stop trying to meddle." The young man named Zhao Hui spoke, his jealousy evident. "Are you really suggesting that someone like Lin Bai is worthy of Luo Cece?" "Zhao Hui, how can you say such things?" Hu Pingyan's dissatisfaction was palpable. "Lin Bai is handsome and possesses good character. How can he not deserve Luo Cece?" "She hasn't," he objected. "So why are you barking?" "Handsome? Huh. Lin Bai is indeed decent-looking, with potential to be a kept man. As for character, we're all adults here. Let us not be ridiculous," Zhao Hui scoffed. "It's all about social standing. Looks and character have nothing to do with it. Everyone knows Lin Bai comes from the countryside and is dirt poor. Let us set aside his background. Lin Bai, do you even have a stable job right now? Don't think I look down on you, but in your current state, fresh out of a coma, who would hire you to guard a door?" "Zhao Hui, that is too harsh." Ding Qing was equally displeased. Lin Bai was in a car accident and in a coma for 3 years. It's normal for him to find it hard to get a job now. Besides, it's not all about social class. I come from an ordinary family, and my husband doesn't despise me. Ding Qing, you're doing well. 2 sons in 3 years, and it's only natural your husband dotes on you." Zhao Hui snorted derisively. "Let us not forget, your husband isn't a billionaire. At most, he has a few billion in assets. How does that compare to Luo Cece's family?" "Lin Bai, I'm not targeting you. I just think you need to be more realistic. I have a company that deals in financial products, and as a fellow classmate, I can offer you a job in sales. The base salary is 3,000 plus commission. If you're lucky and land a few big deals. Earning 10,000 a month is not a dream. Thank you, Boss Zhao, Lin Bai replied with a faint smile. But I currently have a stable job with a monthly income of 10,000, so I won't need it for now. Let us not discuss this further. Let me toast to everyone. Lin Bai raised his glass, uninterested in engaging with Zhao Hui. Come, let us drink. Hu Pingyan and the others also raised their glasses. Such a vain pursuit. Zhao Hui, however, was not ready to relent, smirking. Lin Bai, do you even grasp what a 10,000 a month income signifies? 99% of the world will never achieve that in their lifetimes. You think boasting like this will earn you respect? Zhao Hui, I've been a bit irritable lately. But tonight, I don't wish to lose my temper. After all, so many classmates are here to celebrate my discharge, Lin Bai replied calmly. I don't care about your grievances. Let us leave it at that. I'll drink first. Lin Bai once again finished his glass of liquor. Pingyan, Cici, Dingqing, and all my classmates, let us eat and drink freely. Tonight, I treat. Still pretending. Zhao Hui sneered. You know we pay before the dishes are served. And Luo Cici has already settled the bill. How could it be your treat? Is that so? Lin Bai turned to Luo Cici, genuinely unaware of the payment policy. Yes. Here, the seafood is selected fresh before cooking, and payment is made first, Luo Cici confirmed with a gentle nod. It's fine. It doesn't matter who treats. Zhao Hui, what exactly do you want today? Hu Pingyan was annoyed. We came here to enjoy ourselves, so why do you keep fixating on Lin Bai? I don't recall him having wronged you. He hasn't wronged me. It's merely that Zhao Hui has feelings for Cici, Dingqing remarked with a smirk. Some people are truly amusing. They speak of social standings and say Lin Bai isn't worthy of Cici, yet they fail to look at themselves. With their meager wealth, do they think they're a match for Cici? It's downright laughable. Dingqing, stop being sarcastic. Zhao Hui retorted, clearly irritated. I graduated from university and started my own business. In just 3 years, my company has a capital scale of 10 billion. In a few years, reaching hundreds of billions won't be a problem. Why should Lin Bai even be compared to me? You all think I'm targeting Lin Bai, right? Well, today, I will. Zhao Hui seized the wine list. Lin Bai, if you intend to treat, how about I add a bottle? Do you dare to pay the bill? He pointed to the most expensive item, a $30,000 bottle of Romani Conti. If I add this bottle, will you shut up and let everyone enjoy their meal? Lin Bai's patience was wearing thin. Yet, considering his classmates, he decided to endure for the moment. As long as you pay for that bottle in front of everyone, I promise I won't say another word. Zhao Hui scoffed. Fine, order it. Lin Bai agreed without hesitation. Zhao Hui quickly placed the order. Within 3 minutes, the wine would arrive. Zhao Hui wore a smug grin. Everyone, don't just sit there, continue eating. Lin Bai urged, serving a large lobster to Luo Cici. Cici, eat more to nourish yourself. Lin Bai, you can't nourish the chest with this. Dingqing laughed lightly. Perhaps if you help Cici with some massages, she might grow. Dingqing, stop joking. Luo Cici's cheeks were ablaze. Just then, Lin Bai felt a gentle touch on his leg from Luo Cici. Instinctively, he reached down and felt a card in his hand. He quickly understood Luo Cici and Appo's intention. Goodness, Cici, is this a black card? Lin Bai examined the card closely before returning it to Luo Cici. You needn't slip cards to me. I truly have money. You. Luo Cici looked a bit exasperated. Dingqing and Hu Pingyan were equally speechless. Luo Cici wished to assist Lin Bai, but he had inadvertently exposed himself. This is a bank card I just obtained today, with my signature on it. I'll use this to pay later, just to prevent Zhao Hui from causing a fuss. Uffed. Someone at the table couldn't contain their laughter. Lin Bai, I can't hold it in any longer. Zhao Hui was not mistaken. You truly possess the ability to feign. Du Fun, what do you mean by that? Lin Bai glanced at the girl seated beside Zhao Hui. He was somewhat familiar with Du Fun, as she had been the girlfriend of another roommate during their university days. Lin Bai, you probably don't know, but when you were at our bank this afternoon to open an account, I was actually at the counter, Du Fun said with a hint of pride. You have not a single cent in that card. Did you think I was unaware? The reason I didn't greet you was that I found having a classmate like you to be rather embarrassing. Lin Bai suddenly realized that Du Fun must have shared this incident with Zhao Hui. No wonder Zhao Hui was so certain that he could not withdraw any money at present. Is it not possible that I simply hadn't deposited any money then? But now I do? Lin Bai sighed. He truly did not wish to play this charade, yet these two insisted on pursuing him. Come now, Lin Bai. Where could you possibly earn 300,000 in just a few hours this afternoon? Zhao Hui mocked. Is it really so difficult to admit your poverty? Even in such dire straits, must you still boast for the sake of your meager pride? Is it truly necessary? Indeed. Dufin scoffed. Zhao Hui is genuinely impressive. He has several billion in funds at our bank. Lin Bai, you are nothing more than a country bumpkin. Everyone knows your background. Why pretend to be wealthy before us? Dufin, if you continue to speak about Lin Bai like that, I shall become quite upset. Luo Cc's tone was clearly filled with anger. All right, Miss Luo. I cannot afford to offend you. I shall remain silent. Dufin replied with a disdainful hum. Lin Bai, I refuse to believe you can truly live off Luo Cc's fortune. A knock echoed from the private room, and shortly after, a waiter entered carrying a bottle of red wine. Good day. Did someone order a bottle of Romanicani? The waiter inquired politely. That was my order. Please open it, and bring the bill as well. Lin Bai raised his hand. Certainly, sir. The waiter uncorked the wine, and then approached Lin Bai with a card reader. Lin Bai handed over his bank card. Zhao Hui and Dufin wore mocking expressions, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Meanwhile, Luo Cc and Hu Pingyan cast worried glances at Lin Bai. Clearly, they also harbored doubts about Lin Bai's ability to produce 300,000. Lin Bai entered his password, and the receipt printed out. He signed it effortlessly, without any issues. Enjoy your meal, sir, the waiter said, returning the card to Lin Bai before turning to leave. Wait. Zhao Hui could no longer contain himself, shouting, Waiter, did he successfully charge it? Yes, there were no problems at all, the waiter replied, somewhat puzzled. Sir, do you have a problem? This is impossible. He clearly has not a single cent in his card. Dufin exclaimed in disbelief. I apologize. I am unaware of how much money is in this gentleman's account, but it shows that the transaction was successful. The waiter maintained his courteous demeanor. I shall not disturb you any longer. As the waiter exited the private room, everyone fell into a stupor. Not only Zhao Hui and Dufin, but others were equally astonished. Had Lin Bai truly come into wealth? Had he casually swiped his card for 300,000 worth of wine? Come, let us taste this 300,000 wine and see if it is truly different. Lin Bai began pouring wine for everyone. To be honest, I, a poor wretch, have never tasted such expensive wine. One bottle of wine was not excessive, and Lin Bai poured each person a half glass, just enough to finish it. As for Zhao Hui and Dufin, he made no effort to pour for them. You too can forget it. I did not spend my money to curry favor with you. He raised his glass. Cheers, classmates. I toast to you all for indulging my pretense. Everyone raised their glasses in response. Alas, I truly cannot discern any difference. Lin Bai downed his glass and sighed, feeling it was not as enjoyable as soda. Strangely enough, Lin Bai, I find you to be much more amusing, Ding Qing observed with an odd expression. Could it be that now that you are suddenly wealthy, I perceive you as more handsome? Is it not possible that I truly have become more handsome? Lin Bai replied earnestly. A man can transform his appearance with wealth, and wealth can indeed enhance his allure. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhao Hui shouted at that moment. Lin Bai cannot have suddenly become wealthy. Luo Cc, it must be you. You secretly transferred him 300,000, did you not? It is not Luo Cc. There must be an issue with the card. Dufin interjected excitedly. I just messaged my colleague. They will arrive here shortly to handle this. Haha, Lin Bai. Enjoy your moment of arrogance. Just wait for a refund. You two truly cannot bear to see me prosper. Lin Bai shook his head in exasperation. Forget it. Everyone ignore them. Let us continue to feast on seafood and drink. Do not allow 2 rotten apples to spoil our fun. Lin Bai encouraged everyone to eat and drink. And time passed quickly. Roughly 15 minutes later, the door to the private room swung open, and a man and a woman entered. Upon seeing them, Dufin's face lit up, and she hurriedly stood. Manager Qian, Manager Wang, you have arrived. Dufin pointed at Lin Bai. This is Lin Bai. He just swiped that erroneous card for 300,000. You must not let him escape. He has no money to repay. Silence. The middle-aged man reprimanded sternly. He quickly approached Lin Bai, bending down. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Qian Tu, the president of Jiangcheng Bank's Central Branch. I sincerely apologize. When you visited our bank today, we did not attend to you properly. Once we realized our mistake, we hastily prepared a new card for you. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wang Jinjin. The young woman accompanying Qian Tu presented a card to Lin Bai. This is our bank and Oppos. Highest tier dark gold card. I shall be your dedicated client manager moving forward. Wang Jinjin handed Lin Bai a business card. This is my contact information. You may reach out to me 24 hours a day for any matters. Is the bank service truly this exceptional now? Lin Bai asked, somewhat astonished. If I asked you to buy me a handful of vegetables at the market, would that be possible? Of course, Wang Xinjin nodded eagerly. You are our bank's most esteemed client. It is my honor to serve you. No, Manager Wang, President Qian. Are you sure there is no mistake? This Lin Bai is my classmate. He is quite poor. How could he qualify for a dark gold card? Be quiet. Qian too admonished angrily. Du Fun, your repeated disrespect towards Mr. Lin is entirely contrary to our bank's service principles. You are hereby dismissed. Go to the bank tomorrow to process your resignation. What? No, President Qian, please give me another chance. Dufan was taken aback. Securing a job at a bank these days was no easy feat, Mr. Lin. I apologize once more for our oversight. Qian too bowed to Lin Bai. I shall not disturb your gathering with friends any longer. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to Xinjin. Mr. Lin, we shall take our leave. Wang Xinjin also bowed in respect. The two then exited together, completely disregarding Du Fan. Inside the room, the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Du Fan's face was ashen, and Zhao Hui appeared equally despondent. As for the others, their gazes towards Lin Bai were as if they were looking at a stranger. Everyone. There is no need to look at me like that. Lin Bai coughed a couple of times. Well, I shall come clean. In truth, I have become entangled with a fabulously wealthy woman. Ding Qing stared in disbelief. You cannot be referring to Cici, can you? Certainly not. Lin Bai demurred. Miss, she is rather young. My predilections lean towards maturity. Lin Bai, you're killing me. Zhao Hui, whose spirits had been despondent moments before, was now animated. You're incredible. I admire you now. Did you actually become a gigolo? Introduce us. How old is your sugar mama? Is she 60? Does she weigh 200 pounds? To your disappointment, she's merely 26, and her weight hovers around 100 pounds. Lin Bai responded, his smile radiant. In fact, you all should know her. No way. We all know her. Ding Qing inquired, surprised. Lin Bai, who is it? Is she a celebrity? Not quite a celebrity. But denizens of Jiangcheng University should be acquainted with her, Lin Bai said, stretching languidly. After all, she was the object of every male's desire back then. Tui, Hu Ping'an, mid-sip, sprayed water everywhere. Buddy, are you saying? Qin Xueyao? No way it's Qin Xueyao. Impossible. Lin Bai, your sugar mama. It can't be Qin Xueyao, can it? Wow, if it's Qin Xueyao, even I, as a woman, would want to live off her. The private room erupted in fervor. Qin Xueyao was not merely the dream of every male student. She was the aspiration of the females as well. Men yearned to possess her, while women aspired to emulate her. Hilarious. You actually believe he could snag Qin Xueyao? Zhao Hui scoffed. Qin Xueyao isn't just Jiangcheng University's campus belle. She's renowned throughout Jiangcheng. Lin Bai is a nobody. What could Qin Xueyao possibly see in him? Zhao Hui, why do you still have the audacity to linger in this room? Lin Bai asked, his patience wearing thin. Do I have to physically eject you? Oh, you're getting anxious? Zhao Hui sneered. Lin Bai, if you've truly latched on a Qin Xueyao, I won't need you to throw me out. I'll crawl out of here myself. Prove it. Call Qin Xueyao and have her come over. Fine. I've endured you long enough tonight. Lin Bai's temper flared. I'll make you crawl out of here. He retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Xueyao's number. Honey, are you free? I need you to help me put on a show. I'm still with Miss Qiao. Qin Xueyao's voice sounded peculiar over the phone. What are you up to? Never mind. Send me the address. I'll come find you. I have something I want to discuss with you in person. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Bai ended the call and sent Qin Xueyao the address. Alas, my temper has been remarkably restrained tonight. I used to simply assault imbeciles like Zhao Hui. Lin Bai lamented. Keep your mouth clean, Lin Bai. Zhao Hui retorted, incensed. If Qin Xueyao doesn't arrive, you'll be crawling out of here too. Come, let's drink and ignore that moron, Lin Bai said as he continued drinking with Hu Ping'an, and the others began discussing their recent activities. Hu Ping'an had recently graduated with a master's degree. Some of the other attendees had also just graduated, while others were employed locally in Jiangcheng. Before they knew it, everyone was quite inebriated. Lin Bai, it and Oppos. It's been almost half an hour. Where and Oppos? Qin Xueyao. Zhao Hui, feeling neglected, finally lost his patience. Don't even think about feigning drunkenness to get out of this. Even if you're drunk, you'll still have to crawl. Lin Bai, don't be stubborn. Just crawl. Who wants my husband to crawl? A clear, captivating voice inquired. Qin Xueyao entered the room. Instantly, the private room fell silent. Then, everyone nearly lost their minds. Wow, it's really Qin Xueyao. Indeed, it's Qin Xueyao. Wow, she's even more beautiful than before. She has such a great figure. I'm so envious. Lin Bai wasn't wrong. Qin Xueyao is indeed more mature than Luo Cixi. Lin Bai stood up and approached Qin Xueyao, his smile radiant. Come, give your husband a hug. Are you drunk? Qin Xueyao detected the scent of alcohol. How much did you drink? Before she could finish, her slender waist was encircled. Lin Bai embraced Qin Xueyao tightly. Zhao Hui, you imbecile, crawl out of here now. No, impossible. This is impossible. Zhao Hui stared intently at Qin Xueyao, his face filled with disbelief. He roared, Qin Xueyao, you must be crazy. Lin Bai is a penniless bumpkin from the countryside, a complete waste of space. How could you possibly like him? No, you're not Qin Xueyao. You must be an imposter. He hired an actress, didn't he? Everyone, look closely. She doesn't resemble Qin Xueyao at all. She just looks similar. Smack. Lin Bai slapped Zhao Hui across the face. The next moment, he grabbed him by the neck, lifted him from his seat, and slammed him to the ground. I've endured you long enough. Lin Bai stomped on Zhao Hui's back. Crawl. Lin Bai, don't go too far. Zhao Hui gritted his teeth. We're all classmates. Do you have to be so ruthless? Let me go. Lin Bai kicked Zhao Hui in the backside. Zhao Hui lost control and crawled rapidly toward the door. After crawling a few meters, Zhao Hui realized what he was doing and tried to stand up, but Lin Bai chased after him and delivered another kick. And so, Zhao Hui crawled out of the private room completely. Trash. He likes to provoke, but can't accept defeat. Lin Bai sneered. Then, he turned to Qin Xueyao and smiled radiantly. Honey, am I handsome? Come, give me a kiss. Lin Bai pretended to kiss Qin Xueyao. Qin Xueyao quickly turned her face, and he kissed her cheek. You reek of alcohol. No kisses for you. Qin Xueyao pouted. This guy is even more of a rogue when he's drunk. Everyone, I apologize. My husband may have had too much to drink. I'll take him home now, Qin Xueyao said apologetically. Honey, I'm not drunk. I promise I'll be able to perform in bed later. Qin Xueyao covered Lin Bai's mouth with her hand before he could finish. Let's go? Qin Xueyao pulled Lin Bai toward the door. Just then, Du Fan, who had been slumped in her seat and silent, suddenly seemed to regain her senses. She rushed in front of Lin Bai and knelt down with a thud. Lin Bai, please, say a word to Director Qin for me. Tell him not to fire me. I really need this job. Du Fan looked up at Lin Bai, pleading. Qin Xueyao frowned slightly. She was unaware of the situation. Lin Bai removed her hand from his mouth. I'm a simple man. I treat those who treat me well with kindness. If someone treats me poorly, I'll treat them even worse. If you bother me again, you'll lose more than just your job. Now get lost. Du Fan scrambled to her feet and stumbled away. Pinyin, Cici, and everyone else, I apologize. Actually, I and Oppos am not really drunk, Lin Bai said, smiling radiantly. But today is a special day for Xueyao and me. We got our marriage certificate. I should go home and be with her. You know, so, let's get together again next time. Let's go home, honey, for our wedding night. Lin Bai put his arm around Qin Xueyao and walked out. As they left the restaurant and prepared to get into the car, Luo Cici's voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Bai? Lin Bai turned around and saw Luo Cici running out from inside. I'll wait for you in the car. Qin Xueyao had already gotten into the vehicle, while Lin Bai walked towards Luo Cici. Cici, what in Oppos? Is the matter? Shall we share a farewell hug? Lin Bai smiled brightly. No, that's unnecessary, Luo Cici replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Your wife is watching. Ah, that's not what I meant. Lin Bai, I just wanted to say that seeing you live so well truly makes me happy. Yes, I am happy too, Lin Bai said with a gentle smile. By the way, I have a gift for you. He casually took out a jade bracelet and handed it to Luo Cici. This may not be of great value, but if you trust me, it's best to wear it always. Thank you, I really like it. Luo Cici immediately took it and put it on her wrist. Lin Bai, you should get in the car first, or Qin Xueyao might get upset. All right. Lin Bai turned to leave, but suddenly spun back and quickly approached Luo Cici. Let's hug once more. He lifted Luo Cici into his arms and then set her down. Cici, take care of your health. Before Luo Cici could gather her thoughts, Lin Bai had already entered the car. As Lin Bai's vehicle departed, a Rolls-Royce quietly pulled up next to Luo Cici. She opened the rear door and climbed inside. Miss, the driver, a long-haired woman with a rather fierce scar on her face, said, Let's go back to the capital. Luo Cici spoke softly, and in that moment, her demeanor shifted entirely. She was no longer the pitiful girl, but had transformed into an imposing young lady. Miss, did you come here just to see him? Are you really going to let him leave with another woman? The scarred woman couldn't help but inquire. Otherwise, should I tell him that his parents' deaths were due to me, and that 3 years ago, he became a vegetative state because of me? Luo Cici's voice bore a hint of bitterness. I have already brought him too much misfortune. Distancing myself is for the best. Let's go. We need to return to the capital tonight. Yes, Mississippi. The car started moving. Was he your first love? In the car, Qin Xueyao curiously asked Lin Bai. Wife, you seem a bit jealous, Lin Bai said with a serious expression, followed by a playful grin. Don't worry. I never had a romantic relationship with her. Speaking of which, what did you want to discuss with me face to face? Before Qin Xueyao could respond, Lin Bai's phone rang. Song Yujiao? Lin Bai glanced at the caller ID. Oh, it's about that 10 billion she hasn't repaid. As he answered, Miss Song, are you trying to default on your debt? Lin Bai, I don't have that much cash on hand, but I do have a house that can serve as collateral. Song Yujiao's voice came through. What would I do with that many houses? Lin Bai replied, somewhat displeased. I prefer cash. This isn't just any house. It's the pinnacle of Jiangcheng. Song Yujiao retorted. Anyone who dares to live in this house would claim to be the foremost person in Jiangcheng. So far, no one has dared to move in. Are you brave enough? Your provocation is rather poor, Lin Bai mocked. How about this? I'll check out the house first. And you wait for me at the pinnacle of Jiangcheng. At the confluence of two rivers lies Wenyang Peak, where a luxurious villa has been constructed at its summit. Famously known as the pinnacle of Jiangcheng. Originally, it was intended to be a villa community, but after the summit villa was completed, the entire project was halted, leaving this villa as the sole masterpiece atop Wenyang Peak. When Lin Bai and Qin Xueyao arrived at the pinnacle of Jiangcheng, it was already past 9 in the evening. July in Jiangcheng was hot, but at this moment, the mountaintop felt refreshingly cool. Lin Bai took a deep breath. This was indeed a splendid location. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he sensed the dense spiritual energy here, far more potent than in other places. While it may not compare to the celestial realm, it was undoubtedly an ideal site for cultivation in Jiangcheng. Lin Bai, all the paperwork is ready. You just need to sign. Song Yujiao had been waiting at the villa's entrance. She handed Lin Bai a small leather case. This villa comes with comprehensive property management, with a team dedicated to its upkeep. The villa is valued at over 10 billion. I'm taking a loss, so consider it worth 10 billion to you. Honey, don't accept it. She just wants you to become the city's public enemy. Qin Xueyao interjected. Qin Xueyao, your husband is already the city's public enemy. Does it matter whether or not we take this villa? Song Yujiao scoffed. Lin Bai, don't say I'm defaulting. 10 billion in cash isn't easy to come by. If you don't want this villa, then I need a few more days. All right, I just enjoy seeing people like you unable to stand me yet unable to do anything about it. Lin Bai feigned nonchalance. However, 10 billion is too much. Let us negotiate to 80%. No, wait, 79%. Give me an additional 2 billion 100 million. I want the money transferred within 3 minutes. Or the deal is off. You. Song Yujiao was somewhat irritated but dared not haggle further. She promptly called someone to initiate the transfer. 2 minutes later, 2 billion 100 million was credited to Lin Bai's account. Only then did he take the small leather case and wave his hand. You can leave now. The other paperwork can wait until tomorrow. Although Song Yujiao was furious, she left quickly nonetheless. Why did you insist on 79%? Is there a special reason? Qin Xueyao asked, puzzled. Not particularly, just rounding off, Lin Bai chuckled. Now I have exactly 100 billion in cash. Let us go inside and take a look at the house. Lin Bai wrapped his arm around Qin Xueyao's waist. Qin Xueyao struggled slightly, but could not break free. The two entered the villa, which consisted of 3 floors plus a basement, along with an expansive infinity pool. Lin Bai released Qin Xueyao and wandered onto the rooftop. He gently closed his eyes and activated the heavenly path technique, feeling spiritual energy surge in from all directions, cleansing his meridians. Ah, how delightful, Lin Bai murmured to himself. What a splendid place. As the spiritual energy circulated, it dispelled the alcohol in his system, leaving Lin Bai completely sober. Hearing footsteps behind him, Lin Bai opened his eyes to see Qin Xueyao. Lin Bai, something seems amiss here. I noticed the bedroom was stocked with many high-end clothes and various amenities. It looks like it was prepared for someone to move in. Qin Xueyao said, somewhat anxious. Song Yujiao is deliberately setting you up. We might offend a major figure. Don't worry, I understand. Lin Bai remained calm, just as with Wang Ziqiang before. That house was prepared for Yi Chengfeng. Honestly, consider this. How could Song Yujiao possibly own this villa? She is likely just acting on someone else's orders. Regardless, I don't care who it was meant for. It is mine now. Lin Bai, have you heard about the funeral in 3 days? Qin Xueyao hesitated briefly. The Tianhanings are a true aristocratic family. Even top-tier families like the Qiao family are insignificant before them. Are you truly not worried at all? Well, a little, Lin Bai replied seriously. Dear, look, we might only have 3 days left to live, so why not let us hurry and do something to carry on our lineage? You. Qin Xueyao's face turned crimson as she shot Lin Bai a fierce glare. All right, I understand you're not worried. She simply could not fathom what Lin Bai was relying on, especially since Qiao Fian could no longer protect him. By the way, my parents will return to the country tomorrow. They might want to meet you. Qin Xueyao spoke again. Well, I might be busy tomorrow. Let's talk then. Lin Bai casually replied. Wife, I will stay here tonight. Will you keep me company? I think I will return to Wanjiang Tower. Qin Xueyao hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to leave. Lin Bai did not stop her. He intended to remain here to cultivate. For him, the greatest confidence stemmed from his own strength. The first layer of Qi cultivation did not provide him with sufficient security. Once Qin Xueyao departed, Lin Bai sat cross-legged on the rooftop and began his practice. Late at night, Miss, we are almost there. The scarred woman drove the Rolls-Royce off the highway. Bang! A loud noise erupted, causing the Rolls-Royce to shudder. Screech! The sudden brakes were heard as the car came to a halt. Miss, it seems we hit something. Let me check. The scarred woman exited the vehicle and walked forward. Ah! A scream pierced the air. Luo Cici's expression changed. She opened the door and stepped out, only to see the scarred woman clutching her chest, staggering towards her. Miss, run. It's a killer. Run? A chilling voice echoed as a shadow approached. It was a masked man, wielding a sword. Can you escape? I am Luo Cici from the Luo family in Shindu. Do you dare to kill me? Luo Cici coldly glared at the masked man. In Shindu, no one dared to harm the Luo family. Very well, then I have not killed the wrong person. The masked man sneered. Miss Luo, you are indeed a sight for sore eyes, but alas, I revel in crushing beautiful flowers. You shall die? The masked man raised his long sword and vanished from sight, only to reappear before Luo Cici in an instant, thrusting the sword fiercely towards her heart. Death loomed closer. Luo Cici involuntarily closed her eyes, and in her mind, Lin Bai's figure flashed before her. At that moment, she felt a pang of regret. She should have stayed in Jiangcheng City. Ah! A scream rang out. Luo Cici felt a moment of confusion. She opened her eyes to find the masked man lying on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. A slender middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He was a killer from the Shadowless Hall. The slender middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. He abruptly knelt. I am late. Please forgive me, Miss Luo? No, your timing is perfect. Otherwise, I would have perished. Luo Cici shook her head. No, miss, it was not I who saved you. The slender man shook his head. It must be another expert protecting you. An expert? Luo Cici felt perplexed. Clink. A sound echoed. Luo Cici looked down to discover Lin Bai's bracelet had fallen to the ground, shattered. His bracelet. A wave of heartache washed over her. She could tell that this jade bracelet was of ordinary quality, yet it was given to her by Lin Bai, making it invaluable. This. The slender middle-aged man's face paled, rushing over to pick up the bracelet. Miss, you possess a magical artifact from the immortal sect? No wonder you are unharmed. It was the artifact that protected you. Unfortunately, it is a one-time use item and has been destroyed. This bracelet is an artifact from the immortal sect? Luo Cici was astonished. As a descendant of a prominent family, she had heard of such artifacts. The ordinary bracelet given to her by Lin Bai was actually a magical item? How could this be? If you trust my words, it would be best to keep it with you at all times. Luo Cici recalled Lin Bai's words, suddenly enlightened. It turned out he wished to protect her. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Luo Cici. Shock, confusion, and joy intertwined. Lin Bai, what exactly is your identity now? Mississippi. The scarred woman's pained voice interrupted. Luo Cici snapped back to reality. We must leave this place. The morning light bathed Jiangcheng City in its glow. It was not yet 6 o'clock, yet the day was already bright. Lin Bai exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. The first layer of Qi cultivation was relatively easy, yet the subsequent layers grew increasingly difficult. Each advancement required the absorption of multiple times the spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy here was abundant, one night was still insufficient for him to reach the second layer. Goodness, I need to wash up, Lin Bai mused, sensing an unpleasant odor emanating from himself. He went downstairs to the bedroom and took a refreshing shower. Just as Qin Xueyao had mentioned, everything here was brand new and of high quality. These damn rich people, Lin Bai muttered, noting that even a casual set of sportswear cost tens of thousands. It seemed he was scolding himself, after all. He too was now one of those damned rich people. He casually selected an outfit and put it on. Ah, it fits perfectly, as if tailored just for me. Lin Bai admired himself in the mirror, feeling quite handsome. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lin Bai opened the door to find Song Yujiao, who had come to handle the transfer paperwork. Song Yujiao, you are quite eager, Lin Bai remarked with evident sarcasm. Let's go. Take me to Yuehu number 1. And then you can proceed with the paperwork. Half an hour later, when the car stopped at the entrance of Yuehu number 1, Lin Bai casually asked, so, who was this property originally for? I don't know what you're talking about. Song Yujiao's expression shifted slightly. The house is already yours. Don't back out. You people never learn from your losses, Lin Bai said with a faint smile as he opened the door and stepped out. Song Yujiao pressed the gas pedal and sped away. Upon entering the living room, Lin Bai was surprised to find Fan Qiqi there, accompanied by Bai Xiaowei. Brother, Mom and Dad went to work. They can't sit still. Sister Qiqi came over early today. Oh, and Sister Qiqi made us breakfast. Her cooking is superb. Would you like to have some? Bai Xiaowei praised Fan Qiqi endlessly, her only confusion being which of them was her sister-in-law. No need. Lin Bai replied with a gentle smile. Since you are here, Qiqi, help me out. He headed straight to the backyard. His purpose for returning was to refine pills. Beautiful Qiqi, you actually wish to learn pill refinement, right? Lin Bai smiled at Fan Qiqi. I can teach you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. No, thank you, Master. Fan Qiqi was somewhat excited, eager to bow in respect. No, I don't take disciples, Lin Bai quickly interrupted. I just want to be able to slack off a bit in the future. The art of pill refinement was quite tedious. In the immortal realm of his dreams, Lin Bai rarely refined pills, as consuming pills was less appealing than dual cultivation. However, returning to this reality, he anticipated needing many pills. So he intended to cultivate a dedicated alchemist. Fan Qiqi seemed an excellent candidate. With urgency in mind, Lin Bai wasted no time and promptly began preparing for pill refinement. Meanwhile, the prominent families of Jiangcheng City were hit with a significant piece of news. The Jinglei Group had officially been established and would hold a press conference in 2 days, during which they would announce another partner. Remarkably, the timing of the press conference coincided with Ning Buer's funeral, both set to commence on Thursday morning at 9 o'clock. What tricks is Qiao Fian playing? Is she challenging the Tianhai Ning family? Who would attend her press conference? She must be dreaming. Qiao Fian had been comatose for 4 years. Her thoughts no longer keeping pace with the times. This was a desperate struggle. After all, she was now considered a pariah. Even the Qiao family had severed ties with her. Qiao Fian is merely bringing shame upon herself. Come the day of the press conference, she may find herself utterly alone. The prominent families of Jiangcheng were poised to revel in Qiao Fian's misfortune, eager to witness Lin Bai's calamitous downfall. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Bai was engrossed in alchemical pursuits, neglecting his basic needs. While the path to immortality is arduous for most, his exceptional constitution was a rarity. Lin Bai concocted 2 elixirs suitable for ordinary individuals, a body-tempering pill and a bone-strengthening pill. These potions could fortify the physique and even alter the inherent constitution, potentially paving the way for immortal cultivation. However, his primary focus remained on refining qi-replenishing pills. Each of these low-grade pills, at his current level, provided the equivalent of a full night's cultivation. After a continuous 30-plus hours, by Wednesday evening, Lin Bai had produced 36 of each elixir type, nearly depleting his ingredients. I entrust the remaining ingredients to you. Pay close attention to the heat, Lin Bai instructed, finally pausing to hand them over to Fan Qiqi. Without even a moment to cleanse himself, he hastily departed, hailing a taxi to Qiao Fian's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Qiao Fian in the company of a young man. The man, somewhat corpulent with a visage reminiscent of a laughing Buddha, exuded a perpetual smile. Lin Bai, Qin Xueyao is not here. You may leave, the stout man declared dismissively. Brother, your authority does not extend here, Qiao Fian retorted with a calm, yet resolute tone. You have conveyed your message. You may depart. The portly figure was none other than Xiao Dajiang, Qiao Fian's elder brother. Little sister, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with this boy? Xiao Dajiang inquired, visibly irritated. I have investigated your past extensively and found no prior connection between you two. Yet, you defend him so fiercely. This is unlike you. You awoke from a 4-year coma as if a different person. What transpired? Brother, consider me a changed individual. Qiao Fian responded serenely. In the past, you were a good brother, but I now realize that was merely due to a lack of pressure. If the mere mention of the Ning family of Tianhai can lead you to forsake familial bonds, I fear I will be betrayed countless times in the future. What do you mean, merely the Ning family of Tianhai? They are an aristocratic clan, Xiao Dazhong exclaimed, incensed. We cannot afford to offend them. Aristocratic clans are not born but made, and this world holds more than one such family, Xiao Fian stated indifferently. Brother, our paths diverge. Please leave. Little sister, tomorrow you will understand that aristocratic clans are not to be trifled with. Xiao Dazhong sighed deeply, rising to his feet. He turned to Lin Bai. Lin Bai, if you truly care for Qin Xueyao, or even my sister, the best course of action is to leave Jiangcheng now. If you insist on remaining, I will do my utmost to protect my sister, but I cannot allow her to sacrifice herself for you. With these words, Xiao Dazhong departed. That portly fellow is not entirely deplorable, Lin Bai remarked, settling across from Xiao Fian. He produced a vial. Wife, here are 36 low-grade qi replenishing pills. Take half and absorb as much of their potency as possible tonight. Xiao Fian acknowledged, opening the vial and extracting a portion. Husband, I will take only 12. You should proceed to the Jiangcheng summit. Someone awaits you there. Oh, Lin Bai asked, surprised and excited. Have you contacted one of my fellow Taoists? Husband, discover it for yourself, Xiao Fian replied with a radiant smile. Consider it a surprise for your diligent efforts in alchemy. Very well, I shall depart immediately, Lin Bai exclaimed. Unable to contain his excitement, he surmised that one of his fellow Taoists had arrived. Lin Bai hastened to the Jiangcheng summit. Upon entering the courtyard, he focused his senses and detected activity near the rear courtyard pool. He proceeded directly to the pool. Splash! A stunning figure emerged from the pool, arcing through the air like a mermaid. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated her form, creating a breathtaking spectacle. What follows of all the waters in the world? A melodious voice, like celestial music, resonated, jolting Lin Bai from his reverie. Of all the waters in the world, I desire them all. It was indeed his fellow Taoist, the weak water saintess, Ning Qingya. Lin Bai watched as the exquisite figure gracefully descended back into the pool. He leaped in, landing before her, and reached out to embrace her. Ning Qingya deftly retreated, evading his embrace. Husband, you are somewhat inflamed at the moment. Perhaps it is best to refrain from touching me. She chuckled. Look, you are even experiencing epistaxis. It is your fault. You are made of water, yet your allure always inflames me, Lin Bai sighed, dabbing at his nose. His internal fire was becoming increasingly difficult to control. The saintess wore a modest, full-coverage swimsuit, yet her voluptuous curves only amplified his desire, inadvertently reminding him of Su Ruobing. After all, the two possessed remarkably similar proportions. Wife, why were you waiting for me here? Wait a moment, Lin Bai suddenly realized, are you, by chance, affiliated with the Ning family of Tianhai? Was this Jiangcheng summit originally intended to be your residence? Husband, you have finally comprehended, Ning Qingyao replied with a gentle smile. At this moment, the 100 families of Jiangcheng await my punishment of you. How shall I punish you? Are you not already punishing me? Lin Bai sighed. You are dressed in such a manner that I cannot even share your bed. What could be more cruel? Very well. I cannot linger here any longer. Here, take 12 qi replenishing pills. Husband, since you are departing, indulge me in a performance, Ning Qingya suggested with a smile. The Ning family of Tianhai has a young master who is also in Jiangcheng. He is my adversary, and a formidable expert stands behind him. I wish to lure that expert to Jiangcheng. Therefore, I require you to be thrown out, preferably with some bloodshed, to make me appear formidable. Husband, are you prepared? Watch me. Ning Qingya gracefully leaped once more, and her swimsuit vanished. Lin Bai was propelled backward, from the rear courtyard to the front, landing heavily on the ground. He rose, touching his nose, and found it covered in blood. Damn it. I, a venerable immortal, am experiencing such inflammation, Lin Bai muttered, somewhat dejected. Although his expulsion was staged, the epistaxis was genuine. It is all Ning Qingya's fault, with her captivating figure and alluring poses. As Lin Bai lamented his plight, a brief video clip was disseminated to the 100 families of Jiangcheng, accompanied by the caption, Lin Bai entered the Jiangcheng summit and was swiftly defeated by Miss Ning. Bleeding from all orifices. While the bleeding from all orifices was not visible, the epistaxis was undeniable. Moreover, the footage of Lin Bai's fall was remarkably clear. Excellent. That bastard is doomed. If not for Miss Ning's insistence on dealing with him at the funeral, he would be dead already. Let that fool be arrogant. Countless individuals rejoiced. Any lingering apprehension had vanished, replaced by the absolute certainty of Lin Bai and Apos' demise. The pent-up frustration of the past few days could finally be unleashed. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Ruobing was engrossed in a medical journal. The sound of footsteps caused her to look up, revealing Su Yufei's entrance. "Madam, confined without your phone and isolated from the outside world, you must be experiencing profound ennui. Allow me to present something diverting." With a delicate smile, Su Yufei held the phone screen before Su Ruobing, displaying a video capturing the precise moment Lin Bai was sent hurtling through the air. "Su Yufei, Lin Bai is of no consequence to me. His well-being is of no concern," Su Ruobing stated with serene composure. Since her separation from Lin Bai, upon her return to the Su family, she had been placed under house arrest, unable to leave her chamber or communicate with the outside world. "So Lin Bai, in his devotion to you, murdered my husband, and now you claim he is of no consequence?" Su Yufei scoffed. "It is far too late for disavowals. Tomorrow, both you and Lin Bai shall serve as offerings to my late husband. However, I extend to you now an opportunity, a chance to rescue your parents." "What do you intend to do to my parents?" Su Ruobing's countenance shifted dramatically. "Originally, I intended for them to share your fate," Su Yufei declared icily. "I have no compunction in informing you that they, like you, are confined. Yet, should you accede to my request and perform a task, I shall spare their lives." "Su Yufei, your depravity knows no bounds." Su Ruobing spat, her voice laced with venom. "Retribution awaits you. Madam, at your venerable age, do you still subscribe to such notions as retribution?" Su Yufei's eyes gleamed with derision. "I shall ask you directly, do you accept or decline?" "Decline. And your parents shall meet their end this very night." "What is it you wish me to do?" Su Ruobing demanded, her voice tight with suppressed fury. "It is quite simple. Lin Bai possesses a sum of money, 100 billion in cash," Su Yufei explained, unhurried. "I am quite certain that Jiangcheng is rife with those who covet this fortune. Lin Bai's demise is assured, but the ultimate recipient of this wealth remains uncertain. I shall facilitate your departure from the Su residence, and you shall seek out Lin Bai. I am confident that a single night in his embrace shall suffice to procure this sum." Su Yufei chuckled softly. "You see, madam, I am not entirely without compassion. I grant you both a final farewell before your demise. How can I be certain that you shall honor your pledge and release my parents?" Su Ruobing inquired, taking a deep breath to compose herself. "Ah, you cannot." Su Yufei shrugged with feigned indifference. "You must gamble. However, should you secure the funds this evening, I shall release your parents this very night." "Very well, I shall do it," Su Ruobing conceded, devoid of alternatives. Meanwhile, in a certain hospital, Chao Jun reclined against his sickbed, his face ashen, entered the room, prompting a flicker of joy to cross Chao Jun's features. "Heart dash, you have finally come to see me." "Silence. I am not here for you," snapped, her tone curt. "I inquire, do you harbor animosity toward Lin Bai?" "I yearn to grind his bones to dust," Chao Jun snarled, his voice dripping with venom. "Excellent. Then tell me, aside from, who is most dear to Lin Bai?" Pressed. Lin Bai's loved one. Chao Jun pondered, furrowing his brow. "I recall he has a cousin, whom he regards as a sister." "I understand," stated, turning to leave. "I shall impart some welcome news. Lin Bai is destined to perish tomorrow. You may consider yourself avenged." "Good, excellent. Ha ha ha. Lin Bai, you worthless bumpkin. You shall indeed meet your end before I do." Ha ha ha. Chao Jun erupted in maniacal laughter. At that moment, Lin Bai was engaged in a telephone conversation with "Beloved, are you at home?" Lin Bai planned to visit the where he intended to consume that evening. Should he also manage to persuade his belle to share his bed, so much the better. "I am home, but I would prefer that you not come," replied in a hushed tone. "My parents are vehemently opposed to our union, and your presence would likely incite discord." "Very well, I shall refrain from visiting," Lin Bai conceded, somewhat disheartened. He was in no mood to engage in conflict with his mother-in-law. Upon terminating the call, Lin Bai resolved to find a secluded spot to absorb the. He made his way to the riverbank, where he settled into a cross-legged posture in a deserted area. His mobile phone then emitted a ring. Upon inspection, Lin Bai promptly answered. "We share a telepathic connection. I was just musing about you. Where are you?" "I shall seek you out," Su Ruobing replied, her tone tinged with a peculiar quality. "I shall transmit my location to you," Lin Bai responded, promptly sending his coordinates. He then ended the call and consumed all 12 in one gulp. The spirit body possessed such remarkable efficacy that it could absorb the spiritual energy from the pills with virtually no impediment. In a mere hour, he had fully absorbed all the pills. "Ah, not bad. I have reached the 3rd level of Qi training, Lin Bai remarked, pleased with the outcome. It was, at the very least, faster than direct cultivation, though somewhat costly. However, with 100 billion at his disposal, he could sustain his cultivation for quite some time. Have I become more handsome? Lin Bai inquired, opening his eyes and rising to his feet, his gaze fixed on Su Ruobing in the distance. Were you handsome when you were sent hurtling through the air by Miss Ning? Su Ruobing retorted, her tone laced with annoyance. Even on the cusp of death, this man remained so narcissistic. Ah, so you are aware of the incident? Lin Bai inquired, feigning surprise. All of Jiangcheng is aware, Su Ruobing stated, her voice even. Thus, you should know that you have but a dozen hours to live, yes? Indeed, my life is now a countdown, Lin Bai replied, his expression earnest. As I am about to meet my end, would you grant me one final request? And what request might that be? Su Ruobing inquired, her brow furrowed with suspicion. She sensed an unsettling undercurrent. Ah, you know what I desire. I long for your embrace, Lin Bai confessed, his gaze lingering on Su Ruobing's ample bosom. His longing now intensified. Shall we retire to a hotel? Ah, but a hotel is not strictly necessary. Observe this riverbank, devoid of soul's silence. Su Ruobing interjected, her composure faltering. Even on the verge of death, you remain so lecherous. Can you not contemplate anything else? Even those condemned to death are granted a final meal. Lin Bai protested, his expression innocent. As I am about to meet my end, would you deny me my fill? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. This rogue was incorrigible. From the moment of his awakening, he had been fixated on her bosom. At that moment, Lin Bai's phone rang again. Upon answering, a woman's voice echoed from the other end. Lin Bai, is it? Your sister is in my custody. You know I am Lin Bai, and yet you dare abduct my sister? Have you a death wish? Lin Bai inquired, his voice calm, yet laced with menace. The woman on the other end chuckled coldly. Lin Bai, you are on the precipice of death. Refrain from bravado. If you wish to prevent your sister's demise or her defilement by dozens of men, transfer 10 billion immediately. It appears you truly possess a death wish. Lin Bai retorted, terminating the call and turning to Su Ruobing. Are you familiar with the location of Phoenix Palace? With the augmentation of his cultivation, his auditory acuity had been greatly enhanced. From the ambient sounds in the background of the call, he had discerned the name of the locale. That is the headquarters of the hidden Phoenix Hall, Su Ruobing exclaimed, her countenance paling. Enter the vehicle. I shall transport you there. As the vehicle sped along the road, Lin Bai's expression darkened. He had believed that no one would dare provoke him before the morrow. However, no sooner had he concluded his charade with his bell than these individuals had grown restless. Lin Bai, do you truly disregard your sister's life? Transfer 10 billion to this account immediately, or I shall administer drugs to your sister and deliver her to 10 men. This is a message just received from that number, which includes a bank account. Hurry up, de Bing Bing, Lin Bai urged. Although he had provided Bai Xiaowei with a protective talisman, such artifacts only activated in the face of mortal peril. No need to rush, they are merely after money. Su Ruobing reassured, simultaneously accelerating the vehicle. On the surface, Phoenix Palace appeared to be a respectable KTV, yet it was, in truth, engaged in unsavory business. Su Ruobing sped along, reaching the entrance of Phoenix Palace in less than 10 minutes. The establishment was lavishly adorned, exuding an air of grandeur. Just as Su Ruobing's car came to a halt, Lin Bai had already dashed inside. Welcome. Ah. 2 rows of men and women bowed in greeting, only to be sent flying the next moment. The hall erupted into chaos, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, Lin Bai had already ascended to the 2nd floor. He concentrated briefly, then swiftly approached one of the private rooms, kicking the door open with force. The room was quite spacious, devoid of any singing, and relatively tranquil. However, it housed a considerable number of occupants, a plump middle-aged woman clad in revealing attire, surrounded by 8 young male models, likewise scantily dressed. The 8 models encircled the woman, treating her like a pole, as they performed a synchronized pole dance. Goodness, you have utterly disgraced the male populace. Lin Bai once sent all 8 male models flying. Even as a prostitute, she showed no discrimination. Such an unattractive woman, and yet you still choose to serve her. He casually picked up a bottle of foreign liquor and gazed at the middle-aged woman. I shall ask you just once, where's my sister? You are Lin Bai. The expression on the woman's face shifted dramatically. Bang! The expensive liquor shattered upon the woman's head. Discarding the broken bottle, Lin Bai seized another, proclaiming, incorrect. A trickle of blood cascaded from the woman's head, and instinctively, she reached up to touch it, her eyes betraying an involuntary fear. I will have them bring her here at once. She hurriedly picked up her phone from the side and dialed. Quickly send that girl with the surname Bai to me. In less than a minute, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, a young girl was thrust into the private room. Lin Bai cast a glance, and the bottle in his hand came crashing down upon the head of the middle-aged woman. Are you mocking me? Lin Bai wore a displeased expression. This is not my sister. A middle-aged woman clutched her head, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet still tethered to awareness. We have captured her. She is your cousin. Lin Bai seized another bottle of wine and struck the middle-aged woman on the head. This time, she succumbed to oblivion. What a wretched affair. One plunges into abduction without a clear grasp of the situation. Lin Bai turned and departed, just as a group of armed security personnel rushed in. Fueled by anger, Lin Bai wasted no time and promptly delivered a severing blow to these individuals, incapacitating them with a decisive display of strength. He then descended the stairs and exited the Phoenix Palace. Wait for me, brother, called out the young girl as she pursued him. Silence. I am not your brother, he retorted. Lin Bai wore an expression of irritation. The young girl before him was someone he recognized. She was the daughter of his unscrupulous uncle, Bai Dafei's sister. Bai Xiaoqin. But you are indeed my cousin, she protested, a hint of grievance in her voice. I was just off work when they seized me. I dropped my bag and phone, and I have no money on me. All right, let's take a taxi to find your brother. Lin Bai took out 100 yuan and handed it to Bai Xiaoqin. Bai Xiaoqin, not daring to linger, finally hailed a taxi and departed. At that moment, Su Ruobing also got out of the car and approached Lin Bai. What is happening? She appeared somewhat perplexed. Before Lin Bai could utter a word, a BMW approached, swiftly followed by the descent of 4 men. Goodness, this girl is truly stunning. A man caught sight of Su Ruobing and was instantly rooted to the spot. Brothers, he exclaimed, there's no need to head in for fun tonight. Let us simply claim this beauty for ourselves. Claim her? You must be joking. Lin Bai kicked the man away with a single blow. Damn, why are you hitting people? The other men were instantly enraged and rushed forward, eager to retaliate. Unfortunately, Lin Bai was swifter than them, delivering a kick to each one. Su Ruobing felt a strange sensation. Why did this rogue possess no semblance of patience? Could it be because of her? Lin Bai took a deep breath to compose himself, and then he dialed Bai Xiaowi's number. Xiaowi, where are you? At the moment the call connected, Lin Bai let out a sigh of relief. Brother, I'm in a taxi. A classmate invited me out for a late-night snack. Bai Xiaowi sounded quite cheerful. By the way, brother, could you lend me 200 yuan? Perhaps I may need to settle the bill later. No problem. I shall provide it for you immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai remarked, by the way, Xiaohui, I have yet to have dinner. Where are you all dining for a late-night snack? I shall join you later. Very well, my brother. I shall send you the address. Bai Xiaowi felt even more delighted upon hearing this. Once the call ended, Bai Xiaowi quickly sent a location via WeChat, and Lin Bai promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to her. Let us proceed to this place. Lin Bai extended his phone towards Su Ruobing, saying, since you forbid me from indulging in meat, I must resort to barbecue instead. If you are genuinely concerned for your sister's safety, do not place the blame on me. Su Ruobing let out a soft huff. This evening felt amiss. It seemed that many were fixated on my wealth. Lin Bai was indeed concerned about Bai Xiaowi. He harbored a suspicion that Bai Xiaowi being summoned for a late-night meal at this hour might pose a problem. Once they entered the vehicle, it had scarcely begun to move when Lin Bai began to regard Su Ruobing with a peculiar gaze. Could you refrain from staring so indiscreetly? Su Ruobing felt a twinge of annoyance. I am fully aware that you possess a rogue's nature, but could you perhaps exercise a modicum of restraint? Dai Bingbing, I sense something amiss with you tonight. Lin Bai spoke with earnestness, noting that you had not sought me out for nearly 3 days. And your sudden initiative to approach me without divulging the purpose is rather uncharacteristic of you. Since my return home, I have been confined by Su Yufei, who initially planned to use me as a pawn in a ritual alongside you tomorrow. Su Ruobing's tone was surprisingly calm. Yet it is no wonder that Su Yufei has taken an interest in your fortune of 1 billion. It is indeed a formidable sum, even for our Su family, to procure in one go. My parents are also under Su Yufei and Appo's control, and she has commanded me to come and spend the night with you, with the ulterior motive of seizing your wealth. Should I refuse, she threatens the lives of my parents. Dai Bingbing. Their intentions are solely to acquire my riches. while you seem intent on claiming my very being. Lin Bai reflected with a touch of melancholy. Though the desire to be with you is strong, that 1 billion. Ahem, Dai Bing Bing. It is not that I find you too expensive. Rather, I believe our pure relationship should remain untainted by monetary concerns. You shameless rogue, are merely lamenting the cost. Su Ruobing felt an inexplicable surge of anger. What was so significant about 1 billion? Why was she deemed unworthy of such an amount? This despicable rogue not only desired her, but also expected to gain something for nothing. She took a deep breath to steady herself, murmuring, "All right. I have no desire to be intimate with you just yet. I have come to seek your assistance, as I find Su Yufei to be unreliable. Even if I were to give her money, it is likely she would not spare my family. Given your remarkable skills, could you perhaps go to the Su residence tonight and rescue my parents? Dear Dabin, I am rather curious. In your Su family, is it not your grandmother? The esteemed old lady Su, who truly holds the reins of authority." Lin Bai retorted, "Isn't your father the biological child of your grandmother? My grandmother has always favored Su Yufei, especially now that she has the backing of the Tianhain family." Su Ruobing feels a sense of melancholy. Over the years, I have come to understand that so-called aristocratic families are fundamentally devoid of genuine familial bonds, ultimately driven by self-interest. In truth, I do not believe you can assist me. Considering your own precarious situation, let us not dwell on these matters. I, too, have not had a proper meal in several days. Tonight, I shall indulge in a hearty feast." Su Ruobing fell silent, her focus solely on driving. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber. It was evident that Su Ruobing was, in fact, feeling a tinge of despair. "Forget it, De Bing Bing. Seeing you so downcast, I shall speak candidly." Lin Bai sighed. "Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly be fine by tomorrow. As for your parents, as long as you do not return home tonight, Su Yufei will not harm them. After all, she needs them as leverage against you." Face the reality of the situation. Su Ruobing, disheartened, replied, "I did not seek help from Fian, for I am aware of her limitations. In the entirety of Jiangcheng, there is no one capable of resisting the Tianhai Ning family. The power of aristocratic families is beyond your comprehension. You rely on your physical prowess and some medical knowledge. Yet these are trivial in the face of such families. De Bing Bing, since you are so certain, why not wager with me?" Lin Bai grinned playfully. "If I am alive and well after tomorrow, you must allow me to feast. What do you say? Shall we place this bet?" Lin Bai was acutely aware that his current state was rather abnormal. A cultivator should not exhibit such volatility. He felt as though he had accumulated desires over millennia, yet found no outlet for their release. If this continued, he feared he might succumb to madness. Although if he couldn't hold on, he might as well squander Qiao Fian's unique physique. But since there were alternatives available, he preferred not to reach that point. Su Ruobing was quite suitable. Perhaps it was because she was the first person he saw upon waking, and they had shared intimate moments, leading him to develop a certain fixation on her. Well, it was also because of her impressive physique. Su Ruobing, still driving, felt a surge of heat from Lin Bai and Appo's gaze. "I've never encountered someone so brazen, even when facing death." She gritted her teeth. "Fine, let us gamble. Consider it your last wish." Big Bing Bing. You agreed to the bet?" Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never expecting Su Ruobing to genuinely accept. This was akin to a windfall, or rather, a feast from the heavens. "Excellent. I shall celebrate with a case of beer." Su Ruobing suddenly felt uneasy. Something was amiss. Lin Bai's exuberance was alarming. Could it be that he truly believed he would be unscathed tomorrow? "Why do you think you'll be fine tomorrow?" Su Ruobing could not help but inquire. "Because I'm the strongest," Lin Bai replied nonchalantly. Su Ruobing felt relieved. He was merely a narcissist. Yet, deep down, she harbored a hope that he would indeed be fine tomorrow. But now, reflecting on their wager, should she begin to wish for something unfortunate to befall Lin Bai? The vehicle finally arrived at their destination, a roadside barbecue stall. "Brother, over here." Bai Xiaowei spotted Lin Bai and waved eagerly. He and Su Ruobing approached. The table was small, just enough for 4 individuals. "Brother, this is my roommate, Huang Lin," Bai Xiaowei introduced. "Huang Lin, this is my brother Lin Bai, also a graduate of Jiangcheng University. He is our senior." "Hello, senior." Huang Lin greeted Lin Bai with a sweet smile. "Your girlfriend is so beautiful." You're quite pretty too," Lin Bai replied dismissively. Huang Lin was indeed decent looking, but her attire was overly mature, not befitting a student. "Brother, we've already ordered some barbecue. Do you want to add anything?" Bai Xiaohui handed Lin Bai the order list. He perused it and checked off nearly everything, save for what he disliked. Boss, bring us a case of ice-cold beer. Certainly, coming right up, the waiter responded as he took the order. Soon, a case of beer was delivered. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai, incredulous that he was genuinely celebrating. Here, big bing bing. I'll drink to you, feel free. Lin Bai poured himself a full glass and downed it in one gulp. Brother, have you encountered something joyful? Bai Xiaohui asked, curiosity piqued. She was unsure how to refer to Su Ruobing. In just a few days, her brother had been accompanied by several beautiful girls. Which one was the sister-in-law? Indeed. Something extraordinarily joyful, Lin Bai replied with a straight face. I can and oppose, T divulged the details, but thinking about it makes me a bit agitated. Hence, I need some ice-cold beer to cool off. Lin Bai was genuinely happy. If he could endure tonight, tomorrow would be a different story altogether. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly, akin to a sudden influx of wealth. Su Ruobing felt a sense of panic. She sensed that Lin Bai's gaze towards her had shifted. Previously, it had been lustful, but now it seemed to be plotting. What audacity did this rogue possess? He couldn't possibly contend with that Miss Ning and had no notable background. The barbecue was served swiftly, and Lin Bai ate with great delight, while Bai Xiaohui also enjoyed herself. Su Ruobing was lost in thought, while Huang Lin continued to eat and play on her phone. Hey, brother, why is everyone leaving? Bai Xiaohui suddenly noticed something was amiss. Looking around, she observed that all the other customers had departed, not just from their stall, but from all the stalls along the street. What had once been a bustling street filled with barbecue vendors was now desolate, with only a few vehicles and a multitude of people. The kilometer-long street was densely packed with individuals, yet eerily silent. Lin Bai, you truly are fortunate. Even in dire straits, you have Miss Su by your side. A voice rasped, belonging to a dark-skinned man in his 30s, lean and wiry, flanked by over a dozen burly men wielding iron rods. He was the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, known as Black Tiger, who despised being referred to as Black. Su Ruobing whispered, but before she could finish, Lin Bai interjected. You look like a wraith in the dead of night. Are you trying to blend in? Su Ruobing was astonished. Lin Bai was quite adept at provoking others. Lin Bai, you're on the brink of death, yet you dare to act so arrogantly. Black Tiger scoffed. If it weren't for young Master Ning wanting to keep you alive until tomorrow, you would be dead tonight. But your survival doesn't guarantee your sister's safety. Now, I'm giving you a choice. Hand over that 100 billion in cash, and I'll spare your sister. Why do you thugs always sell your souls for a pittance? Without considering a simple question, why wouldn't they come for the money themselves instead of hiring you? Lin Bai rose slowly. You dare speak to Black Tiger like that? Are you seeking death? Huang Lin gasped, horrified. If you want to die, don't drag me, and Bai Xiaohui down with you. Slap. Lin Bai struck Huang Lin across the face, sending her sprawling several meters away. What are you pretending for? He said coldly. Do you think I'm unaware that you've been feeding them information? You actually hit me. Huang Lin scrambled to her feet, furious. She rushed to Black Tiger's side, hugging his arm as she whined. Tiger brother. Look, he hit me. You must avenge me. Huang Lin, how could you? Bai Xiaohui was left speechless. Bai Xiaohui, you pathetic pauper, shut your mouth. Huang Lin sneered. With your pitiful appearance. If it weren't for Tiger brother insisting I meet you, why would I bother coming out for a midnight snack with you? I'm done with you. Constantly boasting about how impressive your brother is. What a joke. Tiger brother is the real deal, commanding thousands of subordinates. Huang Lin, you've gone too far. I considered you a friend. Bai Xiaohui retorted, angered. Please, friends. You're not worthy to be my friend. Huang Lin scoffed. Your father is a security guard, and your mother is a maid. You, a poor girl from the countryside, think you can be friends with me? Just one handbag from Tiger brother is worth more than your family's annual income. You. Bai Xiaohui was exasperated. Aren't you just being kept by a small-time thug? What is so impressive about that? My brother has more money than all of you combined. Navi, what small-time thug? Tiger brother is the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. He is like the emperor of Jiangcheng's underground world. Huang Lin sneered. As for your brother, wealthy, his money will soon belong to Tiger brother. Dream on. Bai Xiaohui retorted angrily. Enough, Xiaohui, cease this nonsensical chatter, Lin Bai declared, dismissing the triviality with disdain. With a swift kick, he sent the trash flying. Huang Lin soared into the air before plummeting into a nearby dumpster, several meters away. Ugh, it stinks. Brother Tiger, save me. Huang Lin cried out in panic, struggling to escape the dumpster, only to topple it over and become ensnared in even more refuse. When she finally managed to stand, her gaze met an astonishing sight. Hundreds of subordinates brought by Black Tiger lay motionless on the ground, an eerie silence enveloping the scene. A pained groan escaped Black Tiger's lips. He was the sole figure still upright. "Are you human or ghost?" He stammered in disbelief, immobilized by two skewers impaling his feet. "Speak. Who sent you?" Lin Bai grasped a handful of bamboo skewers. "No one sent me." "Ah!" Black Tiger screamed as another skewer pierced his flesh. "I possess immense patience. Should you remain silent, I shan't hesitate to cover your entire body with these skewers." Lin Bai remained unflustered, pouring himself a glass of wine, relishing the dual pleasure of drinking and tormenting Black Tiger. I'll tell you. Black Tiger faltered, quickly divulging, "It was young Master Yi. He instructed me to capture Bai Xiaowei, but upon hearing you were also present, I thought to profit further. Thus, one must not be overly greedy," Lin Bai replied, shaking his head. "Now, tell me, where is Yi Chengfeng?" "I don't know. Young Master Yi only contacted me via phone. I have no idea where he is." "Ah!" Black Tiger howled in agony as numerous skewers simultaneously pierced him. "What a useless fool," Lin Bai scoffed, casually kicking Black Tiger into the trash heap, where he collided with Huang Lin. Both succumbed to unconsciousness with a muffled thud. "Big Ice, you seem well acquainted with the chaotic locales of Jiangcheng. Perchance you know the whereabouts of Yi Chengfeng?" Lin Bai turned to Su Ruobing. "Let me check," she replied, reaching for her phone. Lin Bai, after a moment's contemplation, dialed Qin Xueyao's number. Given the attention directed at Bai Xiaowei, it was reasonable to assume Qin Xueyao would also be targeted. After 5 rings with no answer, Lin Bai felt a twinge of unease. "Big Ice, take me home first." He hung up, intending to investigate further. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Qin Xueyao calling, which he promptly answered. "Darling, where are you?" "At home," came her voice, laced with a hint of affection. "I was just taking a shower." "Oh, I'm relieved to hear that. Stay indoors tonight and don't go out." Lin Bai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "If anything arises, remember to call me." "Understood. I'm with my parents. Nothing is amiss." After a brief pause, Qin Xueyao added, "Be careful. I've heard many are looking for trouble with you." "Yes. I'm currently on my way to confront them," Lin Bai replied, choosing not to say more. He ended the call just as Su Ruobing wrapped up her own conversation. Today is the birthday of Yi Chengfeng's celebrity girlfriend, Wei Er. He is currently throwing her a party. Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai. "Are you going to find him?" "Absolutely. I must attend. I was once a fervent fan of Wei Er," Lin Bai asserted without hesitation. "What kind of fan? She doesn't even play ball." Su Ruobing quipped, puzzled, only to realize Lin Bai's gaze was fixated on her chest. You are truly a rogue. Big Ice, don't be jealous." "I am merely your fan now," Lin Bai replied with feigned solemnity. Su Ruobing shot him a glare, turning towards the car parked by the roadside. "Shall we? Let me take you to see the star," Lin Bai called out to Bai Xiaowei, and together they hopped into the vehicle. Meanwhile, at Wangjiang Tower, Qin Xueyao emerged from her home, impeccably dressed. Beside her stood a man, Qin Changfeng. "Qin Changfeng, where exactly are you taking me?" Qin Xueyao's complexion paled. "You will know once you arrive. Cooperate, and your parents will live. Otherwise, my people are prepared to eliminate them at any moment. Hurry, many are awaiting your arrival." At that moment, in a villa on the outskirts, a lively gathering of men and women danced exuberantly. Wei Er's birthday party was nearing its climax, transitioning into the final revelry. The pulsating music invigorated the crowd, the dim lights fostering an atmosphere of uninhibited revelry. Just as everyone was lost in the rhythm, the music abruptly ceased. Suddenly, the lights illuminated every corner, revealing a striking sight. "How scandalous! You city folks truly know how to revel," a voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a man accompanied by 2 women at the entrance. Among them was a voluptuous woman, capable of eclipsing any star or model present. "Shall we? Did you see? These celebrities delight in such chaotic group antics," Lin Bai mused, reflecting on the disorder of the entertainment world. "You should refrain from idolizing them. They pale in comparison to your sister Bingbing." His words incited an uproar. Who is this person? Does he not know how to speak? Where are the security guards? Who allowed him in? Quickly, someone seized his phone. Lin Bai was indeed filming, and upon noticing his actions, several celebrities hastily turned away, fearful of being captured on camera, as they were scantily clad and engaging in rather provocative antics. "Not you again." A furious voice erupted. Wei Er emerged from the crowd, her attire relatively modest, revealing only a hint of skin, adorned with a large diamond necklace. likely a birthday gift. Of course it is me. Lin Bai unabashedly scanned Wei Er before turning to Su Ruobing. Big ice, she is undeniably inferior. I shall henceforth be your sole fan. Su Ruobing shot him a disapproving glare, uninterested in further conversation. Oh, right, I nearly forgot the main matter. Lin Bai sighed, lamenting that watching games had distracted him. Where is that fool Yi Chengfeng? Wasn't he hosting your party? He had to leave for something. Wei Er replied, visibly agitated. I haven't wronged you. Don't ruin my party. That is of little consequence. What matters is that I need to see Yi Chengfeng immediately. Lin Bai remained unperturbed. Call him and demand he returns. How about this? You dial the number on speakerphone, and I shall speak. Others began to sense the tension, noticing Wei Er's evident fear of Lin Bai, rendering her speechless. Nonetheless, Wei Er found her phone and dialed Yi Chengfeng. Baby, enjoy yourself. I will come join you shortly. The call connected, and Yi Chengfeng and Appo's voice, laced with affection, resonated through the line, only to be abruptly interrupted by Lin Bai. Your voice is utterly nauseating. What the hell? Wait, Lin Bai? Yi Chengfeng recognized him immediately. What have you done to Wei Er? Enough with the chatter. Return immediately. Lin Bai snapped impatiently. Otherwise, I shall make your precious girl the communal treasure of every man here. Lin Bai, should you dare to lay a hand on Wei Er, I vow to make your existence a living hell. Yi Chengfeng bellowed. Yi Ersha, cease your infernal howling. I possess no desire to touch your woman. I find her repulsive. Lin Bai retorted with impatience. However, the other gentlemen present may not share my aversion. Has no one informed you of my medical expertise? With a few strategically placed needles or a concoction of herbs, I can assure you they will be soaring to euphoric heights with your precious husband. Hasten your return. This man is deranged, Wei Er cried out in alarm. Silence permeated the other end of the line for a few moments. Lin Bai, are you cognizant of my current whereabouts? Yi Chengfeng hissed through gritted teeth. Tonight, Jiangcheng hosts an unprecedented clandestine auction, attended by the city's 100 most influential families. Would you be interested in knowing the item up for bid? You may be teetering on the precipice of doom, yet you still seek to provoke me. Very well. I shall enlighten you. We are auctioning off your wife. Tonight, the men of this city will vie for the opportunity to possess Qin Xueyao. Should you dare to harm Wei Er, I shall exact retribution upon Qin Xueyao. The call abruptly terminated. Wei Er frantically attempted to reconnect, only to be met with a disconnected signal. You must not seek me out, Wei Er pleaded, her eyes wide with terror. You should seek out Yi Xueyao. It appears you hold little significance in his estimation, Lin Bai remarked, observing Wei Er. However, I must extend my congratulations. After tonight, you shall have the opportunity to acquire a new paramour. De Bing Bing, let us depart. Lin Bai, embracing Su Ruobing, turned to leave. He promptly redialed Qin Xueyao's number, only to be met with the same disconnection. Subsequently, he attempted to reach Xiao Fian, but to no avail. A similar outcome befell his attempt to contact Ning Qingya. He surmised that these two saintly wives were still absorbing the medicinal potency of the qi-replenishing pills. Despite their exceptional constitutions, they paled in comparison to his own, resulting in a slower rate of absorption. Su Ruobing was already engaged in a phone conversation. I have contacted over a dozen individuals from various prominent families in Jiangcheng, and all their phones are switched off, Su Ruobing informed Lin Bai. Presumably, they are all attending the auction. Such auctions in Jiangcheng are exclusively held at the Dragon Palace. However, the predicament lies in my ignorance of the Dragon Palace's location. Then, who possesses this knowledge? Lin Bai questioned, his expression grave. No one knows, Su Ruobing lamented, shaking her head. Or rather, I am unaware of anyone who does. The Dragon Palace's proprietor is shrouded in mystery, styling himself as the Dragon Emperor. These auctions are infrequent, occurring only 2 or 3 times annually. Those who receive invitations are blindfolded during transportation, both to and from the venue. Electronic devices, such as mobile phones, are strictly prohibited within the Dragon Palace. Lin Bai inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure. Is there a means to ascertain the locations of those phones prior to their deactivation? Lin Bai queried, fixing his gaze upon Su Ruobing. Precision is not paramount. A narrowed-down range would suffice. This may be feasible. I shall enlist the assistance of a friend. Su Ruobing resumed her phone calls. A few moments later, she relayed to Lin Bai, it may require some time. Let us await developments. First, transport me to Wangjiang Tower. Xueyao's call to me suggested she had already been apprehended, Lin Bai instructed as he entered the vehicle. She mentioned being with her parents. I suspect they may have been abducted, akin to your own parents. Then let us first investigate. Su Ruobing concurred, hastily entering the vehicle. Brother, Xueyaojia will be all right. One and Oppos, Tishi, Bai shall we inquired anxiously during the journey. Rest assured, I shall ensure her safety, Lin Bai declared solemnly. He realized he had erred, demonstrating excessive leniency toward the 100 families of Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, atop Wangjiang Tower, a middle-aged couple exhibited abject terror. They were none other than Qin Xueyao's parents, Qin Kuan and Wen Ting. Although both were 50 years of age, they maintained their appearances remarkably well, particularly Wen Ting, who appeared to be in her early 30s. Her mature, alluring charm captivated the two men assigned to guard them. Brother, I desire this woman, one of the guards declared. Patience. Once the task is complete, you may indulge as you please. Young Master Ning has no intention of allowing them to live, the other responded. Brother, if that is the case, what difference does it make if I take her now? Indeed, there appears to be no distinction. Proceed, then. The exchange sent shivers down Wen Ting's spine. Do not dare to approach. My daughter will not forgive you. Wen Ting attempted to retreat, but found herself immobilized by her restraints. What do you intend to do? I am a member of the Qin family. Qin Kuan exclaimed, his voice betraying his fear. The Qin family? The man scoffed. Henceforth, the Qin family shall belong to Qin Changfeng, who is but a mere pawn of young Master Ning. As for your precious daughter, she is not even worthy of being a bitch. However, Madam Qin, should you provide me with satisfactory service, I may consider allowing you to become my bitch, haha. The man lunged at Wen Ting, erupting in maniacal laughter. Help! Wen Ting shrieked, her gaze fixating upon a figure who swiftly seized the man's neck and hurled him aside. Ugh. Two brief cries of agony echoed as both men collapsed to the ground. You are Lin Bai, Wen Ting stammered, recalling the photographs she had seen on her daughter's phone. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, greetings. I apologize for our unconventional first encounter. Lin Bai offered a faint smile. He mused that his parents-in-law possessed remarkable beauty, which explained Qin Xueyao's stunning appearance. Do not address me as father-in-law, Qin Kuan retorted angrily. You are the cause of our predicament. Should anything befall Xueyao, I shall never forgive you. Is that so? How shall you exact your vengeance, father-in-law? Lin Bai inquired, his expression hardening. By engaging in impotent threats while bound and helpless? Had I not arrived, your wife would have been violated before your very eyes. Did you protect her? Lin Bai severed the ropes binding Wen Ting. Father-in-law, had you not been so inept at protecting your daughter, Xueyao would not require my assistance. Lin Bai's tone grew colder. Do not presume that you may vent your anger upon me simply because I am your son-in-law. Reflect upon your own shortcomings. I must now rescue Xueyao. Lin Bai, seizing the two unconscious men, promptly departed. News has arrived. My friend has identified a general area spanning approximately 5 square kilometers. Su Ruobing awaited below. Lin Bai, who had initially intended to interrogate the men, forcefully tossed them into the river. Let us proceed, Lin Bai declared, his spirits lifting slightly. Although 5 square kilometers remained a substantial area, he believed his abilities would enable him to locate her. The Dragon Palace, Jiangcheng and Oppos, most enigmatic location. Everyone knew it was an underground palace, but its precise whereabouts remained a mystery. Furthermore, the identity of the elusive Dragon Emperor was unknown. However, the populace remained unconcerned. After all, the Dragon Palace rarely interfered in Jiangcheng's affairs, save for the occasional special auction. The Dragon Palace's auctions were highly coveted by Jiangcheng's elite, as the items up for bid were invariably unique. Rare treasures and exotic artifacts were commonplace, but the true allure lay in the illicit and forbidden items, such as tonight's offering. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Dragon Palace's extraordinary auction. A resonant voice echoed from the stage as a towering figure, adorned with a golden mask, emerged. Greetings to the Dragon Sovereign. All of you are esteemed patrons, so I shall dispense with further formalities. Now, let us proceed to the matter at hand. First, I present to you our exceptional auction item. Within the Grand Hall, representatives from the Jiangcheng's 100 prominent families were seated on either side of a central aisle. All eyes turned towards the rear, where a stunning woman in formal attire appeared, Qin Xueyao, bathed in the radiant glow of the lights. Qin Xueyao seemed to emanate a luminous aura. A hint of unease flickered across her exquisitely refined face, yet this expression did not evoke protective instincts in the men present. Instead, it amplified their desire to possess her. The exquisitely alluring gown accentuated her already remarkable figure, rendering her even more captivating. A collective hush fell over the assembly, with several men audibly swallowing in anticipation. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of pairs of eyes, Qin Xueyao ascended the stage with measured steps. "Turn around 3 times, for display," the dragon sovereign commanded. A flash of humiliation flickered in Qin Xueyao's eyes, but she dutifully complied. She had no choice. Her parents' lives hinged on her cooperation. As for Lin Bai, a fleeting image of Lin Bai crossed her mind. Despite a glimmer of hope, she had seen the video of him being defeated. Gazing at the sea of eager eyes below, a wave of panic washed over her, tinged with regret. Perhaps it would have been better to yield to Lin Bai. Esteemed guests, you have all witnessed Qin Xueyao's beauty and physique. Furthermore, she possesses controlling shares of the Qin Corporation. In addition to Lin Bai's inheritance, the dragon sovereign continued. The urgency of this auction stems from the fact that young Master Ning is aware of your collective pursuit of Lin Bai's assets. Lin Bai's demise is imminent, and Qin Xueyao stands as his sole heir. Whoever successfully bids on Qin Xueyao tonight will gain not only Lin Bai's considerable wealth, but also controlling interest in the Qin Corporation, along with the unparalleled beauty of Qin Xueyao herself. This auction requires no pre-qualification of funds. You may bid freely, and young Master Ning will grant you 3 days to secure the necessary capital. The dragon sovereign's gaze swept across the assembly. Before the auction commences, I must ascertain one matter. Do you all willingly participate in this auction? Representatives from Jiangcheng's 100 prominent families are present. I trust that you are all committed to participating in earnest. Once the auction concludes, your families must collectively uphold the outcome and maintain the confidentiality of this event. The dragon sovereign's tone was stern. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to speak. Silence descended upon the hall. The attendees exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Qiao Senshi, despite your animosity towards Lin Bai, I must inquire, does the Qiao family commit to participating? The dragon sovereign inquired. Your Excellency, dragon sovereign, my hatred for Lin Bai knows no bounds. If anyone in the Qiao family attempts to dissuade me, I will sever ties with them as well, Qiao Senshi declared, his voice laced with vehemence. Dragon sovereign, we all harbor resentment towards Lin Bai. We are undoubtedly eager to participate. Indeed, dragon sovereign, not only did Lin Bai seize our wealth, but he also humiliated many of us. We are eager to reclaim our dignity through Qin Xueyao. How could we possibly decline? Others chimed in. Excellent. The dragon sovereign seemed pleased. However, I must address another individual. Fan Zhiming, your grandfather, Fan Zhongjing, maintains amicable relations with Lin Bai, and your aunt, Fan Shiqi, has been seen in his constant company. I ask you, does the Fan family truly wish to participate in this auction? The dragon sovereign's tone carried a subtle nuance. Dragon sovereign, my grandfather and aunt have lost their senses. I do not share their sentiments. Fan Zhiming hastily retorted. Rest assured, I will resolve the issues within my family after this auction. Very well. The dragon sovereign's satisfaction was palpable. Now, I shall share more welcome news. This auction was originally commissioned by young Master Ning. He has pledged that each of you present here, irrespective of your previous standing within your respective families, will assume leadership positions upon the conclusion of this evening. From this moment forth, you are the heads of Jiangcheng's 100 prominent families. This is a guarantee from the Ning family of Tianhai. A 3-second silence blanketed the hall, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause. Bravo! Wonderful! Thank you, Dragon Sovereign. Thank you, young Master Ning. Ha ha ha. I am the head of the family. No one can control me any longer. We are eternally grateful to young Master Ning. He is our benefactor. The crowd was ecstatic. Approximately half of the attendees were uncertain of their status as family heirs. Individuals such as Qiao Senshi, Yi Qingfeng, and Fan Zhiming were virtually certain of being excluded from succession. Even among those who held the title of family heir, few had actual control over their families. Esteemed guests, the auction officially commences. The starting bid is 10 billion, with a minimum increment of 1 billion. As Qin Xueyao observed the frenzied expressions on the faces of those present, her despair deepened. In the city center, Su Ruobing had just parked her car. This area was the epicenter, with a radius of 5 kilometers. A trace of anxiety flickered across Su Ruobing's face. Despite the late hour, the vicinity was teeming with people, making it a less than ideal location. Despite the late hour, this area remained vibrant and bustling. Lin Bai alighted from the vehicle. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and filtered out the cacophony of sounds, maximizing his perceptual abilities. Although the area was bustling, the sounds primarily emanated from the surface. By disregarding the sounds above ground and focusing on the subterranean realm, the auditory clutter would diminish significantly. Time passed slowly as his perception gradually grew quieter, as if devoid of sound. This was solely due to his persistent probing of the subterranean depths. Suddenly, a surge of immense clamor erupted in his mind. Lin Bai and Apos. Eyes snapped open. Found it. The Dragon Palace auction had reached a fever pitch. While a 3-day payment period was allotted, the majority of bidders withdrew once the price surpassed 10 billion. After all, most of the 100 prominent families were second-tier clans with assets below 10 billion. Esteemed guests, you are aware of my past affections for Qin Xueyao. Although I now harbor resentment towards this woman, I would appreciate it if you would defer to me and refrain from competing. Qiao Zhenshi had just raised the price to 20 billion. Upon hearing his words, several individuals who had raised their hands hesitated and lowered them. After all, Qiao Zhenshi would soon be the head of the Qiao family, and they could not afford to offend him. Furthermore, rest assured that I do not intend to monopolize her. I will certainly share her with you all. Qiao Zhenshi's words further dissuaded several competitors. Qiao Zhenshi was pleased, for he would be ecstatic to acquire her for 20 billion. However, at that moment, he heard a voice. I bid 50 billion. Su Yufei, why are you, a woman, competing with me? Qiao Zhenshi inquired, slightly irritated. Qiao Zhenshi, I have heard that you are no longer a man. If you can compete, so can I, Su Yufei retorted, showing no deference to Qiao Zhenshi. You men see beauty, I see business. Do not mention that Qin Xueyao originally possessed assets amounting to several hundred billion, and with Lin Bai's 100 billion, the total already exceeds 500 billion. Moreover, to all present, should I decide to sell Qin Xueyao for 1 billion for your amusement, I am certain you would all be more than willing. Since Miss Su has made such a statement, I shall bid 600 billion. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng raised his hand, as a man engaged in business. The crux of the matter is that Lin Bai, that scoundrel, dares to touch my woman, thus I must reciprocate by claiming his. Yi Shao. Your words seem somewhat hypocritical, for were you not defeated by Lin Bai? Su Yufei sneered. As for claiming your woman, Lin Bai not only has Qin Xueyao, but also my beautiful elder sister, which should suffice for his daily indulgences. He truly does not harbor any interest in your starlet girlfriend. Oh, I shall bid 700 billion. Su Yufei raised the stakes once more. 1 billion. Qiao Zhenshi roared in fury. His shout caused Yi Qingfeng, who intended to raise his bid, to lower his hand. This price is far too extravagant. It would result in a loss. Qiao Zhenshi remains deeply infatuated with Qin Xueyao, it seems. Su Yufei shook her head, stating, if that is the case, I shall facilitate your desires. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Long Huang spoke. If not, then the ownership of Qin Xueyao shall belong to Qiao Zhenshi of the Qiao family. It appears there are no further bids. Thus, congratulations to Qiao Zhenshi. Thank you, Long Huang, and thanks to everyone. Qiao Zhenshi abruptly stood, bursting into laughter. Qin Xueyao, you will ultimately not escape my grasp. Were you not attempting to feign nobility before me? Now, I shall take great pleasure in humiliating you before all. As he spoke, he advanced toward the stage. The others present did not intervene. Rather, they appeared somewhat exhilarated. Although they did not acquire Qin Xueyao, witnessing the spectacle was still a treat. Qiao Zhenshi quickly ascended the stage, approaching Qin Xueyao, while Long Huang wore an expression of anticipation. Qiao Zhenshi, what do you intend to do? Qin Xueyao instinctively recoiled. As the crowd shouted bids, she had nearly grown numb, yet now she realized she could never fathom the depths of these individuals. Qiao Zhenshi actually intended to publicly humiliate her, and the onlookers seemed to relish the idea. This so-called upper-class society was more depraved than she could have imagined. Qin Xueyao, I informed you a few days ago. Qiao Zhenshi gritted his teeth. When I elevate you, you are the noble Miss Qin. When I trample upon you, you become nothing more than a public vehicle for all. Yet you refuse to believe it. You, wretched woman, insisted on choosing Lin Bai. Why must you select such a rustic, when there are others? You are slapping the faces of all the young elites of Jiangcheng. Qiao Zhenshi suddenly lunged at Qin Xueyao. Do not come any closer. Qin Xueyao hastily dodged, but her high heel twisted, causing her to fall to the ground. She removed her heels and retreated barefoot, utterly disheveled. Qiao Zhenshi, go for it. Quickly, tear her clothes off. Qiao Zhenshi, spare no mercy, we wish to see. Many in the audience cheered, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Had it not been for the prohibition on phones, they would have likely begun filming. However, At this moment, Xiao Sancher halted his advance. He looked down at Qin Xueyao from above. Qin Xueyao, I offer you a chance. Acknowledge that you were blind to choose me over Lin Bai. If you are willing to publicly confess, then crawl over and lick my toes, claiming you were mistaken. I shall spare you. Qin Xueyao slowly rose, standing barefoot on the ground, holding one of her high heels. Xiao Sancher, your current actions only reinforce my belief that choosing Lin Bai was indeed the right decision. Qin Xueyao smiled, a hint of despair evident in her expression. For you are truly a complete pervert. Lin Bai, at least, is quite normal. Lin Bai, that rustic, has offended all the aristocrats in Jiangcheng. Do you truly consider him normal? Xiao Sancher roared. He is a madman, utterly insane. Qin Xueyao, you are a wretched woman, and you still choose him. Does your affection for him hold any value? Can he save you? He cannot. Xiao Sancher bellowed once more as he lunged at Qin Xueyao. Gritting her teeth, Qin Xueyao grasped her high heel, pointing its tip toward her neck, prepared to exert force. It would be better to perish than fall into Xiao Sanchi's hands. As for her parents, she could not concern herself with them any longer. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? It seems someone is battering the door. The crowd instinctively turned their heads toward the entrance, where an iron door stood. On the stage, both Qin Xueyao and Xiao Sancher paused, gazing toward the doorway. Boom! Another deafening crash resounded. The iron door collapsed, sending dust flying. A figure emerged from the haze. Chapter 58. Everyone kneel before my wife. As the dust settled, 3 figures became clear. What the hell? It's Lin Bai. And Su Ruobing. Who is the third? It is Lin Bai's cousin, Bai Xiaowei. How did Lin Bai find his way here? The expressions of the crowd shifted, many feeling a flicker of fear toward Lin Bai. Qin Xueyao, however, was stunned, observing Lin Bai from afar, seemingly for the first time recognizing how imposing his stature truly was. Lin Bai, you dare to invade my dragon palace? Long Huang's furious roar echoed. Are you seeking death? Indeed. Lin Bai, are you courting disaster? Shouldn't you hastily depart? Do you not believe I will strike you down? Lin Bai, you worthless bumpkin. Do you even realize what the dragon palace represents? As Long Huang spoke, the others found their courage as well, joining in the verbal onslaught. Slap, slap, slap. A series of resounding slaps rang out as over a dozen individuals were sent flying. A group of trash dares to bark in my presence. Lin Bai exuded a chilling aura. The dragon palace? Merely a wretched rat's nest. Long Huang, since you seek death, I shall grant you that wish. In an instant, Lin Bai vanished from the entrance, appearing on the stage in the next moment. Crack! Lin Bai delivered a resounding slap to Long Huang's face. Long Huang stumbled back, his mask flying off, revealing a youthful visage. The venue fell silent. The crowd stared at Long Huang, their expressions filled with disbelief. Brother? Yi Qingfeng wore a ghostly expression. Yi, young Master Yi? Long Huang is actually young Master Yi? What on earth is happening? No wonder young Master Yi never participated in Dragon Palace events. The crowd was astonished. None anticipated that the enigmatic Long Huang was, in fact, young Master Yi, the elder brother of Yi Qingfeng, Yi Qinglong. Lin Bai's slap had unveiled one of Jiangcheng's greatest secrets. Husband. A slightly choked voice broke the silence, awakening everyone. They turned to see Qin Xueyao rush into Lin Bai and Appo's embrace. I am sorry, husband. Qin Changfeng threatened me with my parents. I dared not speak the truth. Qin Changfeng is still alive. Lin Bai expressed surprise, then comforted Qin Xueyao with a pat. Do not worry, your parents are safe now. By the way, I must mention, I did not quarrel with my mother-in-law, but I did scold your father. Qin Xueyao appeared bewildered. Oh husband, let us not dwell on that. We must leave this place quickly. Still wish to depart? Xiao Sancher roared in anger. Qin Xueyao, you wretched woman, I purchased you for 1,000 billion. Lin Bai countered with a swift slap, sending Xiao Sancher crashing off the stage, landing heavily on the ground, utterly silenced. Lin Bai, cease this at once. The cold voice echoed, or I shall shoot you. Qin Xueyao gasped, her eyes fixated on the firearm in Yi Qinglong's grip. The ominous barrel evoked a sense of dread. Lin Bai, you certainly possess formidable skills, but no matter how skilled you are, you cannot withstand a bullet. Yi Qinglong seethed with fury. If it weren't for young Master Ning wanting to spare your life for the funeral, I could have ended you right now. However, young Master Ning never mentioned sparing Qin Xueyao's life. Should you dare to act again, I will be forced to eliminate her first. Suddenly, A silver needle pierced Yi Qinglong's wrist, rendering his right hand numb. In an instant, Lin Bai seized the firearm from him. Who did you say you would shoot? Lin Bai aimed the weapon at Yi Qinglong, then turned to the crowd below. Da Bing Bing, Xiaohui, come up here and stand closer to me. Su Ruobing grasped by Xiaohui and Appo's hand and hurried to the stage. At this moment, no one dared to intervene. The atmosphere was thick with silence. They had not yet had the chance to cheer when Lin Bai had disarmed Yi Qinglong. Lin Bai, you had better put that gun down immediately. Qin Chongfeng emerged from a dark room, his voice steady. Otherwise, with just one phone call, I can ensure that Qin Xueyao's parents meet their demise. Bang! The gun fired. A bullet struck Qin Chongfeng's forehead, and he collapsed backward. This trash is surely dead now, Lin Bai scoffed, redirecting the gun at Yi Qinglong. Who gave you the audacity to auction off my wife? Kneel and apologize to her. A hush fell over the crowd. They found themselves in agreement with Qiao Sanchi's words. Lin Bai was indeed a madman. This scoundrel had fired without hesitation, killing Qin Chongfeng. Lin Bai, a gentleman may be killed but cannot be humiliated. Yi Qinglong gritted his teeth. Bang! The gun fired again. Yi Qinglong howled in pain, kneeling as a bullet struck his knee. What kind of rubbish dares to call themselves a gentleman? Lin Bai coldly regarded Yi Qinglong. Get the other leg down as well. Yi Qinglong clenched his fists, struggling to lower his other knee to the ground. He was reluctant to suffer further injury. And you all? Lin Bai glared at the onlookers. Come here and kneel before my wife. Big sister, shouldn't you advise your man not to be so arrogant? Su Yufei's icy voice pierced through the tension. Have you forgotten? Your parents are still in my grasp. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Su Yufei screamed, blood gushing from her knee. Lin Bai, you lunatic. You hideous, foolish creature. Lin Bai, brimming with menace, declared, this is your last chance. Kneel or die. Thud. Finally, someone could no longer withstand the pressure and knelt. Please, don't kill me. I'll kneel. With the first kneel, a second quickly followed. As the majority succumbed, the remaining ones soon followed suit. Even Su Yufei ultimately knelt, her face twisted with resentment. Dear wife, do you see? They are nothing but trash. You need not concern yourself with them. Lin Bai smiled gently. You must remember one thing. Regardless of who threatens you or with what, always tell me the truth. For I, your husband, can always resolve matters. Qin Xueyao gazed at the kneeling elite of Jiangcheng, a complex mix of emotions flooding her. Moments ago, her life had rested in their hands, treated as mere merchandise in a brazen auction. Now, they trembled before her, humbled. Yes, husband, I understand, Qin Xueyao replied earnestly, nodding at Lin Bai. Who, pray tell, has given you such confidence? A calm voice drifted in from outside. Is it merely because you are an ordinary martial artist? A young man clad in a yellow robe stepped forth, accompanied by another sharply dressed youth holding an umbrella. Despite being indoors, the umbrella remained open, shielding the robed man from above. Everyone rise. There is no need to kneel, the robed man spoke. The crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to stand. Only Su Yufei attempted to rise, braving the odds. Bang! Another shot rang out. In a blink, the umbrella-wielding youth appeared beside Su Yufei. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the umbrella deflected the bullet. The robed man silently approached Su Yufei, lifting her from the ground. First, take this pill, he instructed, producing a capsule and placing it in her mouth. He then quickly pressed on the area around her knee, staunching the bleeding. Her knee ceased to bleed, and she finally regained her footing. Third brother, you have finally arrived, Su Yufei sighed in relief, turning her gaze back to Lin Bai. That useless man has become unbearably arrogant. Why wait until morning? Resolve him now. Standing tall, she turned to the others. Why are you still kneeling? This is young Master Ning. He has arrived, so you need not fear that country bumpkin Lin Bai. So it is young Master Ning. The crowd murmured in awe. Young Master Ning is truly remarkable. His presence is extraordinary. Thank goodness you are here, young Master Ning. Please, deliver us justice. Everyone scrambled to their feet, the atmosphere shifting back to one of ease. They had witnessed the prowess of the man beside young Master Ning, and with Su Yufei's words, confidence surged back among them. Even Yi Qinglong climbed to his feet, hopping off the stage to approach young Master Ning. Subordinate Yi Qinglong, greetings, young master. He knelt, acknowledging his failure. I beg your pardon for my incompetence. The punishment can wait. Tend to your wounds first. Once I deal with Lin Bai, I shall address your injuries. Young Master Ning replied calmly, gesturing for him to sit aside. Thank you, young master. Yi Qinglong expressed his gratitude as he rose, limping to a nearby seat. Lin Bai, I had originally intended to grant you a few more hours of life. Young Master Ning shook his head gently, yet you have squandered that opportunity. This is precisely what I wished to convey to you. Lin Bai had remained inactive, merely observing. His tone dripped with subtle derision. I now understand. You are indeed Su Yufei's man, are you not? What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It seemed young Master Ning held a special place in Su Yufei's life. Lin Bai, I must concede, you possess some personal ability. Young Master Ning smirked lightly. But do you comprehend the fundamental difference between us? I am a scion of a prestigious family. With a single command, the entire elite of Jiangcheng will prostrate themselves at my feet. They do not feel humiliated by this. Rather, they consider it an honor. Serving a scion is their utmost aspiration. That is the foundation of noble lineage. Standing with poise, young Master Ning exuded an air of superiority. In that moment, his confidence seemed to loom over all. Lin Bai, you, a mere peasant without any backing, what could you possibly use to challenge me? When I strike you down, you will understand the extent of my superiority. Lin Bai gently released Qin Xueyao from his embrace, casually handing a firearm to Su Robing before slowly descending from the stage. Let's see what you, a so-called scion of a distinguished family, are truly capable of. Lin Bai, you possess audacity, daring to confront me. Ning Gongzi lamented, perhaps unaware that Ning Qingyao was already outmatched 2 years prior. Despite her stagnation, she managed to send you flying, coughing up blood. My prowess has ascended to new heights in these past years. If you cannot even contend with Ning Qingyao, what makes you think you can challenge me? Ning Gongzi extended a solitary finger, gently wagging it. You are unworthy. Ning said, Number 1, step forward and teach him a lesson. Yes, sir. The suit-clad man holding the umbrella advanced towards Lin Bai. With a swift motion, the umbrella was furled. I am Ning Number 1, the unequivocal Ning Number 1. The umbrella's tip lunged towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai effortlessly seized the umbrella's point. Is that all? His tone carried a hint of derision. However, in that instant, the umbrella unfurled, recoiling in reverse towards Lin Bai. Intriguing. Lin Bai appeared slightly taken aback. He released the umbrella's tip, retreating to evade its assault. Very well. You are marginally stronger than Ning Number 2. Lin Bai, I have just elucidated the essence of our aristocratic heritage. Ning Gongzi's imperious voice resonated once more. I am aware of your martial capabilities, but any esteemed family boasts numerous martial practitioners such as yourself. Your strength, while formidable among common families, pales in comparison to our lineage. Ning Gongzi's pronouncement was abruptly cut short as Ning Number 1 collapsed at his feet. You individuals truly embody the adage, all swagger, no substance. Lin Bai sighed. In truth, I genuinely hoped for a more formidable challenge. Otherwise, this relentless trouncing of the weak becomes rather monotonous. Damn, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Yet, he is undeniably formidable. Ning Gongzi's subordinates are no match for him. Fear not. Once Ning Gongzi personally intervenes, he will meet his demise. Indeed, Ning Gongzi surpasses even the esteemed Ning Miss in ability. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Their gazes fixed upon Ning Gongzi, their hopes now pinned on him. Very well, Lin Bai, I underestimated you. Ning Gongzi's countenance darkened. In that case, I shall personally escort you to your demise. Remember my name, I am Ning the Third. Ning the Third, who will usher you into the afterlife. Ugh. Ning the Third emitted a pained groan, propelled backward by Lin Bai's sudden palm strike. So much superfluous chatter. Before Ning the Third could hit the ground, Lin Bai darted forward, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling towards the stage. Ugh. Ning the Third crashed onto the stage, and Lin Bai swiftly ascended, planting a foot firmly on Ning the Third's body. He then surveyed the crowd below, his gaze imperious. Now, will you refuse to prostrate yourselves and atone to my wife? Or shall I simply dispatch you all? Silence descended upon the crowd, each individual dumbfounded. What is transpiring? Is not Ning Gongzi supposed to be exceptionally powerful? How could he be defeated by Lin Bai before even launching an attack, now pinned beneath his foot? What sorcery is this? Lin Bai, you are contemptible. Su Yufei roared. You ambushed Third Brother. You had best release Third Brother immediately, or you are doomed. Third Brother is a true scion of the Ning family of Tianhai. Should you dare harm him, you will incur the wrath of the entire Ning clan. Indeed, I reiterate, you magnates, high society belles, and so-called scions of distinguished families are all cut from the same cloth. Lin Bai sighed. You invariably resort to leveraging your family's name to intimidate others. Lin Bai, how could you possibly be this strong? Ning III gnashed his teeth, incredulous. You were clearly no match for Ning Xueyao. Good heavens. Does that imply Ning Xueyao is now even more formidable? Ning III's complexion underwent a drastic change as he appeared to grasp a certain implication. He resumed his threats. Lin Bai, you must release me. Even if I underestimated you, should you dare slay me, Ning Xueyao will not spare you. The retribution of an aristocratic family is beyond your ability to withstand. In due course, your family, your loved ones, your friends, and everything connected to you will be obliterated. Whether it be Qin Xueyao, Su Ruobing, or your cousin Bai Xiaowei, your uncle's family, they will all perish because of you. Ah! Ning III emitted a piercing scream as Lin Bai shattered his leg. Lin Bai crouched down, whispering in a tone audible only to Ning III. You are truly foolish. Regardless of whether I fear your Ning family or not, even if your Ning family is truly formidable, do you genuinely believe Xueyao would kill me? Oh, do not fret. I shall contact Xueyao presently to ascertain how she wishes you to meet your end. Ning III's eyes widened in disbelief. He attempted to speak, but no sound escaped his lips as Lin Bai pressed his foot against his mouth. Subsequently, Lin Bai retrieved his phone and initiated a call. At the zenith of Jiangcheng, with a splash, a stunning figure emerged from the pool, landing silently on the shore. A pale blue robe enveloped the unparalleled form. Upon the robe, wisps of water patterns were imprinted. Only at the third level of Qi training, I am truly weak. Ning Xueyao exhaled softly. However, it suffices for the time being. She strolled through the living room, arriving at the front yard. A figure materialized, an emaciated old man. Uncle Master, you have truly arrived. Ning Xueyao sighed softly. You treat Ning III as if he were your own son. Oh, I forgot, he is your son. It is truly farcical that the esteemed Ning family of Tianhai was cuckolded, yet dare not utter a word, but instead dutifully raises another man's son. As for myself, I was nearly murdered for discovering this secret. Ning Xueyao, you have been granted 2 additional years of life, which you should have cherished. The emaciated old man retorted coldly. Yet, you insist on seeking death here in Jiangcheng. You have only yourself to blame. Jiangcheng is Ning III's domain, which you have no right to encroach upon. Uncle Master, you truly do not comprehend. Ning Xueyao's tone carried a hint of derision. I am deliberately awaiting your arrival here. For the past 2 years, Master has immersed me in medicinal baths daily, safeguarding me at all times. She has devoted so much time to me that her position within the Order of Divine Physicians has been threatened by you. Since she has protected me for 2 years, it is now my turn to reciprocate. That is, to slay you. Ning Xueyao's fair, jade-like palm shot forth. Presumptuous. The emaciated old man sneered. The next moment, he was propelled from the yard. Ning Xueyao emerged from the yard, observing the emaciated old man lying on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Uncle Master, who is truly presumptuous? You. How could you be so strong? The emaciated old man exclaimed in disbelief. You must thank you for rendering me comatose 2 years ago. Ning Xueyao smiled gently. Do not fret. Your precious son will soon join you. No. The emaciated old man roared, uttering but a single word. Ning Xueyao flattened his head with a palm strike. The telephone rang. Its sound particularly distinct in the dead of night. Ning Xueyao retrieved her phone, glancing at it. How fortuitous. She answered immediately, smiling gently. Husband, I was just about to call you. My affairs here have just been settled. Xueyao, it is past midnight. Lin Bai's calm voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. It is time to bury the 100 families of Jiangcheng. Lin Bai squatted on the ground, conversing with Ning Xueyao for a full 10 minutes. No one could hear what he was saying, except for Ning San. When Lin Bai hung up the phone, Ning San's eyes were already filled with terror and shock. He could hardly fathom that Lin Bai had an unexpectedly unique relationship with Ning Xueyao. Yet, he could not utter a single word. He understood that Lin Bai would not allow him to speak again. The fear of death had enveloped him entirely. Ning San realized that Lin Bai had no fear of the so-called Ning family. Lin Bai, what on earth are you doing? Release Sangu. Su Yufei shouted from below. At that moment, she felt a sense of unease, which was shared by others around her. Lin Bai had been on the phone for over 10 minutes. All right, I will release him now. Lin Bai finally straightened his posture, revealing a rather sinister smile on his face. In the next instant, he kicked Ning San away. Ning San crashed heavily beside Su Yufei. Sangu, are you all right? No. Su Yufei suddenly cried out in despair. Lin Bai, you beast, you killed Sangu. What? Has Lin Bai gone mad? Did he truly kill young Master Ning? What should we do? Will the Ning family hold each of us accountable? We want to be dragged down by this lunatic, will we? Miss Su, you must tell Miss Ning that this has nothing to do with us. It was all Lin Bai's doing. Panic spread throughout the crowd. Their greatest fear was no longer Lin Bai, but the wrath of the Ning family that could lead to everyone being buried alongside young Master Ning. Let us leave quickly. We need to devise a plan. No. We must find Miss Ning immediately. Exactly. We must explain everything to Miss Ning. Hurry, let us go. As if awakening from a trance, they turned and rushed to exit. Bang! A sharp sound shocked everyone into silence. Did I permit you to leave? Lin Bai's cold voice echoed. Lin Bai, what more do you want? Don't think you can act recklessly just because you're strong. No matter how powerful you are still no match for Miss Ning. Indeed. You better run for your life. Otherwise, both you and Qin Xueyao will perish. The crowd shouted in outrage. Even if I am not a match for Miss Ning, your fates still lie in my hands. Lin Bai's voice turned frigid. You scum. Tonight you auctioned my wife as if she were mere goods. And now you expect to leave so lightly? If you wish to depart, each of you must kneel and bow 3 times before my wife. Chapter 62. You are all quite large, I will bow. I will bow? The first to rush forward was Wang Ziqiang, who knelt down and bowed 3 times to Qin Xueyao. Brother Lin, look, can I leave now? Yes, get lost. Lin Bai waved his hand. Wang Ziqiang fled in a panic. Upon witnessing Wang Ziqiang's safe departure, the others could no longer sit idle. Given Lin Bai's current madness, refusing to bow would likely result in their demise. I will bow too. What is the big deal about bowing? I might as well treat it as bowing to a dead person in advance. One by one, they knelt and bowed. Even Su Yufei blended into the crowd and joined in, hastily exiting the hall thereafter. Are you truly letting them all go? Once the hall became empty, Su Ruobing could no longer contain her thoughts. They will surely rush to find Miss Ning and put you in peril. Isn't that splendid? Lin Bai smiled nonchalantly. They say life needs a sense of ritual. The funeral of the 100 families of Jiangcheng is about to commence. He suddenly turned to Xiao Hui. You weren't frightened, were you? Ah, brother, I'm actually fine. Bai Xiaohui replied, dazed. It just feels like a scene from a movie, rather surreal. Indeed, it does feel surreal. Lin Bai's expression darkened slightly. I genuinely did not anticipate that these scoundrels would dare to auction Xueyao so brazenly. I overestimated their limits, putting you all in danger tonight. Since that is the case, I shall eradicate them all. Lin Bai had believed that modern society differed from the realms of immortals. However, he discovered that beneath the facade of civilization, the dark corners bore no essential difference from the immortal world. Had it not been for his exceptional strength, he, Qin Xueyao, or Bai Xiaohui would have faced a tragic fate tonight. Let us go. Others will come to clean up this place. Lin Bai embraced Qin Xueyao. We should leave now. The 4 departed from the so-called Dragon Palace, which was actually a shopping mall. Xueyao, Fian will come to fetch you. Please prepare for the Thunder Group's press conference at 9 this morning. Lin Bai instructed. Xiao Hui, you should accompany Xueyao. Just as he finished speaking, a convoy approached silently. Among the vehicles, Xiao Fian was seated. Xueyao, get in the car. Xiao Fian called out. Though Qin Xueyao felt somewhat bewildered, she still pulled Bai Xiaohui along and got into the car. The convoy departed swiftly. Are you certain the Thunder Group's press conference can still proceed? Su Ruobing couldn't help but inquire. Of course, not only can it proceed, but it will also allow the 100 families of Jiangcheng to celebrate the establishment of the Thunder Group. Lin Bai replied calmly. This is the final value of the 100 families of Jiangcheng. Are you truly not afraid that Miss Ning will kill you? Su Ruobing felt something was amiss. If I say that Miss Ning has taken a liking to me at first sight and is reluctant to kill me, would you believe it? Lin Bai stated earnestly. Could you stop dreaming for a moment? Su Ruobing retorted, exasperated. Never mind, where are we going now? This dream cannot be forsaken. Lin Bai shook his head. If I hadn't dreamed for 1,000 years, how could I have all this now? Darling, I actually wanted to take you to a hotel, but time is too short. Lin Bai stretched lazily. We should head to the Su family. Now to the Su family? Su Ruobing blinked in surprise. It was still early. Not yet 1:00 and Oppo's clock. Suddenly, her phone rang. Su Ruobing answered the call. Hello, it's me. What? The funeral is starting early? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai with a strange expression. How did you know the funeral would start early? I arranged it. Lin Bai replied as if it were obvious. Didn't I just say? This is the funeral of the 100 families of Jiangcheng. But that was clearly arranged by Miss Ning. Su Ruobing started. then abruptly stopped. She gazed at Lin Bai with an eerie expression. Do you truly know Miss Ning? Do you know the commonality between Miss Ning and yourself? Lin Bai gazed at Su Ruobing's most eye-catching features. First, both of you are quite ample, and as for the second, it's that you both fancy me. I do not fancy you. Su Ruobing shot back, exasperated. Her mind was still in a whirl. Too much had happened tonight. Darling, do you enjoy watching movies? Lin Bai asked earnestly. Back in college, we used to watch those ethical films from the islands together, learning a lot. I suggest you give it a watch later. That way, you can put your knowledge to use tonight. You are truly insufferable. Su Ruobing thought of killing Lin Bai. What an outrageous rogue, suggesting she watch such films to learn. However, upon seeing Lin Bai's gaze, Su Ruobing felt a twinge of unease. If what he said were true, then she. At that moment, a car pulled up beside them. The car door swung open, revealing a rotund figure reminiscent of Methreya, none other than Xiao Dajiang. I had arranged for a private jet, ready for departure at any moment. Xiao Dajiang wasted no time, stating directly, Lin Bai, you two must leave at once. Currently, the prominent families of Jiangcheng are converging on the Su residence, and Miss Ning has also gone there. This is your best opportunity to escape. No one will hinder you. Once you reach abroad, I will facilitate your journey to regions beyond the influence of the Tianhai Ning clan. I believe that as long as you remain discreet, your future will be secure. Xiao, do you genuinely care for me? Lin Bai queried, somewhat perplexed. Glancing at Xiao Dajiang's gaze, he suddenly realized, Bing Bing. It seems this fellow has a crush on you. Is it possible he harbors a secret affection for me? Su Ruobing shot Lin Bai a glare. Turning her attention back to Xiao Dajiang, her tone turned slightly frosty. Thank you for your kindness, but I have resolved to attend the funeral at the Su residence. Ruobing. Returning to the Su family now is tantamount to courting death, Xiao Dajiang insisted, urgency creeping into his voice. I understand you do not favor me, but that is inconsequential. I only wish for your survival. Your departure from Jiangcheng is beneficial not only for you, but also for Fian. Must I stand idly by while both of you face peril? Xiao Dajiang, Lin Bai and I may leave, but what of our families? Su Ruobing replied calmly. I know my fate is sealed, but I cannot abandon my family in their time of need. Moreover, she added, do you know what I dislike most about you? Like Fian, you are overly cautious. While caution suits a girl, a man who is excessively timid is hardly appealing. Ruobing, I acknowledge your words hold truth, Xiao Dajiang responded, a hint of bitterness in his tone. However, I am not alone. I carry the weight of the entire Qiao family's destiny, hence my necessity for caution. Very well. If you are unwilling to depart, I cannot compel you. Later, I will refrain from going to the Su residence. He turned to Lin Bai. Though I believe your demise is inevitable, I genuinely hope for your survival. Xiao Dajiang then re-entered the vehicle, which soon sped away. What a good-hearted fellow, Lin Bai mused, deciding to assist in fulfilling his wish. What do you mean? Su Ruobing inquired. To have you in my bed, Lin Bai replied. Do you hear yourself? Is that truly how you intend to help him? If Xiao Dajiang hears you, he may very well take issue with you. Su Ruobing retorted, exasperated. No matter. He could never match me. Lin Bai shrugged off her concern. Where did you acquire your martial prowess? Su Ruobing pressed, still confused. If you possess such skill, how did you end up as a vegetative state after being struck by a vehicle? If I claimed I practiced while dreaming, you wouldn't believe me. Lin Bai shrugged again. Let us proceed to the Su residence. Why not mention that you met Miss Ning in your dreams? Su Ruobing teased. Bing Bing, you are quite astute to know that. Lin Bai expressed, surprised. Su Ruobing, now thoroughly vexed, approached her car, opening the door to enter. Lin Bai followed suit. Let me ask you one last time. Are you certain you wish to go to the Su residence? Su Ruobing inhaled deeply. You could still escape alone if you chose. That won't do. I intend to spend the night with you. Lin Bai promptly shook his head. How could I flee? With a press of the accelerator, Su Ruobing resolved to face her fate alongside this rogue. Jiangcheng remained restless. Prominent families hastened towards the Su residence, fully understanding Miss Ning's request for an expedited funeral. In their eyes, it was a means to ensure that Lin Bai would not survive. They bore no desire for him to continue living. His survival would render their lives unbearable, overshadowed by perpetual disgrace. The image of their forced kneeling not long ago lingered in their minds. The mourning hall had been prepared 3 days prior, spacious enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 attendees. By 1 o'clock in the morning, the first wave of mourners had arrived. Ningshini, your death is most unjust. With your skilled hands and compassionate heart, you saved countless lives. yet fell victim to the vile. The heavens are cruel. One individual prostrated before the altar, wailing in apparent sorrow. Ningshani, you are a reincarnation of Hua Tuo, a rebirth of BNK, yet you. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning. The elite families of Jiangcheng had nearly gathered, yet the true protagonist was still absent. Miss Ning had yet to arrive, nor was Su Yufei present in the morning hall. And most crucially, Lin Bai had not come. Lin Bai has arrived. Suddenly, someone whispered. The crowd turned towards the entrance, collectively stunned. What is this fool doing? Lin Bai and Su Ruobing entered the morning hall hand in hand. Despite having met these individuals only 2 hours prior, at that moment, everyone regarded them as complete strangers. The reason was simple. Both Lin Bai and Su Ruobing had transformed their attire entirely. Lin Bai donned a tailored suit, while Su Ruobing wore an evening gown. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that both were clad in vibrant red. A red suit, a red gown. Even their shoes gleamed in a striking crimson. This was a funeral. Everyone else present was dressed in somber black and white. It was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Su Ruobing. A furious voice cut through the air. What on earth are you wearing? Change immediately. An elderly lady with a cane emerged, the true matriarch of the Su family. Old Madame Su. Following her were 2 pairs of middle-aged couples, the parents of Su Ruobing and Su Yufei. Yet Su Yufei remained conspicuously absent. Ruobing. It has come to this. We must accept our fate. Why must you insist on making a statement? A sigh escaped Su Run, Su Ruobing's father. His expression was one of weariness, clearly resigned to the situation. Father, since the outcome will not change, what difference does my attire make? Su Ruobing replied calmly. Internally, she longed to express her exasperation. Earlier, en route, Lin Bai had whimsically suggested they detour to the pinnacle of Jiang City, leading to their current attire. Uncle Su, on such a festive day, one must dress festively. Lin Bai interjected, I also advise you and aunt to change into something more celebratory. This is a funeral for the Ning family. What relevance does it have to your Su family? Silence. Old Madame Su trembled with rage. You must be that Lin Bai. The insolent wretch. Even facing death, you dare to act so presumptuously. Yet, isn't it quite audacious for you, an elderly matron, to be so brazen in your twilight? Lin Bai retorted, unyielding. I suggest you temper your anger. Otherwise, the Su family may very well be hosting a funeral today. Could you refrain from speaking? Su Ruobing finally lost her patience and gave Lin Bai a sharp tug. This fellow was audacious enough to insult her grandmother. Lin Bai, even if your parents passed away early, you ought to exhibit some decorum. Qin Xueyao bellowed. Do you not understand the meaning of respecting your elders? Oh, Qin, old man, your upbringing is truly commendable. No wonder you produced a waste like Qin Changfeng. Lin Bai replied mockingly. By the way, Qin Changfeng has perished. You wouldn't still be unaware. Would you? What? Qin Zhenjiang's complexion shifted dramatically. You. He clutched his chest and collapsed. Su Ruobing was once again astounded. This man had a talent for inciting ire, having caused Qin Zhenjiang to faint from rage. The others were equally taken aback. This fellow had truly abandoned all restraint, cursing at anyone, including septuagenarians. Lin Bai, you are utterly lacking in manners. A furious voice erupted. I, Fan Jiming, can no longer tolerate this. Our Fan family disdains to associate with scoundrels like you. Fan Jiming, be silent. A rebuke came as a beautiful woman in a qipao swiftly entered. It was Fan Qiqi. Typically poised and serene, she now appeared somewhat flustered. She hurriedly approached Lin Bai, bowing respectfully. Sir, I sincerely apologize. My father and I were completely unaware of tonight's events. It was all Fan Jiming's private undertaking. My father is en route here to address Fan Jiming. I hope you will forgive us. Fan Qiqi's exceedingly respectful demeanor, coupled with a hint of palpable anxiety, left the crowd in astonishment. What are you doing, little aunt? Fan Jiming was beside himself. Because you associate with that lunatic Lin Bai, the families of Jiang City believe we, the Fan family, are aligned with him. I barely managed to distance myself from him. And now you wish to draw closer? Have you lost your mind? Fan Qiqi slowly straightened. She turned to face Fan Jiming, her ordinarily graceful visage now exuding an unspoken severity. Fan Jiming, you have consistently been a disappointment, but as the sole male heir of the Fan family, my father has always resolved matters for you. I now impart a truth. Lin Bai is the one I vow to follow, akin to a mentor in my eyes. Which is why I address him as sir. I extend to you an opportunity. If you kneel and apologize to him, acknowledging your error, I shall intercede on your behalf with my father. However, Should you refuse this chance, do not blame me and my father for abandoning you. I hope you grasp this. Do not presume the Fan family cannot survive without you. I am still young, merely 30, if need be. My future offspring shall carry the Fan surname. Little aunt, do you realize what you are saying? Fan Jiming exclaimed in disbelief. Look around. Who would not think you have lost your sanity? Forcing me to apologize to Lin Bai, a worthless country bumpkin on the brink of death. Why should I? Silence. You wretch. A thunderous roar erupted as Fan Zhongjing confronted Fan Jiming. Slap. Fan Zhongjing delivered a resounding strike across Fan Jiming's face. Kneel. Kneel before Mr. Lin. Stunned. Fan Jiming found himself momentarily speechless. Then, in a fit of rage, he shouted, No. Grandfather, you have lost your mind. I am saving the Fan family. If you insist on aligning with Lin Bai, it is tantamount to seeking death. You. Fan Zhongjing pointed an accusatory finger at him. Wretched boy. You squander all your potential. The Fan family has finally secured a fortuitous opportunity, yet you, the prodigal son, threaten to ruin it. Kneel immediately, or I shall expel you from the Fan family. Expel me from the Fan family? Fan Jiming roared. Fan Zhongjing, I have tolerated you for far too long. You constantly meddle in my affairs. And you, Fan Qiqi, I can sense your disdainful glances. I feel it every time. Expelling me from the Fan family? Fine. I shall see if the Fan family remains in your hands. Fan Jiming surveyed the crowd. Old Madam Su, and everyone present, please bear witness. I, Fan Jiming, hereby sever all ties with Fan Zhongjing and Fan Qiqi. You must attest to this, lest Miss Ning misunderstands. Certainly, we shall bear witness. The voices of the crowd echoed in agreement. It seems Fan Jiming possesses some discernment. The onlookers were baffled, questioning why Fan Zhongjing and Fan Qiqi would side with Lin Bai. You ungrateful grandson. Fan Zhongjing seethed with indignation. Father, it is all right. Fan Qiqi gently reassured him. I will find a suitable partner to bear a son who will carry your surname. Very well, Qiqi, you understand. Fan Zhongjing relaxed slightly. Qiqi, as a friend, I am genuinely curious. Why are you so unwaveringly devoted to Lin Bai? A voice laced with jealousy emerged. The speaker was Yi Chenglong. Perhaps hoping to witness Lin Bai's downfall, despite having lost a leg, he still arrived with a cane. Is it possible that this lunatic has been so satisfying? The men present regarded Fan Qiqi with a mix of envy and intrigue. This fellow truly enjoyed an extraordinary fortune. Although Fan Qiqi's beauty and figure may not rival those of Su Ruobing or Qin Xueyao, her poised demeanor rendered her more alluring to many men. Su Ruobing too cast a peculiar glance at Fan Qiqi. She never anticipated that Fan Qiqi would so resolutely stand by Lin Bai's side. This left her questioning whether Fan Qiqi was privy to some of Lin Bai's secrets. Such thoughts made Su Ruobing slightly uncomfortable. This scoundrel, always harboring thoughts of seducing her. Yet he places more trust in Fan Qiqi? Yi Chenglong, your vile soul clearly cannot perceive the nobility of a true gentleman. Fan Qiqi regained her serene and dignified composure, asserting that they were never friends. Having witnessed Lin Bai's alchemical and crafting prowess firsthand, she harbored no doubts about his capabilities, her sights already set on loftier ambitions. As for the Tianhai Ning family, a mere second-rate clan, they were insignificant in Lin Bai's presence. She was confident in her choice, for she was but a step away from becoming a genuine alchemist. I, the illustrious scion of the Yi family, am deemed vile? Yi Chenglong scoffed, fury twisting into a sardonic smile. How could a mere country bumpkin such as he claim to be noble? Ha ha ha. Indeed, once a woman succumbs to a man's charms, she loses her senses. Very well, Fan Qiqi, there will come a time when you will seek my favor. Just as Fan Qiqi was about to speak, Lin Bai interjected. Enough, Qiqi, there is no need to waste words on such a person. By the end of today, both Yi Chenglong and the Yi family will vanish from Jiangcheng. You too, stay behind me. Yes, sir, Fan Qiqi replied, bowing before standing with Fan Zhongjing at Lin Bai's rear. Lin Bai, you face death yet speak so arrogantly. Yi Chenglong gritted his teeth. Do you think you are worthy to threaten our family's existence? Yi Chenglong, you are but a hound for Ning San. And now that your master lies defeated, do you dare bark at me? Do you not fear I shall end you right here? Lin Bai's patience was wearing thin. I see you lot are merely waiting for Miss Ning to emerge and resolve the situation for you. Why not sit quietly instead of trying to assert your presence now? Lin Bai, you are merely flailing in your final moments, and we can no longer tolerate your insolence. A voice interrupted, heralding the entrance of a young man. It was Qiao Ersin. Su Ruobing quietly introduced him. stating he was the younger brother of Qiao Dajiang, who was Fian's elder brother, and that Xiao Ersin and Xiao Sanshi were also her cousins. I apologize, my elder brother refuses to attend the funeral, and my talented sister is preoccupied with preparing for her Thunder Group's launch event. Thus she too cannot accompany us to bid farewell to Dr. Ning. Xiao Ersin approached the altar, bowed in reverence, and then turned to the assembly. Due to well-known reasons, my third brother is unable to attend. So I represent the Qiao family in offering our condolences to Dr. Ning. I hope Lady Su and the second miss will find solace in their grief. Your sentiments are appreciated. Xiao Ersin, Lady Su nodded slightly. Your respect for my grandson will be remembered, and I shall convey it to Miss Ning. Thank you, lady. Xiao Ersin replied, satisfied. He felt a newfound significance within the Qiao family. Tonight, seizing this opportunity would elevate his status. And if Miss Ning were to direct her ire at Qiao Dajiang and Xiao Fian, he would undoubtedly emerge as the true authority of the Qiao family. Big Bing Bing. You see, that hefty fellow isn't as bad as he seems, Lin Bai mused. I must help him fulfill his wish tonight. Su Ruobing, unable to bear it any longer, pinched Lin Bai hard. This shameless man, even during a funeral, could think of nothing but his desires. Stop pinching me. It doesn't hurt, and you needn't waste your strength, Lin Bai insisted earnestly. Save some energy for later. Su Ruobing was at a loss for words. This scoundrel truly had no redemption. She even secretly hoped that Miss Ning would appear and slap Lin Bai to silence him. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. The esteemed Miss Ning Xueyao has arrived. The atmosphere fell silent, everyone holding their breath as they turned to the entrance. Clad in a flowing light blue robe adorned with water patterns, Ning Xueyao stepped in, instantly captivating all present with her unparalleled beauty, exquisite figure, and innate nobility, making everyone feel inferior. Even Su Ruobing and Fan Qiqi paled in comparison. In that moment, many recalled Xiao Fian, realizing that perhaps only she could barely rival Ning Xueyao in Jiangcheng. It's truly infuriating to behold, Lin Bai murmured. Ah, Su Ruobing gasped. Her cheeks flushed as she shot Lin Bai an exasperated glare, wanting to confront him. This rogue, witnessing Ning Xueyao's grace, dared to act so brazenly. Her exclamation snapped everyone back to reality. We've seen the esteemed Miss Ning. Greetings, Miss Ning. Everyone bowed, including Lady Su. Yet Lin Bai remained unmoved, still embracing Su Ruobing, and neither Fan Zhongjing nor Fan Qiqi stirred. Big Bing Bing, you see? I told you she is of your age, Lin Bai chuckled. At that moment, Su Ruobing felt as if Lin Bai was acting like a raving lunatic. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze upon her, and to her astonishment, it was Ning Xueyao. However, she quickly realized that Ning Xueyao seemed to be looking at her chest. Goodness, that scoundrel Lin Bai must have let slip something inappropriate. This incorrigible man, even on the brink of death, remained insufferable. Ning Xueyao cast a meaningful glance at Su Ruobing before continuing toward the altar, followed by dozens of young men and women who now stood at the entrance, effectively sealing off the hall. The atmosphere grew tense as silence enveloped the gathering, everyone waiting for Ning Xueyao's next move. Little brother, I have come too late. Ning Xueyao softly addressed the altar, her melodious voice laced with a hint of sorrow. Having secluded myself for 2 years, I intended to grow stronger to protect you better, yet on the day I emerge, all I receive is the news of your demise. The crowd held their breath. Ning Er was indeed the younger brother of the esteemed Miss Ning? Confusion rippled through many, for they had previously received word that Ning Er was not a legitimate descendant of the Ning family. Had they been misinformed? Ning Xueyao slowly turned, a powerful aura suddenly surging from her. Her robe billowed without wind, the water patterns appearing to roil. In that instant, everyone felt the fury emanating from her. I have chosen the time. Today I will lay heir to rest in the Tianhai Ning family tomb. But first, I shall seek justice for him. I will ensure that everyone responsible for his death pays the price. Ning Xueyao's beautiful eyes scanned the crowd. Now, who will tell me who is responsible for my brother Ning Er's death? The assembly exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered. Was this even a question? They all turned to Lin Bai, expecting him to be panicked. Yet to their astonishment, Lin Bai remained, arms around Su Ruobing, seemingly enjoying himself. Goodness, the men inwardly cursed, this bastard. Even in his final moments, seeks to indulge himself. Hello, Miss Ning, I am Yi Chenglong of the Yi family, he introduced himself. At that moment, Yi Chenglong, leaning on his cane, stepped out from the crowd and bowed respectfully to Ning Xueyao. Regarding the death of your brother, the esteemed physician Ning. I was tasked by young Master Ning to conduct a thorough investigation. Yi Chenglong, is the young Master Ning you refer to indeed Ning-san? Ning Qingya interrupted Yi Chenglong's words with a calm inquiry. Yi Chenglong was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly nodded in deference, affirming, "Indeed, Miss Ning. It is young Master Ning-san. Thus, you are under the command of Ning-san." Ning Qingya inclined her head slightly, urging him to continue. "Please, share the results of your investigation." Miss Ning, in order to ensure the accuracy of the results, I meticulously inquired with the prominent families of Jiangcheng, thoroughly restoring the circumstances of that time. Yi Chenglong nodded, and ultimately, together with the 100 esteemed families of Jiangcheng, we confirmed that, as the rumors suggested, it was indeed Lin Bai and Su Ruobing who conspired with the Dark Dragon Hall to bring about the demise of Dr. Ning. How did you ascertain this? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Ning Qingya inquired gently. Yi Chenglong was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Miss Ning. At the time of the explosion at the Dark Dragon Hall, we were unable to witness the events firsthand. However, we are all aware that before her demise, Dr. Ning was visited by Lin Bai and Su Ruobing. The fact that both of them emerged unscathed reveals the depths of their conspiracy. Truly, the renowned detective Yi Chenglong displayed impeccable reasoning, devoid of any flaws." A mocking voice interjected, "It was Lin Bai. Lin Bai, with death looming over you. Do you still dare to act so brazenly?" Yi Chenglong bellowed, "Miss Ning is right here. Who are you to speak? The death of Dr. Ning. Even if not witnessed by our own eyes, what about young Master Ning? The matter of your involvement in the death of young Master Ning has been witnessed by all present. Do you truly believe that you can evade responsibility through mere denial at this juncture? Yi Chenglong, do you mean to say that Lin Bai has taken the life of Ning-san, and that you all can bear witness to this event?" Ning Qingya's tone exuded an extraordinary calmness. At this moment, it seemed that no one could sense her anger. "Indeed, Miss Ning, although we cannot conclusively prove that the death of the esteemed Dr. Ning was the doing of Lin Bai, the perpetrator of young Master Ning's demise is undoubtedly Lin Bai." Yi Chenglong gazed to either side. The prominent families of Jiangcheng could all attest to this matter. "Miss Ning, we can all attest to this. Miss Ning, this is indeed what we witnessed with our own eyes. Young Master Ning met a truly tragic fate. Miss Ning, you must avenge him." Others began to speak up, and the memorial hall suddenly became somewhat noisy. "Miss Ning, the crimes committed by Lin Bai in recent days are truly too numerous to list." Yi Chenglong once again bowed to Ning Qingya. Relying on his modest prowess, he has been wreaking havoc in Jiangcheng, causing immense suffering to the 100 esteemed families of our city. I, Yi Chenglong, representing the Yi family of Jiangcheng, earnestly implore Miss Ning to take action and rid our Jiangcheng of its threats. I sincerely beseech Miss Ning to intervene and eliminate the dangers afflicting Jiangcheng. We earnestly beseech Miss Ning to take action and rid Jiangcheng of its afflictions. Others followed suit in paying their respects, creating a formidable spectacle. The prominent families of Jiangcheng appeared remarkably united. Alas, to be candid, although I regard you all as insufferable, I have always admired your shameless audacity. A languid voice echoed. And it was none other than Lin Bai who spoke. You disapprove of me and wish to eliminate me, which is, in fact, quite natural. But in this city of Jiangcheng, do you not possess the discernment to recognize who is truly acting recklessly and who is the genuine pest? What audacity you possess to speak with such righteous indignation. Lin Bai, even as death approaches, you still spout nonsense. Yi Chenglong chuckled coldly. For right and wrong could undoubtedly be discerned by Miss Ning herself. I advise you to promptly bow your head in apology to Miss Ning, and then sincerely repent before the spirit tablet of the esteemed Ning physician. If you possess sufficient sincerity, perhaps you may yet save the lives of your family. Indeed, Lin Bai, you must promptly apologize to Miss Ning. Lin Bai, you must hastily kneel before the spirit of the esteemed physician Ning. Quickly, kneel down. Rustic fool. What are you still doing there? If you do not kneel soon, I shall break your legs. Amidst the cacophony surrounding them, a fervent expression adorned the faces of the crowd. The humiliation endured a few hours prior now ignited a fervent desire for retribution within each of them. Silence now. With a commanding voice, Ning Qingya emanated a powerful aura, forbidding any loud commotion in my brother's memorial hall. The scene fell into a profound silence. Yi Chenglong and the others wore ashen faces, scarcely daring to breathe. Lin Bai, do you have anything to say? Ning Qingya inquired slowly. Oh, of course. There is a story to tell. Lin Bai smiled brilliantly. 3 years ago, I was struck by someone and fell into a vegetative state. During the 3 years of my unconsciousness, there was a remarkably beautiful doctor with an ample bosom who devotedly cared for me. Su Ruobing was left with a mind full of questions, perplexed by the absurdity of it all. What is this man saying? When has she ever truly cared for him? The moment I awoke, I touched her heart and vowed to myself that I would do anything for her. Su Ruobing was on the verge of madness. What on earth was this scoundrel saying? Was he truly touching her conscience? Was that even a matter of conscience? Not only she, but others were also bewildered. What nonsense is Lin Bai, that scoundrel, concocting? Lin Bai, what on earth are you rambling about? How dare you fabricate lies in front of Miss Ning? Yi Qinglong could no longer contain his anger and shouted. Slap. Lin Bai delivered a resounding slap to Yi Qinglong's face. The immense force sent Yi Qinglong sprawling to the ground. Did you not hear my admonition against causing a ruckus in the mortuary? Lin Bai let out a cold snort. What? Do you not hold Miss Ning in high regard? No, Miss Ning, I was merely. Yi Qinglong hastily explained. That will be the last time. Ning Qingyao said coldly. Lin Bai, please continue. Well, this enchanting doctor is none other than the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Ruobing. Lin Bai wrapped his arm around Su Ruobing. That night, Ruobing confided in me about her exceptionally close sister, the second Miss Su, Su Yufei. Su Ruobing was taken aback. This rogue was fabricating nonsense in public. The others were equally astonished. Had this fellow lost his mind in the face of impending doom? Is it possible to fabricate such a thing? Ruobing confided in me that her dear sister was in peril and expressed her hope that I could offer assistance. Meanwhile, Lin Bai continued to narrate his story with an air of nonchalance. In that moment, I placed my hand on Ruobing's heart and assured her that I would go to any lengths to aid her sister. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth, this despicable rogue. Yet at this moment, she began to sense something amiss. Why did Ning Qingyao allow Lin Bai to spout nonsense without protest? Suddenly, she began to feel a sense of unease. Could it be that this scoundrel truly has some connection with Ning Qingyao? After that, I encountered Su Yufei, from whom I uncovered a startling secret. The tale of Lin Bai continued, revealing that she and her husband, Ning Buer, had been subjected to life-threatening dangers. Due to these threats, Ning Buer was compelled to commit numerous actions against his will, and even Su Yufei was. Well, I shall refrain from delving into the details. In essence, beneath the glamorous facade of Miss Su, her life was rather unbearable. It was utterly preposterous. At this moment, Madame Su could no longer contain her frustration and let out a low growl. Madame Su, do you not take my words seriously? Ning Qingyao coldly interrupted. My apologies, Miss Ning. I simply cannot tolerate that little beast's fabrications. Old Madame Su hurriedly apologized. I have come to Jiangcheng solely to seek justice for my brother. As for the rights and wrongs, I shall certainly investigate thoroughly. Ning Qingyao spoke with an icy demeanor. Old Lady Su, given your advanced age, I shall refrain from holding you accountable. However, should anyone dare to interrupt again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The pallor of Old Lady Su's face rendered her speechless. Many present began to sense that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, let me continue, Lin Bai said, his smile radiant. After much investigation, I finally identified those who conspired against Ning Buer and Su Yufei. Regrettably, just as I was poised to confront them, they struck first, resulting in Ning Buer's untimely demise. Though I could not save Ning Buer, I still sought to protect Su Yufei, and thus I took action against the true instigator. Ning Miss, this instigator is none other than the so-called young Master Ning. Ning San. He, alongside the scoundrels of the prominent families in Jiangcheng, has relentlessly oppressed and tormented Ning Buer and Su Yufei. The details are truly appalling. The crowd was left in shock. Su Ruobing was equally astonished, while Fan Qiqi stood dumbfounded. Each individual present recognized Lin Bai's words as sheer nonsense, utterly preposterous. Miss Ning, is there any truth to this? Ning Qingyao finally inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Su Ruobing. The latter abruptly came to her senses, glancing at Ning Qingyao with a muddled mind. Yet, after a brief hesitation, she nodded. Yes, Miss Ning, Lin Bai speaks the truth. In that instant, Su Ruobing felt she had fallen from grace, realizing she had lied, without a flicker of shame for that wretched man, Lin Bai. You are lying, Su Ruobing. Reflect upon your conscience. When have you ever had a good relationship with Su Yufei? Miss Ning, do not believe them. They are spouting lies, not a word of which is true. Angry voices erupted around them, disregarding Ning Qingyao's warning. I can testify, came a voice from the entrance. Clad in mourning attire, Su Yufei entered, leading 2 young boys dressed similarly in mourning. Yes, yes. Su Yufei can testify. Miss Ning, listen to her. Su Yufei, quickly tell Miss Ning that Lin Bai and Su Ruobing are speaking nonsense. In that moment, the crowd appeared as if they had found their savior. The previously chaotic scene in the morning hall fell into a profound silence. Su Yufei approached Ning Buer's memorial, kneeling with the 2 boys beside her. She bowed her head 3 times and remained kneeling. Sister, Buer suffered a terrible fate, Su Yufei said, looking up at Ning Qingyao, her eyes brimming with tears. You must seek justice for Buer. Ning San, that beast, has controlled the prominent families of Jiangcheng, oppressing us without restraint. My sister sought Lin Bai's assistance. But little did she expect that these people would attempt to eliminate him. They are worse than beasts. Su Yufei's face was filled with indignation. The morning hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Su Ruobing stood in stunned disbelief, as did the other members of the Su family. Yi Qinglong and others were so astonished that they were rendered speechless. Yufei, do you even realize what you are saying? Old Lady Su trembled, unable to fathom that such words were uttered by Su Yufei. Ning San, that is your grandmother. Su Yufei interjected fiercely, I speak only the truth. I was once afraid to voice it due to fear of Ning San and the powerful families of Jiangcheng, but now that Miss Ning is here, she will stand for me. She has lost her mind. Su Yufei has truly lost her mind. Su Yufei, are you blind? Have you forgotten what transpired at Long Palace? What is happening? How can Su Yufei be testifying for Lin Bai? This was absurd, far too absurd. Such events should not occur. The morning hall descended into chaos as the crowd began to sense the gravity of the situation. Everything felt exceedingly unusual. While Lin Bai's fabrications were to be expected, Su Yufei's cooperation with them was unfathomable. Su Yufei, you wretched woman, do you have a relationship with Lin Bai? Yi Qinglong, consumed by rage, lunged at Su Yufei, losing all rationality as he swung his cane toward her. Seek death, came a cold command as Ning Qingyao waved her hand. Ah! Yi Qinglong let out a cry, propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground. In an instant, blood streamed from his orifices, and he breathed his last. Before me, you dare to harm my sister-in-law? A palpable aura of menace emanated from Ning Qingyao. Should anyone else dare to move, they will meet the same fate as Yi Qinglong. The morning hall fell silent once more, the crowd not daring to utter a sound. The situation was clear. I will ensure my brother is laid to rest promptly. Ning Qingyao cast a cold gaze over the assembly. Bring my brother's casket to Tianhai. Yufei, you and the children should also go to Tianhai. There, you will receive better protection. Thank you, sister, Su Yufei replied with a grateful expression. No need for thanks. This is my duty. Ning Qingyao sighed gently. Considering you may feel lonely in Tianhai, I will arrange for your parents and grandmother to accompany you. After all, they have cared for you greatly. Ning Qingyao gestured for the others. Escort old lady Su and your parents away. A dozen individuals swiftly approached, several lifting Ning Buer's coffin to depart, while Su Yufei cradled the memorial tablet, following closely with the 2 children. Old Lady Su and Su Yufei's parents were also escorted away. No, I will not go. I refuse to go to Tianhai. Old Lady Su cried out, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, it was futile. The individuals accompanying Ning Qingyao remained silent, merely escorting the Su family out of the morning hall. As their voices faded, the entrance remained blocked by Ning Qingyao's subordinates, preventing others from entering or exiting. Despite the summer heat, many began to tremble, feeling an unnatural chill. At this moment, most had come to understand that Su Yufei's family was being forcibly taken away by Ning Qingyao. Her uncharacteristic behavior was clearly a result of coercion. The one threatening Su Yufei was none other than Ning Qingyao herself. Now, the only question remained. Why would the young lady of the Tianhai Ning family take such actions? Wasn't she meant to deal with Lin Bai? What on earth had transpired? Su Ruobing felt as if she were in a dream. She still could not grasp the situation. It seemed as if Lin Bai had emerged unscathed. If so, then what would become of her? Big Ruobing, you belong to me now. Lin Bai whispered softly in her ear. He then released her, striding towards Ning Qingyao. Well then, dawn is approaching. I shall no longer pretend. Lin Bai dragged over a long bench and sat down. The true funeral begins now. This is the funeral for your Jiangcheng prominent families. After today, they shall cease to exist. He paused, as if recalling something. Oh, Qingyao, come sit here. Ning Qingyao smiled sweetly, slowly approaching Lin Bai, and then sitting on his lap. The morning hall was enveloped in utter silence, the crowd's minds blank, stunned beyond comprehension. What on earth was happening? The assembly rubbed their eyes vigorously, shut them, opened them again, and repeated the process. Yet, the scene before them remained unchanged. The exceedingly beautiful and noble Miss Ning was sitting obediently on Lin Bai's lap. How could this be possible? At last, someone could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing onto the ground, eyes vacant, murmuring to themselves. Like a chain reaction, more than 10 individuals sank helplessly to the floor. In that moment, they lacked even the strength to stand. Each of their minds echoed a singular thought. It was over. Utterly finished this time. Su Ruobing was completely stunned. Lin Bai truly had such a special relationship with Ning Xueyao? This was simply too unfathomable. No, it couldn't oppose. TB. It was impossible. Suddenly, someone shouted out. It was Song Yujiao. Miss Ning, you must have been deceived by Lin Bai. He is Qin Xueyao's man, and just now, he was embracing Su Ruobing. Do not trust him. No, Lin Bai, you must have used some vile means to control Miss Ning. She must have been taken hostage by Lin Bai. You Ning family members, hurry and rescue her. Upon hearing Song Yujiao's words, the others seemed to regain their senses, beginning to shout in anger. Indeed, it must be so. Hurry and save Miss Ning. Lin Bai, you scoundrel, release her. Lin Bai, no matter what despicable methods you employed, you will not succeed. The Ning family will not spare you. The morning hall grew tumultuous once more, with voices clamoring incessantly. However, they soon realized that no one was paying them any heed. Ning Xueyao's subordinates remained silently stationed at the entrance. Xueyao, your figure is truly infuriating, Lin Bai sighed, standing up while holding Ning Xueyao, reluctantly caressing her a couple of times before placing her on the bench. Tonight, I am quite irate. It is time to find someone to vent my frustrations. Lin Bai's gaze slowly swept over the crowd. The uproar in the morning hall gradually subsided, until finally, silence reigned once more. Continue, why have you all stopped? Lin Bai walked slowly towards Song Yujiao. Even if you scream until your throats are raw, no one will come to your rescue. Lin Bai, what do you intend to do? I have already given you 10 billion. Song Yujiao instinctively retreated. Speaking of 10 billion, I truly do not understand where your confidence comes from. Believing your ugly face is worth that amount. Lin Bai shook his head. Could it be that you are simply terrified of pain? To be honest, you are far too ugly. It pains me to look at you. I shall assist you with some cosmetic procedures. Lin Bai gently raised his hand. Do not worry, it will be painless. As he spoke, Lin Bai's fingers gestured in the air a few times. The crowd could not help but gaze at Song Yujiao's face, and soon, someone gasped in shock as they saw black lines rapidly appearing on her visage. The black lines crisscrossed like a spider and Oppo's web, swiftly covering her entire face, creating an eerie sight. What have you done to me? Song Yujiao sensed something was amiss and hurriedly pulled out a mirror. The next moment, she screamed, No, this is not me. Lin Bai, you bastard, what have you done? I will fight you. Song Yujiao charged at Lin Bai like a madwoman, yet she hardly touched him before being sent flying backward. You truly possess no sense of aesthetics, Lin Bai sighed, shaking his head. What a lovely face, a natural Spider-Man. Miss Lu, do you agree? Lin Bai turned to Lu Xinmei. How about I help you with a makeover as well? No, please don't. Lu Xinmei retreated in panic. You, stay away from me. Yes, Chao Jun has a grudge against you. It has nothing to do with me. I have already broken up with him. How can you act this way? Lin Bai shook his head. My old classmate lost both his hands for you. And you simply abandoned him? I truly feel for my old classmate. In fact, I think you two are quite compatible. Lin Bai displayed a radiant smile. Forget it. I shall lend you a hand. He waved his hand again. Lu Xinmei's arms fell limply at her sides. What have you done to me? My hands. What is wrong with my hands? Lu Xinmei's face was filled with panic. Nothing much, just that your hands are broken now. See. This way neither you nor Chao Jun will find fault with each other. Lin Bai smiled. Ah, I am such a good person. The crowd held their breath, even afraid to look at Lin Bai, fearing that he would next turn his attention to them. Lin Bai's gaze landed on Fan Zhiming. Before he could speak, Fan Zhiming had already crumbled. Grandfather, save me. Fan Zhiming suddenly lunged in front of Fan Zhongjing, kneeling on the ground, clutching his grandfather's leg. Grandfather, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. You must save me. You wretch, do not beg me. Fan Zhongjing roared. No one can save you now. No, grandfather, you cannot do this. Fan Zhiming's face was filled with panic. I am your only grandson. No, little aunt, please save me. Fan Zhiming turned to plead with Fan Chichi, little aunt. I truly know my mistake. Please help me plead once more. When I was young, you were very kind to me. I do not wish to die, nor do I want to become a cripple or an ugly monster. Please, little aunt, help me. You are so beautiful, with such a good figure. If you accompany Lin Bai a few more times, he will surely let me go. Ugh. Fan Zhongjing kicked Fan Jiming away. Wretch. Fan Zhongjing bellowed, even now. You have no respect for your little aunt. He stepped forward, coming to stand before Lin Bai. Mr. Lin, our Fan family has produced a wretch like Fan Jiming. It is all my fault. I have decided to surrender all assets as compensation to Miss Ning, and I will also disband the Fan family entirely. As you said, from this day forth, the Fan family of Jiangcheng will cease to exist. As for this wretch, you may deal with him as you wish. Fan Zhongjing, you are indeed the most forthright, Lin Bai replied with a faint smile. Very well. The Fan family has always been a burden to you, from now on. You and Chi-Chi will assist me. No, this cannot be. You old fool, you cannot do this. Fan Jiming shouted. He then erupted into a mad laugh. Ha, old man. You are truly heartless. To follow Lin Bai, you would abandon the entire Fan family. And you, Fan Chi-Chi, what is so good about Lin Bai? He already has other women, yet you insist on clinging to him. Fan Jiming's voice abruptly cut off. Lin Bai kicked him on the head. Silence. The atmosphere grew quiet, and anyone could tell that Lin Bai was exceptionally irritable. Moreover, it seemed he had no intention of sparing anyone. Lin Bai, this is our first meeting. I had no part in the affairs concerning that young Master Ning, nor did I participate in the auction of Qin Xueyao. Xiao Erson spoke up at this moment. We have no enmity, and I believe I can leave here now, right? Sorry, no one can leave. Lin Bai smiled brightly. I have stated, this is the funeral of Jiangcheng's 100 great families. After today, every family you belong to will cease to exist. Lin Bai, my sister Qiao Fian has treated you well. Do you not feel ungrateful for not sparing the Qiao family? Xiao Erson retorted, somewhat annoyed. Can you stop joking? Lin Bai scoffed. Fian is no longer related to your Qiao family, just as my wife Qin Xueyao is no longer related to the Qin family. Today, whether it is the Qiao family or the Qin family, both will vanish. Oh, by the way, Su Ruobing, Lin Bai turned to Su Ruobing. Do not be upset. Your Su family will also disappear. After all, this Su family has little relation to you. How can you do this? Su Ruobing was also taken aback. She initially believed that she and her parents were safe, and that the Su family would consist solely of them from now on. Consequently, the entirety of the Su family would naturally belong to her and her parents. She had even begun to mentally devise plans for managing the Su family in the future. Yet, to her dismay, Lin Bai intended to obliterate the Su family as well. What on earth was this man up to? Was he truly going to spare no one? Not even her. Other scoundrels might toss aside those they have slept with, but this man had yet to even touch her before discarding her. Could it be that Ning Qingya was preventing him from doing so? Various chaotic thoughts swirled in Su Ruobing's mind. Ruobing. At that moment, Su Rin interjected, enough. The best outcome is that we survive this. He then approached Lin Bai, saying, Mr. Lin, the matters concerning the Su family have never been our responsibility. My family will leave with nothing. All affairs of the Su family can be handled by you and Miss Ning. Indeed. Bing Bing, Su Ruobing's mother hurriedly added. Standing beside her and softly comforting her, this is already quite good. However, Su Ruobing gritted her teeth, glaring at Lin Bai. Although her parents were correct in stating that surviving was a remarkable outcome, why must this man be so excessive? Could he not leave her with a little money to spend? Uncle Su, you are quite noble. Rest assured, I will treat Bing Bing very well. Lin Bai replied with a radiant smile. He then turned his attention to the corner. Yi Qingfeng, are you hiding there like a turtle, thinking I can't see you? This is rather disappointing. To be honest, I preferred your rebellious demeanor when you threatened me over the phone tonight. Lin Bai slowly approached Yi Qingfeng. What more do you want, Lin Bai? My elder brother is dead. Do you truly wish to eradicate us completely? Yi Qingfeng's face was pale, his voice trembling. Even with Miss Ning protecting you, she will ultimately return to Tianhai. Do you believe she will remain here to shield you indefinitely? I can offer you half of the Yi family's assets. You claim you wish to survive, yet you are still so miserly. Lin Bai shook his head. You truly are incapable and foolish. Lin Bai, half of the Yi family's assets amount to nearly 1,000 billion. Do not be so greedy. Yi Qingfeng retorted, anger evident in his tone. Slap. Lin Bai struck Yi Qingfeng across the face. Fool, do you think I lack this paltry sum of money? Slap. Slap. Lin Bai continued to rain blows upon Yi Qingfeng, cursing as he did so. You had people kidnap my sister. You auctioned my wife. You threatened me over the phone. Within a minute, Yi Chengfeng's face had swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head. How did you end up looking like a pig? Lin Bai paused, dissatisfied. Looking so ugly, scaring people in the middle of the night. Do you have no sense of morality? Amidst his grumbling, Lin Bai delivered a kick to Yi Chengfeng's knee. Yi Chengfeng let out a pained shriek, spewing a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Truly weak, Lin Bai remarked, turning away. Suddenly, a multitude of individuals dropped to their knees. Brother Lin, I am willing to relinquish all the Wang family's assets. Please spare my life. I am also willing from the Zhang family. Me too. I am willing. The crowd's morale had entirely crumbled. Strangely enough, your attitudes have improved significantly, Lin Bai replied with a hint of mockery in his tone. Unfortunately, I do not intend to spare any of you. However, I am too lazy to teach each of you scoundrels a lesson individually. Qingya, please handle the rest. Understood. Ning Qingya slowly rose, walking over to Lin Bai. Darling, you should rest for a bit. You need to attend the Thunder Group's press conference in the morning. Just leave this to me. Lin Bai nodded, saying nothing further, and turned to head towards the door. Bing Bing, would you like to join me for a walk? He inquired as he passed by Su Ruobing. I will not. Su Ruobing replied through clenched teeth, infuriated by the audacity of this man to casually ask such a question. Very well, time is limited. We can discuss this later tonight. Lin Bai flashed a brilliant smile at Su Ruobing, but did not press the matter further. He ambled out of the morning hall, and those who had previously blocked the entrance made way for him. How delightful not to see this group of trash again, Lin Bai mused, eliciting a wave of chill among those kneeling on the ground. What does this mean? Su Ruobing seethed internally, gnashing her teeth. What did this scoundrel mean by saying time was limited? What else did he intend to do tonight? Did he expect her to fulfill that wager? Lin Bai exited the Su family estate, strolling leisurely down the street. Moments later, hundreds of vehicles sped towards the Su family from various parts of Jiangcheng. The heads of the city's prominent families had received word from Ning Qingya. Lin Bai made his way directly to the pinnacle of Jiangcheng. Standing on the rooftop, he savored the denser spiritual energy of the place, which cleared his mind. He refrained from practicing. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes, allowing memories of the celestial realm to flash through his mind. He needed to organize the information and prepare for his next plan. As time passed, morning arrived. Lin Bai heard a noise, opened his eyes, and turned around. It was Qin Xueyao, who had just walked onto the rooftop. She appeared somewhat haggard, a mix of excitement and apprehension in her demeanor. Fian asked me to come get you. She specifically instructed me to remind you not to forget to wear that outfit. All right, I'll go change. Lin Bai returned to his bedroom, donned the long robe, and then descended the stairs. Qin Xueyao gazed at Lin Bai, somewhat entranced. Darling, do I look handsome again? Lin Bai grinned. Huh. Qin Xueyao snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly. I was just curious. What is so special about this outfit? Well, they all particularly like it when I wear this, Lin Bai beamed. Internally, he reflected that they preferred him without clothes even more. All right. I also enjoy seeing them without clothes. I must not dwell on that. It's making me flustered. Let us go? Lin Bai wrapped his arm around Qin Xueyao's waist as they made their way outside. The vehicle descended from Jiangcheng's pinnacle, arriving at the Thunder Building. This office tower, constructed by Qiao Fian 4 years ago, stood 99 stories tall. However, just as it was about to be put into use, Qiao Fian unexpectedly fell into a coma, leaving it vacant for 4 years. It was only a few days ago that it was activated as the headquarters of the Thunder Group. At 9 in the morning, the venue at the Thunder Building's broad entrance was already set up, and various media outlets had arrived. Amidst the anticipation of countless people, Qin Xueyao, Qiao Fian, and Ning Qingyao walked out side by side, instantly captivating the audience. As the three women took their seats, Lin Bai stepped out behind them, wearing a mask and standing a few meters away, serving as a striking backdrop. Beep, beep, beep. Hundreds of vehicles honked simultaneously, forming a lengthy procession approaching. The convoy swiftly split into 2 lines at the entrance of the Thunder Building, with 2 to 3 individuals stepping out of each vehicle, each carrying boxes of varying sizes. The Qiao family of Jiangcheng congratulates the establishment of the Thunder Group with a gift, the entirety of the Qiao family's assets. This declaration echoed like thunder, shocking all the media present at the press conference. Offering all assets as a congratulatory gift? This was rather outrageous. The Yi family of Jiangcheng congratulates the establishment of the Thunder Group with a gift, the entirety of the Yi family and Oppos, assets. Another voice rang out, leaving everyone even more astounded. How could there be yet another family making such a generous offering? The Su family of Jiangcheng presented the entirety of their assets as a congratulatory gift for the establishment of the HJNGLI group. The Qin family of Jiangcheng followed suit, and then the FN family, the Essing family, and so on. Gradually, the crowd transitioned from initial astonishment to a state of numbness. Could this be genuine or merely a publicity stunt? Yet, upon investigation, it was confirmed that these were indeed the heads of the prominent families of Jiangcheng. What on earth was transpiring? The 100 leading families of Jiangcheng were offering their entire fortunes as congratulatory gifts to the HJNGLI group. What was the background of this group? Inside a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked by the roadside, Ru Biying observed the press conference with a complex expression. Other families were still presenting gifts, and she understood that this was simply building momentum for the HJNGLI group. The transfer of all assets from the families had been finalized hours prior. In return, the innocent would be spared, while those who had attended the funeral the previous night had largely met their demise, suffered crippling injuries, or descended into madness. That masked scoundrel, she muttered, snapping a photo with her phone. All 4 figures were captured in the image, and she noticed something peculiar. Strange, their attire. Why are they all wearing robes? Ru Biying wondered how Lin Bai had become acquainted with Fiyn and Ning Xueyao. Suddenly, her phone rang. It's me, Ru Biying answered. Are you certain that Ning Xueyao had been missing for 2 years? Rumored to be gravely ill and undergoing treatment? Give me the precise date of her awakening. What? The same day? Understood. Hanging up, Ru Biying felt a surge of shock. Lin Bai, Ning Xueyao, and Fiyn had all awakened on the same day, wearing seemingly ancient attire, and had inexplicably become close. What secrets lay between them? Big Biying, you could simply ask me, a languid voice interjected. Ru Biying exclaimed. When did you get in? Lin Bai was now seated in the passenger seat. The press conference isn't over yet. Why did you come down? I only needed to take a photo. Lin Bai responded with a radiant smile. Xueyao and the others will handle the rest. Once the press conference gained traction, photos of him alongside Ning Xueyao and Fiyn would circulate worldwide. Despite his attempt to conceal his face, his other 7 Saintist companions would undoubtedly recognize him. This was why he had orchestrated the 100 families of Jiangcheng to jointly celebrate the establishment of the HJNGLI group. Then tell me, how did you meet Ning Xueyao? Ru Biying demanded, still irked that he had left her parents with nothing. In a dream? Lin Bai replied without hesitation. I don't believe you. Ru Biying retorted. Big Biying, let's discuss this elsewhere. Lin Bai said with a smile. Drive me to the summit of Jiangcheng. I can't. Ru Biying snapped. This car no longer belongs to me. It's your wife's. Have her drive. Drive on. Once we reach the summit of Jiangcheng, I promise to be candid with you. Lin Bai stated earnestly. All right. I'll trust you one more time. Ru Biying relented and started the car. Although the car theoretically belonged to the HJNGLI group, she knew no one would pursue her for taking it. Ru Biying sped towards the summit of Jiangcheng with Lin Bai. Is there any wine here? Ru Biying asked as soon as they entered. I want a drink. Wine there is, but, Big Biying, I need you clear-headed. Lin Bai replied seriously. I have planned many futures for us, countless choices, but each one requires the same initial step. Do you know what that is? No. Ru Biying retorted, nor do I care to know. I have no future with a rogue like you. Big Biying, you're quite fiery today, much like myself. Lin Bai sighed. Well, no matter, after today, we'll both be free of such heat. In truth, the future is of little consequence. What matters is the present. Lin Bai's gaze unabashedly swept over Ru Biying. So, Big Biying, the question arises, when do you intend to honor our wager? I knew no good would come from you. You scoundrel. Ru Biying exclaimed. You brought me here for this. I'm telling you now, I'm reneging. I won't honor it. Big Biying, that's not how one reneges. If you truly wish to, you shouldn't have admitted to it, Lin Bai chided. You're far too honest and conscientious. No wonder your conscience is so ample. Lin Bai's eyes burned, and he yearned to touch her conscience once more. He swiftly reached out, sweeping Ru Biying into his arms and heading upstairs. What are you doing? Let me go? Ru Biying protested, struggling in vain. Panic began to set in. Don't you dare, I didn't truly intend to renege, I was merely angry. Ruby Yang's words trailed off as she realized her misunderstanding. Lin Bai had carried her to the rooftop, not the bedroom. Lin Bai set Ruby Yang down, keeping his arm around her waist as he gazed across the river. If I told you that one day we could fly directly across this river from here, would you believe me? Lin Bai's expression was earnest. You must wonder why I am so powerful. But what if I could make you as powerful as I am now? What exactly is your ability? Ruby Yang couldn't help but ask, genuinely curious. Lin Bai was too strong. She didn't endopose, fancy pretty boys, but she admired strength. Lin Bai turned to Ruby Yang, a radiant smile on his face. Big Yang, would you like to cultivate immortality? Cultivate immortality? Ruby Yang was momentarily stunned. Could people truly cultivate immortality? Are you saying that you are cultivating immortality and that you can teach me? Ruby Yang quickly grasped the concept, a hint of excitement in her tone. Lin Bai opened his palm, revealing 2 pills. These are body-tempering pills and bone-quenching pills, capable of altering one's constitution, granting ordinary people the opportunity to cultivate immortality. Lin Bai's expression turned serious. However, body tempering and bone quenching both entail a degree of suffering. If you are willing, you may try, and even if you cannot ultimately cultivate immortality, it will still greatly alter your physique, at least enabling you to become a powerful martial artist. Ruby Yang snatched the 2 pills from Lin Bai's hand and swallowed them. She had grown weary of having her fate dictated by others. She wanted to become stronger. Ugh! Ruby Yang's face twisted in pain. How long will this last? Well, for the first time, it will take quite a while, about 6 hours, Lin Bai replied, watching Ruby Yang with fervent eyes. However, Big Yang, I have a way to divert your attention so you won't feel the pain. What? What way? Ruby Yang found the pain peculiar, not particularly intense, but an unbearable itching pain that was difficult to endure. Lin Bai reached out and pulled Ruby Yang into his embrace. What are you doing? Su Ruobing stammered, feeling flustered. You rogue. Don't take advantage of me. Big Ice, you promised me that I could have my fill. Lin Bai's movements were becoming more bold, and didn't you notice? You've forgotten the pain in your body. Unintentionally, Lin Bai's breath quickened. He had already unhesitatingly touched Su Ruobing's conscience. Why do you insist on sleeping with me? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Ning Qingya is prettier than I am. Her figure is better too. Doesn't it, Oppos? She give you what you want? That bet. You are simply cheating. I was deceived. Su Ruobing continued to struggle, feeling a sense of unwillingness. They had only known each other for a few days. She couldn't let this rogue succeed so easily. She, Su Ruobing, was a well-known ice queen. She couldn't allow herself to melt just because he touched her a few more times. However, she had to admit that at this moment, she seemed to have truly forgotten the pain in her body. The effect of distraction was surprisingly effective. You don't. Su Ruobing noticed that Lin Bai was on the verge of losing control. Why can't you leave me some dignity? Why do you have to strip away all of Su's assets? Can't you let me continue being the young lady of the Su family? Su Ruobing couldn't get past this mental hurdle. I don't necessarily want money. I can support myself as a doctor and take care of my parents. But I feel like a joke. They all think I let you have me without getting anything in return. Suddenly, Su Ruobing bit Lin Bai fiercely. This dog of a man only knew how to touch her, and didn't he respond? She wasn't one to lose, but she felt aggrieved. Big Ice. The past Su family was filthy and corrupt, and you, pure and innocent, cannot be tainted by their legacy. Lin Bai finally paused. Looking at her seriously, I only want you to start anew, clean and unblemished. In the future, you will be the exalted Su Ruobing, but no longer the young lady of the Su family, with no ties to them. All right, I'll trust you once, but if you dare deceive me, I will bite you to death. Su Ruobing knew she couldn't escape. Don't. Not here. Let's go to the bedroom. Big Ice, actually. No one can see us here. I think the rooftop is also quite nice. Lin Bai did not leave. If you say another word, I won't give you anything. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. This dog of a man wanted to play such tricks right from the start. Eventually, Lin Bai compromised and went to the bedroom. There would be time for the rooftop later. Perhaps Su Ruobing herself didn't realize that she was actually not averse to Lin Bai. The experiences of the past few days flashed through her mind. Only at this moment did she truly feel a sense of relief. She knew that without Lin Bai, she would already be dead. Even if she didn't die, she would likely have become a toy for those men. If Qin Xueyao could be openly auctioned off, what difference would it make for her if she fell into the hands of those men? Dogman, you can have the advantage this time. Su Ruobing murmured. suddenly bursting forth with unparalleled passion. In the bedroom, the Ice Queen completely melted. Lin Bai too soon lost himself. Unknowingly, the sun set outside the window. Big Ice. You're a bit misnamed. Who said you were an ice mountain? Just look at you, so big, so white, so warm in broad daylight. Lin Bai was entranced, watching the sunset with Su Ruobing by the window. Could you please speak less and act more? Su Ruobing was somewhat annoyed. That cursed pill you gave me. It's been half a day, why is it still hurting? 6 hours is 12 hours, the time hasn't come yet. Lin Bai explained. Big Ice, it's fine. We just need to do it 7 more times. Su Ruobing bit her lip, falling silent. This dog man must be a donkey. He still wanted 7 more times after already having done it 7. Unknowingly, it was deep into the night. It seems to not hurt anymore. Why do I feel so dirty? Su Ruobing suddenly realized something was amiss. I need to take a shower. The pill refines the body and dispels impurities. Lin Bai explained, then picked her up. I'll help you wash. 10 minutes later, in the bathroom. Do you have to exhaust me to death? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. This dog man didn't he know fatigue? Big Ice, this is my special training for you. Haven't you noticed that you aren't tired at all? Lin Bai pressed close to her back. Look at your skin. Hasn't it improved? Yes, and my figure seems better too. Su Ruobing stared at herself in the mirror, somewhat dazed. Fine. She seemed wider and larger now. This figure made her feel flushed. No wonder Lin Bai couldn't help himself. Unknowingly, dawn broke. I can't take it anymore. I'm really tired. I'm so sleepy. Su Ruobing finally succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Bai dressed and got up, feeling vigorous and refreshed. He went downstairs to the pool, where Ning Qingyao gently leaped in front of him. She had arrived the night before, and Lin Bai was aware of it. Honey, I have to return to Tianhai. There are many matters that require my attention. Ning Qingyao leaned slowly into Lin Bai's embrace. Most of the matters here in Jiangcheng have been settled, and the rest can be handled by Fian and Xueyao. You don't need to concern yourself too much with mundane affairs. Focus on your cultivation and restoring your strength. This world is not absolutely safe for us, and you will always be our last line of defense. Ning Qingyao soon departed. Lin Bai let out a gentle breath and then made a few phone calls. About an hour later, Lin Bai stepped out of the villa. Just as a car pulled up, 2 people got out, Fan Zhongjing and Fan Qiqi. As they were about to greet him, Lin Bai waved his hand. Follow me. The 3 descended a few hundred meters to a row of 2-story houses. This had originally been the property management office of Jiangcheng's Pinnacle. But I just dismissed the property management company. From now on, this will be under your responsibility. Lin Bai looked at Fan Qiqi and Fan Zhongjing. Zhongjing, from now on, you will be a true medicine king, solely responsible for alchemy, and Qiqi, you will handle pill refining. I will provide you with various prescriptions and refining processes. You can recruit apprentices to assist you, and the funds needed will be supplied by the Thunder Group. Lin Bai spent several hours discussing various details with Fan Qiqi. Remember one thing. Each profession has its specialty. You must focus on your own duties and strive for excellence. Looking at them, he declared, Qiqi, you will become a pill immortal, and this place will be named the Pill Immortal Sect. You have lost the Fan family, but in the future, your status will surpass any aristocratic family. He was not merely painting a rosy picture. He knew this would become a reality. He could see the excitement in Fan Zhongjing and Fan Qiqi's eyes. He understood they genuinely believed him. He also held high hopes for the Pill Immortal Sect, which was why he chose this location so close to him. Prepare yourselves. I have other matters to attend to. Lin Bai returned to the villa's bedroom, only to behold an unparalleled beauty. Su Ruobing had just sat up from the bed, looking even whiter, larger, and glowing. Lin Bai found himself feeling irritable once again. Don't come over. Su Ruobing noticed something was amiss in Lin Bai's eyes and hurriedly spoke up. Unfortunately, it was too late. No. Please, really can't. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. My parents have sent me numerous messages. They are quite worried about me. I need to go home for a bit. Da-bing bing. Don't be scared. I just want to touch. Lin Bai chuckled, genuinely not intending to take further action. Actually, I also have something to discuss with you. By the way, are you hungry? I could whip up something for you, like some noodles. No need. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Su Ruobing felt that his words were rather inappropriate. She couldn't adopos, quite comprehend. Didn't adopos, those novels and dramas say that cultivating immortality requires a tranquil heart and a lack of desires? Why was he acting so lewd? Because I am simply unique. Lin Bai reveled in Su Ruobing's exquisite touch. With a figure as devastatingly charming as hers, how could one expect him to remain indifferent? That would be a waste of such beauty. Let us get to the point. I've arranged a promising job for you. I already have a job. Su Ruobing couldn't help but interject. You should give up being a doctor. It's not suited for you. Lin Bai shook his head, to Bing Bing. I actually haven't investigated you, but I know you have trained in martial arts and are familiar with the underground world of Jiangcheng. Moreover, if you could help me locate the Dragon Palace in the shortest time possible. In summary, I believe you have another special skill. From now on, my security matters will be entrusted to you. Are you suggesting I start a security company? Su Ruobing furrowed her brow. To Bing Bing. You are indeed both intelligent and perceptive. Lin Bai was quite pleased. Indeed, many matters in this world still require technological means. We all have families to protect, and the methods of cultivators are not always applicable. I am stretched too thin alone. Starting a decent security company requires quite a bit of capital. Su Ruobing began to speak, but Lin Bai placed a card on her chest. This contains 100 billion. From now on, any money I earn will also go onto this card. Feel free to spend as you wish. This is the 100 billion? Su Ruobing stared at Lin Bai, feeling an odd sensation wash over her. This rogue made it seem as though he was using 100 billion to seduce her. Indeed, to Bing Bing. All my money is entrusted to you. Lin Bai said earnestly. You are my first woman. Of course, I must treat you well. Do you take me for an ignorant little girl? Su Ruobing retorted. I don't believe your nonsense. However, I will accept the card and start the security company. This shameless man, with countless tricks up his sleeve, claiming it was his first time. She certainly did not believe him. Just then, Su Ruobing's phone rang again. It's my mom. Su Ruobing answered the call. Mom, I really am fine. Okay, I and Oppos. I'll be home soon. After hanging up, she looked at Lin Bai. Let go. I really have to leave. All right, let me have just a couple more bites. Lin Bai reluctantly released Su Ruobing. Once she had wrapped her perfect form in her clothes, Lin Bai handed her a business card. This Wang Zhen is my manager at the bank. If you encounter any issues with spending, you can reach out to her. Also, here are 8 body refining pills and 8 bone tempering pills. Take one each night, and rest assured, it won't hurt as much anymore. Once you finish these pills, I'll teach you how to cultivate. I understand. Su Ruobing carefully accepted them, her tone seemingly softened. I'll take my leave now. Su Ruobing unconsciously glanced around the bedroom, her fair face flushed with a hint of red, as various poses she had struck flashed through her mind. This rogue truly knew how to play. She shot Lin Bai another glare before hurriedly leaving. How wonderful. Lin Bai reclined backward, sprawled out on the bed. This world was simply magnificent. A few minutes later, Lin Bai sat up again and dialed Qin Xueyao's number. Wife, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I'm busy with recruitment and didn't have time to go out for lunch. Qin Xueyao's voice held a trace of fatigue. What would you like to eat? I'll bring it to you. Lin Bai decided to visit Qin Xueyao. There were some matters he needed to discuss with her. An hour later, as Lin Bai arrived at the entrance of the Jinglei building with takeout in hand, he was astonished by the throngs of people. There were at least a few thousand lining up for job interviews. Hey, Lin Bai, buddy. Someone waved at Lin Bai. It was Hu Ping'an. Ping'an, what brings you here? Are you looking for a job too? Lin Bai approached. What are you queuing for? If you want to work here, just tell me, and I'll take you in. No, I want to rely on my own abilities. Hu Ping'an quickly shook his head. Oh, isn't that Lin Bai? Come to deliver takeout? A sarcastic voice interjected at that moment. It was noon, and among those queuing, quite a few were indeed waiting for their food deliveries. To be fair, Lin Bai's appearance did resemble that of a delivery person. Fu Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? Hu Ping'an responded, slightly irritated. Fu Xian, who had poor vision and an average appearance, was one of their university classmates. However, he hadn't attended the last gathering. Hu Ping'an, how am I speaking nonsense? Isn't Lin Bai just delivering takeout? Besides, delivering takeout is quite good. Your mindset is wrong. Do you look down on delivery workers? Lin Bai, my apologies. I was busy job hunting the other day and couldn't make it to the gathering. But I support you. After all, you've been out of commission for 3 years, so it's normal for you not to find a job in your field. Delivering takeout suits you well. You could still earn over 10,000 a month. Wait, Fu Xian, are you deliberately trying to provoke him? Hu Ping'an was getting angrier. You're also a recent graduate. Why do you look down on anyone? You have no idea who Lin Bai really is. Forget it, Ping'an, don't mind him. Are you really not coming in with me? Lin Bai was disinterested in arguing with Fu Xian. Since Jinglei Group was in dire need of employees, there was surely a position suitable for him. Why bother waiting in line? Lin Bai, I'll try by myself first. Hu Ping'an hesitated. You said they're short on people. I should be able to get hired. All right then, I'll go deliver lunch to Xueyao. Lin Bai didn't press the issue and continued walking inside. See, I told you he's delivering takeout. Fu Xian sneered. Hu Ping'an, you're too kind-hearted. Why do you insist on associating with someone like Lin Bai, a country bumpkin? You'll only end up getting hurt. Desolate mountains give rise to scoundrels. Lin Bai is just that kind of scoundrel. Can you shut up? Hu Ping'an could no longer endure it. You know nothing. Hu Ping'an, we're classmates. I'm kindly advising you not to be ungrateful. Fu Xian was quite annoyed. If he wasn't going to listen, that was fine. But there was no need to be so ungrateful. At this moment, Lin Bai had already arrived at the entrance of Jinglei Group, where applicants were queuing outside. A security guard stopped Lin Bai. Delivering takeout? Lin Bai replied casually. It's for your general manager Qin. Go on in. General manager Qin is in interview room 1. The security guard did not obstruct him, as it was quite common for delivery workers to be entering. Today, with so many applicants, the hiring managers of various departments were conducting interviews on the first floor to avoid the hassle of going up and down. Lin Bai walked into interview room 1 and saw Qin Xueyao, who was rubbing her temples with a fatigued expression. Wife, it's time to eat. Lin Bai sat down across from Qin Xueyao, then frowned. Haven't you slept at all these past few days? Qin Xueyao's tone carried a hint of playful affection. I am truly overwhelmed with busyness, so many matters to attend to. I can hardly recall how many cups of coffee I have consumed. Let's have a meal first, and I shall give your head a gentle massage. Lin Bai opened the lunchbox and approached Qin Xueyao from behind, lightly kneading her head. Streams of spiritual energy flowed into her mind, alleviating her fatigue. I feel much better now. Qin Xueyao turned to look at Lin Bai, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. You are truly remarkable. My dear, let us dine together. Very well, Lin Bai replied, settling down across from her. Is the recruitment going well? They chatted as they ate. It's going quite well, actually. Yesterday, our Thunder Group was established, and families from the top 100 clans in Jiangcheng came to congratulate us. Everyone knows our future is bright, so we have received an influx of applicants. Qin Xueyao spoke with a hint of joy, but then added, however, I am in urgent need of a trustworthy individual who is willing to travel for work. Many assets of the Jiangcheng clans are located out of town, and I need a reliable person to lead a team there for acquisition. I initially intended for you to take on this role, but Fian mentioned you have more pressing matters to attend to, so I did not want to trouble you with business affairs. As it happens, my college roommate, Hu Ping'an, is available. Although he has just graduated, he is certainly capable. Lin Bai had a sudden inspiration. Let me call him and have him come in directly. Great. If you trust him, then there should be no issue. Qin Xueyao nodded eagerly. Without hesitation, Lin Bai called Hu Ping'an. A few minutes later, Hu Ping'an entered interview room 1. To Lin Bai's surprise, Fu Xian followed him inside. Lin Bai, why are you still here? Fu Xian exclaimed upon spotting Lin Bai, a puzzled look on his face. He then scolded. Are you trying to disturb President Qin while delivering takeout? Fu Xian, be quiet. Hu Ping'an interjected urgently. President Qin, I apologize, this is my classmate. And he insisted on coming in. President Qin, my name is Fu Xian, a graduate student from Jiangcheng University's School of Finance. I have actually met you before. Fu Xian stepped forward, wearing a fawning smile. President Qin, you might have forgotten, but years ago, you said something to me. Dear, is this also your classmate? Qin Xueyao inquired gently, looking at Lin Bai. Indeed, I am Lin Bai's classmate, but we are not very familiar, Fu Xian instinctively responded, only to realize his slip a moment later. Wait, President Qin, how do you refer to Lin Bai? If you are not familiar with my husband, please leave. Qin Xueyao and Appo's expression suddenly turned cold. Otherwise, I shall call security. Wait, he is your husband? This is impossible. Fu Xian looked bewildered, glancing between Qin Xueyao, Lin Bai, and Hu Ping'an, only to notice that Hu Ping'an remained unfazed. He quickly grasped that Hu Ping'an was aware of this situation. How could this be? Fu Xian instinctively took a step back, unable to accept the reality. This was Qin Xueyao, the dream girl of every male student at Jiangcheng University. How could she end up with a country bumpkin like Lin Bai? Fu Xian sat down heavily in the corridor, but no one paid him any mind, as they all assumed he was merely a candidate who had faced rejection. Ping'an, there is a job here that is perfect for you. The specifics will be discussed with you by Xueyao shortly, Lin Bai said. Do not overthink it. This is not favoritism. This position requires someone we both trust. And you happen to fit that description. All right, I want to be coy. I shall not betray your and President Qin's trust. Hu Ping'an accepted without hesitation. After finishing lunch with Qin Xueyao, Lin Bai left the interview room, but instead of exiting Thunder Building, he took the elevator to the top floor. Fian. Lin Bai entered the chairman's office and casually embraced Xiao Fian. He outlined his plans. From now on, you and Chi-Chi will directly liaise with the Dancian sect. The elixirs are crucial to us, and we cannot afford any mistakes. As for the security company with Ruobing, you should also reach out to her since you are friends. Provide her with guidance. Yes, the regular business of Thunder Group will be entrusted to Xueyao, while I will personally handle matters related to cultivation. Xiao Fian nodded. I will search for spirit stone mines worldwide to see if I can make any discoveries. Over the next few days, I will refine some magical instruments and prepare foundational elixirs for you. Given your unique physique, special foundational elixirs will yield better results. Lin Bai had already mapped out his plans. Establishing a solid foundation was crucial. He recalled the events of his dreams, realizing that none of them had laid a firm foundation during that critical step. Perhaps this was why they were so easily overwhelmed by the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, my dear, we must proceed with caution this time. Xiao Fian's beautiful face became serious. The heavenly tribulation had always been her greatest concern. By the way, dear, here is some information on noble families. It is not very complete, but you can take a look. Xiao Fian sent Lin Bai a document. He glanced through it, noting that the details on second-rate families were relatively thorough, while first-rate families were only briefly mentioned. The top-tier families were merely listed by name. Lin Bai spotted a familiar name in the document. Luo Cc, the fourth miss of the prestigious Luo family in the capital. The Luo family was a first-rate family, even more esteemed than the Tianhai Ning family. This Cc has quite an impressive background, Lin Bai thought, but did not dwell on it further. By around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Bai finally left Thunder Building, stepping into a bustling sea of people. He couldn't help but reflect on how challenging it was to secure a good job in these times. Perhaps relying on others was indeed the better option. Lin Bai hailed a taxi and headed to UO number 1, where he intended to refine magical instruments, as the materials he had purchased earlier were still there. Upon entering the living room, Lin Bai was taken aback. He had assumed the house would be empty, but instead found a considerable gathering. His second uncle's family was present, along with 2 individuals he least expected, Qin Xueyao's parents, Qin Kuan and Wen Ting. Lin Bai, your timing is impeccable, Qin Kuan exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. You were in a coma for 3 years, which has delayed Xueyao for 3 years. Now that you have awakened, you secretly marry my daughter without my knowledge. Do you have any conscience? I tell you, if you are still a man, you should immediately divorce Xueyao and not hinder her bright future. Dear, let us discuss this calmly. Wen Ting tried to mediate softly. What is there to discuss with him? Qin Kuan was visibly impatient. He, a mere country bumpkin, was never worthy of Xueyao, let alone now. Lin Bai, be sensible. Xueyao is now the president of Thunder Group, which is worth trillions. With a 10% share, she is a billionaire in her own right. Moreover, she is like a sister to the eldest daughter of the Tianhai Ning family. With Xueyao's qualifications, she deserves a scion from a noble family at the very least. What are you, a mere country bumpkin, worth? Dear father-in-law, have you lost your marbles? Lin Bai finally spoke up. Mother-in-law, perhaps you should take him to see a psychiatrist? Shut up. Who is your father-in-law? Qin Kuan bellowed. You uncouth brat. I think you should be the one to be quiet. Lin Bai interrupted impatiently. What's wrong? Are you upset because I called you incompetent last time? It doesn't matter if you are incompetent. Just stay out of trouble, and Xueyao and I can ensure you continue to live comfortably. But if you insist on causing trouble, do you believe I want to let you experience a life on a meager salary of 3,000 a month? Alright, here's a refined and polished version of the provided text, focusing on enhanced vocabulary and sentence structure while maintaining the original meaning. Please endeavor to communicate harmoniously with your father-in-law. Bai Xiangui interjected, apprehension evident in his tone. Avoid exacerbating the situation. There is nothing of consequence to be discussed between us. Qin Kuan retorted vehemently. Let me be unequivocally clear, Lin Bai. Within the confines of the Qin lineage, your presence and mine are mutually exclusive. We shall see whether Xueyao prioritizes her paternal bond or her attachment to an outsider. Husband, I implore you to reconsider your stance, Wen Ting entreated. I find Lin Bai to be a commendable young man. He was, after all, instrumental in our rescue some time ago. Lin Bai retrieved his cellular device and initiated a call to Qin Xueyao, activating the speaker function for all to hear. The call was answered promptly. Darling, is everything all right? I am currently engaged in an interview, Qin Xueyao inquired. her voice imbued with tenderness. Ah, nothing of particular import. Your father has descended upon my uncle and Apos' residence, demanding our separation and asserting that our coexistence is untenable, Lin Bai stated casually. What? Qin Xueyao exclaimed, taken aback. What is he attempting to accomplish? I shall contact him immediately. There is no need. I am capable of resolving this matter, Lin Bai interjected. I simply require your cooperation. Henceforth, you shall remit a mere 3,000 yuan monthly to your father for his sustenance, and, incidentally, 300,000 yuan to your mother. Ah? Qin Xueyao responded, momentarily speechless. Very well, I suppose. My love, I must resume my interview. I shall speak to you presently. Indeed, you may, if you so desire, verbally excoriate my father, but refrain from inflicting physical harm. Understood. Carry on with your affairs, Lin Bai concluded, terminating the call. He then turned his attention to Qin Xueyao. Father-in-law, are you now persuaded as to whom Xueyao holds in higher regard? You insolent cur. Do not presume to exploit Xueyao's affection for your own selfish ends. Qin Xueyao bellowed, his countenance contorted with fury. She is merely naive and easily manipulated by your artifice. Once I introduce her to the scions of distinguished families, she will irrevocably sever her ties with you. Father-in-law, I assure you, it is not my intention to disparage your capabilities. But are you genuinely acquainted with members of such esteemed lineages? Lin Bai retorted with undisguised mockery. However, your endeavor to introduce my wife to other potential suitors is deeply offensive to me. Therefore, I have resolved to reciprocate in kind. I shall introduce your wife to other men. What did you say? Qin Xueyao gasped, his complexion paling. You dare? Out of deference to Xueyao, I shall refrain from physical violence, Lin Bai declared, his gaze fixed upon Qin Xueyao. However, there is nothing I would not dare to do. Commencing tomorrow, I shall present your wife with a procession of 18 suitors daily, ranging in age from 18 to 80. Surely, among them, there will be one who captures her affections. Before long, your wife will undoubtedly perceive that there exist men who surpass you in every conceivable aspect. How long, do you suppose? Until she seeks a dissolution of your marital bond? You. Qin Xueyao sputtered, trembling with rage. He clutched at his chest, his face contorted in agony. Observe, your physical constitution appears to be failing. You suffer from cardiac irregularities, do you not? Lin Bai remarked, shaking his head. Alas, such a condition implies a similar deficiency in the marital bed. Lin Bai, cease this instant. When Ting interjected, her cheeks flushed. You are truly incorrigible. Observe how your father-in-law has been driven to such a state of distress. Very well, I shall escort your father to seek medical attention. Disregard his words. I shall endeavor to reason with him. When Ting supported Qin Xueyao, guiding him toward the exit. Husband, let us return home. I cautioned you against coming, yet you insisted. Qin Xueyao's face remained ashen, and though he appeared to wish to utter further words, he was ultimately led away by Wen Ting. Contend with me? Lin Bai scoffed, his expression dismissive. He shall not subject me to unwarranted accusations. Are you certain that Xueyao will not resent your provocation of her father? Bai Xiangui inquired, his apprehension palpable. Uncle, do not be concerned. Xueyao is a person of sound judgment, Lin Bai replied, a faint smile playing upon his lips. I shall gather my belongings. Furthermore, uncle and aunt, I shall prepare a medicinal concoction for you both to fortify your health. Lin Bai utilized the remaining medicinal ingredients to prepare several pills, which he entrusted to his uncle. He then gathered the jade artifacts and returned to the pinnacle of Jiangcheng. As a result of these activities, the day had advanced into the evening hours. He opted to postpone the forging of magical artifacts, intending instead to cultivate his qi to the 4th level. Upon reaching this milestone, the artifacts he crafted would no longer be disposable. What shall I partake of for supper? Lin Bai mused aloud. As if on cue, his cellular device emitted a ringtone. Upon recognizing the caller, he arrived at a decision. I shall indulge in a repast with De Bingbing. He answered the call promptly. De Bingbing, our minds are remarkably aligned. I was just contemplating your presence. I was not contemplating yours. Su Ruo Bing retorted, her tone laced with playful exasperation. A gentleman has invited me to dine this evening. Would you care to attend? Someone is courting you. Lin Bai inquired, comprehension dawning. Are you incapable of issuing a direct refusal? This individual is a colleague from the hospital. I tendered my resignation this afternoon, and he has gathered several doctors and nurses with whom I share a cordial relationship to bid me farewell, Su Ruo Bing explained. I found it impolite to decline, and thus accepted. I shall transmit the address to you. You may attend if you so desire. If not, It is of no consequence. Su Ruobing promptly transmitted the address to Lin Bai and terminated the call. The ancient Rhyme Pavilion? Lin Bai exclaimed, somewhat surprised. That establishment is rather familiar. I shall attend. After all, I still yearn for De Bingbing's presence, Lin Bai sighed. Although I was satiated last night, I have not yet grown weary of her company. I still desire her. He retrieved his cellular device and attempted to summon a vehicle, but discovered that transportation was scarce. The inability to operate a motor vehicle appears to be somewhat problematic, Lin Bai murmured. However, he harbored no intention of acquiring the skill. Once his cultivation reached a higher level, his ambulatory speed would surpass that of vehicular travel. Convey me to the ancient Rhyme Pavilion, Lin Bai instructed Fan Qiqi directly. Fan Qiqi transported Lin Bai to the ancient Rhyme Pavilion. Sir, the ancient Rhyme Pavilion remains registered under my name. Miss Ning has stated that it constitutes my personal property and has no desire to claim it, Fan Qiqi stated, producing a card and presenting it to Lin Bai. This is a heavenly grade VIP card. With this card, your expenses shall be waived. Lin Bai accepted the card, casually inserting it into his pocket. He alighted from the vehicle and entered the ancient Rhyme Pavilion. Upon arriving at the yellow-grade private room indicated by Su Ruobing, he pushed open the door and discovered 2 men and 2 women seated within, one of whom was Su Ruobing herself. The other 3 individuals appeared to be in their late 20s and of pleasing appearance. De Bingbing, I have arrived, Lin Bai announced, striding directly to Su Ruobing and embracing her. The other 3 occupants of the room were visibly stunned. Dr. Su, is this gentleman your boyfriend? The other young woman inquired. Wait, you appear strangely familiar. Ah, she exclaimed suddenly. You are that vegetative patient from our hospital named Lin Bai, are you not? You only awoke last week and touched Dr. Su. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Dr. Su, you did not, by any chance, accept him as your boyfriend simply because he touched you, did you? Something of that nature, Su Ruobing replied, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Bai, allow me to introduce you. This is Nurse Zhang. This is Dr. Liu from the surgical department. And this is Dr. Zhang from the neurology department. Dr. Su, I accept that you do not reciprocate my affections, but there is no need to employ such a person as a shield, Dr. Liu interjected. I have heard of this patient named Lin Bai. I shall refrain from elaborating, but he already possesses a girlfriend. Is that not common knowledge within the hospital? Dr. Liu, as colleagues, I prefer not to exacerbate the situation, Su Ruobing responded, her tone noticeably colder. Regardless of whether Lin Bai is truly my boyfriend, I believe my stance is sufficiently clear. There is no need to delve into the specifics. Su Ruobing, what are you feigning? Dr. Liu erupted. Are you under the illusion that I am unaware of your family's bankruptcy? Do you still fancy yourself the young lady of the Su family? I am bestowing my attention upon you, and you should consider it a privilege. Dr. Liu, you might as well leave this fortune for someone else, Su Ruobing coldly remarked. She then took Lin Bai and Appo's hand and stood up, saying, let us go. Is that it? Lin Bai hesitated. Shouldn't we teach this scoundrel a lesson? You want to hit me? Dr. Liu scoffed. Come on, try it. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll ensure you can't stay in Jiangcheng. Suddenly, Lin Bai kicked Dr. Liu, chair and all, sending him flying. What a deserving target. Lin Bai embraced Su Ruobing as they exited the private room. Let us switch to another room and continue our meal. He produced a VIP card, and the waiter immediately escorted them to a premium room, bringing forth an array of over 10 signature dishes at Lin Bai's request. Su Ruobing savored the meal, but soon she couldn't hold back. Eat something. Stop groping. I am eating, Lin Bai replied innocently, insisting that his hand on her leg didn't interfere with his dining. Let me enjoy my meal. Su Ruobing glared at him. Once I finish eating, we're heading back. Lin Bai promptly withdrew his hand. Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open, and a group stormed in. That brat, came the furious shout. Get him. It was none other than Dr. Liu, pointing a finger at Lin Bai as his entourage charged at him. Yet, before they could reach Lin Bai, they suddenly froze in place. Su Ruobing, you used to be the young lady of the Su family. I dared not touch you. But tonight, you brought this scoundrel to mock me. Dr. Liu raged. Just wait and see how I deal with you. But he quickly realized something was amiss, growing irritated. What are you all doing? Get moving. I paid for this. Yes, come on over, Lin Bai added, feigning impatience. I'm waiting. No, big brother, we must have entered the wrong room. The lead man was nearly in tears. We'll leave right now. Want to leave? Lin Bai chuckled. You must endure a beating before you can depart. Present your faces for me to slap, and I'll allow you to go. Yes, big brother, Please, go ahead. The lead man stepped forward, bowing to offer his face to Lin Bai. Slap. Lin Bai sent him flying out of the room. The others, too frightened to resist, lined up one by one. Slap, slap, slap. In no time, over a dozen men were sent sprawling. It was no wonder they dared not resist. They were all from the Black Tiger Hall, who had recently suffered a severe beating, especially their leader, Black Tiger, who had been humiliated terribly. Only you left. Why don't you present yourself? Lin Bai gazed at Dr. Liu, who had gone pale with shock. He could not fathom why these thugs from Black Tiger Hall, reputed to be untouchable, would meekly line up for slaps. What do you want? Dr. Liu instinctively stepped back. I warn you, don't go too far. I'm with the Thunderbolt Group now. Do you know the Thunderbolt Group? It's the most powerful company in Jiangcheng. Ah! Dr. Liu screamed as he was hurled out of the room. What a worthless piece of trash. Daring to threaten me with the name of the Thunderbolt Group? Lin Bai was somewhat displeased. Dai Bing Bing, send me that scoundrel's name. I'll have Xueyao expel him. Su Ruobing complied, and after Lin Bai called Qin Xueyao, they resumed their meal. By the way, should our security company engage with the underground forces in Jiangcheng? Su Ruobing hesitated slightly. These underground forces would never vanish. If we could control them directly, it might be better. Dai Bing Bing. The room will inevitably collect dust and debris. Our goal is to occasionally sweep the floor, not to become trash ourselves, Lin Bai stated earnestly. I understand, Su Ruobing replied, her tone somewhat unusual. She genuinely did not wish to be entangled with those underground forces. Their dinner lasted over 2 hours, and although Dr. Liu did not return to disrupt them, Su Ruobing received calls intermittently, mostly regarding the preparations for the security group. By the time they left the Guyun Pavilion, it was already past 9 in the evening. Upon returning to Jiangcheng Summit, they had just stepped out of the car when another vehicle approached. The car came to a halt, and out stepped Qin Xueyao. I'm just dropping Lin Bai off. I'll be on my way. Su Ruobing hurriedly got into her car and left. Lin Bai felt somewhat disappointed that Dai Bing Bing had to leave. I haven't slept for days. I need to get some rest, Qin Xueyao softly explained. My parents live in the Wangjiang Tower. If I go back, my dad will start lecturing. I thought I'd come here for a peaceful sleep. All right, dear, sleep well. Lin Bai felt a tinge of regret, but figured it was for the best. He could practice diligently tonight without distractions. Dai Bing Bing would only slow his progress. Reaching the 4th level of Qi training was a significant milestone in his cultivation journey. After telling Qin Xueyao not to disturb him, he made his way to the rooftop to practice. When he finally opened his eyes again, several days had passed, and he had successfully broken through to the 4th level of Qi training. Without wasting any time, he began crafting magical tools. After finishing the magical tool, he continued to refine pills. Not only was he refining for himself, but he also taught Fan Qiqi. However, the issue of fire control for ordinary people was not completely resolved. Fan Qiqi was working on a new alchemical furnace, using modern tools to provide various temperature controls, replacing the magical energy of cultivators. Several more days went by, and Lin Bai finally produced a batch of medium-grade Qi replenishing pills. After tidying up, he called Xiao Fian, intending to deliver some to her. Honey, you should keep the Qi replenishing pills for yourself, Xiao Fian suggested. Focus on strengthening your abilities. The stronger you become, the safer we will be. You can give us the pills when they no longer benefit you. That makes sense, Lin Bai pondered, seeing it as a viable plan. After hanging up, he was contemplating his next move when his phone rang again. Bro, are you free tonight? Let us grab a drink. I've invited Ding Qing. No one else. The call was from Hu Pinggan. Sure. See you later, Lin Bai readily agreed. Hu Pinggan sent him the address. Checking the time, he realized it was already evening. He called Su Ruobing. Dai Bing Bing, where are you? Come out for a drink with me. Su Ruobing arrived swiftly. Within 10 minutes, at Jiangcheng Summit. Dai Bing Bing, you look even more beautiful after a few days, Lin Bai remarked, somewhat surprised. Oh, by the way, you finished those pills, right? Did you finally remember? Su Ruobing shot him a fierce glare, feeling somewhat disgruntled. This scoundrel hadn't contacted her for over 10 days. Initially, she thought it was for the best that this rogue wasn't bothering her, but Lin Bai's prolonged silence left her feeling inexplicably vexed. With her figure, did this rogue really tire of her after just one night? Well, that night wasn't limited to just one encounter. But still, it shouldn't be like this. This is absurd. I've been busy practicing and refining pills. I just wrapped up, Lin Bai explained. Don't worry, Dai Bing Bing. Tonight I'll teach you about cultivation. Where are we going now? Su Ruobing's tone softened casually. Half an hour later, they found themselves at a barbecue restaurant. Lin Bai and Su Ruobing encountered Hu Pinggan and Ding Qing, who had just arrived. "This is Su Ruobing, my private physician," Lin Bai introduced. Su Ruobing shot Lin Bai a glare. When did she become his personal doctor? Was she just there to treat this troublesome man? Hu Pinggan and Ding Qing exchanged odd expressions, but chose not to comment further. "Lin Bai, I actually have a business trip tomorrow and might not return to Jiangcheng for a while. I just wanted to gather everyone together," Hu Pinggan remarked with a hint of nostalgia, adding, "I also want to thank you. I truly owe this job to you. There's no need to thank me. I should be the one expressing gratitude, considering you're merely helping my wife collect money," Lin Bai smiled, saying, "With your diligent work ethic, I can enjoy my leisurely life." He then turned to Su Ruobing, "Speaking of which, de Bing Bing, Xueyao gives me a monthly allowance of 100,000. How about you do the same? I believe in enjoying double portions of this comfortable life." "Boring," Su Ruobing retorted with an eye roll. What kind of peculiar fascination did this man have with being a kept man? "By the way, Lin Bai, has Luo Cici called you?" Ding Qing suddenly recalled, mentioning that Cici had said she would come over soon. "Really? I'm unaware of this. Is she coming here for something?" Lin Bai shook his head. "How would I know? You're the one she'll seek if she does come," Ding Qing replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Meanwhile, Su Ruobing gritted her teeth internally. This man really knew so many women. "Come, let us drink." Hu Pinggan quickly shifted the topic. "Lin Bai, Dr. Su, I raise a toast to you both." "Thank you, but I'm no longer a doctor," Su Ruobing stated, producing 2 business cards, which she handed to Hu Pinggan and Ding Qing. "I am now the president of Wentian Security Group. Should you require security services in the future, feel free to contact me." "Wentian Security?" Lin Bai beamed at Su Ruobing. "I like that name." Su Ruobing shot him another glare, sensing that this man's mind was drifting into inappropriate territories. After all, this decision was made on the summit of Wentian Peak, where he had taken advantage of her numerous times in one night. "Speaking of which, Qin Xueyao has really become popular," Ding Qing noted with a hint of nostalgia. "The news aside, our school's various alumni groups discuss her daily. Indeed, she remains the dream of all the boys," Hu Pinggan nodded. "Several times, I almost couldn't help but boast that she is my college roommate's wife. Cough cough, let us drink." He suddenly felt it inappropriate to mention this, especially with Su Ruobing clearly having a unique relationship with Lin Bai. At that moment, Qin Xueyao had just returned home to Wangjiang Tower. She hadn't been back for quite some time, as her parents primarily occupied the house. To avoid disturbing Lin Bai, she had been living at the company. Recently, the company had indeed been overwhelmingly busy, with many matters needing her attention at Jinglei Group. "Mom, are you feeling unwell?" Qin Xueyao walked into the house, her inquiry prompted by her father's call about her mother's health. Before she could finish, her brow furrowed slightly. There was another person at home. A well-dressed, handsome young man stood up, extending his hand towards her. "Hello, Miss Qin. I am Luo Mingyang, from the illustrious Luo family of Shendu." "Dad, what is going on?" Qin Xueyao did not shake hands with Luo Mingyang. She immediately noticed her father's excitement and her mother's resignation, realizing she had been deceived. "Xueyao, what kind of attitude is that? Quickly greet young Master Luo." Qin Kuan frowned. Young Master Luo is the 3rd son of the prestigious Luo family in Shendu. Do you understand the significance of the Luo family? They are one of the top families closest to Jiangcheng. Even the esteemed Miss Ning from the Ning family has to show respect in front of young Master Luo. In that case, Dad, you should entertain him well. I have matters to attend to at the company." Qin Xueyao turned to leave. She barely restrained herself from exploding in anger. She thought her father would cease his meddling, only to be met with this unexpected situation. As she descended the stairs, a voice called out, "Miss Qin, I believe we should have a discussion." Qin Xueyao turned to see Luo Mingyang approaching her. "Mr. Luo, I am unaware of what my father has conveyed to you, but I believe there is nothing for us to discuss." Qin Xueyao's expression was icy. "If you have business to discuss, please schedule an appointment with my assistant and meet me in my office." "Miss Qin, your Jinglei Group is far too vast for you to manage with your background," Luo Mingyang stated slowly. "Even with the Ning family as your backing, it's still insufficient. Such a substantial asset cannot be monopolized by a second-rate family. Truthfully, I could collaborate with Ning Qingya or Qiao Fian. I am certain they would be eager. Yet, I still chose you, which should make you feel fortunate. Mr. Luo, do not flatter yourself. Neither Qingya nor Fian would consider you." Qin Xueyao replied coldly. "Neither would I. Please refrain from bothering me again. And do not seek out my parents." After saying this, Qin Xueyao opened the car door, got in, and drove away. You ungrateful wretch. Luo Mingyang's expression darkened instantly. Third young master, should I take action? A middle-aged man quietly approached Luo Mingyang. Forget it for now. Let us deal with Luo Cece first, Luo Mingyang replied coldly. The Jinglei group is right here. It won T escape. I just received news that Luo Cece went to Qingshan County. We will head there as well. Luo Mingyang turned and got into the car, swiftly departing. In the barbecue restaurant, Lin Bai had just hung up the phone. After Qin Xueyao returned to Jinglei Tower, she informed Lin Bai about the situation, primarily out of concern for Luo Mingyang. Being targeted by a prominent family was not favorable for Jinglei group. Buddy, is something wrong? Hu Pinggan noticed Lin Bai's troubled expression. Nothing, just that my father-in-law is somewhat displeased with me, Lin Bai replied with a faint smile. He then turned to Su Ruobing. De Bing Bing, does your company currently have capable personnel available? What do you want to do? Su Ruobing inquired. Well, I need you to arrange for a few bodyguards, preferably very handsome ones, to protect Xueyao's mother, Wenting, 24 hours a day. Remember, only protect Wenting. Do not concern yourself with Qin Kuan. Lin Bai's expression was serious. Then, I need you to find all the men Wenting has known, even her kindergarten friends. Especially her ex-boyfriends, or those who have harbored feelings for her. Bring them all to Jiangcheng to create opportunities for her to meet Wenting. Oh, and if there are any male celebrities or models she particularly likes, bring them to Jiangcheng as well. What are you planning? Su Ruobing was a bit baffled. Since my father-in-law insists on finding men for my wife, I should reciprocate and find a few for his wife, Lin Bai stated leisurely. Su Ruobing was taken aback. Is this what a person does? How could he even think of this? Hu Pinggan and Ding Qing exchanged astonished glances, marveling at Lin Bai's audacity. Are you sure you want to do this? Su Ruobing couldn't help but ask. Aren't you afraid Xueyao will scold you? De Bing Bing, if I truly get scolded by Xueyao, you will probably revel in my misfortune, so just rest assured and make the arrangements, Lin Bai replied nonchalantly. Lin Bai languidly spoke. Su Ruobing suddenly felt that this dog of a man was right. Why should she worry about him being scolded by Qin Xueyao? Without further ado, she immediately began making phone calls to arrange matters. At that moment, Lin Bai received a call from Bai Xiaowei. Brother, we plan to return to our hometown tomorrow. Are you coming back? Tomorrow? Lin Bai was taken aback, realizing he had lost track of time. Xiaowei, tell Uncle Air that I will return tomorrow. Just wait for me at home. He had been so engrossed in work that he and T noticed the date. And Bai Xiaowei's call reminded him that tomorrow marked the last day of July, a significant day, for it was the anniversary of his parents' passing. 15 years ago on this day, they had perished in a car accident. Pingyan, Ding Qing, I'm sorry, but I have urgent matters to attend to and must return home. Lin Bai stood up, pulling the still on the phone Su Ruobing along with him. It was not until they were in the car that Su Ruobing finished her conversation and, somewhat irked, looked at Lin Bai. Do you really have to be in such a hurry? What is wrong with you? Su Ruobing noticed something was off about Lin Bai. Most notably, he was no longer gazing at her, which was quite unusual. Tomorrow is my parents' Memorial Day. I must return home, Lin Bai stated calmly. I promised to teach you about cultivation, so I need to act swiftly. Su Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say something, but ultimately holding her tongue, silently driving instead. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Jiangcheng, Lin Bai led Su Ruobing to the rooftop. De Bing Bing, I have assessed your constitution. While it is not extraordinary, it is conducive to cultivation. Lin Bai instructed Su Ruobing to sit cross-legged. I will guide you, later. You must feel the flow of spiritual energy within your body and remember its path. The first step in cultivation requires you to sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Once you can sense it, that will be a tentative entry point, after which I can assist you in enhancing your strength with elixirs and other methods. As a surge of spiritual energy entered Su Ruobing's body, Lin Bai had already selected a cultivation technique for her. After several cycles, confirming that she had memorized it, he left her alone on the rooftop. He estimated that she might need the entire night to truly sense the spiritual energy. Lin Bai lay quietly in bed. For 15 years, this day had always been difficult for him. Initially, he had felt everything was wonderful upon waking, but the return of this day brought back painful memories. Before the age of 10, he had been blissful. After that fateful day, he truly understood the vicissitudes of life. The sound of footsteps roused Lin Bai from his thoughts. De Bing Bing, you're back so soon. Lin Bai was surprised. Could Su Ruobing's aptitude be that exceptional? However, upon closer inspection, he realized she had not yet succeeded. I'm not used to seeing you like this, Su Ruobing remarked oddly as she approached the bed, gradually unfastening her clothing. Lin Bai quickly discovered that, no matter how troubled he felt, his body remained honest. When Su Ruobing climbed onto the bed, sitting atop him, he instinctively reached out. "This year is even better," Lin Bai murmured, unable to finish his sentence as the softness of her figure obstructed his words. "If my parents knew I was like this, they would surely be happy, right?" The thought crossed Lin Bai's mind, and soon, his focus was consumed by the sight before him. The night passed without pause. Morning arrived. Lin Bai hung a jade pendant around Su Ruobing's neck. "Da bing bing. Do not remove this pendant at any time." Lin Bai then produced 2 jade rings. "Please help me deliver these to Qin and Xueyao later." "Understood," Su Ruobing replied, her voice slightly languid. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Should I accompany you back to your hometown?" "No need. Those people in my hometown won't be a bother to you." Lin Bai shook his head. "Just arrange a vehicle for me. I will return with Uncle Air and the others." He envisioned a day when he would gather all 9 of his saintly wives to honor his parents together. Half an hour later, Lin Bai departed in a vehicle. Su Ruobing felt a twinge of regret. Why had she been so proactive in comforting that dog of a man? Now she felt exhausted and decided to sleep instead. At Moon Lake No. 1, Bai Xiaowei climbed into the car, curiosity evident on her face. "Brother, are you alone?" Bai Xiangui and Wang Guiyun also joined them. "Xiao Bai, do you get along well with your father-in-law?" Bai Xiangui asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "Is Xueyao?" "Uncle Air, it's fine. I didn't mention this to Xueyao. She is quite busy at the moment," Lin Bai explained. "I'll take her back to our hometown another time." "Oh, I've heard she is incredibly busy lately," Bai Xiangui commented, not pursuing the matter further. The car swiftly left the city and entered the highway, heading toward Qingshan County. By around 10 in the morning, they exited the highway, nearing the county town. Bai Xiaowei felt a thrill of excitement. Qingshan County was filled with verdant mountains, a true mountainous area. The county town was 200 kilometers from Jiangcheng, and from there to the Bai family village was another 30 kilometers. "Hey, it looks like someone is waving over there," Bai Xiaowei remarked. On the roadside ahead, a girl with short hair was waving her arms frantically. "Let us stop for a moment," Lin Bai suggested. And the car quickly halted beside the girl. "Hello, could you please help take someone to the hospital? Our car broke down, and the ambulance hasn't arrived yet." The girl's voice was urgent, and upon seeing Lin Bai get out, she paused briefly before exclaiming, "Nephew?" Somewhat nonplussed, Lin Bai was taken aback by the encounter. It was Bai Lu, a former classmate from his middle school days, whose name was a homophone of his mother's, Bai Lu. Given the generational difference, she would often playfully call him grandnephew. "Is that the patient you mentioned?" Lin Bai inquired, glancing towards the roadside where a middle-aged man was supporting an elderly gentleman who clutched his chest in apparent distress. "Ah, yes, that's my grandfather," Bai Lu responded, snapping out of her reverie. "Lin Bai, please help me. It's still 10 kilometers to the county. There's no time to make it to the hospital." Lin Bai interjected, "But I can heal him." "Oh, please, Lin Bai, do it quickly," Bai Lu implored. Lin Bai produced a silver needle and approached the elderly man. Without hesitation, he thrust the needle towards the man's heart. "What do you think you're doing?" the middle-aged man bellowed. "Stop at once. I'm saving him," Lin Bai retorted, furrowing his brow as he turned to Bai Lu. "Dad, he's a classmate of mine," Bai Lu explained hastily. "He said there's no time to get to the hospital." "Nonsense, what does he know?" the middle-aged man scoffed. He eyed Lin Bai suspiciously. "Are you a doctor? Do you even have a medical license? Show it to me first. Are you daft?" Lin Bai interrupted impatiently. "It's your family facing a life-or-death situation. I'm not begging to treat you. Take it or leave it." Lin Bai retracted the needle and turned towards his vehicle. He had no patience for such insolence. Lin Bai, wait." Bai Lu stammered, momentarily stunned. "Perhaps you could lend me your car." "I'm afraid I cannot allow someone to perish in my vehicle," Lin Bai replied flatly. "Your grandfather has, at most, 1 minute remaining." "Ah, this." Bai Lu faltered, flustered. Lin Bai, my father doesn't mean what he says. I apologize on his behalf. Please, won't you save my grandfather?" "What are you babbling about?" the middle-aged man grumbled. "Dad, can you just be quiet?" Bai Lu snapped, her temper flaring. "Are you going to take responsibility if Grandpa dies? And what if he kills your grandfather with his treatment? Will you take responsibility then?" the middle-aged man retorted acrimoniously. "I will, all right," Bai Lu shouted, then turned to Lin Bai, pleading, "Lin Bai, I'm begging you. Please save my grandfather. Bai Lu, you once assisted me in the past. I'm doing this as a favor to you," Lin Bai conceded, finally retrieving the silver needle and approaching the elderly man. He swiftly inserted several needles into the man's heart. Done, Lin Bai announced, then turned and entered his vehicle, closing the door and instructing the driver, "Let's go." "Brother, what's wrong with that old man?" Bai Xiaowei inquired with curiosity. He recently underwent a heart bypass, but there were some complications. "He's fine now," Lin Bai replied casually. "Brother, you're amazing," Bai Xiaowei exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. "When we get back to our hometown, I'm definitely telling everyone how incredible you are now. Shall we? When we return home, it's best not to say too much," Lin Bai cautioned with a smile. "It's not about me, but I'm afraid your second uncle will be inundated with requests for loans." "Indeed, shall we? Don't blabber," Bai Xiangui added hastily. "If people discover the connection between Xueyao and Little Bai, we'll be besieged by people seeking favors." "All right," Bai Xiaowei pouted, disgruntled. "I just wanted to show off my brother." The vehicle continued its journey, finally arriving at Baijia village around 11 o'clock. The majority of the residents of Baijia village shared the surname Bai. Although Lin Bai's father, Lin Xiao, had not formally married into the family, he had resided in Baijia village for an extended period. The vehicle entered the village and came to a halt. "Second uncle, I won't be joining you. I'll head straight to the mountain," Lin Bai announced, preparing to disembark. "Very well," Bai Xiangui sighed. "Little Bai, it's your grandmother's 80th birthday tomorrow. I know you don't wish to attend, but please make an appearance." Lin Bai paused, then nodded. "All right, second uncle, I'll be there tomorrow." He truly did not want to attend, but out of respect for his second uncle, he decided to go. Lin Bai exited the vehicle and turned towards the tallest mountain in the distance, Qingyun Mountain. Its verdant peaks soared into the clouds, hence the name Qingyun. It had been 3 years since he last visited, but the place remained familiar to him. His parents were interred on the mountainside, accessible by a road. Lin Bai began to ascend the road, his pace gradually increasing. Suddenly, he detected the rumble of machinery, an ominous premonition gripping his heart. He quickened his pace, rushing upwards. His premonition was soon confirmed. A bulldozer was desecrating his parents' graves, the tombstone already fractured. The bulldozer continued its assault on the graves. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Enraged, Lin Bai slammed his palm against the bulldozer and Appo's bucket, causing it to flip upwards and topple the entire machine. "Who authorized you to desecrate my family and Appo's graves?" Lin Bai demanded, seizing the operator by the collar and throwing him to the ground. "What's going on?" A voice barked from nearby. A middle-aged man with glasses approached briskly. "Who are you?" "Don and Appo's. T obstruct our work. We and Appo's. Trying to finish up and go to lunch. These are my parents and Appo's graves. Who do you think I am?" Lin Bai retorted, gripping the man's neck. "Who gave you the audacity to desecrate my family's graves?" Don't do anything rash," the bespectacled man gasped, struggling for breath. It's not my fault. I'm an employee of Qingyun Group. I'm just following orders." "Why is Qingyun Group desecrating my family's graves?" Lin Bai demanded coldly. "Qingyun Group is developing Qingyun Mountain for tourism, and a hotel is planned near these graves, so the graves must be relocated," the bespectacled man explained hastily. "By the way, why your family's graves?" Bai Xianping accepted money and agreed to the relocation. "What authority does he have to agree?" Lin Bai demanded, shoving the bespectacled man away. "Leave. Take your men and go." All right, I'm leaving," the bespectacled man exclaimed, dragging the bulldozer operator away with him. Lin Bai took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming rage. Bai Xianping was his maternal uncle, a notorious gambler, and his grandmother's favorite. Although he was tempted to confront Bai Xianping immediately, he needed to tend to his parents' graves first. Lin Bai lifted the broken tombstone from the ground, reassembling it, and employing a series of hand gestures, imbuing the cracks with energy. After several minutes, the cracks gradually disappeared, leaving the tombstone seemingly restored to its original condition. Lin Bai retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Xueyao's number. "Darling, there's a company called Qingyun Group developing Qingyun Mountain for tourism in Qingshan County. Please locate this company, acquire it, and halt the project immediately. Do it swiftly, and call me when it's done." Having issued the instructions, Lin Bai remained at the site. He did not want any further incidents to occur before Qin Xueyao acquired Qingyun Group. "Mom, Dad, I'm here again," Lin Bai murmured softly, sitting on the ground in front of the graves. "I apologize for not visiting for 3 years, but I was searching for daughters-in-law for you. I found 9 exceptionally beautiful daughters-in-law for you, and I'm not exaggerating. They are the most beautiful women in the world, and they are incredibly well-behaved. I'll bring them with me next time." "Oh, and you have more than 9 daughters-in-law. The most beautiful girl in our school, is also your daughter-in-law. Oh, and there's more. I found you a daughter-in-law with big breasts and a big behind, who is particularly fertile, and I'll have her give you 8 grandsons in the future. Lin Bai continued to speak, sharing the joyous events in his life with them, as he always did. In the past, there had been few joyous occasions to share. However, this time, he truly had much to express. Yet, while he spoke of joyous occasions, tears welled up in his eyes unbeknownst to him. Father, mother, you need not worry about me any longer. I am thriving and will continue to flourish. He was indeed doing well now. If his parents were aware, they would surely be pleased. Just then, his phone rang. It was Qin Xueyao calling. Darling, everything is in order. Hu Ping'an happens to be in Ningyan City managing assets. I've arranged for him to oversee the handover of Qingyun Group. If you encounter any issues, feel free to contact him directly. Qingshan County is under Ningyan City, which lies merely over 100 kilometers from Jiangcheng. All right, understood, Lin Bai replied, hanging up with a soft exhale. His schoolbell wife was indeed reliable in her dealings. It was time to confront Bai Xianping about his grievances. Lin Bai rose slowly, preparing to descend the mountain. Booming sounds echoed as a motorcycle roared into the scene. Soon, a motorcycle came to a halt in Lin Bai's view, and a man in his 40s dismounted, clad in a floral shirt and pants, with a distinctive mustache. Lin Bai's expression turned icy. This man was none other than his uncle, Bai Xianping. He had not anticipated his uncle's arrival, which inadvertently saved him a great deal of trouble. You little rascal, is that really you? I thought you were in a vegetative state. How can you be awake? Bai Xianping exclaimed, astonished, before his face contorted with displeasure. I say, Lin Bai, how could you be so heartless? The Bai family raised you, and this is how you repay us? I've taken 100,000 from someone else, and now you're here to cause trouble, forcing me to return the money? I've already spent it. Where am I supposed to find the funds to repay them? Let me be clear. You either give me 100,000, or let them continue to disturb the graves, or else. Or else what? Lin Bai's voice was frigid. Or else I shall teach you a lesson in respect for your elders. Bai Xianping rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Slap. Lin Bai swiftly landed a resounding blow to Bai Xianping's face. I'll first instruct you on how to be a decent human being. You dare hit me? Bai Xianping was momentarily dazed by the slap, before fury surged within him. You little beast, I'll kill you. Slap. Another blow struck Bai Xianping, this time with greater force, knocking him to the ground. You would disturb my parents' graves over a mere 100,000, Lin Bai asserted, placing his foot firmly on Bai Xianping's chest. You are unworthy of being called human. To call you a beast would be an insult to animals. Bai Xianping grimaced in pain. What are you doing, Lin Bai? I am your uncle. You dare treat me this way. You will face retribution. Beware of divine punishment. Retribution? You haven't been struck by lightning yet. So how can there be retribution in this world? Lin Bai pressed harder. Let me warn you only once more. If you dare disturb this grave again, I shall dig a grave for you to be buried alive in. Now get lost. With that, Lin Bai withdrew his foot, kicking Bai Xianping, who went flying into the woods. Bai Xianping cried out in agony as he crashed against his motorcycle, which toppled over. All right, you little brat, you're ruthless, he groaned, struggling to rise and prop up his bike. You wait. Lin Bai delivered another kick, sending Bai Xianping tumbling into the trees. Bai Xianping, in pain, managed to rise but dared not utter another threat. He fled the scene, retreating down the mountain through the woods, abandoning his motorcycle. Lin Bai, feeling a measure of relief, kicked the motorcycle into the trees as well. He approached the gravesite, bowing respectfully. Father, mother, I will visit you again soon. He turned to descend the mountain when a Rolls-Royce approached. The vehicle came to a halt, and a long-haired woman with a scar on her face exited, as did a thin, middle-aged man from the passenger seat. The scarred woman quickly opened the rear door, from which a cherubic-faced beauty emerged, cradling a bouquet of flowers. Lo Sisi? Lin Bai was taken aback. Ah, Lin Bai, you're here too, Lo Sisi said, her surprise evident upon noticing him. I came to pay my respects to Uncle Lin and Aunt Bai. Lo Sisi approached the grave, solemnly bowing 3 times before kneeling to place the flowers at the tombstone. She seemed to be murmuring softly, though even Lin Bai could not discern her words. Minutes later, Lo Sisi rose and walked towards Lin Bai. Sisi, thank you, Lin Bai expressed sincerely. Uncle Lin and Aunt Bai used to care for me greatly. It is only right for me to come pay my respects, Lo Sisi replied quietly. Lin Bai fell silent, recalling how fond his parents had been of Lo Sisi during his childhood. His phone rang. It was Bai Xiaohui calling. Brother, would you like to join us for dinner? No, I'll eat in town, Lin Bai replied, not wishing to return to the village. After hanging up, he turned to Lo Cici. Cici, it's noon. Shall I treat you to a meal in the county to replenish your energy? Lo Cici's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt as though Lin Bai was subtly suggesting her nutritional deficiencies. I'm sorry, Lin Bai, but I already have plans and can't join you for lunch. Lo Cici looked apologetic. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I should still be in Qingshan County. That works, Lin Bai conceded, not pressing further. I'll head down the mountain now. Oh, by the way, Lin Bai, Lo Cici seemed to remember something. I'm sorry. The bracelet you gave me last time accidentally broke. Do you still have another? Could you give me one more? Broken? Lin Bai observed Lo Cici, noting her innocent and adorable demeanor, even as she lied without flinching. Nevertheless, he reached into his pocket and pulled out another jade bracelet. It's fine. I have plenty of these, and they are of little value. Here, take this. Lin Bai. Thank you, Lo Cici said, slipping the bracelet onto her wrist, her face lighting up with joy. I'll take my leave now. See you tonight. Lin Bai hurried down the mountain. Lo Cici watched his retreating figure, somewhat entranced. Once Lin Bai disappeared from view, the middle-aged man exclaimed, "Fourth miss, this truly is a magical artifact." He was visibly excited, adding, "And this one should be of even higher quality than the last." Who is he truly? Lo Cici murmured softly. He is entirely different from my memories. Miss, why did you not invite him to stay? He could assist us later. The scarred woman couldn't help but interject. I am uncertain of his capabilities. Lo Cici gently shook her head. I cannot let him take risks. Fourth miss, you truly come here to pay respects every year, a chilling voice approached. If you cherish this place so much, why not be buried here yourself? A figure emerged, another middle-aged man, exuding arrogance. Did Luo Mingyang send you? Lo Cici remained composed. Where is he? Such trivial matters do not require the third young master to intervene, the middle-aged man replied dismissively. I shall handle this for you. Fourth miss, it seems you are courting danger by coming here despite knowing the risks. Should I call your actions naive or foolish? Lo Cici's tone dripped with subtle sarcasm. It seems you believe we are doomed, as you do not even deny it. Otherwise, the middle-aged man sneered. This desolate village rarely sees any visitors, and even fewer come to this mountain. Who could possibly come to your rescue? Your two useless subordinates? Then why haven't you made your move? Luo Cici inquired coldly. There's no rush, the middle-aged man replied, a strong desire flickering across his face. Fourth miss, I find your youthful beauty quite appealing. The third young master has granted me permission to handle you as I please today. In that case, I shall certainly enjoy myself. Suddenly, pain etched across his face as he looked down to see the tip of a sword protruding from his chest. Struggling, he turned his head to glimpse the identity of his assailant. The sword withdrew swiftly, and he collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. The man wielding the sword, in his 30s, bowed slightly to Luo Cici. Fourth Miss Luo, my task is complete. I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished in an instant. It is a pity that Luo Mingyang did not arrive, otherwise. The scarred woman sighed with regret. Never mind. Eliminating that vicious dog by his side is already a significant victory. Luo Cici expressed her satisfaction. Let us tidy up and head to the county town. Lin Bai had nearly descended the mountain when a man wielding a sword appeared before him. Are you Lin Bai? The sword-wielding man inquired. Indeed, Lin Bai frowned. And you are? Not important, the man replied indifferently. As long as you are he, that suffices. I am in a hurry to eat, so I won't waste words on you. The sword lunged toward Lin Bai with lightning speed. You can die now. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed as he caught the sword between two fingers. You. The man's expression changed dramatically. The sword suddenly reversed, piercing his own heart. You need not worry about meals any longer, Lin Bai remarked coolly, retracting his fingers and turning to leave. This cannot be. The man fell backward, eyes wide in shock. He had never anticipated such a sudden demise, utterly unprepared. Minutes later, a Rolls-Royce halted nearby. What is happening? The scarred woman exclaimed in astonishment. Miss, could it be that there is an even more formidable expert beside Luo Mingyang? Luo Cici remained silent, contemplating another possibility but hesitant to voice it. Let us first handle this matter. Take a deep breath and remember, we know nothing of this incident. Understood, miss. The scarred woman complied. This is utterly bewildering. Lin Bai, now down the mountain, muttered to himself. Is it because I am handsome that people wish to kill me on the street? Staying in Jiang City is preferable. I can cultivate in peace and enjoy the company of De Bingbing. He found himself reminiscing about her exceptional figure, who claimed she was an ice queen. She was quite passionate last night. Lin Bai pulled out his phone and dialed Su Ruobing. What are you doing? I'm trying to sleep, Su Ruobing answered, a hint of annoyance in her voice. The Bing Bing, I have changed my mind. Please come to Qingshan County to keep me company, Lin Bai said with a playful tone. Not going. Su Ruobing hung up abruptly. Dog man, it's only been a few hours, and you already want to sleep with her. Lin Bai chuckled, not truly expecting her to come. He merely sought to flirt with her over the phone, but if she did show up, he wouldn't mind at all. Suddenly, the screech of brakes pierced the air as a BMW stopped beside him. Hey, dear nephew, hop in. Bai Lu's head popped out from the car. Lin Bai sighed, opening the door and sliding into the seat. Lin Bai, thank you so much. My grandfather is now lively and in better spirits than before, Bai Lu exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. He is still in the hospital for a checkup, so I wanted to thank you first. Tomorrow, he will personally express his gratitude. I will treat you to a lavish meal today. Lin Bai had no objections, eager to eat anyway. The BMW sped toward the county town, arriving at a restaurant named Qingshan Fish House after approximately half an hour. As they stepped out of the car and prepared to enter, an angry voice erupted from behind. Bai Lu, impressive. You told me you were accompanying your grandfather for medical treatment, yet he is so young. A young man, unremarkable in appearance, rushed in front of them. What the hell, Lin Bai? It's you, this country bumpkin? The young man seethed. Damn it. I knew you two had something going on. Bai Lu, how could you care for this country bumpkin so much, calling him dear nephew? It's disgusting. He Fei, if you have a problem, go see a psychiatrist. Bai Lu retorted angrily. Lin Bai is just a friend who saved my grandfather today. What is wrong with me treating him to a meal? You call me sick-minded, yet you are out on a date with another man, my fiancé. He Fei shouted, his voice booming, drawing attention from onlookers. Green hat. Caught in the act? The crowd began to pull out their phones, recording the spectacle. He Fei, are you really that eager to wear a green hat? Lin Bai mused, perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. He Fei was Lin Bai's middle school classmate. But after high school, Lin Bai and Bai Lu had attended a school in Ningyan City, while He Fei remained in Qingshan County. Lin Bai recalled that He Fei and Bai Lu were the wealthiest in their class, but was unaware of their engagement. Of course, I know Bai Lu has no ties to you. She wouldn't be interested in someone like you. He Fei approached and lowered his voice. But since you appeared so conveniently, don't blame me for pinning the blame on you. With so many witnesses, you are undoubtedly the adulterer. Lin Bai was baffled. Why was He Fei so intent on accusing Bai Lu of infidelity? He Fei raised his voice again. Lin Bai, you despicable country bumpkin, dare to play with my woman. I'll kill you. As he spoke, he swung his fist toward Lin Bai. But a moment later, he let out a cry of agony. Ah? Lin Bai had kicked him, sending him flying several meters away. Good, good, good. Bai Lu, you dare let your lover assault me. He Fei yelled from the ground. You wait. If the Bai family does not give me an explanation, I will not let this go. He Fei, your twisted thoughts do not escape my notice. Bai Lu seethed through clenched teeth. You are delusional. Then, lowering her voice, she said, Lin Bai, let us head inside and ignore him. Lin Bai nodded, sensing something was amiss but trusting that Bai Lu understood the situation. They entered the restaurant, and He Fei did not attempt to block them. The fish house had 2 levels, and they ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor, which could seat 5 or 6 people. One of your specialty deep-water spirit fish, and the rest can be casual. Prepare about 8 to 10 dishes for us, Bai Lu instructed the waiter who followed them in. Certainly, Miss Bai, the waiter responded promptly before exiting. Lin Bai, I also invited Tian Feng and Jiang Tian. They should be arriving shortly, Bai Lu said as she took a seat. Don't mind He Fei. That bastard is just looking for trouble. Tian Feng and Jiang Tian were also classmates who had come to Ningyan City to study, and thus shared a closer bond. What exactly is going on between you and He Fei? Lin Bai casually inquired, having nothing better to do. The situation was not overly complicated. Although Qingshan County was a small place, the He family and the Bai family stood as the 2 largest clans within it. Bai Lu hesitated for a moment before revealing. Our families are engaged in a strategic alliance through marriage. Initially, it was not a matter of concern. But that scoundrel He Fei has taken a fancy to someone else in the Bai family. He is now slandering me in hopes that my family will marry that person to him, which is utterly impossible. In any case, do not worry, I will handle it. Bai Lu paused before shifting the topic. By the way, Lin Bai, I am quite curious about how you came to understand medicine. I remember you went to Jiangcheng University to study finance, right? I also heard you were in a car accident and were unconscious for quite some time. When did you wake up? I only regained consciousness recently, and as for my medical knowledge, Lin Bai chuckled. You might as well consider it the result of prolonged illness making one a good doctor. Just then, a couple entered the room. The tall man and petite woman were indeed Tian Feng and Jiang Tiantian. Lin Bai, you're back. They greeted warmly. However, just as they settled in and exchanged a few pleasantries, the private room's door was suddenly kicked open. Who is Lin Bai? Get out here. Two burly men appeared at the entrance, clad in tank tops and adorned with tattoos. I am Lin Bai, he replied slowly as he rose. I advise you to leave. You truly are arrogant. No wonder you dare to strike even your own uncle, you wretched creature. The two men cursed. You better kneel and apologize right now. Also, return the 200,000 you owe your uncle. Before they could finish, Lin Bai swiftly kicked them down the stairs. He initially thought these men were sent by He Fei, but to his surprise, they were actually his uncle's lackeys. You dare offend members of the motorcycle club? You're finished. A furious voice echoed from below. Upon hearing this, the other patrons of the Qingshan fish restaurant fell silent. Who would dare provoke the motorcycle club? What? Members of the motorcycle club? In the private room, the previously affable Tian Feng and Jiang Tiantian's expressions changed instantly. Lin Bai, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter at home. I must leave now. Enjoy your meal, Tian Feng stammered. Bai Lu, I'm sorry, but my mother has suddenly fallen ill. I must also take my leave, Jiang Tiantian echoed, both hastily making their excuses before departing. Is the motorcycle club really that fearsome? Lin Bai inquired, glancing at Bai Lu. It is considered the largest underground organization in Qingshan County, Bai Lu replied with a hint of exasperation. However, not to worry. They will still show some respect to the Bai family. I will call my grandfather and have him negotiate. Bai Lu stepped out of the private room to make a phone call. A few minutes later, she returned looking relaxed. Grandfather said he would help. Let us enjoy our meal. Miss Bai, the spirit fish is ready. At this moment, a waitress entered, carrying a large pot of fish. Come, Lin Bai, try this fish. There is nothing more delicious in all of Qingshan County. Bai Lu urged him eagerly. Lin Bai picked up a piece of fish, and upon tasting it, he was instantly astonished. Had he struck gold today? The fish contained a faint trace of spiritual energy. The only reason for such spiritual energy in the fish would be that the waters in which it grew were rich in spiritual essence. It is indeed delicious. Lin Bai continued to eat several more pieces and savored some soup, confirming that the fish was truly exceptional. Bai Lu, could you find out where this fish was caught? Lin Bai inquired nonchalantly. That might be a bit difficult, Bai Lu replied with a wry smile. The owner here has always kept that a secret and refuses to disclose where the fish comes from. It is understandable, as it is his signature dish. Then how about you introduce me to the owner later? Lin Bai suggested with a smile. Sure, that is not a problem. Bai Lu did not probe further. The fish was undeniably delightful, and Lin Bai was thoroughly satisfied. A total of 10 dishes were served, and fortunately, Lin Bai was quite the eater, managing to finish everything. Let us go meet the owner. Lin Bai felt a sense of urgency. This matter was of utmost importance to him. As they exited the private room, they sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The entire fish restaurant was eerily quiet, with no patrons upstairs or downstairs. That brat. A voice came from the staircase. It was one of the men Lin Bai had kicked down earlier. However, this time, both of them stood behind a fair-skinned young man. Young master, huh? What do you mean by this? Bai Lu interjected. My grandfather should have called your father. She lowered her voice. Lin Bai, this person is Ha Tianlong, the son of the motorcycle club's president, Ha Lei. Miss Bai, we naturally respect the Bai family. However, we also owe respect to young master He. Ha Tianlong replied with a faint smile. It is unfortunate that your friend Lin Bai has offended quite a few people today. Actually, I am quite easy to negotiate with. If this brat crawls over here and kneels to apologize in front of me, rolling down the stairs afterward, then we can consider this matter settled. Young master, huh? This is too much. Bai Lu was incensed. Lin Bai is my grandfather's savior. Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Miss Bai, I believe you truly do not understand the situation. Ha Tianlong shook his head. Your Bai family is struggling to protect itself. Are you certain you wish to oppose me for this pretty boy? He stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Lin Bai. Brat, you do have the potential to be a pretty boy. However, men must ultimately rely on their true abilities to make a living. Miss Bai cannot protect you today. So, will you crawl over here yourself? Or do you want me to break your legs to help you crawl? You are right, Lin Bai nodded. Indeed. Men must rely on their true skills to survive. Therefore, if one lacks genuine ability, it is best not to bark recklessly, lest one finds themselves easily crushed. Oh, I am referring to you. With those words, Lin Bai delivered a kick that struck Ha Tianlong's knee. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed sharply. Then came Ha Tianlong and Appo's earth-shattering scream. Ah! Lin Bai followed up with another kick, sending Ha Tianlong tumbling down the stairs. The scream abruptly ceased. Young Master Ha has fainted. Someone gasped. You actually dared to strike young Master Ha. Others looked at Lin Bai with expressions of horror. Lin Bai delivered another kick, sending that person tumbling down the stairs as well. Ah! Young Master Ha's leg is broken. Quickly, take him to the hospital. More shouts erupted below. The scene descended into chaos as a group of frightened patrons rushed to carry the unconscious Ha Tianlong out of the fish restaurant. Lin Bai, you broke Ha Tianlong's leg? Bai Lu was left in shock. In her mind, only one thought persisted. This time, it was truly over. Lin Bai, this is a serious mess. You must leave Qingshan County. Bai Lu urged anxiously. I will arrange a car for you. You need to leave immediately. Or it may be too late. Bai Lu, if I dared to break his leg, I naturally have no fear of him, Lin Bai replied calmly. You should introduce me to the owner here first. No, Lin Bai, if you injure an ordinary person from the motorcycle club, I can still find a way to help you settle it. But Harley is particularly fond of his son, no matter who intervenes this time. He will not let it go. Bai Lu spoke rapidly. I know you've returned from Jiangcheng. You should hurry back. Qingshan County is a small place. Far removed from the emperor, some matters are different from those in your big cities. Miss Bai, you and this young man should leave quickly. I beg you. A middle-aged man on the first floor appeared even more anxious. If Harley finds out I and Appo's am here, my restaurant will be doomed. Are you the owner here? Lin Bai inquired calmly as he descended the stairs. I will leave, but I have a question for you. Where did you get the deep water spirit fish? The owner hesitated. Just tell me, and I will compensate you, Lin Bai urged, but was interrupted. It was bought from Bai Xiaoshi of Bai Village. Hurry and find him. The owner said hastily. Just go, please. Thank you. Owner, I will remember your kindness, Lin Bai replied with a faint smile as he exited the fish shop. With Bai Lu following closely behind, Lin Bai took out his phone and dialed Bai Xiaoyi's number. Xiaoyi, do you know Bai Xiaoshi? Yes. I used to play with him often, Bai Xiaoyi answered. Why do you ask? Did you hear he got into trouble? What happened to him? Lin Bai asked, surprised. I heard he was beaten and is currently hospitalized in the county, Bai Xiaoyi replied. I was planning to visit him. Understood, Xiaoyi. I will help you check on him. Lin Bai decided promptly. Although Bai Lu wanted to send Lin Bai away, she ultimately accompanied him to the county hospital. Afterward, she received a phone call and left in a hurry. After several inquiries, Lin Bai located Bai Xiaoshi. Are you Lin Bai Gu? Bai Xiaoshi, who resembled a lean monkey and appeared quite clever, was now bandaged around his head and right leg. You know me? Lin Bai was somewhat surprised, as he had no particular impression of Bai Xiaoshi. Of course, you're the best student in our village. Xiaoyi often talks about you, Bai Xiaoshi said, looking excited but inadvertently moving his leg, which caused him to wince in pain. Who hurt you? Lin Bai immediately noticed Bai Xiaoshi's injuries. Brother Lin, I fell and hurt myself. Bai Xiaoshi stammered. That's fine. If you don't want to say, it's okay. Lin Bai pondered briefly. Xiaoshi, I want tea beat around the bush. I want to know where you caught the spirit fish for the Qingshan fish shop. If you tell me, I will compensate you or negotiate terms. Brother Lin, I can and Appo's take your money. I'll draw you a map, Bai Xiaoshi said, pulling out his phone. But it had no signal for location sharing. No need. Just take me there, Lin Bai suggested, retrieving a silver needle. I will treat your injuries first. After about 10 minutes, Bai Xiaoshi emerged from the hospital, having removed his bandages, still in disbelief. Is it really healed? Brother Lin, are you a deity? How are you so powerful? Just then, a motorcycle suddenly roared up beside them, driven by a young man with bleached hair, carrying a girl with smoky makeup. You said you broke Bai Xiaoshi's leg. How can he walk? The girl glared at Bai Xiaoshi, instantly furious. She punched the young man. Are you messing with me? The young man was bewildered. What the hell? He was clearly lying in bed before. I saw the medical record. His leg was broken. Damn it, I don't care. I'll break it again. The young man jumped off the motorcycle, brandishing a metal rod, and rushed toward Bai Xiaoshi. Lin Bai waved his hand. The young man flew far away, crashing to the ground. You dare to hit Brother Huang? He is part of the motorcycle club. The girl glared at Lin Bai. Let me tell you, you're dead. Lin Bai waved his hand again. The girl was thrown back, landing on top of the young man. Brother Lin, you truly are a deity. Bai Xiaoshi stared in awe. Let us go catch some fish. Lin Bai said nonchalantly as his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but he answered nonetheless. Country bumpkin, it's me, He Fei. The voice on the other end sneered. I'm just letting you know that everyone is waiting for you at Bai Lu's house. If you don't show up, don't blame us for sending someone to Bai village. Don't forget, I know where you live. He Fei hung up abruptly. He Fei, you are truly eager to seek your own demise, Lin Bai muttered. Xiaoshe, you head back to Bai village and wait for me at home. Okay, brother Lin. I'll go back now, Bai Xiaoshe said quickly as he departed. In the northern part of Qingshan County, there lay a residential area spanning several acres, surrounded by high walls. The locals referred to it as the Bai family courtyard. At that moment, within the courtyard, the members of the Bai family wore grim expressions. Old Bai, the situation is quite clear now, He Fei said, looking at Bai Lu's grandfather, Bai Chongying, with evident smugness. Bai Lu not only publicly humiliated me, but her lover also broke young Master Ha's leg. She has caused such a huge mess. You must provide me with an explanation. He Fei, Lu and Lin Bai are just ordinary classmates. Lin Bai is even my savior. Why must you slander them? Bai Chongying replied angrily. Is it worthwhile to dwell on this now, old Bai? He Fei continued smugly. The motorcycle club's big brother Ha has already deemed Lin Bai as Bai Lu's man, which means this matter is inextricably linked to you. Your Bai family was already on shaky ground, and now you've offended big brother Ha. It's not an exaggeration to say that by tomorrow, there may be no Bai family left in Qingshan County. He Fei, are you threatening the Bai family? Bai Lu exclaimed furiously. Let me tell you, we are not done yet. Bai Lu, stop struggling in vain. He Fei shook his head, sighing. Old Bai, I trust you are aware of your family's situation. If it were otherwise, you wouldn't have rushed back right after surgery. Now, the only thing that can save your Bai family is the He family. As long as you give me what I want, I will help your Bai family through this crisis. He Fei, you can forget it. Bai Lu gritted her teeth. You're disgusting. I won't let you succeed. Bai Lu, this isn't for you to decide. He Fei sneered. Old Bai, if you want me to be clear, then I will be clear. I want your Bai family's jade widow. Bai Chongying's expression darkened. He was angry but did not immediately refuse. Grandpa, you can't really be considering agreeing. Bai Lu felt something was amiss. What is wrong with agreeing? Bai Mingtang, Bai Lu's father, interjected. He has a disaster waiting to happen. Dad, I think sending this disaster away is for the best. Uncle is indeed a sensible person, He Fei said with glee. As long as you give me the Jade Widow, then the He and Bai families will remain united. Mr. Bai, what are you hesitating for in this mutually beneficial arrangement? Mr. He, why are you in such a rush? A voice echoed as a middle-aged man with a full beard entered the room. It was Harley, the president of the motorcycle club. He looked at Bai Chongying and grinned. Mr. Bai, my son was left with a broken leg by your granddaughter's husband. Surely, you must offer some compensation, no? Perhaps the Jade Widow could serve as such compensation? President Ha, you too desire the Jade Widow? He Fei's expression shifted slightly. We had an agreement. The Jade Widow belongs to me, while the money is yours. Mr. He, money is something neither of us lacks, Harley replied, shaking his head. However, the Jade Widow has long been the subject of my admiration. It is said to be invaluable. Such a treasure, how could I possibly relinquish it? I am rather curious, a languid voice interjected. What exactly is this Jade Widow you speak of? Is it Jade? Or is it a widow? Entering was Lin Bai. Upon seeing him, Bai Mingtang's anger flared. What business do you have here in the Bai household, you country bumpkin? It is your fault that my daughter is entangled with you, causing trouble for our family. Smack. Lin Bai delivered a sharp slap to Bai Mingtang's face. Don't call me a country bumpkin. Have I ever eaten your family's rice? You dare strike me. Bai Mingtang seethed with fury. Bai Lu, look at the sort of person you are associating with. Smack. Bai Chongying suddenly struck Bai Mingtang across the face. Do you speak to my savior in such a manner? Bai Chongying stepped towards Lin Bai, bowing slightly. I am Bai Chongying. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. I intended to personally express my gratitude tomorrow, but I did not expect. Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. I am merely returning a favor to Bai Lu, who was kind to me during our school days. Your attitude is 100 times better than your foolish son. It seems my efforts were not in vain. You certainly have guts. Coming here, He Fei sneered. Smack. Lin Bai suddenly appeared before him, delivering a slap to his face. Did you just threaten me over the phone? Smack. What are you even worth? Smack. You seem to be asking for it, so I shall oblige. Lin Bai struck He Fei several times, leaving him dazed, while the onlookers from the Bai family were left in shock. Kid, did you seek my permission to strike someone in my presence? Harley scoffed. Lin Bai finally halted, turning to Harley. What's the matter? Do you wish to be next? Kid, You have some nerve. Harley bellowed. No one in Qingshan County dares speak to me like that. Kneel before me at once. Smack. Lin Bai slapped Harley across the face. Indeed, you are asking for it. With a series of slaps, Lin Bai sent Harley reeling until he eventually collapsed to the ground. Bai Lu's mouth hung agape in disbelief. Bai Changgang was equally stunned. You dare strike me? Harley shouted in a frenzied rage. Bring in everyone. Yet, there was no response. Stop shouting. They are all lying on the ground. Lin Bai kicked Harley away. Go join them. He then approached He Fei. Don't worry. Our business is not yet concluded. Lin Bai, what do you intend to do? He Fei retreated instinctively. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Do you know who I am affiliated with? It is the Thunder Group. You returned from Jiangcheng. You must have heard of the Thunder Group. Oh, Lin Bai feigned surprise. How did you become associated with the Thunder Group? You wouldn't understand, you country bumpkin. He Fei retorted smugly. The Thunder Group possesses many assets in Qingshan County, and they need someone to manage them. There are only two prominent families in Qingshan County. The Bai family's backing was just eradicated by the Thunder Group. Naturally, they will choose the He family. Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Lin Bai mocked. Who says I am dreaming? He Fei shot back, furious. My brother is responsible for taking over the assets in Qingshan County, and he is on his way here. Lin Bai, I do not know when you learn some skills. But let me tell you, no matter how strong you are still just one person. The Thunder Group's assets are worth trillions, supported by illustrious families. All the prominent families in Jiangcheng have been eliminated by the Thunder Group. You, a mere country bumpkin, may not understand. But ask Bai Changgang and Bai Lu if they dare oppose the Thunder Group. Dr. Lin, you are indeed remarkable. Your medical skills are extraordinary, and your martial prowess is commendable. However, the Thunder Group is indeed formidable, Bai Changgang murmured. If the He family is truly chosen by the Thunder Group, it would be wise for you not to offend them. Indeed, Lin Bai, while the He family may not be significant, the Thunder Group is not to be trifled with. Bai Lu added helplessly, perhaps it would be best for you to leave. Bai Lu, worry not, Lin Bai smiled. The He family will certainly not be chosen by the Thunder Group. What a laugh. On what grounds do you assert that we will not be chosen? He Fei scoffed. Because the matter concerning the Thunder Group is for me to decide, Lin Bai replied nonchalantly. You? He Fei was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Lin Bai. I heard you were turned into a vegetable by a car accident. Your brain must be damaged. What are you even worth for the Thunder Group to heed your words? You truly amuse me. Enough with the laughter, Lin Bai snapped, kicking He Fei to the ground, sending him sprawling at the door. What happened to you? A surprised voice came from the entrance as several individuals walked in. One of them hurriedly helped He Fei up, expressing concern. Xiabin, you arrived just in time. He Fei pointed at Lin Bai. This bastard not only struck me, but shows utter disregard for the Thunder Group, claiming he has the final say. Is that so? Xiabin eyed Lin Bai, then frowned. Kid, I don't care who you are, you'd better not use the Thunder Group's name for deception. Only 3 individuals can speak on behalf of the Thunder Group. One is General Qin, another is Chairman Xiao, and the last is Miss Ning from the Ning family of Tianhai. They are all women. No man has ever had such authority in our Thunder Group. Enough. I won't waste my breath on you. Lin Bai pulled out his phone and dialed Hu Ping'an. Ping'an, do you have someone named Xiabin under your command? Please inform him that he should heed my instructions from now on. Ah, all right, I'll call him right away. Wait, you're in Qingshan County? Hu Ping'an finally realized. Yes, my hometown is here, Lin Bai replied. Let us get down to business. We can chat later. Understood, Hu Ping'an replied succinctly before hanging up. Moments later, Xiabin's phone rang. Upon answering, his tone shifted to one of respect. Mr. Hu, it's me. Yes, I understand. Xiabin ended the call and approached Lin Bai, looking courteous. You must be Mr. Lin Bai, right? Mr. Hu has already briefed me. I will follow your instructions from here on. What? He Fei's face paled. Xiabin, we aren't. Silence. Xiabin suddenly barked at him. Does your He family wish to oppose the Thunder Group? He Fei wore a face of indignation, yet dared not utter another word. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce our asset disposal method. We classify assets into 2 categories. One that aligns with the business model of our Thunder Group, which we will manage, and the other that does not, which we will liquidate directly, Xiabin continued. Our original plan was to select a partner in Qingshan County to assist us in selling and managing some assets. So, do you prefer the Bai family or the He family? Of course, if you have other options, please feel free to instruct us. Let it be the Bai family. With Bai Lu in charge, Lin Bai casually replied. Very well, I shall proceed to sign the relevant agreements with the Bai family, Xie Bin responded without hesitation. Although Bai Changgang and Bai Lu were somewhat perplexed, they naturally would not refuse a stroke of good fortune. Xie Bin was well prepared, and thus the agreement was swiftly finalized. Mr. Lin, may I inquire about your relationship with General Hu? Xie Bin cautiously asked. We are college classmates. Why? Lin Bai looked at Xie Bin, inquiring if there was an issue. Oh, no issue at all. It's just. A smirk appeared on Xie Bin's face. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. Congratulations, you have just jeopardized Hu Pingyan's future, ha. Xie Bin couldn't contain his laughter. The previously elated Bai Changgang and Bai Lu suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. Xie Bin, what do you mean by that? He Fei also began to connect the dots. He Fei, we had prepared quite a few grand gifts for Hu Ping and Apos, and intending to present them later. But it seems we want to need them now, Xie Bin said excitedly. The fresh graduate from university is indeed easy to deal with. He made such a grave mistake without us even needing to set a trap. Let us see how he meets his demise. What do you mean by that? Bai Lu could no longer hold back. It's quite simple. Your Bai family is a close confidant of the Song family in Jiangcheng. Xie Bin sneered. Miss Song Yujiao, the daughter of the Song family, is the greatest rival of our General Qin from Thunder Group. Now that the Song family has been destroyed, how could General Qin possibly spare your Bai family? Yet this fool, Hu Pingyan, not only saved your Bai family, but also made you partners with Thunder Group because of a college friend. Xie Bin burst into laughter again. Ha! Truly laughable. I had prepared numerous strategies to capture Hu Pingyan's weaknesses, to oust him from such a significant position, yet it appears I need not exert any effort. Splendid. My brother, I knew you would assist me. Of course, aiding you is aiding myself. Xie Bin replied with pride. What is Hu Pingyan really? How could he possibly handle the asset disposal of Thunder Group? Such a lucrative position is beyond someone of his caliber. Now, with just one phone call, I can have Hu Pingyan removed. He Fei, rest assured, from this moment on, Qingshan County will be under your command. No, brother. It will be under your command. Whatever you say, I shall do. He Fei replied with growing excitement. Bai Lu Lin Bai, why aren't you two coming over to plead for mercy? And old Bai, I urged you to hand over widow you earlier, yet you hesitated. Now your entire Bai family is mine. Lin Bai, you country bumpkin, dared to strike me earlier. I shall slap you first to relieve my anger. He Fei, somewhat agitated, rushed towards Lin Bai and raised his hand to strike. Slap. Lin Bai retaliated with a slap across He Fei's face, sending him flying. Are you insane? How dare you hit He Fei? To everyone's surprise, it was Bai Ming Tang who first chastised Lin Bai, as he had always harbored dissatisfaction toward him. You should apologize immediately. Do you wish to ruin the Bai family? Silence. Bai Changgang roared. Have you no sense? Our troubles stem from our own actions and have nothing to do with Dr. Lin. Furthermore, do you really believe that if you beg He Fei, he will spare the Bai family? Bai Changgang's clarity was commendable. Now, old Bai, that may not necessarily be the case, Xie Bin interjected. In truth, your fate from now on will be dictated by me. The assets in Qingshan County are merely a few billion. Our General Qin is far too busy to concern himself with you. Therefore, if you treat me well, everything can be negotiated. Moreover, Lin Bai, I was not fond of your tone when speaking to me earlier. Slap. Lin Bai struck Xie Bin across the face. I too did not appreciate our previous exchange. I was far too courteous to you, you fool. He sent Xie Bin sprawling with a kick. What nonsense. You waste my time. He then retrieved his phone and dialed Hu Pingyan. Pingyan, the Bai family has encountered a minor issue. You must come personally. All right, I'm almost done here. I'll be there shortly. Hu Pingyan did not inquire further about the details. As soon as the call ended, the fallen Xie Bin, in a fit of rage, pulled out his phone. Lin Bai, do you still believe Hu Pingyan can protect you? Just wait. I'm calling General Qin directly. Xie Bin dialed the number. Hello, this is Xie Bin from the Asset Management Department. I need to speak with General Qin about an urgent matter. It's quite urgent. It concerns Qingshan County. All right, I'll wait. 1 minute later. Hello? Yes, General Qin. It's regarding a matter in Qingshan County. Hu Pingyan is colluding with his classmates, engaging in misconduct, and even collaborating with remnants of the Jiangcheng Song family. This is a complete disregard for your authority. You want me to put it on speaker? Very well, speaker is on. Then, a melodious yet slightly weary voice emanated from Xie Bin's phone. Darling, are you there? A brief silence enveloped the room. The Bai family members were utterly bewildered. Was that not Qin Xueyao from Thunder Group? Who was she addressing as darling? Xie Bin was equally perplexed, doubting his own hearing. General Qin, are you? He cautiously began, yet before he could finish, a voice responded. Honey, I'm here. Xiebin abruptly turned to gaze incredulously at Lin Bai. The others followed suit, astonished that Lin Bai was indeed responding. Honey, you need to talk to Hu Ping and Apos, and about his choice of personnel. They are rather unreliable. He is your friend, so I cannot criticize him. But his team has already attempted to undermine him on their very first day. How can that be acceptable? He has no authority at all. You must tell him he cannot be too kind. He needs to be more ruthless. After all, it's his first job, and he lacks experience. He'll come over soon. I'll have a chat with him. Lin Bai could not help but sigh. Yes, I will assist him in resolving this. I will dismiss Xiebin and the others, and he can handle the rest. Qin Xueyao did not elaborate further. By the way, darling, how did you end up in Qingshan County? I recall that as your hometown. Is there something special happening? Ah, darling. Is today the memorial day for your parents? I did know, but I forgot. I'm so sorry. I'll arrange to come over right away. No need. Don't come. I will find an appropriate time to bring you later. Lin Bai hastily interjected. There are far too many disreputable people around my hometown. Let me handle it first. All right then. Qin Xueyao hesitated for a moment. Then I'll hang up now, darling. With the call disconnected, the Bai family fell into a profound silence. Xiebin sat on the ground, utterly stunned. The few individuals he had brought along were equally bewildered. He-Fei's face was a mask of disbelief. How could this country bumpkin, Lin Bai, possibly be the husband of Qin Xueyao, the president of the Thunder Group? This was inconceivable. No, it couldn't be true. Xiebin, who did you call? It surely wasn't Qin Xueyao, was it? He-Fei seized Xiebin, shaking him vigorously. Xiebin looked at He-Fei, his expression bordering on tears. Brother, that is indeed President Qin. We are finished. The phone rang again. Not only Xiebin, but also those he had brought were similarly taken aback. After answering the call, they all sat in stunned silence on the ground. They had all been dismissed. The atmosphere was quite lively. A soft voice broke through, and another figure stepped into the courtyard. It was said that the Bai family estate housed a rare treasure. A refined and handsome young man appeared. And though I was skeptical that a small town like this could genuinely possess any treasures, I thought to myself, since I was here, I might as well take a look. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luo Mingyang, hailing from the illustrious Luo family of the capital. What? The Luo family of the capital? Bai Chang'an's expression changed dramatically. That family was an esteemed lineage. Oh, Luo Mingyang observed Bai Chang'an, noting his knowledge of the prestigious Luo family. It seemed that the Bai family estate indeed held some significance. Old Bai Chang'an, it is a pleasure to meet you. Young Master Luo. Bai Chang'an hastily pulled Bai Lu over to pay respects. In his position, he had never interacted with such elite families. Yet he had heard that each family was a formidable entity. He was also aware that the Thunder Group had a powerful family backing it. Please, no need for formalities. I am merely here out of boredom. Luo Mingyang waved his hand dismissively. Now, let me see that jade widow of yours. If it pleases me, I shall bestow upon the Bai family a lifetime of glory. Why must you come to my presence when there are countless other places to wander? Are you courting disaster? Lin Bai regarded Luo Mingyang, surprised to find him here. However, recalling his earlier encounter with Luo Cece, it seemed less coincidental. Who is barking like a dog? Luo Mingyang feigned surprise upon seeing Lin Bai. Ah, so it is just a countryside leech living off others. Lin Bai, although this is our first meeting, I have known of you for quite some time. Frankly, I am surprised you are still alive. But this is for the best. You can witness me taking your wife away. With a swift kick, Lin Bai sent Luo Mingyang flying. Very well, Luo Mingyang slowly rose from the ground. I was just hoping you would make a move. Now, the Luo family has a legitimate reason to eliminate you. Slap. Lin Bai struck Luo Mingyang's face. Let me give you more reasons. The sound of slaps echoed as Lin Bai repeatedly struck Luo Mingyang, turning his handsome face into a swollen mess. What a hideous creature to dare covet my wife. Lin Bai expressed his disdain, delivering another kick that sent Luo Mingyang crashing to the ground. Onlookers were left in shock. Bai Chang'an hesitated several times, wanting to warn Lin Bai that one should not strike a scion of a prominent family. Lin Bai, you are a madman. Luo Mingyang staggered to his feet. Are you intent on making the Luo family your sworn enemy? I tell you now, this grudge has escalated tremendously. Even if Qin Xueyao sacrifices the entire Thunder Group, she cannot save you. Please refrain from using the Luo family's name to cause trouble. A cool voice interjected as three figures entered. It was Luo Cece and her two attendants. Luo Cece, how could you? Luo Mingyang's expression turned ghostly pale. I am still alive. Are you surprised? Luo Cici's tone dripped with sarcasm. Shall I let you guess what has become of the person you trusted most? If you discern his fate, what do you think you ought to do now? Her voice turned icy, radiating an overwhelming aura. Shouldn't you hurry and leave? Luo Cici? Luo Mingyang gritted his teeth. Fine, you wish to protect this pretty boy, do you? I shall take my leave. I am curious how the one safeguarding you will react upon learning you are entangled with this country bumpkin. With that, Luo Mingyang turned to depart. Did I permit you to leave? Lin Bai interjected. Let him go this time, Luo Cici said softly. I cannot explain, but please just help me. Very well. Lin Bai flicked his fingers, sending a few invisible winds into Luo Mingyang's body. Luo Mingyang, heed my advice, stop coveting others' wives and find a boyfriend instead, for you will soon find it difficult to be a man. Luo Mingyang said nothing and fled as if fearing for his life. He had come to kill Luo Cici, but his most capable subordinate had evidently been dealt with by her. Now, he feared for his own safety and had to escape. He had been reckless this time. Next, he would be sure to eliminate both Luo Cici and Lin Bai. Luo Mingyang hastily got into his car and sped away. At that moment, several vehicles approached. It was Hu Pingyan and his group. Hu Pingyan quickly entered the courtyard. Lin Bai, what is happening here? Oh, Luo Cici, you are here too? Hu Pingyan. I have some matters to attend to, Luo Cici replied, turning to Bai Chongjin. I heard there is an invaluable treasure here called the Jade Widow. May I see it? What exactly is this Jade Widow? Lin Bai was intrigued, wondering why so many were interested in it. Bai Chongjin wore a peculiar expression, finally sighing. Lu, you may speak. In truth, the Jade Widow is my sister-in-law. Bai Lu finally spoke, but she never meets guests privately. Ordinarily, only I can see her. However, if Miss Luo wishes to meet her, I shall inquire with my sister-in-law. Bai Lu turned to enter the house. Lin Bai was momentarily speechless. He had assumed it was some valuable jade artifact, something he could perhaps use to craft a magical tool. Instead, it turned out to be an actual widow. Was all of this fuss about a widow? Did this fellow have some form of Munchausen syndrome? My apologies, I thought it was a piece of jade. Luo Cici's face slightly flushed. Pingyan, the situation is as follows. Lin Bai began to explain the matter regarding Xiabin to Hu Pingyan, though he didn't elaborate much. By the way, Cici, Pingyan, let us have dinner together tonight. Lin Bai intended to discuss matters further with Hu Pingyan later. As for searching for the spirit fish, it seemed today was not the right time. Miss Luo, I apologize, Bai Lu emerged, but my sister-in-law is unwilling to meet you. That is fine. I shall take my leave for now. Lin Bai, shall we find another place? Luo Cici appeared unconcerned. Lin Bai. Bai Lu's expression turned strange. My sister-in-law wishes to see you. Huh. Lin Bai was genuinely perplexed. What was happening? The Bai family was astonished. She seldom saw anyone besides Bai Lu. How could she suddenly wish to meet a stranger, especially a man? This was implausible. An exasperated voice erupted. It was He Fei. How could she possibly want to see Lin Bai? This is absolutely impossible. Lin Bai, you country bumpkin. How could you be so fortunate? No, none of this can be real. I must still be dreaming. Enough of your wailing. Lin Bai kicked He Fei. Lin Bai felt a twinge of displeasure and glanced at Bai Lu. His curiosity piqued. He said, take me to see. Bai Lu nodded and led Lin Bai through the living room to the backyard. In a corner of the yard, there stood an unexpected Buddhist altar. What is the situation with your sister-in-law? Lin Bai couldn't help but inquire. Well, you should meet her first. Bai Lu hesitated. She is in the Buddhist hall. As Lin Bai stepped into the hall, he immediately caught sight of an extraordinarily alluring silhouette. Although she wore a loose gray robe, it did little to conceal her remarkable figure. In that moment, Lin Bai thought of Su Ruobing, then of Ning Qingya, and even of several other saintly wives. Yet ultimately, his gaze remained fixated on the woman before him. She slowly turned around, and her beauty did not disappoint. She was as stunning as Qin Xueyao. However, her allure was entirely different from Qin Xueyao's innocence. Strikingly natural, she possessed an astonishing charm without any artifice. Suddenly, she smiled gently. This smile could captivate even the most stoic of beings. Lulu says you are her nephew, and I am Lulu's sister-in-law, so you should call me little auntie as well. Lin Bai snapped back to reality. Was this woman teasing him? Feeling a surge of defiance, he thought, Bai Lu might not be conventionally attractive. But how could this stunning woman take advantage of him? This was absolutely intolerable. All right, little auntie, Lin Bai replied with a radiant smile. I'm hungry and want to drink milk. Good nephew. Auntie will get you some. The woman replied with a flirtatious smile, reaching into her chest for a box of milk. Instead of handing it to Lin Bai right away, she first tucked it back into her robe, then retrieved it and presented it to him. "Drink while it's warm, dear nephew." Lin Bai felt a rush of blood to his head. This woman certainly knew how to entice. Was this how she became a widow? But wait, she was still a young maiden. These thoughts raced through his mind as he accepted the milk, opening it without hesitation to take a drink, all the while unabashedly gazing at her prominent features. As a dignified immortal, he refused to be outdone by such overt seduction. "When I was 1, my stepmother killed my biological mother, not out of dislike, but to claim me as her daughter. At 3, my grandfather fought with my father because he wanted to raise me himself. At 5, my father had a renowned Taoist fortune teller predict my future. The man attempted to abduct me, shouting that I was a demon before my father killed him. Later, I was sent to a Taoist temple on Qingyun Mountain, where only a blind old woman resided. I finally lived a stable life for over a decade. 5 years ago, my sister arrived at the temple, saw my comfortable existence, and decided to marry me off to Bai Lu's ailing brother. Halfway through the wedding, her brother died, leaving me not only a widow but also the subject of rumors of being a husband killer. I only venture out once a year during Qingming, yet I have gained a reputation as the Jade Widow in Qin County, with many men eager to meet me." The woman spoke softly. "My name is Song Yujia, and I have a sister named Song Yujiao." Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. He set down the half-finished glass of milk, which had begun to sour. "You are indeed far more beautiful than Song Yujiao," he sighed, reflecting that such beauty could easily become a source of trouble. "Perhaps it would be best if I were to eliminate you altogether. Dear nephew, the Song family holds nothing but painful memories for me. The past 5 years have felt like a soft imprisonment here," he lamented. Song Yujia smiled alluringly. "I have heard that it was you who brought about the downfall of the Song family. I had intended to offer myself in gratitude. If you were to kill me, would that not be a waste?" She took a couple of steps closer to Lin Bai, slightly bending down and gazing up at him with her enchanting eyes, which clearly conveyed a plea. "Dear nephew, take me away with you. I assure you, I shall never let you go hungry." Her voice was imbued with an irresistible allure. Lin Bai felt an overwhelming urge to acquiesce immediately. "Extend your hand. I wish to take your pulse," he instructed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai was struck by the unique essence that Song Yujia exuded, evoking thoughts of certain possibilities. He swiftly grasped her wrist, and the mere contact sent his heart into a tumultuous flutter. He struggled to regain his composure as his spiritual energy flowed into her body for a thorough examination. After a full 3 minutes, he finally withdrew his hand, endeavoring to quell the tumult within him. He had not anticipated encountering someone with such an extraordinary constitution in this place. In the ethereal realm of his dreams, her constitution would have been endowed with various names, such as innate charm, enchanting physique, or demonic body. However, these merely represented external manifestations at different stages. Its true name was the celestial body of the Tao. This celestial body surpassed even Lin Bai's own Tao spirit body, yet it bore a significant flaw. It was an ever-evolving constitution, and it was said that no one had ever truly evolved into the celestial body. The majority of such constitutions were irreparably damaged at the stage of innate charm. The principal issue lay in the fact that before evolving into the celestial body, one must not lose their essence. Yet, such a captivating being would inevitably attract the covetous gaze of many from a young age, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain this purity. In truth, it was nothing short of a miracle that Song Yujia had endured thus far. "You do not desire me, do you?" Song Yujia suddenly interjected. The smile that had graced her face vanished, replaced by a palpable sorrow. "If you do not want me, then remember to attend my funeral in a few days. No need to wait that long. I could bury you tonight," Lin Bai retorted casually. "Are you truly so heartless?" Song Yujia's eyes brimmed with tears, appearing woefully pitiful. "Stop your theatrics. The Buddha is watching you," Lin Bai replied, exasperated. He was genuinely conflicted. Ever since awakening, he had felt an urge to possess every beautiful woman he encountered, such as Su Ruobing and Qin Xueyao. Yet, for some reason, he found himself reluctant to pursue the enchanting figure before him. To safeguard the evolution of a celestial body of the Tao was an arduous task. It could take years, or even decades, and during this time he would have to endure her seductive allure without ever touching her. He was not lacking in beautiful women. Countless saintly wives awaited him. He felt no need to endure such torment for Song Yujia. However, should she successfully evolve, her future achievements would be boundless. If a heavenly tribulation were to arise, Song Yujia, having attained the celestial body of the Tao, could potentially become his greatest ally. Do you believe in cultivating immortality? Lin Bai suddenly asked. I believe everything you say, Song Yujia replied, her expression obedient. I believe you are a fool. Lin Bai thought about giving her a good thrashing for her inability to converse properly. I will share certain truths with you, whether you choose to believe them or not. He disclosed the peculiarities of the celestial body of the Tao to her, finally fixing her with a serious gaze. I will ask you once, and I implore you to be truthful. If you lie, I will discern it. How confident are you that you can endure until you evolve into the celestial body of the Tao? The celestial body of the Tao? So I am truly that special? Song Yujia mused softly, her expression shifting. After a full minute, she looked up at Lin Bai. Her demeanor now earnest. I lack confidence because I do not understand these matters. What you have shared feels akin to reading a novel. Yet, I am aware of one thing. The two most intelligent women in Jiangcheng have both chosen you. I also know you are particularly familiar with my constitution. You must know what to do. Thus, while I may lack confidence in myself, I have faith in you. I believe you can lead me to success. Lin Bai stared at Song Yujia, tempted to strike her again. She had spoken the truth, yet the dilemma remained. He lacked confidence in himself. Should he pursue this woman or not? Dear nephew, are you truly unable to see the obvious? Song Yujia sighed. Even if I cannot succeed, in the worst-case scenario, I would simply become an ordinary beautiful ant, ensuring you are well-fed each day. You would hardly suffer a loss. Lin Bai contemplated striking her once more, for her reasoning was surprisingly sound. Indeed, what was he so conflicted about? Perhaps he should give it a try. If it failed, he could simply dismiss her unique constitution. Very well, I shall find a way for you to evolve as swiftly as possible. Lin Bai finally decided to follow his heart. Despite the myriad of reasons he had conjured, the most fundamental truth remained. He was undeniably drawn to her. No man could resist the allure of a celestial body of the Tao, and as a lecherous immortal, he was even less capable of doing so. Lin Bai felt he had been quite honest in the past. It was the pursuit of immortality that had sullied his purity. Your natural development over the past 20 years has led to certain issues with your body. To put it simply, you have a strong desire for men, and I shall assist you in alleviating this. He procured a silver needle, instructing her to sit still. Song Yujia settled herself on the cushion, tilting her head back. Dear nephew, come now. Auntie is waiting. Her posture and tone left Lin Bai somewhat flustered. Do not deliberately entice me, he exclaimed, feeling a mix of annoyance and attraction at her casual demeanor. As he inserted a silver needle into Song Yujia's forehead, she became immobile and speechless, allowing Lin Bai to continue his work. Sister-in-law Bai Lu could no longer restrain herself and pushed the door open, immediately feeling relieved upon witnessing the scene. Oh, so it is merely a medical treatment. She quickly retreated, closing the door behind her and standing guard outside. Several minutes later, Lin Bai finished his acupuncture. I shall teach you a technique known as the Celestial Tao Technique. Sit cross-legged. He helped Song Yujia assume the proper posture. It must be said that Song Yujia's aptitude for cultivation was remarkable. In merely half an hour, she had already begun sensing the spiritual energy. Am I truly cultivating immortality? She asked, her excitement palpable. Dear nephew, I long to nourish you. Do not speak. I need to make a phone call. Lin Bai suppressed his inner turmoil and dialed Su Ruobing's number. What are you up to now? Su Ruobing's voice was laced with irritation. I've just arrived at the office and am quite busy. Big bing bing. Have your security company open a branch in Qingshan County. Additionally, I need a team composed entirely of women. Before he could finish, he heard a loud crash on the other end, as if something had been thrown. It's only been a few hours, and you're already flirting with another woman, aren't you? Su Ruobing fumed, her anger palpable. You miserable man. I saw you were feeling down last night, and now you've arrived in Qingshan County, enjoying yourself. Big bing bing. If I told you it was she who approached me first, would you believe me? Lin Bai sighed. Fine, I also think this is inappropriate. So I need you to arrange for a team to keep a watchful eye on her at all times, ensuring she does not come near me. Certainly, if you, da bing bing, are willing to watch over me around the clock, that would be splendid. Kindly send me that woman's name and address. I will make the necessary arrangements. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth, declaring, I do not wish to see you. I am merely working for you. With that, she hung up the phone. It seemed Da Bing Bing was a tad jealous. Lin Bai mused to himself, yet he still forwarded Song Yujia's information. I have arranged for some bodyguards. They will come to protect you. Although you possess abilities, do not act recklessly. Lin Bai glanced at Song Yujia. Also, wear this ring and this necklace. He casually produced 2 talismans and adorned Song Yujia with them. To evolve your physique, you cannot remain cooped up at home. In addition to your daily training, you must venture outside and experience life as an ordinary person. Then I suppose many men in Qingshan County will seek me out, Song Yujia chuckled. Speaking of which, Hefei has been persistently trying to get me to marry him and wants me to adopt the surname Bai. He suggested the name Bai Jia. Lin Bai could hardly contain his irritation. That scoundrel Hefei is truly delusional. Until the bodyguards arrive, do not step outside. Continue your training, familiarize yourself with it. I must take my leave. As Lin Bai exited the Buddhist hall, he noticed Bai Lu still waiting outside. Lin Bai, what is wrong with my sister-in-law? Bai Lu inquired with concern. She is fine. Allow her to rest for a bit, Lin Bai replied casually. Thank you so much for today, Lin Bai. Bai Lu expressed her gratitude. Without you, the Bai family might have faced ruin today. Now, we are directly connected to the Thunder Group. We might even ascend to greater heights. Honestly, Lin Bai, I never imagined you would become this formidable, Bai Lu remarked, somewhat awestruck. It's quite normal. I could hardly believe it myself, Lin Bai replied, just as Hu Pingyan hurriedly approached. Pingyan, is there an issue? Lin Bai asked. Oh, nothing serious. Have you finished your tasks? Hu Pingyan shook his head. Luo Cc is waiting for us at the restaurant. Well then, let us depart, Lin Bai said. Swiftly leaving the Bai family estate and boarding Hu Pingyan's car en route to the restaurant. Thanks to you. Today's events unfolded unexpectedly. I didn't anticipate any underhanded tactics on the first day, Hu Pingyan sighed. I thought the individuals I selected would be loyal to the Thunder Group. Pingyan, your method of selection is flawed. You need not choose those loyal to the Thunder Group, but rather those loyal to you, Lin Bai stated earnestly. Make it clear to each individual that they must heed your commands to remain in the Thunder Group. Otherwise, regardless of their abilities, they should be dismissed. But if I say such things, what if someone reports it to Chairman Qiao? Would that not jeopardize General Qin? Hu Pingyan expressed concern. Lin Bai retrieved his phone and dialed the number. Darling, what's the matter? A gentle voice responded. Nothing, just missing you a bit, Lin Bai smiled. I'm in Qingshan County, visiting my parents today. Next time, when everyone is gathered, I and Appos, LL bring you along. By the way, I and Appos, am with Hu Ping and Appos, and I and Appos, am on speakerphone. Would you like to greet him? Hello, Hu Pingyan, I am Xiao Fian. The voice remained warm. I heard from my husband that you have been quite supportive of him. Thank you. Ciao, Chairman. Hu Pingyan abruptly slammed on the brakes, stopping the car as astonishment washed over him. Fian, I may be in Qingshan County for a few more days. We can discuss things in detail when I return. Lin Bai remained composed. All right, my love, goodbye. Xiao Fian ended the call. Bro, you. Hu Pingyan gazed at Lin Bai with a look of disbelief. What manner of person are you? Pingyan, a man may enjoy the comforts provided by a woman, but he must not become merely a dish, Lin Bai replied with a radiant smile. In any case, remember, I am your backing in the Thunder Group. Fear no one. It took Hu Pingyan several minutes to regain his composure. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found themselves at the Qingshan Fish Restaurant, the same place Lin Bai had dined at earlier. They were ushered to a private room on the second floor. Luo Cc's 2 subordinates stood guard at the door, and the private room was devoid of other patrons. Lin Bai, do you recall Tian Feng and Jiang Tian? They invited me to dinner, so I asked them to join us here. Is that all right? Luo Cc inquired softly. Oh, I remember. We had lunch together, Lin Bai replied casually. Luo Cc had attended middle school here for a month before leaving, yet she still recognized some individuals. Just then, Tian Feng and Jiang Tian entered the room. Upon spotting Lin Bai, their expressions morphed into one of shock. Lin Bai, how dare you come here? Tian Feng fumed. Aren't you putting Luo Cc in jeopardy? Indeed. Lin Bai, you stirred up trouble. Why haven't you fled? Why must you endanger others here? Jiang Tian echoed, visibly upset. If you were well informed, you would know I have dealt with the motorcycle gang, Lin Bai retorted, observing the two. Of course, if you are frightened, you may leave just as you did at noon. Lin Bai, what nonsense are you spouting? You think you can handle the motorcycle gang? You have no idea of their prowess. Tian Feng was infuriated. Moreover, why should we be the ones to leave? You are the one who offended the motorcycle gang. You should leave alone and not drag us and Luo Cc into this. Exactly, Lin Bai, why must you cling to Luo Cc? Jiang Tian added with discontent. She is a wealthy heiress, while you are merely from the countryside. Enough. Luo Cc interrupted Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, Lin Bai is my friend. I do not appreciate your remarks. If you are willing to sit down for dinner, I welcome you. But if you persist in attacking Lin Bai, I must ask you to leave. But, Luo Cc, you are from out of town. You cannot comprehend how terrifying the motorcycle gang is. We cannot provoke them. Jiang Tiantian pleaded earnestly. I do not wish to speak ill of Lin Bai, but he truly only brings trouble. Jiang Tiantian, you may leave. Luo Cc's tone grew frosty. You. Jiang Tiantian was irate. Luo Cc, we kindly invited you to dinner. And you truly intend to expel us for this country bumpkin, Lin Bai? Jiang Tiantian, do you wish for me to take action? Lin Bai said, growing impatient. If I can confront the motorcycle gang, do you truly believe I would hesitate to deal with you? You. Jiang Tiantian gritted her teeth. Then let us leave. Lin Bai, I shall await your downfall. Tian Feng added, seething. The two stormed out in indignation. This marked the second occasion they had missed dining together. Lin Bai shook his head in disbelief. They have consecutively squandered 2 opportunities for fortune, Hu Ping'an remarked. He now truly understood Lin Bai's capabilities. Even Xiao Fian was Lin Bai's partner. Unfortunately, Hu Ping'an remained unaware of the true extent of Lin Bai's prowess. Here comes the deep-water fish. The waiter entered carrying a pot of fish. Cc, you should indulge in this. It is truly delightful, Lin Bai urged. Luo Cc's cheeks flushed slightly as she picked up her chopsticks to eat. Lin Bai too took a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth, only to frown. Hey, waiter, do not rush off. He called out to the waiter, who was already at the door. What is the matter with this fish? This is not the deep-sea spirit fish. Never mind, just bring your boss over. The waiter hurriedly left, and before long, he returned with a man in his 20s sporting a buzz cut. Are you the ones claiming there's an issue with the fish? The buzz-cut man wore a hostile expression. Have you not only changed the fish, but also the boss? Lin Bai frowned, realizing this was not the owner he had encountered during lunch. I dined here earlier, and didn't he mention any problems with your fish? But I would appreciate it if you could prepare another one like the genuine deep-sea spirit fish from earlier. We will gladly pay for this fish. Lin Bai looked at the man, explaining that his friend had come from afar, and he wished for them to savor the authentic spirit fish. Are you deliberately trying to create trouble? The buzz-cut man was impatient. This is the genuine deep-sea spirit fish. He continued, you people just love to put on airs, complaining about a fish as if you know better about what to eat. The deep-sea spirit fish is what we at Qingshan Fish Restaurant have named it. We declare what fish is the deep-sea spirit fish, and it is so. Do you understand now? How dare you conduct business like this? Hu Ping'an suddenly stood up. Watch your mouth. This is how I run my business. What are you going to do about it? The buzz-cut man retorted, not satisfied? Then come and bite me. This is Qingshan County. You outsiders think you can cause a scene? I can't stand your pretentiousness, thinking you can discern the differences in spirit fish. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as someone struck the buzz-cut man on the head. Shut your mouth. Who the hell? The buzz-cut man turned in fury only to be taken aback. Dad, why did you hit me? They are the ones causing a ruckus in our restaurant. Another slap landed on the buzz-cut man's head from the owner of the fish restaurant, the very person Lin Bai had seen at lunch. You wretch, I left you in charge, and you create such a mess? Do you even know who he is? The owner trembled with rage. He is the one who broke the leg of young Master Ha this afternoon. What? The buzz-cut man quivered, his legs turning to jelly. Thud. He turned and knelt before Lin Bai. Big brother, I was wrong. I spoke carelessly. Please, don't break my legs. This man had broken the leg of a motorcycle club's young master in the afternoon, and now he dared not provoke him. Enough, get lost. Lin Bai waved his hand. He merely wished to enjoy a meal. Boss, I just wanted my friend to taste a genuine spirit fish. Get out now. The restaurant owner kicked his son. Once the buzz-cut man fled in a panic, the owner sighed in relief and bowed respectfully to Lin Bai. Sir, I sincerely apologize. We are out of spirit fish. I had instructed not to serve this dish, but since there is none, it's fine. You may leave. Lin Bai did not wish to dwell on it. Although it was not the spirit fish, the ordinary fish served at this restaurant was quite palatable. Perhaps an ordinary person might even find it difficult to discern the difference. Cc, next time I'll catch a real spirit fish for you. Lin Bai sighed. Tonight, you will have to make do. Actually, this fish is quite delicious. Luo Cc softly replied. The restaurant owner soon returned with several specialty dishes, all of which were quite delightful. The three dined and chatted merrily. Though Hu Ping'an felt somewhat like a third wheel. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had slipped by. Mississippi. A scarred woman appeared at the door of the private room. I see. Luo Cc's sweet smile vanished inadvertently. Lin Bai, I must return now. She rose reluctantly, perhaps. It's nothing, I'm leaving. She abruptly dashed out of the room. What just happened? Hu Pinggan was left in a daze. Before Lin Bai could respond, Luo Cece rushed back into the room. Cece, do you need a hug? Lin Bai had not finished his sentence when Luo Cece leaped into his embrace. Lin Bai instinctively embraced Luo Cece. Her body seemed to tremble. Cece, what's wrong? Lin Bai sensed something was amiss. If you have something to say, you can tell me directly. Perhaps I can help you. Luo Cece remained silent, tightly clutching Lin Bai. Soon, her body ceased to shake, clearly regaining her composure. I'm fine. Luo Cece gently struggled free from Lin Bai's embrace. Then, she produced an exquisite invitation card from her belongings. Lin Bai, this invitation is for you. Wait a few minutes before opening it. I'll take my leave now. Luo Cece turned and hastily departed. Lin Bai opened the invitation card without hesitation and was immediately stunned. It was an invitation to a wedding. Wait, is Luo Cece getting married? Hu Pinggan leaned in to take a look, equally astonished. What is going on? This is so sudden. I hadn't heard anything about it before. It's fine. The wedding is in September, more than a month away. Lin Bai regained his composure. The news of Luo Cece's marriage truly caught him off guard. Whether or not he should intervene in this wedding was still undecided. Perhaps it was because Luo Cece's figure wasn't quite to his taste. Bro, how about we find a place to grab a drink? As they exited the fish restaurant, Hu Pinggan suggested, sensing that Lin Bai might not be in the best mood. Although Lin Bai was now involved with Qin Xueyao and Xiao Fian, back in university, they all felt Lin Bai had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Luo Cece. It's fine, Pinggan. You have things to do, get some rest early. Lin Bai shook his head, genuinely unbothered. Well then, where are you staying? I'll give you a ride. Hu Pinggan opened the car door. Before Lin Bai could respond, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly pulled up beside them. Seeing the familiar vehicle, Lin Bai was instantly filled with delight and unhesitatingly opened the door to get in. Behind the wheel was, indeed, the enticing Su Ruobing. Pinggan, you don't need to worry about me. I have my own plans, Lin Bai told Hu Pinggan. Then he turned to Su Ruobing, Big Bing Bing. Have you booked a room? If not, I can do it right now, boom. The car had already sped off. Big Bing Bing, where are you taking me? Lin Bai quickly realized that Su Ruobing was driving out of the county. You're not thinking of going to my rural hometown, are you? My family house has long been gone. I'm going to visit your parents. Su Ruobing finally spoke. Lin Bai was momentarily flustered. What does this Big Bing Bing want to do? Is she going to complain to his parents at their graves? Half an hour later, at Qingyan Mountain, Su Ruobing took out incense and offerings, arranged fresh flowers, and bowed before the grave. Mom and Dad, as I mentioned at noon, your daughter-in-law with ample bosom is here to see you. Lin Bai stood beside her, chuckling. Big Bing Bing, I promised our parents that you would bear them 8 grandchildren. You need to put in some effort. Could you refrain from spouting nonsense before your parents' grave? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Dogman, does she think I'm a pig? Bearing so many. How could this be nonsense? Lin Bai replied earnestly. We will definitely have 8 in the future. Why not start tonight? You can go ahead and have kids with Qin Xueyao. Su Ruobing's face turned cold. Or we could find that widow in the county. Internally, she cursed him again for being so shameless. Big Bing Bing, your jealous demeanor is truly adorable. Lin Bai sighed, finding her not only adorable, but also incredibly tempting. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he would have stripped her right there. Don't think about those things tonight. I'm here to cultivate, Su Ruobing huffed. She then genuinely sat cross-legged before the grave. What this? Lin Bai was puzzled. Is she really going to cultivate at her parents' grave? What on earth is she doing? All right then, I'll accompany you in your cultivation. Lin Bai just happened to have a furnace of mid-grade qi replenishing pills he hadn't used yet. As before, he stuffed all the pills into his mouth and began to absorb their efficacy. This time it took a bit longer, but the progress was evident. He had just entered the 4th layer of qi training, and now he was merely a step away from the 6th layer. Lin Bai didn't continue his cultivation, but began to focus on Su Ruobing. Around her, subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy began to appear, indicating she was about to sense the energy. Unknowingly, the sky gradually brightened. The surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged towards Su Ruobing. Lin Bai felt a wave of relief. It's working. Big Bing Bing. Continue absorbing the spiritual energy until you can't take any more. Hours passed. Su Ruobing opened her eyes. Is this cultivation? I feel entirely different. A sense of indescribable joy enveloped her. Yes, it's indeed different. Lin Bai nodded. Big Bing Bing. You won't feel as exhausted at night anymore and can unlock more positions. You. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Dogman, did you want her to cultivate just for this? At that moment, Lin Bai's phone rang. Brother, have you returned? It was a call from Bai Xiaowei. Grandma just asked about you. I'll be back soon. Lin Bai glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Big bing bing. You should head back to the county and wait for me. It's my grandmother's 80th birthday, and I need to attend. Since he had promised his second uncle, he had to make an appearance. Lin Bai quickly descended Qingyun Mountain and entered Bai family village. At the end of the village stood the most splendid 3-story villa, bustling with activity. As the birthday celebrant, 80-year-old Ma Yufeng was beaming with joy. After all, her son Bai Xianfu was the wealthiest man in the village, making her the richest elderly lady in the area. The villa had a spacious courtyard, filled with dozens of tables, yet still ample in space. When Lin Bai entered the courtyard, he didn't attract much attention. Brother, the eagerly awaiting Bai Xiaowei was the first to spot him and rushed over. She hugged Lin Bai's arm, whispering, I've already contributed 10,000 yuan as a gift on your behalf. You don't need to write a monetary gift anymore. All right. Lin Bai hadn't intended to give a single cent. However, he understood why his grandmother had inquired about him. It was likely due to that 10,000 yuan. Who is that young man? Quite handsome. Is he your boyfriend? He looks a bit familiar. What? That is Xiao Bai Lulu's kid. Didn't they say he died in a car accident? Stop talking nonsense. He is just in a vegetative state. He woke up recently, and everyone was very happy about it. Many villagers were gossiping, and quite a few recognized Lin Bai. Oh, isn't this my most accomplished cousin, Lin Bai? I heard you're doing quite well now. But if you're doing so well, how come you returned empty-handed? It's Grandma's 80th birthday. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? A plump figure approached Lin Bai, unmistakably Bai Dafei. Clearly, the beating he received at Guyun Pavilion hadn't made Bai Dafei any wiser. Fei Gu, don't speak carelessly. My brother sent a gift of 10,000 yuan. How can he come back empty-handed? Bai Xiaowei quickly interjected. 10,000 yuan is already quite a generous gift here. Xiaowei, shut up. Do you think I don't know? Bai Dafei snorted. I heard when your second uncle mentioned this matter. That 10,000 yuan was contributed by your second uncle. Lin Bai didn't contribute a cent. Furthermore, Xiaowei, you mischievous girl, I am truly your brother. Lin Bai is merely an outsider. Why do you address him as brother? You are utterly ignorant. Bai Xiaowei seethed with anger, stating that all the money in her family was provided by her brother. Was there any distinction between the money from her father and the money from her brother? Moreover, I refuse to acknowledge a brother like you, who only bullies us. Ha ha ha, the money he provided? Bai Dafei laughed boisterously. Xiaowei, do you genuinely believe that Lin Bai has achieved anything? Are you unaware that he is unemployed? He is simply being supported by a wealthy woman. The crowd erupted in murmurs, intrigue evident in their gazes. Is it true? Has this young man attached himself to a wealthy woman? To be honest, given his circumstances, there are indeed affluent women who would be interested. However, Bai Xiaowei was infuriated. Fei Gu, stop spouting nonsense. My brother is not being supported. Oh, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. How can you deny it? Bai Dafei retorted coldly. Lin Bai, the last time at Guyun, I caught you frolicking with that wealthy woman, and you even sent someone to beat me up. Are you now too cowardly to admit it? I say, there is no shame in being supported by a rich woman, but how can you lack even a shred of conscience? Grandma has cared for you since childhood and raised you, and though you seldom return, on her 80th birthday, you come empty-handed. Is this not the epitome of unfilial behavior? Bai Dafei's anger escalated. Even if the wealthy woman you are involved with went bankrupt, you should not be left with nothing. Bai Dafei, are you deliberately seeking trouble? Lin Bai glared coldly at Bai Dafei. I have tolerated your incessant barking out of respect for my second uncle. Yet you persist in your provocations? Before I turned 10, my parents raised me. After that, it was my second uncle and aunt. What audacity do you possess to accuse me of being unfilial? You speak of conscience? Your family has none. You have defrauded my parents of their compensation and demolished our home to build your villa. Now you dare to lecture me about conscience? Lin Bai suddenly shouted. Bai Xianfu, come out. Today, I shall settle this score with your family. The courtyard fell into a sudden silence, and then whispers filled the air, many anticipating the unfolding drama. What nonsense are you spouting, Lin Bai? An irate voice emerged as a stout middle-aged man stepped forward. It was Bai Xianfu. You were young and naive back then, and I chose not to hold it against you for your foolishness. Now that you are an adult, you still persist in your nonsense. I have never taken a penny from you. Your educational expenses were all covered by me. The house of yours collapsed in the rain, and I rebuilt it with your grandmother's consent as compensation for your schooling. What are you causing a ruckus for now? Indeed, that is how it transpired. A silver-haired elderly woman with a cane appeared. She was the day's celebrant, by family matriarch Ma Yufeng. Xiao Bai, I explained this to you long ago. You are an adult now and must become self-reliant, rather than constantly seeking money from your uncle. And at your young age, how can you stoop so low as to rely on others? Can you not aspire to greater heights? Do not think I am meddling. If it weren't for your mother's sake, I would not even bother. How dare you mention my mother? Lin Bai laughed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Were it not for the fact that you are 80 years old, I would truly want to slap you. No, I cannot endure this. Slap. Lin Bai struck Bai Defei across the face. This fat fool is your favorite grandson, and I did this to show you. Slap, slap. Lin Bai followed with 2 more strikes. Bai Defei's already plump face became even rounder. Beast, you dare strike my son. Bai Xian Fu seethed. Slap. Lin Bai swiftly retaliated with another slap across Bai Xian Fu's face. I have wanted to do this for a long time. Lin Bai's tone was icy. The crowd stood in stunned silence. The obedient, studious boy they remembered had suddenly transformed into a figure of violence. You little beast. Ma Yufeng trembled with rage. Slap, slap. Lin Bai struck again, both Bai Xian Fu and Bai Defei receiving blows. Please, continue to scold, Lin Bai smiled brightly. With each insult you hurl, your elder son and grandson will receive a slap from me. You beast, beast. Ma Yufeng was beside herself with fury. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Bai continued, and Bai Xian Fu's face began to swell. Grandma, please refrain from scolding. Bai Defei was now weeping from the blows. Ma Yufeng trembled, her lips quivering, but she dared not continue her tirade. Xian Gui, come out. Ma Yufeng suddenly roared. In a moment, Bai Xian Gui emerged, carrying a tray, evidently helping with the banquet preparations. Mother, what is the matter? He appeared oblivious to the situation. Bai Xiaohui rushed forward, whispering rapidly in Bai Xian Gui's ear. Xian Gui, this is the one you chose to raise instead of having a son. Ma Yufeng gritted her teeth. Look at the sort of creature you have raised. You must make him leave, out of our Bai family. Bai Xian Gui had finally grasped the situation. Xiao Bai, for the sake of second uncle, please refrain from further violence today. Bai Xian Gui took a deep breath. Years ago, he had intended to have a second child but abandoned the idea in favor of raising Lin Bai, and over the years, Ma Yufeng had often wielded this against him. Mother, regarding today's events, everyone is watching. It was Bai Defei who instigated this. Xiao Bai is blameless. As for that money from years ago, must I reveal the truth? I had once stated that you had given me a little, for the sake of appearances. But do you truly not know whether you gave anything? Bai Xian Gui was filled with indignation. You are 80 years old. Why do you remain so biased? Xiao Bai is your own grandson. He is not an outsider. He is the son your daughter cherishes most. What manner of attitude is this, Xian Gui? Is this how you speak to your mother? Bai Xian Fu reprimanded. In front of so many guests, you create such a scene with Lin Bai. Are you trying to disgrace our Bai family? Oh, the dignity of the Bai family. Bai Xian Gui shook his head. Elder brother, I may lack education, but one must possess integrity. Back then, you all bullied a mere 10-year-old child, robbing him of the money earned through his parents' sacrifices. At that time, it was your actions that brought shame upon the Bai family. The crowd began to murmur once more, many pointing and whispering. Is this truly the case? I heard rumors back then, but I thought they were false. Since Xian Gui has said it, it must be true. I always wondered why Xian Gui was so desperate for money that he resorted to labor. Xiao Bai was a decent child. How could they treat him this way? You would think Bai Xian Fu had no money. Why resort to such tactics? The wealthy always find ways to complain about their riches. These discussions grew louder, naturally reaching the ears of Ma Yufeng and Bai Xian Fu, darkening their expressions further. Xian Gui, are you all deliberately causing trouble today? Ma Yufeng was seething with rage. You all have truly outdone yourselves. It is my 80th birthday, and you present me with such a grand gift, do you? Get out. All of you get out. I never wish to see you again. Very well, I shall leave. Bai Xian Gui's face was one of disappointment. Xiao Hui, go call your mother out. We shall not linger in this family any longer. I have already come out. Wang Guiyun appeared, equally displeased. Let us leave then. It was your elder brother who hosted this gathering, and the gifts were meant for them. Yet they sit idly while we toil in the kitchen. You are too kind. Being bullied by them is no longer acceptable for me. She had risen early alongside Bai Xian Gui to assist with the banquet preparations, tirelessly working since dawn, her frustration mounting. Mother, I advised against your attendance, Yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Bai Xiaowei pouted. We rushed back from afar and are treated like mere servants. Many guests exchanged disapproving glances, though it was no secret that the Bai matriarch favored her eldest son, attributable to his wealth. Xiao Bai, today is your second uncle's oversight. You shouldn't have been compelled to attend. Bai Xiangwei sighed. Let us depart. We shall visit your second uncle's home for a while. Second uncle. It's quite all right. Severing ties with these individuals isn't a bad thing, Lin Bai remarked calmly. He resolved to let it go for today, planning to confront Bai Xianfu at a later time. At that moment, a voice called from the entrance, followed by a group entering. Leading the way were Bai Changjin and his granddaughter Bai Lu. They approached Mai Yufeng with respect. Greetings, esteemed matriarch. I am Bai Changjin from the Bai family in Qingshan County, and this is my granddaughter Bai Lu. We have come to present a humble gift on the occasion of your 80th birthday. With a wave, he signaled a man who brought forth a box, revealing it to be filled with cash, dazzling the onlookers. We apologize, matriarch, for not knowing your preferences and being pressed for time. Thus, we offer you 1 million yuan. Wishing you longevity. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Bai family from Qingshan County was the largest in the region. The villagers, though sharing the same surname, had no real connection to the illustrious Bai family, which had diverged from their lineage centuries ago. Excuse me, is there a mistake? Ma Yufeng questioned, bewildered. No mistake at all. A figure rushed forward, embracing the box of money. Thank you, matriarch. I'll accept this on behalf of my mother. It was Bai Xianping, visibly battered and bruised, evidence of a recent altercation. Third brother, what happened to your face? Ma Yufeng exclaimed with concern. It was well known that her fondness leaned more toward her youngest son Bai Xianping than Bai Xianfu, despite the latter being the elder. That scoundrel Lin Bai did this. Bai Xianping seethed. He assaulted me when I refused to give him money. What a disgrace. How could our family raise such an ungrateful wretch? As he spoke, he failed to notice the changing expressions of Bai Changjin and Bai Lu. You little brute. Ma Yufeng trembled with rage. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Lin Bai appeared before Bai Xianping, delivering a sharp blow to his face. I did strike you yesterday, but the injuries you bear today are not my doing. However, since you insist it was me, I shall oblige. With a series of slaps, Lin Bai left Bai Xianping's face swollen. He then seized the box of money Bai Xianping clung to. Esteemed elder, you've mistakenly presented this gift. I shall return it. He handed the box back to Bai Changjin. I hold no ties with this matriarch anymore. Return my money, it's mine. Bai Xianping shouted in a frenzy, attempting to reclaim it, but Lin Bai swiftly kicked him away. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I intended to visit to express my gratitude, but upon hearing of your grandmother's birthday, I hastily brought this modest gift, not anticipating the situation would turn awry. Bai Changjin's voice resonated, clear and respectful. He did not retrieve the box, stating, though this sum is trivial, having given it, I cannot reclaim it. Perhaps you could accept it as pocket money? The other guests remained in stunned silence, astonished at the deference shown by the Bai elder towards Lin Bai. Then please, let this be pocket money for my sister. Lin Bai said, approaching Bai Xiaowei. Xiaowei, this is for you. What? Brother, are you giving me all 1 million? Bai Xiaowei stammered, overwhelmed by the sheer amount. Bai Lu, please accompany my sister to the county to deposit this safely. Lin Bai addressed Bai Lu, adding, allow me to introduce you to my second uncle and second aunt. Within the Bai family, only they and my sister Xiaowei are my true kin. I hope the rest of you will forever remain estranged from them. Rest assured, Lin Shini. The Bai family knows how to handle this matter, Bai Changjin assured, bowing respectfully. Witnessing the Bai family's compliance towards Lin Bai left the guests, as well as Bai Xinfu and Bai Dafei, utterly astonished. Ma Yufeng's expression darkened. She never anticipated that the Bai family, whom she had sought favor with, would instead court Lin Bai. The courtyard fell silent until a sudden honking erupted from outside, followed by a group of men brandishing iron rods, exuding menace. At the forefront stood a burly man in sunglasses. Bai Xianping, weren't you the one who summoned me for the money? He barked, seizing Bai Xianping by the throat and dragging him forward. Where's the money? What are you doing? Let go of my son. Ma Yufeng shrieked. How much does he owe you? I'll pay. Old woman, your son owes a sum far exceeding mere pocket change. It's 800,000. The burly man sneered. You think you can repay that? That's nothing, right? My son has money. Ma Yufeng quickly nodded. Xinfu, hurry and pay your brother's debt. Mother, I've paid him back countless times. Bai Xinfu retorted angrily. Do you think I'm wealthy right now? My company has been in the red this year. We're on the verge of bankruptcy. And by the way, that compensation from Lin Bai was something you insisted I use to pay off the third brother's gambling debts. I want to take the blame for that. Brother, stop playing innocent. Bai Xianping interjected. Mother only asked you to help pay. It was you who proposed using that compensation, and you orchestrated the whole thing. Now you want to wash your hands of it? Not a chance. Silence, all of you. The burly man interrupted, clearly irritated. Just one question. Who is going to pay the 800,000? If no one steps up today, I'll be forced to chop off Bai Xianping's hand. No. Jinggu, don't chop off my hand. Bai Xianping panicked, suddenly pointing. Look, it's not that I'm unwilling. I have it prepared. There's 1 million in that box. They took my money, but that belongs to you. The extra 200,000 can serve as interest. Oh. The burly man's gaze shifted to Bai Xiaoyi's box. Little girl, open the box and let me see. Jinggu. That money has nothing to do with Bai Xianping. It was a gift for Miss Bai Changjin interjected. I suggest you seek the right person for your debt collection. The robust figure evidently just noticed Bai Changgang, remarking on his unexpected presence. What brings you here? He inquired. Don't say I lack respect. I came to this village today, and I must reclaim the 800,000. Jin Yi. I merely believe it would be wise not to offend those you ought to avoid, Bai Changgang replied with a faint smile. If you insist on retrieving that box of money, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Oh, Bai Laotu, you seem quite confident now, Jin Yi scoffed. Had you said this yesterday, I might have shown you some courtesy. But last night, the motorcycle club vanished in a single night, and now, in the entirety of Qingshan County, my Jin Qianmin reigns supreme. Do you believe I could make your Bai family estate disappear overnight? Ah, that sounds quite impressive. I must admit, I am rather frightened, came a particularly seductive voice from outside. This voice possessed an irresistible charm, instantly captivating the hearts of numerous men present. Shortly after, a dazzling woman entered the courtyard, clad in a black dress, black stockings, and high heels, with a pair of black gloves adorning her hands. Her figure was strikingly accentuated against the dark attire. The exposed skin appeared extraordinarily fair, rendering her already alluring physique even more enticing, causing every man present to feel a rush of blood. Even the village's octogenarian felt rejuvenated in her presence. Bai Lu was taken aback, rubbing her eyes. She could hardly believe her vision. Sister-in-law? Lin Bai was equally stunned. What was Song Yujie up to? He had merely suggested she venture out occasionally. Not to this extent. Who are you? Jin Ye's voice was hoarse, as he felt a surge of heat coursing through him. Jin Ye, have you heard of the Jade Widow of the Bai family estate? Song Yujie smiled sweetly. That would be me. You just mentioned making the Bai family estate vanish overnight, which truly frightens me. What? You are the Jade Widow? I thought you never left your home. Jin Ye stammered, parched. The reputation of the Jade Widow was indeed well-deserved. A mere glance rendered one unable to resist. Ah, times have changed. Song Yujie replied with a gentle smile. So, I've decided to come out and enjoy myself. However, your threat to erase the Bai estate has genuinely made me anxious. What do you think I should do? Fear not. As long as you align with me, I assure you the Bai estate will remain unharmed. Jin Yi hastily assured her. Is it truly that simple? Song Yujie mused, a hint of surprise in her tone, quickly followed by a sigh. Alas, you do not deserve it. Without warning, she delivered a sharp slap to Jin Yi's head. With a resounding crack, he collapsed, rendered unconscious in an instant. Attack! Song Yujie's enchanting demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling resolve. A group of fully armed female bodyguards stormed in from outside. In less than a minute, the entourage Jin Yi had brought was left sprawled on the ground. The onlookers suddenly jolted awake, realizing the explosive power of the woman before them. Grandfather, what is happening with sister-in-law? Bai Lu was bewildered. Bai Changgang shook his head, equally perplexed. However, he instinctively cast a glance at Lin Bai, feeling that Song Yujie's transformation was somehow linked to him. Are you the birthday celebrant today? Song Yujie approached Ma Yufeng. Ah, yes, Ma Yufeng nodded instinctively. Bring it here. Song Yujie gestured, and a female bodyguard entered, carrying a dazzling golden Buddha statue. I have long held a belief in Buddhism, and thus, I crafted this nine-tail pure gold statue. Madam Bai, I initially intended to present it to you on your 80th birthday. What? This? Ma Yufeng was incredulous. Do not be overly excited, I said initially. Song Yujie replied with a playful smile. I wished to bless you with longevity until 99. But it seems you lack the fortune for that now. She handed the golden Buddha back to the bodyguard. Take it back. I would rather keep it for myself. Ma Yufeng was left speechless, while the others exchanged bewildered glances. Was this self-proclaimed Jade Widow merely toying with them? I understand your confusion, but in my youth, I had a particularly kind god-sister who sadly passed away too soon. Song Yujie sighed softly. Fortunately, yesterday I met my sister's son, who was exceptionally good to me. Thus I feel compelled to care for my dear nephew. She slowly approached Lin Bai and gently caressed his cheek. Little Bai, rest assured, your aunt will take good care of you. Thank you, aunt, Lin Bai replied, eyes fixed on Song Yujie, sensing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Bai Lu stood nearby, utterly bewildered. Was there truly such a connection between her sister-in-law and Lin Bai? My dear nephew, aunt must take her leave now. Do visit me in town sometime. I shall prepare delicious treats for you. With a charming smile, Song Yujie withdrew her hand and exited the courtyard, followed by her cadre of bodyguards. Bai Xianping sat on the ground, staring blankly. $1 million was lost, along with the golden Buddha. Both were substantial losses. Lin Shani, shall we relocate? I would like to treat you and your family to a meal, Bai Changgung proposed softly. I still have some matters to attend to. You may accompany my second Uncle South family to the street, Lin Bai replied, eager to seek Ling Yu. Little Bai, are you? Bai Xian Gui hesitated. Do not worry, as long as they do not provoke me. I have no intention of seeking them out, Lin Bai assured with a gentle smile. I truly have other matters to attend to. You may feel free to go to the street, and the Bai family will host you well. Very well. Bai Xian Gui sighed, choosing not to press further. At last, they departed, and Lin Bai followed suit, dialing Bai Xiaoshi. Lin Gu, let us go. A few moments later, Bai Xiaoshi arrived breathlessly. Where are you going? Came a mocking voice. It was Bai Xianping, emerging from within. Lin Bai, you fool. You're foolish enough to stay behind alone. Genie, come quickly and capture him. If you seize him, the Jade Widow will certainly heed your every command. Genie, having regained consciousness after his earlier defeat, led his men out in a frenzy. You brat, call the Jade Widow immediately and order her to return alone. Jinye's thoughts were consumed by the Jade Widow, but before he could finish, a sharp pain struck him in the groin. Ah! Jinye let out a harrowing scream, finally jolting awake. Damn it, you little white face, how dare you sneak attack? He clutched himself, furious. Go! All of you attack him. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as Jinye's entourage collapsed once more, this time unable to rise, as each suffered the loss of 2 legs. Who are you? Jinye retreated, clutching himself. I was once your benefactor, Lin Bai stated. Eyes locked onto Jinye. Do you truly believe the motorcycle club vanished without a trace? But you, foolish man, failed to express gratitude. With a swift kick, Lin Bai struck Jinye's knee. Ah! Jinye screamed again, collapsing in agony. Who did you just call foolish? Lin Bai inquired, gazing at Bai Xianping. Do not come any closer. Bai Xianping instinctively retreated, only to be propelled into the air. Boom! He crashed against the villa's wall, causing the entire structure to shudder violently. The house began to crack. Suddenly, someone shouted, "This is bad. The villa is collapsing. Run!" Chaos ensued inside as the walls of the villa continued to fracture, the fissures widening ominously. Minutes later, everyone had fled, just as the villa crumbled entirely. Even the outer walls collapsed. Hundreds of people poured onto the road, gazing in disbelief as the once magnificent villa transformed into ruins, an indescribable feeling washing over them. Help! Quick! Someone save him! Sanner is still inside. Ma Yufeng screamed at that moment. The crowd paused, stunned. Was Bai Xianping buried beneath the rubble? Then, they finally reacted. Hurry, help out. Go fetch tools to dig. Some rushed home for equipment, others began to excavate, while a few simply watched the spectacle. Bai Xianfu, do not forget, you still owe me money, Lin Bai remarked coolly. Prepare yourself, I shall be coming for it. Xiaoshi, let us depart. Lin Bai was unwilling to squander more time there. How could such a fine house suddenly collapse? Need one even ask? This is retribution, came the reply. Indeed, they treated Lin Bai so poorly, and upon his return, the house fell. Heaven has taken note of their deeds. Lin Bai is now related to the Bai family estate. I believe Lady Yufeng will soon regret her actions. The villagers murmured amongst themselves. Just as Lin Bai and Bai Xiaoshi stepped out of the crowd, a familiar Mercedes-Benz G-Class approached. The vehicle swiftly halted beside Lin Bai. Su Ruobing leaned out, her exquisite visage illuminated. Isn't your grandmother turning 80? Has the birthday banquet concluded before noon? I do not have a grandmother. Lin Bai replied as he entered the car. I'm off with Xiao Shi to find some delicious fish. Would you care to join us? Naturally, Su Ruobing agreed. Under Bai Xiao Shi's guidance, they drove to the summit of Qin Mountain. Brother Lin, we must descend from here. Bai Xiao Shi instructed as they ventured downwards for a good half hour, arriving at a secluded valley where a pristine pool awaited. The water was crystal clear, but no fish were visible. Lin Bai attempted to sense the surroundings, detecting a faint aura within the depths of the pool. Brother Lin, this pool is quite profound. There's an opening at the bottom that leads to another realm where the spirit fish dwell. I stumbled upon it while swimming, Bai Xiao Shi explained. I am an excellent swimmer, but I wonder about your and Sister Su's abilities. Suddenly, a rumble echoed across the sky. Oh no, Brother Lin. It looks like rain is imminent. Shall we return another time? Bai Xiao Shi's expression turned grave. This area was frequently struck by lightning, posing a significant threat. Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, crashing down perilously close. Brother Lin, we must leave at once. It is truly dangerous. Bai Xiao Shi's face turned pale with fear. Big Ice, you and Xiao Shi go ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai reached his decision. You still intend to go down? Su Ruobing inquired, aware of his intention. Be cautious. Scoundrels are often struck by lightning. Then I shall feel at ease. I am not a scoundrel, Lin Bai chuckled. Crack. Another bolt of lightning struck. Bai Xiao Shi shivered once more in fright. I shall take my leave now. Su Ruobing turned to ascend the mountain. This lightning seems rather unusual, Lin Bai muttered softly. The frequency was unsettling. It reminded him of the celestial tribulations from his dreams. In that fleeting moment, he once again felt the terror of despair and reluctance before his soul was torn asunder. This time, it shall not be so, Lin Bai whispered gently. With that, he leaped into the water. Lin Bai sank directly to the bottom of the pool, soon discovering the passageway that Bai Xiao Shi had mentioned. After traversing approximately 200 meters within this passage, he entered another water pool. Leaping from this pool, Lin Bai found himself in a different valley. No, it was more akin to a vast cavern, with a narrow slit above allowing a mere meter of light to filter in. Below, however, it was quite spacious, spanning nearly 10 acres, with the gentle sound of water flowing from a small stream. This stream was not connected to the pool, and Lin Bai quickly spotted the spiritual fish. The stream was teeming with such fish. But what thrilled Lin Bai even more was the abundant spiritual energy present in the water. Thunder continued to rumble in the distance. Lin Bai settled down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to sense the source of the stream. After half an hour, he abruptly opened his eyes, his face alight with uncontrollable joy. His suspicions had been confirmed. There truly was a vein of spirit stones here. Yet, he had not anticipated that this vein contained not only ordinary spirit stones, but also special thunder spirit stones. The ordinary spirit stones were suitable for everyone, while the thunder spirit stones were specifically tailored for individuals like Qiao Fian, enabling her to cultivate faster and accumulate greater thunder energy. This journey had indeed yielded great rewards. Lin Bai murmured to himself, feeling as though Qin County was his fortunate land, not only revealing Song Yujia's celestial physique, but also uncovering such a spirit stone vein. Oh, Qin County also nurtured me. Standing up, Lin Bai resolved to leave and share this joyous news with Qiao Fian. Suddenly, a splash echoed as a beautiful woman in swimwear emerged from the pool. Dai Bingbing, did you really bring a swimsuit with you? Lin Bai exclaimed, surprised. Were you planning to show it to me? Before Su Ruobing could respond, he had already pulled her from the water. What are you trying to do? Su Ruobing asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Yes, Lin Bai nodded without hesitation, excitement bubbling within him. He wanted to celebrate. Of course. The main reason was that Su Ruobing in her swimsuit was truly alluring. Why haven't you been struck by lightning? Su Ruobing grumbled, somewhat vexed. Half an hour later, it began to rain, and the threat of lightning was palpable. The excitement only grew. 2 hours later, no. This won't do. Dai Bingbing, you can handle this. You are a cultivator now. This position is fine. See, I told you it would work. 4 hours later, are you finished yet? I haven't even had breakfast. This is the benefit of cultivation. We can go a day without food. Lin Bai remarked. I shouldn't have worried about you. Su Ruobing regretted returning. Dai Bingbing, you were clearly enjoying yourself. Shut up. Su Ruobing thought about striking this irritating man, who insisted that cultivation unlocked more positions. Ironically, she had indeed unlocked them, yet she now felt utterly exhausted. When Lin Bai returned to the summit of Qin Mountain, holding the exhausted Su Ruobing, He happened to witness the last rays of sunlight after the rain. Xiaoshi, are you still here? Lin Bai was somewhat surprised to find Bai Xiaoshi waiting at the top. Ah, Lin Ge, you're back. I was just debating whether to head down and take a look. Bai Xiaoshi visibly relaxed. By the way, Xiaoshi, can you drive? Lin Bai casually inquired. Yes, I drove for someone for 3 months before. Bai Xiaoshi nodded eagerly. Then please drive us to the county. Lin Bai helped Su Ruobing into the car. Although she was not asleep, she was too tired to speak. Bai Xiaoshi, though young, drove very steadily. Xiaoshi, when you were selling spiritual fish, how much did you earn in a month? Lin Bai asked. Actually, not much. Catching fish is quite laborious, and I have to see if the restaurant needs stock. On average, I sold about 10,000 a month, but sometimes it was only 5 or 6,000. Bai Xiaoshi replied. However, that is quite high for Qin County. Unfortunately, I didn't save any money. My ex-girlfriend, Lin Gu, the one you met yesterday, took all my money and then complained it was too little, switching to another boyfriend. When I asked her to return my money, she hit me. Xiaoshi, do you want to live in Jiangcheng? Lin Bai inquired after a moment's thought. Actually, I would love to, but I only graduated high school, so I can't find a good job there, and housing in big cities is unaffordable. Bai Xiaoshi expressed his helplessness. Xiaoshi, you've helped me immensely today. That place is of great significance to me. Lin Bai pondered for a moment. How about this? I'll buy you a house in Jiangcheng. You can choose any house you like. Then, you can work as a driver for my second uncle, and I'll pay you 20,000 a month. What do you think? Lin Gu, that's too much. Bai Xiaoshi abruptly slammed on the brakes. Xiaoshi, this is what you deserve. Lin Bai smiled faintly. Or I could offer you another choice. I could give you 10 million in cash. Which would you prefer? Lin Gu, did I really help you that much? Bai Xiaoshi asked, a bit anxious. I truly feel hesitant to take so much money from you. Xiaoshi, 10 million is nothing to me. Just accept it without worry. Lin Bai considered, or I could give you 10 million cash, and you can still be my uncle's driver. No. Lin Gu, there's no need for that. Bai Xiaoshi shook his head rapidly. I'll just choose a small house and work as my uncle's driver. That's already something I never even dared to dream of. All right, you don't need to pick a small one. Aim for at least 100 square meters. After all, you'll be getting married and having children in the future. Lin Bai was quite satisfied with this. Let us head to the city now. We need to grab a bite. Bai Xiaoshi took a moment to compose himself before continuing to drive. Upon reaching the city, darkness had fallen, and barbecue stalls lined the streets. Su Ruobing, famished, spotted the first stall and urged Bai Xiaoshi to stop. First, get me some fried noodles. You order the rest. Su Ruobing handed Lin Bai the menu. 10 meat skewers and one of everything else. Lin Bai ordered directly. Also, a case of beer. The fried noodles arrived quickly, and Su Ruobing dug in without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Bai stepped aside to call Qiao Fian. Fian, I have good news. Lin Bai elaborated on the spirit stone mine situation. After a brief hesitation, he also mentioned Song Yujia's circumstances. Darling, Qin County is crucial for us. I'm heading over tonight, and we'll be staying there long-term to handle matters. Qiao Fian quickly made her decision. All right, I'll feel at ease knowing you're coming. I will personally oversee the initial mining of the spirit stones. Lin Bai had originally intended for Qiao Fian to supervise. He then called his second uncle to discuss Bai Xiaoshi becoming their driver. Bai Xiangquai felt it unnecessary but accepted Lin Bai's arrangement. Upon hearing that Lin Bai was in the city, Bai Xiaoyi insisted on coming to find him. Lin Bai sent her the address and returned to his seat, only to be surprised to find a young man next to him. This man was quite handsome, wearing glasses, and his gaze behind the lenses seemed almost as if he wished to consume Su Ruobing. My classmate, Su Ruobing succinctly explained, having just finished her fried noodles. Leaning against Lin Bai, I'm tired. The jealousy from the bespectacled man was palpable, his envy seeping through the lenses. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled at Lin Bai, introducing himself as Lung Jun, the deputy director of Qing Mountain Tongren Hospital, and a former classmate of Su Ruobing. May I ask how to address you and where you are currently employed? Lin Bai casually replied, I am Lin Bai, the man supported by Su Ruobing. Uffed. Bai Xiaoshi spat out his drink. Lung Jun's expression grew even more somber. He managed to force a smile. Mr. Lin certainly possesses a delightful sense of humor. To win Ruobing's favor, you must indeed have remarkable qualities. Of course, Lin Bai responded earnestly, in this day and age, relying solely on soft power requires not only physical strength, but also skill. As Su Ruobing, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake by Lin Bai's words. She opened her eyes and pinched his thigh hard. Big Bing Bing, just tell me, is it not the truth? Lin Bai feigned innocence. Su Ruobing was at a loss for words. This rogue man had honed his skills through countless escapades with other women, yet he insisted she was the first. As for his physical prowess, how shameless. A cultivator comparing himself to an ordinary person in terms of stamina. Was there anyone more absurd than him? Su Ruobing silently berated Lin Bai while Lung Jun's composure began to fray. The goddess he longed for, known for her icy demeanor, was now exhibiting the charm of a mature woman, all thanks to a pretty boy. Ruobing, I heard there have been some issues at home. Is it true? Lung Jun forced himself to remain calm. Yes, Su Ruobing replied succinctly. Then, Ruobing, are you currently unemployed? Lung Jun felt a surge of confidence. You know, my family owns a hospital, Qing Mountain Tongren Hospital, which I manage. If you are looking for work, I can certainly assist you. Thank you. But I already have a job. Su Ruobing frowned slightly, fully aware of Lung Jun's intentions. Yet, she was indifferent. Any normal man would be tempted by her beauty. Ruobing, as classmates, I am genuinely concerned for you. You need not put on a brave face. You were once the daughter of the Su family, of prominent lineage. Yet you find yourself in this small place, even dining at a barbecue stall. Frankly, I have no ulterior motives. I simply feel pity for you. I do not wish to speak ill of your boyfriend, but a man who cannot protect his woman, is he truly deserving of being called a man? Lung Jun, we are merely ordinary classmates. I owe you no explanations. Su Ruobing's tone was cold, yet she added, but I can assure you, my man can protect me. Though Lin Bai was indeed a notorious rake, he had defended her on numerous occasions. Moreover, she had not fallen so low as to survive solely on stir-fried noodles. She had merely been too hungry. Just as Su Ruobing finished speaking, a platter of skewered meat arrived, filling the table. Beer followed suit. Lin Bai opened a bottle, pouring for himself and Su Ruobing, then handed one to Bai Shaoshi. Brother Lin, I'm driving, so I want tea drink, Bai Shaoshi quickly declined. Fair enough. Lin Bai remarked, turning to Lung Jun, Deputy Director Lung, would you care for a drink? Though my big bing bing has fallen on hard times, I can still afford to treat someone to a barbecue. No, I have friends waiting for me. Lung Jun forced a smile and walked towards another table. Well, your director classmate certainly knows how to enjoy himself, dining with 4 nurses, Lin Bai mused. At that table, aside from Lung Jun, were 4 young women clad in nurse uniforms. If you envy them, go join them. Su Ruobing snatched a skewer and began to eat, still hungry. I'm merely appreciating the design of their uniforms. Lin Bai chuckled, Big bing bing, I'll buy you one in a couple of days. Su Ruobing shot him a glare. Unwilling to engage, Lin Bai fell silent, focusing on his food and drink. Although cultivators could generally go without food for a day, hunger still crept in, especially since his cultivation level was not yet high. Su Ruobing and Lin Bai seemed to be competing, devouring food for half an hour, leaving behind a pile of skewers, before finally slowing down. Hey, handsome, what a coincidence. A nurse approached, waving at Lin Bai. Lin Bai instinctively glanced at the nearby table where the 4 nurses remained, and the nurse in front of him appeared quite attractive as well. Do we know each other? Lin Bai asked, somewhat perplexed. Could she be an old classmate from middle or even elementary school? You're quite amusing. We met just yesterday, and you've already forgotten? The nurse giggled, covering her mouth. You were calling for a nurse without pants. Cough, cough. Ah, I apologize. Please don't misunderstand. I am a nurse in the hospital's andrology department. It was a serious treatment. Her voice, though apologetic, was notably loud, ensuring others heard her. Naturally, those around, enjoying their barbecue, turned their attention to the commotion. Isn't that a nurse from Tongren Hospital? Yes, they were just handing out flyers in the square. Who is that? Did his girlfriend find out he went to see the andrology department? This hospital is unreliable. If such personal matters are being discussed openly, who would dare to go? Wow, that guy's girlfriend is stunning. What a shame he is visiting the andrology department. He must not be capable. What a waste. Laughter erupted around them, and regardless of gender, the onlookers regarded Lin Bai with sympathy. Honestly, such petty tricks are rather unamusing. Lin Bai shook his head, then raised his voice. Deputy Director Long, do you believe my Bing Bing would buy into such nonsense? Su Ruobing felt somewhat speechless. If the nurse claimed to have slept with Lin Bai yesterday, she might have believed it. However, asserting that Lin Bai visited the andrology department was utterly ridiculous. Mr. Lin, I am unaware of what you are insinuating. Lung Jun had been watching intently, yet he would never admit it. However, if you truly visited our hospital's andrology department, I could offer you a discount. Lung Jun, enough is enough. Su Ruobing finally interjected. I initially regarded you as a mere classmate, but resorting to such underhanded tactics only disgusts me. My man has no need to visit the andrology department. I suggest you seek a brain specialist instead. Su Ruobing. I have made it clear that this matter does not concern me. Lung Jun appeared somewhat irked. You are slandering me. You are damaging our hospital's reputation. Do you not fear I will sue you? Go ahead and sue. Just leave me alone, Su Ruobing retorted impatiently, finding it absurd to encounter someone like him while enjoying barbecue. Su Ruobing, who do you think you are calling a fly? Lung Jun finally lost his temper. What are you trying to put on? Do you still consider yourself the daughter of the Su family? Your family has gone bankrupt, and you've hidden yourself in Qing Mountain. What are you so proud of? I assure you, things have changed. Now that you are in Qing Mountain, I can compel you to beg me tonight. Lung Jun suddenly stood up and strode towards Su Ruobing once more. Su Ruobing, as someone from a prestigious family, you should understand certain matters. With an air of arrogance, Lung Jun declared, I manage a hospital in Qing Mountain, and there is nothing I cannot handle here. Do you believe I could not send this young man to the andrology department tonight? Just you? Su Ruobing regarded Lung Jun with a look of utter disdain before returning to her barbecue. At that moment, it was clear not only to Lung Jun, but even to the onlookers that Su Ruobing's contempt for him was palpable. Hey, who do you think you are? Our director Lung can make it impossible for you to stay in Qingshan County with just a phone call. Unbelievable. Some people really have no idea of the power our director Lung wields. What good is beauty if all you've got is a voluptuous figure without any brains? Who dares to offend our director Lung in Qingshan County? They must not consider his background. At this moment, the four nurses who sat with Lung Jun started to chime in. Su Ruobing, did you hear that? Lung Jun is feeling rather smug. I can't stand your haughty demeanor. Pretending to be an ice queen, when you're just supporting a man now. You used to be the young lady of the Su family, and I didn't dare touch you. But now you're on my turf. I'm giving you one last chance. Come over and drink with me. Or else your man will definitely be visiting the urology department tonight. Suddenly, Lung Jun let out a piercing scream, clutching himself and curling up in pain. Director Lung, what's wrong? Are you okay? The nurses rushed over in shock. They were taken aback upon seeing several bamboo skewers lodged in Lung Jun's groin. Vice Director Lung, perhaps you should consult your own urology department first, Lin Bai's lazy voice interjected. If your hospital wasn't notorious for scamming people, maybe your assets could have been saved. Yes, it was you. Lung Jun grimaced, gazing at Lin Bai with venomous eyes. You threw those skewers. Indeed. It was I, Lin Bai replied nonchalantly, picking up a meat skewer. If I finish this skewer and you're still here, then surely that skewer will find a home on you. With that, he leisurely took a bite. Take me to the hospital. Lung Jun staggered forward. Vice Director Lung, don't walk too fast. It might aggravate the situation, Lin Bai kindly reminded him. Before he could finish, Lung Jun screamed again and collapsed on the ground. The four nurses hurriedly lifted him into a vehicle and rushed away. Miss Nurse, are you leaving already? Lin Bai asked the last nurse who had just arrived. She was about to sneak away. This isn't my concern. I'm just following orders. The nurse stammered, nervous. Don't do anything reckless. My boyfriend is from the money gate. If you dare to touch me, he won't spare you. A bamboo skewer shot out, piercing her mouth and knocking out a tooth. I was initially going to let you off, but since you threatened me, I have no choice but to retaliate. Lin Bai remarked calmly. Since your mouth enjoys running, it's time to pay the price. You're finished. I won't let you off. The nurse covered her mouth, seething with anger. She then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Honey, someone is assaulting me. Another scream escaped her as a skewer jabbed into her mouth. I told you not to speak recklessly, Lin Bai sighed. You can claim I hit you. But why accuse me of assaulting you? That's slandering my character. Just wait. My boyfriend is the wallet of the money gate. Ouch, that hurts. The nurse clutched her bleeding mouth, her face twisted with rage. What? Wallet? Isn't that the second in command of the money gate? Second in command? He is the top dog now. I heard the leader of the money gate, Brother Jean, has become a cripple. Really? In that case, that man is done for. Indeed, the money gate is not to be trifled with. I've heard the Tongren Hospital is also under their protection. Gasps echoed around. Boss, we'll settle the bill for this table. Please pack it up for us. Boss, we'll take our orders to go. Let us settle up. At the barbecue stall, patrons hurriedly paid and left, clearly afraid of being implicated. Lin Bai and Su Ruobing continued to enjoy their barbecue and drinks. Excuse me, could you settle the bill first? The barbecue stall owner approached. How much? Su Ruobing asked, pulling out her phone to scan the payment. I apologize. But please continue eating. I'll be closing up soon and leaving the tables for you. The owner hastily packed up his other tools, preparing to leave before things got out of hand. Before he departed, he couldn't help but advise, I suggest you hurry and leave. It might be too late otherwise. Wait a minute, something feels off, Lin Bai suddenly recalled. Where is Xiaohui? It's been a while, and she should have arrived by now. Feeling uneasy, he quickly dialed by Xiaohui's number. The call connected, but no one answered. Bing bing. Help me trace Xiaohui's whereabouts, he said to Su Ruobing. Just then, his phone rang again. It was by Xiaohui calling. Xiaohui. Lin Bai began, but a man's voice interrupted him. Lin Bai, it's me. The familiar voice belonged to He Fei. Your cousin and that Bai Lu Winch are both in my hands. If you don't want them dead, you'd better. He Fei's voice abruptly cut off. The line remained open. Dear nephew, it's me, a sultry voice chimed in. I've taken care of the situation. I'll send your sister back shortly. Auntie promised to look after you. The call ended abruptly, leaving Lin Bai momentarily stunned. What? Is Song Yujie really this capable now? No, wait. She shouldn't be. Lin Bai collected his thoughts and turned to Su Ruobing. Bing bing. Xiaohui is fine. You don't need to trace her anymore. It seems Auntie is quite competent. Bao Gu, over here. The nurse suddenly shouted. Soon, a group of people rushed over, forming a circle nearby. A lean man in his 30s approached the nurse with concern. Damn it, who hurt my woman like this? This man wore a thick gold chain around his neck, beneath which hung a pure gold wallet. Quite a striking accessory. Bao Gu, it was him. The nurse pointed at Lin Bai. He injured Director Lung. He also hurt Director Lung. The wallet fumed. I just got off the phone with him. He stormed toward Lin Bai. You little punk, are you looking for death? Don't you know that this woman's mouth is meant to serve me? Now that you've mangled it, how will she serve me tonight? Here's your choice. Let her use her mouth to serve me tonight. The wallet instantly followed in Lung Jun's footsteps, clutching himself and kneeling in agony. He was worse off than Lung Jun. Not only were there skewers in his groin, but also in his knees. You see, you won't be needing a woman to serve you anymore, Lin Bai smirked lightly. You should thank me. I've relieved you of such troubles. Damn it. Kill him. Kill him. The wallet screeched. Simultaneous screams erupted as hundreds of bamboo skewers flew out, causing everyone around to kneel in terror. You, like your boss, show no gratitude, Lin Bai sighed. If I hadn't dealt with them, how would you have had the chance to rise? I hope the next one knows how to be thankful. Dear nephew, you're so quick. The alluring voice drifted over. I was all set to help. But you've handled everything already. Dozens of vehicles arrived, led by Song Yujie accompanied by a contingent of female bodyguards, along with Bai Lu and Bai Xiaohui. Just in time, please escort these individuals away, Lin Bai said, casting a fleeting glance at Song Yujie before averting his gaze. Her attire bore no distinction from that of midday, yet for some inexplicable reason, she appeared even more enchanting under the evening sky. Very well. Song Yujie commanded with a wave of her hand, and the female bodyguards promptly sprang into action, lifting the individuals and stuffing them into the trunk. Dear nephew, I shall take my leave now. As she waved goodbye, a thought seemed to strike her, and with a gentle smile directed at Su Ruobing, she added, Thank you, Ms. Su, for sending these obedient bodyguards my way. Su Ruobing furrowed her brow slightly, yet Song Yujie remained silent, swiftly turning to depart, leaving behind a mesmerizing silhouette. Lin Bai, is my sister-in-law all right? Bai Lu inquired, unable to contain her concern. I feel like something is off with her. She's fine. My dear, Anne has simply been cooped up at home for too long, Lin Bai replied nonchalantly. Brother, our parents have decided to return to the countryside. We will head back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. When will you be going back? Bai Xiaohui asked at that moment. I may need to stay a few more days. Lin Bai contemplated, then said, Xiao Shi, please see them off. Lin Bai, I heard Xiaohui say she has no car. I happen to have just bought a Qian and would like to lend it to her, Bai Lu interjected. Xiaohui wanted to ask you. Very well. It saves us the trouble of purchasing one, Lin Bai replied, not overly concerned with such trivial matters. Soon enough, Bai Lu and Bai Xiaohui departed, with Bai Xiaoshi following them. At the barbecue stall, only Lin Bai and Su Ruobing remained. The barbecue is still unfinished. What is the situation with Song Yujie? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Su Ruobing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. After handing her those bodyguards, they immediately became compliant. Dabingbing, this suggests your bodyguards possess a commendable sense of professionalism, Lin Bai replied earnestly. You are truly impressive. In just a few days, you have trained them so well. Su Ruobing pinched Lin Bai's thigh, exasperated by his flippancy. Lin Bai, You seem to have taken advantage of the absence of Luo Shishi to indulge in infidelity, a mocking voice interjected. Lin Bai sighed, recognizing the speaker as Tian Feng, who this time did not arrive with Jiang Tian. What? Are you too afraid to admit it? Tian Feng brandished his phone, as if preparing to take a photo. Do you believe I wanted Oppos? Capture this moment and send it to Luo Shishi? Go ahead, snap away, and then be on your way, Lin Bai retorted, casually wrapping his arm around Su Ruobing. You. Tian Feng bristled with anger. You think I'm afraid? I'm recording this. He began filming. I can't stand people like you, living off others while being so arrogant. Tian Feng's envy was palpable. All right, I've sent it to Luo Shishi. Lin Bai's phone chimed. Ha ha. It must be a call from Luo Shishi. Tian Feng exclaimed with glee. I told you that you were doomed. Indeed, it was Luo Shishi calling. Lin Bai answered, putting the call on speaker. Lin Bai, where are you? Tian Feng is secretly filming you, so be careful. Her alluring voice resonated. Oh, it and Oppos, nothing. He is not filming me. I asked him to, Lin Bai chuckled. He thinks I'm cheating behind your back. How absurd. I've always been above board. A light laugh escaped Luo Shishi. All right, I won't concern myself with this matter any longer. I'll block Tian Feng to avoid his annoyance. As soon as the call ended, Tian Feng erupted in dismay. What just happened? Luo Shishi actually blocked me. What on earth is going on, Lin Bai? What is your relationship with Luo Shishi? Why does she favor you so? Lin Bai kicked Tian Feng away, feeling exasperated. Such a nuisance. He sighed, then suggested to Su Ruobing, Dabingbing, shall we head to a hotel for the night? I'd rather encounter trouble outside than here. Su Ruobing glared at him. Encountering trouble while eating barbecue by the roadside is manageable for you. But if we were to check into a hotel, I would have to comply with various expectations. It would be exhausting. I must finish my barbecue. I cannot waste food. She insisted. Very well, I shall assist you in consuming it, Lin Bai said, quickening his pace. 10 minutes later, the barbecue was completely devoured, and the beer consumed without a trace of waste. I have eaten too much. I need to take a walk. Su Ruobing noted, recognizing Lin Bai's intentions. However, she resolved not to let him succeed this time. This man had already tormented her in the cave for an entire afternoon, and now he sought to continue that pursuit. Dabingbing, there are many activities that can aid digestion. Lin Bai proposed, resisting the notion of a walk. Now that we are cultivators, who still goes for walks? Lin Bai, I am speaking to you very seriously. Su Ruobing's expression turned suddenly stern. Yes, it is true that we have only known each other for a few days, and I was with you. This might lead you to perceive me as a loose woman. But I assure you, I am not. I am 25 years old, and you are my only man. I am more traditional than you may realize. We have shared many experiences, and while I do not regret being with you, I expect you to at least respect me. Dabingbing, I believe you are still not traditional enough. There are countless traditional postures you are unaware of, Lin Bai replied with a sigh. As for respecting you, how about you choose the next posture? You. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. I am not jesting with you. Very well, I shall be serious, Lin Bai said, adopting a grave demeanor. Dabingbing, you must have looked up my background. 3 years ago, I was utterly insignificant, merely an ordinary college student. There are things I have shared with you that you may not believe, but since awakening, my sole desire has been to live joyfully. You tend to overthink. Yet we only just turned 25. That is not hasty at all. If others perceive you as an ice queen, must you truly embody that role? You are not an ice queen. You merely possess high standards. Lin Bai spoke with authority on the subject of ice queens. Having a saintly wife who was the epitome of an ice queen, impossible to warm, no matter the effort. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai, aware of his attempts to deceive her. After experiencing life and death, one often undergoes transformation. She recognized that she too had changed. She didn't actually mind being with Lin Bai, but this man only ever seemed interested in her body, neglecting to engage her in meaningful conversation. He treated her as an outsider. Remove your hand. You dog. Su Ruobing snapped, feeling his touch once again. She resolved that tonight, he must not succeed. Are you truly not going to a hotel? A sudden voice interjected. I do not particularly enjoy killing in public. However, if you do not proceed to a hotel, I may be compelled to take action right now. In the dim light, a figure stood quietly. He appeared to be an unassuming man. His clothing a chaotic blend of colors, resembling a vibrant tapestry of shadows. If one did not scrutinize closely, they would scarcely notice his presence, as he seemed to merge seamlessly with his surroundings. Dabingbing, see what you've caused? Because we refused to check into a hotel, we've made this assassin work overtime. Lin Bai lamented. We should hurry to a hotel, allowing him to clock out early and fulfill his quota. Su Ruobing felt a twinge of anxiety. The assassin exuded an aura of danger. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, she felt a wave of calm wash over her. It was evident that Lin Bai would effortlessly deal with the assassin. By the way, where did you acquire this assassin? Lin Bai turned his gaze towards the man. Never mind, that detail was insignificant. What mattered was his current worth. Intriguing. The assassin chuckled, noting the target's composure in the face of danger. A fitting demeanor for one valued at 10 billion. Regrettably, no matter how confident you are, before our shadowless hall, there lies only a dead end. Is it merely 10 billion? Lin Bai expressed a hint of disappointment, realizing he must strive for greater heights. Perhaps the next time he could entice a higher price. Next time? The assassin scoffed. You won't have a next time. I grant you a chance to flee. Run now, and I shall spare your life. Do you really think a killer needs to put on airs? Lin Bai shook his head. Has no one informed you that assassins often meet their demise through excessive chatter? You wish to kill me, but have you consulted my wife? The assassin smirked. Are you referring to this Miss Su beside you, or the faraway Qin Xueyao in Jiangcheng? Patience, while you are my primary target, I shall deal with them once I have eliminated you. You shall not walk the path of the underworld alone. The voice that interrupted was cold and unexpected, emanating from behind the assassin. In an instant, the assassin's spirit fled. He whirled around only to see a hand, as luminous as jade, striking towards him. With a startled gasp, the assassin was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Fei Yanyu, you are incredible. Su Ruobing stared in awe. The one standing there was indeed Xiao Fian, still adorned in her striking Thunder Saint attire. A procession of buses appeared, each prominently displaying the Thunder Group's emblem. They halted by the roadside, and throngs of individuals disembarked, silently standing in place, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Ruobing, Xiao Fian smiled gently at Su Ruobing. In time, you too will become this formidable. She slowly approached Lin Bai. Darling, I wish to explore that place. Very well, I shall take you there. Lin Bai nodded, then sighed. You see, some opportunities, once missed, are lost forever. You have finally missed the chance to share a room with me tonight. Ruobing, I came here in haste. Perhaps next time we can have a proper chat. Xiao Fian said softly before turning to board the vehicle. Lin Bai followed suit, and the entire convoy departed towards Qingyun Mountain. By the time Lin Bai and Xiao Fian arrived at the Spirit Stone mine, it was deep into the night. Wife, since you are here, I shall commence the excavation of the Spirit Stone vein right away. Lin Bai quickly resolved. Yes, dear. The Qingyun Group has acquired much land in this vicinity, and I plan to purchase more in the coming days to encompass the surrounding areas. Xiao Fian nodded. I will develop a tourism project here under the Thunder Group and Oppo's name. It serves both as a FAAD and a means to give back to this place from which we extract spirit stones. Please handle these matters as you see fit. I will remain here, as my phone has no signal underground. Take care of it for me. Lin Bai handed his phone to Xiao Fian. Once arrangements were made, he dedicated himself to mining. The vein lay deep underground, and after 10 arduous days, he finally uncovered it. The rich spiritual energy filled him with exhilaration, reminiscent of a return to the realm of immortals. Extracting spirit stones requires a certain finesse. It is not a matter of haphazard digging. However, for Lin Bai, these nuances posed no challenge. Several days later, Lin Bai emerged from the mine to discover a wooden cabin nearby. Beside it, Xiao Fian was grilling fish. Darling, are you hungry? Have some spirit fish. Xiao Fian smiled tenderly. I'll take a bath first. Lin Bai jumped into the pond. Moments later, he re-emerged. Dear, is this vein sufficient for all our cultivation needs? Xiao Fian gently inquired while savoring the grilled fish. If all 10 of us rely on this vein, it might only sustain us to the golden core stage, Lin Bai acknowledged. Moreover, we may not be limited to just 10 individuals. But fear not. Since this world possesses spirit stones, there must be others to be found. By the way, has anything significant occurred during this time? Xiao Fian hesitated briefly before responding. Darling, you may need to return to Jiangcheng. Has something happened? Lin Bai inquired, concerned. There are 2 matters. Fan Shiqi has run into issues with her alchemy and called for your assistance a while back. Additionally, Xueyao is facing troubles from several young masters of prominent families who have set their sights on her. Given her beauty and the vast wealth of the Thunder Group, it is not surprising that she has caught their attention. Although there is no immediate danger, She has reached out to you several times. Very well, I shall return. Lin Bai resolved. While cultivating was crucial, he could not allow his wife to be threatened by others. As for the spirit stone mine, Xiao Fian could manage it in his absence. He departed Qingyun Mountain, heading directly to Jiangcheng without delay. Upon arriving at Dancian Sect, he discovered that Fan Qiqi had made significant progress with her technological alchemy, merely needing assistance with minor issues. These subtle adjustments to the heat were seemingly trivial, yet critical, impacting both the success of the alchemy and the quality of the elixirs. Lin Bai dedicated half a day to help Fan Qiqi resolve these matters before returning to his villa atop Jiangcheng, where he dialed Su Ruobing's number. Your call has been rejected. No matter, he continued to call. After 3 consecutive rejections, he tried once more, and this time it connected. Are you finished? I am quite busy and do not wish to see you. Su Ruobing snapped, teeth gritted, in the office of Tiannan Security's CEO. This wretched man. That night, he had gone to great lengths to share a room with her, only to run off with Xiao Fian when she appeared. As if that were not enough. He had disappeared for half a month without a word. No worries, just hearing your voice brings me joy, Lin Bai replied earnestly. You carry on with your duties. I shall not disturb you. With that, he ended the call. Su Ruobing was left in a state of confusion, pondering what scheme this man was up to now. Lin Bai had intended to inquire about the recent happenings in Jiangcheng, particularly regarding his father-in-law, but it was not imperative. He could easily approach Qin Xueyao instead. Just then, his phone rang again. Su Ruobing, unable to resist, called him back. Hello, what is the matter? Has something happened? Su Ruobing, having not contacted Lin Bai in half a month, was entirely unaware of his activities. Nothing at all. I am perfectly well, Lin Bai reassured her. Then what did you mean by that earlier statement? Su Ruobing asked, slightly irritated. What do you mean by being happy just to hear your voice? Literally. Lin Bai replied innocently. I haven't heard your voice in half a month. Naturally, I would be pleased to hear it again. But you know, I prefer the sound of your voice when you're angry. You can go to hell. Su Ruobing ended the call. That wretched man. Next time. She must keep her mouth shut and refrain from shouting. No, there shall be no next time. She would not allow him to sleep with her. Regrettably, now she truly wished to hear him again. Lin Bai muttered to himself. Previously, he had been entirely focused on mining and had not contemplated these matters. Now, he was eager to return and address the alchemical issues, even if his earlier calls to Su Ruobing had been for serious matters. However, Su Ruobing and Appo's return call immediately flooded his mind with images of her fair, ample, and soft features, along with her surprisingly ardent nature. First, I must deal with those fellows coveting my wife, Lin Bai muttered to himself. I cannot merely enjoy what I have, but must also safeguard what is mine. Lin Bai attempted to contact Qin Xueyao, but her assistant answered, stating that she was in a meeting. Checking the time, Lin Bai tidied himself up, donned casual attire, and departed from the pinnacle of Jiangcheng, arriving at Jinglei Group. With half an hour remaining until the end of the workday, the entrance of Jinglei building was bustling. Someone was arranging roses into a heart shape, and the 2 young security guards at the entrance, one stout and one slender, did not intervene. Esteemed security brothers, are you aware of what is transpiring? Lin Bai inquired, having just attempted to reach Qin Xueyao again, only to be met by her assistant. As Qin Xueyao's meeting was still in progress. What else could it be? It's that young master you pursuing President Qin, the stout guard replied, shaking his head. This young master you is quite the character. On the first day, he sent 9 villas. On the second, 9 sports cars. On the third, 9 diamond rings. Finally, on the 4th day, he's sending something more affordable, reportedly 9,999 roses. The wealthy are indeed generous when courting women, the slender guard remarked with envy. These roses alone are worth a year's salary for me. Generous? I'd say he's downright stingy, the stout guard countered. Our President Qin is worth hundreds of billions. How much is chasing her? Not to mention her face and figure. He thinks he can win her over with so little? True, but it's been 4 days. And young master you hasn't and Appo's. He even met President Qin. I doubt he has much of a chance. Are you seeking death? A frigid voice cut through the air. Dare you, trash security guards, to gossip about me, you Lingfeng? A tall man emerged, his expression stern. You mere watchdogs dare to speak ill of me behind my back. Now, immediately, kneel and apologize. The 2 guards exchanged glances, both angered and apprehensive. We apologize, young master you, we were merely. Before the stout guard could finish, he felt a searing pain. Slap. Yu Lingfeng struck him across the face. Kneel as you speak. Young master you're going too far. This is Jinglei Group. The stout guard protested, infuriated. Jinglei Group? So what? Yu Lingfeng sneered. Qin Xueyao doesn't even dare to come out and see me. Do you think she'll protect you watchdogs and antagonize my Yu family from Dragon Capital? A dog is a dog, lacking all discernment. Slap. The sound of a slap echoed. The frustrated stout guard was dumbfounded. He instinctively looked at Lin Bai, wondering who this man was who dared to strike even young Master Yu. Yu Lingfeng was also stunned. Then, fury erupted within him. You're courting death. How dare a mere watchdog strike me? I'm telling you, you're finished. Your entire Jinglei Group is finished. Even if Qin Xueyao personally apologizes, she cannot save you. Slap. Lin Bai delivered another slap. Idiot, you accuse others of lacking discernment, yet which of your dog eyes failed to see that I'm not a security guard? Lin Bai kicked Yu Lingfeng out of Jinglei Group. You dare to covet my wife, yet you don't even recognize me? Are you blind or brain dead? Ugh. Yu Lingfeng groaned as he fell to the ground. Then, he slowly rose, glaring at Lin Bai with predatory eyes. Haraha. Yu Lingfeng suddenly laughed, his voice filled with triumph. Lin Bai, you're truly foolish. Did you really think I didn't recognize you? I knew you. You fool, would take the bait. Just you wait. This time, you've personally handed your wife to me, huh? Ugh. Yu Lingfeng, mid-laugh, suddenly uttered a short groan and collapsed. Young Master Yu. Young Master Yu. Several people who had been arranging flowers rushed to Yu Lingfeng's side, their faces changing drastically. Something's wrong. Young Master Yu has fainted. Quick, to the hospital. They hastily carried Yu Lingfeng away. What trash dares to covet my wife? Lin Bai grumbled, displeased. These bastards know full well that Qin Xueyao is married. Yet they insist on causing trouble. Are they completely disregarding me? Clap, clap, clap. Slow applause sounded. A refined man approached. As expected of Lin Bai, truly, you dare to strike anyone. The refined man smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nie Xingyang of the Jiangcheng family, one of the three currently pursuing your wife. I have always been forthright, so I will tell you now that I will watch you and Yu Lingfeng injure each other, while I reap the benefits. You think you're clever? Lin Bai regarded Nie Xingyang as if he were an imbecile. No. I simply believe I possess great poise. Nie Xingyang replied, still smiling. Of course, I also have great confidence, certain that I will ultimately win the beauty and Oppo's heart. Ugh. What? What did you do to me? Nie Xingyang clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. Then, he too collapsed. Young Master Nye. Young Master Nye. Two people rushed over, examined him, and hastily carried him away. Why are my rivals so foolish? Lin Bai sighed. Should I perhaps reflect on myself? Very well. It must be because I am too intelligent. He turned to the two guards. Do you two know who the third idiot coveting my wife is? You. You are President Qin's kept. Ah, no, I apologize. The stout guard nearly blurted out the words kept man, but thought better of it. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for standing up for me. However, we do not know who the third person is. He has not visited Jinglei Group. Only young Master Yu, and that young Master Nye frequently come. Never mind, I'll ask Xueyao. Lin Bai entered Jinglei building. Wait, you're Lin Bai, aren't you? A beautiful woman in professional attire emerged from the elevator and quickly approached Lin Bai. I am Qin Yu, President Qin's assistant. President Qin knows you've arrived, but she is very busy and doesn't have time to see you. She asked me to give you this agreement for you to sign. Qin Yu handed Lin Bai a document. It was a divorce agreement. What backwater did you crawl out of, you imbecilic woman? Lin Bai asked, looking at Qin Yu. What is this garbage? Who came up with this terrible idea? Just sign it. Qin Yu sneered. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Being so clingy as a man. You should know your place. A bumpkin like you is unworthy of President Qin. Slap. Lin Bai slapped Qin Yu across the face. Instead of being a proper assistant, you insist on acting like a degenerate. Lin Bai and Oppo's anger flared. You dare to hit me? Qin Yu was stunned, then shrieked, indecent assault. Someone's committing indecent assault. Security, help. Indecent assault? The lobby was filled with people, at least dozens of eyes watching. Isn't that Assistant Qin? Someone dares to commit indecent assault on President Qin's assistant in Jinglei Group? Who is that? He's quite handsome, but why is he acting so lewd? Security, hurry. Kill that guy? The two security guards at the entrance had arrived, but they exchanged glances, hesitant to act. What are you waiting for? Quickly seize this hooligan. He's assaulting me. Qin Yu continued to scream. Slap. Another resounding slap echoed as Lin Bai retorted, You characterize this as molestation? Your proclivities are indeed peculiar. Is this your standard of impropriety? Or is this the manner of dalliance you share with your paramour? You odious scoundrel. Not only do you defile, but you dare to strike. Qin Yu exclaimed, incensed. Are the guards here blind? Seize him at once. A contingent of security personnel materialized. Yet their advance faltered upon observing the inaction of their two colleagues. A palpable uncertainty hung in the air. Ding! The elevator doors parted. Emerging from within were several figures, among whom was a woman of captivating allure, embodying both innocence and sensuality, none other than Qin Xueyao, the illustrious CEO of Jiangcheng Corporation. President Qin, you must deliver me justice. Qin Yu cried, lunging toward Qin Xueyao. That man has violated me. She gesticulated vehemently toward Lin Bai. Those flanking Qin Xueyao exchanged glances, their gazes conveying a sense of incredulity, as if beholding an utter imbecile. What manner of fool would dare to commit such an act against Qin Xueyao's assistant within the very walls of Jiangcheng Corporation? Qin Yu, are you certain of your accusation? Qin Xueyao inquired, her countenance impassive. Indeed, President Qin. He feigned pressing the elevator button and then touched me inappropriately. Qin Yu promptly responded. Do you know him? Qin Xueyao pressed further. No, I've never met him before. Qin Yu replied, shaking her head emphatically. President Qin, do you perhaps know him? Smack. Suddenly, Qin Xueyao delivered a sharp slap across Qin Yu's face. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. This turn of events defied all logic. President Qin, why would you strike me? Qin Yu questioned, her hand gingerly touching her cheek. Even if he were your friend, you shouldn't condone his actions. Smack. Another stinging blow landed on Qin Yu's face. He is not merely a friend. He is my husband, Qin Xueyao declared, her voice laced with icy disdain. What makes you think he would even consider molesting you? So, that's President Qin's husband? A murmur arose from the crowd. Finally, we get to see him. They say he's been hiding, afraid to show his face. I must admit, he is quite handsome. No wonder President Qin is willing to support him. Beauty does favor the handsome, it seems. With President Qin's wealth, supporting a handsome man is hardly a burden. All eyes turned toward Lin Bai, the men casting envious glances, while some of the women wore expressions of undisguised admiration. A man who could capture Qin Xueyao's attention must indeed possess exceptional charm. President Qin, even if he is your husband, does that grant him license to harass female employees within Jiangcheng Corporation? Qin Yu's voice pierced through the hushed atmosphere. I am your assistant. Yet my duties do not extend to catering to your kept boy. If you continue to shield your husband in this manner, I shall expose this matter. Qin Yu, from the very day you joined this company, I was aware that my father had placed you here. Qin Xueyao's voice resonated with cold resolve. I made it unequivocally clear that you were to perform your duties as an assistant and refrain from engaging in my father's machinations. You printed that divorce agreement, thinking I was oblivious? What gives you the audacity to impersonate me and attempt to coerce my husband into signing it? As for this alleged molestation, does this lobby lack surveillance cameras? Or do you believe you possess the power to disable them at will? Therefore, I hereby inform you that you are terminated, effective immediately. Security, escort her to gather her belongings, and then remove her from these premises. The security personnel surged forward, seizing Qin Yu and dragging her away. President Qin, I was acting in your best interest. Qin Yu shrieked as she was forcibly evicted. You will regret this. Aligning yourself with Lin Bai will lead to ruin. Qin Xueyao approached Lin Bai, entwining her arm with his. Husband, let us depart for dinner. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, they strode out of Jiangcheng Tower together. Husband, I apologize for the impropriety of appointing Qin Yu as my assistant. Qin Xueyao offered, her tone contrite. I am not perturbed by their machinations. However, their tactics are rather puerile, Lin Bai remarked, amused. My father believes that everything you possess is a gift from me. Therefore, he seeks to sever our bond. Qin Xueyao sighed. Oh, and husband, there is a matter I must discuss. I am aware of your aversion to my father, and I, too, am hesitant to meet with him. However, it seems we have no choice but to attend his event later. It is my mother's 50th birthday, and my father has organized a lavish banquet, extending invitations to numerous guests. He orchestrated this under my name, and I was only informed after the invitations had been dispatched, leaving me with no means to cancel. As my mother's birthday, I cannot simply abstain from attending. You could feign ignorance and avoid the event, but it is likely that Mu Chongqing of the Su family will be present. Among the 3 suitors currently pursuing me, my father favors Mu Chongqing, primarily due to the numerous gifts he has bestowed upon my father. In that case, I shall resolve that issue as well, Lin Bai nonchalantly stated. Yu Lingfeng and Nie Xingyang are currently recuperating in the hospital. I shall extend the same courtesy to Mu Changqing. Qin Xueyao stammered, taken aback. She was unaware of the incident. After hearing Lin Bai's account, her expression grew serious. Husband, I have gleaned certain information recently. It seems that Yu Lingfeng deliberately provoked you into action. Qin Xueyao's voice held a note of apprehension. Rumor has it that an organization known as the Apos, Forbidden Hall and Apos, is responsible for regulating conflicts among aristocratic families. Every city with such families has a branch of the Forbidden Hall. Jiang City previously lacked any aristocratic families, so the existence of the Forbidden Hall was unknown. However, due to the involvement of Jing Lei Corporation with aristocratic families, it is said that the Forbidden Hall will establish a branch in Jiang City. If I am not mistaken, Yu Lingfeng intended to incite the Forbidden Hall to target you. They are said to be formidable, and I fear. Qin Xueyao trailed off, unable to articulate her deepest concerns. Lin Bai understood her unspoken worries. Fear not. My wife. Your husband fears no one. Lin Bai remained unfazed, viewing the existence of such organizations as a natural phenomenon. Even in the dreamlike, conflicts among cultivators could not be allowed to spiral out of control. However, in that realm, he and the 9 holy maidens were responsible for adjudicating matters. At that moment, in the opulent banquet hall atop the Linjiang 7-star hotel, when Ting's birthday celebration was in full swing, Qin Kuan had dispatched numerous invitations, and the upper echelons of Jiang City society considered it an honor to receive one. The former 100 families of Jiang City had largely vanished, leaving countless vacancies. Formerly insignificant families aspired to ascend to the next echelon. Wow, the banquet hall is so grand and luxurious. Bai Xiaowei exclaimed, having just entered with her parents. She glanced around, noting, it seems my brother hasn't arrived yet, and Sister Xueyao is also absent. Bai Xiaowei? A surprised voice rang out. How did a country bumpkin like you manage to infiltrate this event? Huang Lin, is that you? Bai Xiaowei retorted, her voice laced with indignation. How dare you show your face before me? What do you mean, show my face before you? Huang Lin sneered. It's you pauper, who has trespassed into such a high-class establishment. She raised her voice, declaring, someone, come quickly. A beggar has infiltrated the premises. A beggar? The surrounding guests turned their attention, wondering how a beggar could have gained entry to such a place. It's them. The entire family is a bunch of beggars. Huang Lin pointed at Bai Xiaowei and her parents. Throw them out. You're the beggar. Your whole family is a bunch of beggars. Bai Xiaowei retorted, enraged. I didn't sneak in. I have an invitation. Laughable. You have an invitation? Huang Lin scoffed. Your father is a security guard, and your mother is a housekeeper. Your entire family is a bunch of poor country bumpkins. Who would invite you to such a high-end banquet? You claim to have an invitation? Very well. Produce it for all to see. I will. Bai Xiaowei declared. Bai Xiaowei produced the invitation card and exclaimed, open your eyes wide and see clearly. Is this not an invitation? Huang Lin raised her voice. Oh, Bai Xiaowei, are you saying you sneaked in with a fake invitation? Stop talking nonsense. How is this a fake invitation? Bai Xiaowei retorted angrily. Who do you think you are, Huang Lin? Just because you say it and Apos, as fake it is? What is happening here? A displeased voice interrupted. Who is causing a commotion at my wife's birthday banquet? Mr. Qin. The crowd greeted the distinguished figure entering, dressed impeccably and exuding charm. It was indeed Qin Kuan. Uncle Qin. Huang Lin smiled sweetly at him. It and Apos. Me, Huang Lin, a friend of Sister Xueyao. I must inform you that someone is using a fake invitation to sneak in. I suspect they aim to steal something. Is that so? Qin Kuan's expression turned sour. I would like to see who dares to intrude. Uncle Qin, it's me, Xiaowei. Bai Xiaowei hurried to greet him. Who are you? Qin Kuan frowned. Do we know each other? Bai Xiaowei was taken aback, confused by the situation. In-law. Bai Xingguai stepped forward, attempting to introduce himself. What are you shouting about? Qin Kuan interrupted impatiently. And you are? Suddenly, he reached out, snatched the invitation from Bai Xiaowei and Apos' hands, glanced at it, and tore it in half. Indeed, this invitation is fake. Qin Kuan sneered. Someone, throw them out. How can you do this? Bai Xiaowei was almost in tears, for the invitation was indeed given to them by Qin Kuan. Xiaowei, stop talking, Bai Xingguai interjected. Since Mr. Qin does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. He was aware that Qin Kuan was deliberately targeting them, and the reason was simple. Lin Bai and Apos' relationship with his father-in-law was quite poor. Bai Xingguai pulled Bai Xiaowei and signaled Wang Guiyun. The three prepared to leave. He wished to avoid making the situation too embarrassing, which would affect Lin Bai and Qin Xueyao's marriage. Leaving? Did I allow you to leave? Qin Xueyao scoffed, waving his hand as several people blocked the Bai family's exit. You country bumpkins have come here and are now so eager to leave. Could it be that you have stolen something? To leave is fine, but we must search you first. Mr. Qin, I know you dislike Xiao Bai, but why must you wrongfully accuse us? Bai Xingwei was furious. Claiming they were thieves and demanding to search them was an act of deliberate humiliation. You bully us like this. My brother will be furious when he finds out. Bai Xiaowei protested, attempting to call Lin Bai. But suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched her phone, smashing it to the ground. It was none other than Huang Lin. Well, my bracelet is missing, and it seems to be in your possession. Huang Lin exclaimed, feigning the discovery. Look, the jade bracelet on her wrist belongs to me. She truly is a thief. Quick, apprehend her and strip her of her clothes to see what she has hidden. The atmosphere around them became tense. The crowd observing with morbid curiosity. They sensed that this family of three had some connection to Qin Xueyao, but it was irrelevant. He was the host of the evening. 2 security guards indeed seized Bai Xiaowei. Let Xiaowei go. Bai Xingwei cried out, but he and Wang Guiyun were similarly restrained and unable to move. Hold her tightly. I will strip her. Huang Lin's face bore a mixture of pride and malice. Having suffered previously, she was determined to retaliate. Huang Lin, if you dare touch me, my brother will ensure your downfall. Bai Xiaowei struggled fiercely. Who will face the consequences remains to be seen. Huang Lin gripped Bai Xiaowei and Appo's clothing tightly. Tonight, you will learn the repercussions of crossing me. The scene elicited excitement among many, some even taking out their phones to record. Such public humiliation was indeed rare. Enough. A cold voice commanded. Stop this at once. The crowd turned to see a striking figure, their jaws dropping at her commanding presence. Miss Su, Bai Xiaowei exclaimed with joy. The newcomer was Su Ruobing, adorned in an elegant gown that accentuated her mature allure, yet her beautiful face was cold as ice. Mr. Qin, I had no intention of intervening in your affairs, but if you have grievances with Lin Bai, address them with him directly instead of resorting to such humiliating tactics against his family. Su Ruobing spoke icily. I kindly ask you to release them immediately. And if I refuse? Qin Xueyao sneered. Su Ruobing, I have yet to settle accounts with you. I hear those around my wife are all recruited by you. You and that scoundrel Lin Bai seem to be in cahoots. I fail to understand why, if you heed his words so obediently, you do not allow him to marry you, he continued. Oh, I forgot. That scoundrel is using my daughter and Appo's money to support you. Slap. Su Ruobing struck him, silencing Qin Xueyao. Fortunately, the blow was not aimed at his face, but rather at Huang Lin's. Su Ruobing sent Huang Lin flying with a single blow, following it with several punches that knocked down all those who had seized Bai Xiaowei's family. Xiaowei, you all go first, and then call your brother, Su Ruobing instructed softly. Okay, Sister Ruobing, Bai Xiaowei nodded eagerly, picked up her phone from the ground, and led her parents away. In the banquet hall, the crowd was taken aback, clearly surprised that such a beautiful and alluring woman could fight so decisively. Mr. Qin, I will remind you one last time. Any man who opposes Lin Bai does not end well. Do not think that just because you have a wonderful daughter, you can act with impunity. Su Ruobing's voice was frostbitten. I will take my leave now. Please convey my best wishes for your wife to remain youthful and to divorce soon. With those words, Su Ruobing turned to leave. The crowd was stunned. Such a blessing was audacious. Wishing for his wife to divorce him in front of Qin Xueyao? Qin Xueyao's face turned a deep shade of anger, yet he dared not stop her. He could not contend with Su Ruobing's bodyguards, let alone Su Ruobing herself. Why is Mr. Su in such a hurry to leave? A magnetic voice called from the entrance as a handsome young man entered. At the very least, you should apologize to Uncle Qin first. Step aside. Su Ruobing glared at the handsome youth. Miss Su, perhaps you are unaware of my identity, he replied, unflinching. I am Mu Changqing, from the Mu family of Su City. Your Wentian security has been developing well, but if you do not apologize tonight, I assure you that Wentian security will not leave Jiang City. You should consider whether you can leave this banquet hall tonight, Su Ruobing taunted. If all goes as expected, you will be carried out. Miss Su seems quite confident in her abilities, Mu Changqing sighed. However, you should apologize first. Otherwise, you two will not leave this banquet hall. A slender, fair leg flashed suddenly, and before Mu Changqing could react, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Mu Changqing cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Do not overreach your limits. Su Ruobing coldly regarded Mu Changqing, her disdain unmistakable. Someone like you is unworthy of coveting Qin Xueyao. With that, Su Ruobing strode out of the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Qin Xueyao and Apos' car had just entered the hotel underground parking lot. Wife, you go ahead. I will check if Xiaowei has arrived. After disembarking from the vehicle, Lin Bai promptly contacted by Xiaowei, having previously received a query from her regarding his attendance. Indeed, I shall ascend to see my mother first, Qin Xueyao declared as she entered the elevator. Xiaowei, where are you? Did something occur that prevents your arrival? Very well. Upon concluding the call, Lin Bai detected an unsettling peculiarity in Xiaowei's tone. Ding. As the elevator doors parted, his gaze immediately fell upon a familiar pair of breasts. Da bing bing. You and Apos, VE arrived as well. Lin Bai felt an upsurge of ardor. Without hesitation, he embraced Su Ruobing, his hands retracing familiar paths. Do you possess the composure for this? Su Ruobing retorted, slightly vexed. This incorrigible man. His sister has just been subjected to mistreatment, yet he indulges in such frivolity. However, she swiftly recognized the situation. Didn't and amp. Apos, shall we contact you? Why would shall we contact me? Lin Bai inquired, perplexed. I just spoke with her. She indicated she wouldn't and amp. Apos, be coming. Wait, da bing bing. Has something transpired? His movements ceased. After some deliberation, Su Ruobing divulged the details. In conclusion, she added, pray, do not misconstrue my disclosure as an attempt to instigate discord between you and Qin Xueyao. Furthermore, I suspect Qin Kuen's animosity towards you stems from more than just Qin Xueyao. To my understanding, while Qin Kuen previously remained uninvolved, his relations with Qin Zhenjiang and Qin Changfeng were amicable, and he supported Qin Xueyao's marriage to Qiao Sancher. Lin Bai silenced her with a kiss. After a full minute, he released her. Da bing bing, my affection for you deepens incessantly. Lin Bai gazed at her with a playful grin. Were it not for my imminent confrontation with those reprobates, I would indulge in 18 amorous positions with you. Hasten your ascent, Su Ruobing exclaimed, glaring at Lin Bai. Lin Bai finally turned and entered the elevator. Instantly, the smile vanished from his face. Out of deference to Qin Xueyao, he had afforded Qin Kuen ample patience. However, should Qin Kuen persist in his mischief, he would no longer extend such courtesy. Upon Lin Bai's arrival at the penthouse banquet hall, Wen Ting, the birthday celebrant, was already on stage. Adorned in a dark-hued gown, Wen Ting resembled a woman in her 30s. Standing alongside Qin Xueyao, she appeared more like a sister. While Qin Xueyao possessed superior beauty, Wen Ting exuded a mature charm that Qin Xueyao lacked. At that moment, the guests were presenting gifts, each eager to exchange words with Qin Xueyao. In essence, their attendance at the birthday banquet was motivated by a desire to forge connections with Qin Xueyao, the president of Jinglei Group. The vast operations of Jinglei Group could elevate their status with even a small portion. Aunt, this is an iced jadeite bracelet I had specially crafted for you. May you remain eternally youthful, Mu Chongqing announced as he presented his gift. My dear, Chongqing spent hundreds of millions to create this bracelet. You must wear it immediately, Qin Kuen promptly added. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Hundreds of millions? Such extravagance. Since the assets of the Jiangcheng clans were consolidated into Jinglei Group, the so-called upper class of Jiangcheng had become somewhat impoverished. Most of those in attendance possessed total assets far below that sum. Lin Bai, I never imagined you'd have the audacity to appear, Qin Kuen exclaimed, raising his voice. Since you're here, you must present a gift, mustn't you? All eyes turned to Lin Bai. Few in the banquet hall recognized him. Is that Qin Xueyao's husband? Presumably. Rumor has it he's a kept man, and quite handsome. Indeed. I've heard many have been pursuing Qin Xueyao lately, and he's been too timid to show his face. Judging by his empty hands, he probably didn't bring a gift. The crowd buzzed with disdain, some reveling in schadenfreude, concluding that Lin Bai's days as a kept man were numbered. Mom, this is a gift from Lin Bai and me, Qin Xueyao declared, producing a bracelet and placing it on Wen Ting's wrist. What is this worthless trinket? Qin Kuen retorted, his face contorted with anger. Xueyao, it's one thing for that scoundrel to deceive your mother, but you're complicit? He continued, I saw this bracelet at Tianbao Pavilion. A pair can be purchased for 2,000 yuan. Those nearby whispered, this bracelet is indeed worthless. What an Apos is happening? Qin Xueyao ISN and Apos, lacking in funds. Why would she present such a cheap gift? Who knows? I suspect Lin Bai bought it. Dad, you misunderstand the true value of this bracelet, Qin Xueyao retorted. It is a priceless treasure that can safeguard Mom's well-being. It was a charm crafted by Lin Bai. Although Qin Xueyao did not fully comprehend such matters, she trusted Lin Bai. Lin Bai, you are truly something, using such trash to deceive Xueyao. Qin Xueyao exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Xueyao gives you so much money, which you squander on women like Su Ruobing, yet you refuse to present a decent gift. He continued, how dare you show your face at this birthday banquet? You shameless wretch. Dad, please refrain from such remarks. Today is Mom's birthday. Must you say these things? Qin Xueyao retorted, becoming increasingly exasperated. She regretted attending. Enough. I find this bracelet quite pleasing. I appreciate it. When Ting interjected, I am grateful to all who have attended my birthday banquet. Mother-in-law, since father-in-law deems my gift inadequate, I shall present another, Lin Bai announced, his voice ringing out. This gift will undoubtedly satisfy everyone. Lin Bai swiftly moved, seizing Huang Lin. What are you doing? Release me. Huang Lin shrieked. Help. Assault. Ah! Huang Lin cried out in terror as she was lifted into the air. The crowd instinctively recoiled, then watched in astonishment as Huang Lin's garments fluttered to the ground, leaving her entirely exposed. In the next moment, Huang Lin landed upon Qin Xueyao. Ah, Xueyao, save me. Clothes, give me clothes. Huang Lin cried out in panic. Almost instinctively, Qin Xueyao removed his shirt and wrapped it around Huang Lin. Then, he roared in fury, Lin Bai, what are you doing, you beast? You requested a gift, did you not? Lin Bai retorted, his voice laced with derision. Father-in-law, this is the gift you desired. This repulsive creature in your arms. Do you not find her appealing? You play quite intensely, father-in-law. Observe the teeth marks on your body. She inflicted them, did she not? The entire gathering was stunned. What was transpiring? Was Qin Xueyao having an affair with this woman? While she was youthful, she paled in comparison to Wenting. Some scrutinized Qin Xueyao, noting the presence of teeth marks on his person. You dare to slander me, you beast. Qin Xueyao sputtered, trembling with rage. He attempted to dislodge Huang Lin, but the terrified woman clung to him, rendering his efforts futile. Mother-in-law, check your phone. I have sent you something, Lin Bai said as he approached Qin Xueyao. The chat logs, transfer records, and videos all constitute evidence. Father-in-law, you have always been quite playful. Have you not? You frequented the Dragon Palace in years past, did you not? What? Qin Xueyao's countenance shifted dramatically. Dad, you went to the Dragon Palace? For Qin Xueyao, that location was a nightmare. Xueyao, do not heed his fabrications. I know nothing of any Dragon Palace. Qin Xueyao vehemently denied. These records. Wen Ting's face turned pale as she gazed at her phone, watching this video. Husband, you really... She could not continue her sentence. Yet, everyone present understood that what Lin Bai had said was indeed true. It's fake. Lin Bai is slandering me. Qin Xueyao roared, do not believe him. He must have conspired with Su Ruobing to harm me. Mother-in-law, this is the true gift I present to you. Lin Bai stepped before them, distancing himself from the detritus of the Qin family. You can live a better life now. Happy birthday. Your good days truly begin. A hush fell over the surroundings until Mu Chongqing broke the silence. Lin Bai, do you not think your methods are rather crude? Oh. Lin Bai turned to Mu Chongqing. Show me your sophisticated methods, then. Lin Bai, I refuse to engage in this futile verbal sparring with you. Mu Chongqing shook his head. But today is your mother-in-law's birthday banquet. Have you considered her feelings in your reckless disruption? What of Xueyao's feelings? Slap. Lin Bai struck Mu Chongqing across the face. Xueyao is someone you dare to mention? You dare to hit me. Mu Chongqing seethed with anger, only to be met with a kick to his abdomen. What business do you have meddling in my family's affairs? Lin Bai delivered another kick, sending Mu Chongqing flying from the banquet hall. Get lost. Lin Bai, have you lost your mind? You dare to strike Chongqing? He is the young master of the Mu family in Su City. Do you know who the Mu family is? Qin Xueyao roared. They are a first-rate family. A powerful presence even the Thunder Group cannot afford to offend. You are bringing calamity upon Xueyao. Ugh. Lin Bai kicked again, causing Qin Xueyao to collapse to the ground with the bare-skinned Huang Lin. You dare to hit me too. Qin Xueyao trembled with rage. Xueyao, did you see this? This beast has no regard for you. You must divorce him at once. Without your protection, he will be dismembered and discarded in a dumpster for dogs to feast upon. Enough. Qin Xueyao could no longer endure. Father, how many times must I tell you? It has always been Lin Bai protecting me. When I was sold as a commodity in Longgong, where were you? When my mother was nearly insulted at home, what did you do? You lack the ability to protect me and my mother. I do not blame you, as everyone's capabilities are limited. But you insist on targeting Lin Bai, wanting him to leave us, turning my mother and me into someone else's playthings? Qin Xueyao erupted. Since the day she was auctioned off in Longgong, her world had transformed. She realized the true horror of this world and who could genuinely protect her. Silence enveloped the room. Many did not fully comprehend, but they sensed that Qin Xueyao was defending Lin Bai. Enough, I shall not speak of this any longer. Qin Xueyao took a deep breath to regain her composure. As father and daughter, I grant you one last opportunity. After tonight, should you continue to target Lin Bai, I will announce to the entire city that I sever our father-daughter relationship. The crowd was instantly taken aback. What? Qin Xueyao was willing to sever ties with her father for a mere pretty boy? You dare. Qin Kuan pointed at Qin Xueyao. Very well. You are a rebellious daughter. Your grandfather was right. Daughters are ultimately outsiders, unreliable as ever. Uffed. Qin Kuan spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward, appearing to have fainted from rage. Hello, ambulance. This is the 7 Stars Hotel in Linjiang. Yes, understood. Qin Xueyao calmly made the call. She then addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but this birthday banquet must come to an end. I, Qin Xueyao, will remember the gifts you have brought. With matters having escalated to this point, the crowd swiftly departed. The ambulance soon arrived, taking away both Qin Kuan and Mu Changqing. Ultimately, the grand banquet hall was left with only Lin Bai and Qin Xueyao. Husband, I am sorry. I just learned that my father actually. Qin Xueyao's voice quivered. I will go to my second uncle's house to apologize. She lifted her head, her exquisite face now streaked with tears. Lin Bai, I know our marriage is a facade. I also realize I am not as good as Fian or Qingya, nor do I compare to Su Ruobing in your eyes. I understand you are angry, but please do not abandon me. I have been plagued by nightmares these past few days, dreaming that you would leave me. And then I would be auctioned off again. Slap. Lin Bai delivered a light smack to Qin Xueyao's rear. With a hint of exasperation, he said, My dear campus belle, what are you thinking all day long? Wipe your tears, look at me properly. Am I angry? Qin Xueyao touched the stinging spot, and then wiped her tears, feeling a bit dazed. She carefully scrutinized Lin Bai, noticing that he even bore a smile. Come, let me massage it for you. Lin Bai pulled her into his embrace, beginning to rub the area that pained her. Don't. Qin Xueyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Someone might see. Are you truly not angry? I was furious at what they said about Xiaohui. Miss Qin, why concern yourself with the feelings of a dying man? A cold voice resounded, and suddenly, another figure appeared in the banquet hall, clad in a long robe. A conspicuous character embroidered on his chest, Jin. Lin Bai, I am Mu Changkong, envoy of the Forbidden Hall. As a martial artist, you recklessly assaulted a member of a prestigious family, witnessed by my own eyes. The evidence is irrefutable. In the name of the Forbidden Hall, I sentence you to death. Will you choose to end your life, or shall I take action? Ugh. Lin Bai effortlessly struck out, sending Mu Changkong flying several meters to the ground. I am the envoy of the Forbidden Hall. Did you not hear me? Mu Changkong bellowed, rising from the ground. Lin Bai, you dare to strike me? Do you wish to bring calamity upon your entire clan? Get over here and confess. Ugh. Lin Bai kicked Mu Changkong fiercely, sending him sprawling. Leave. Tell your Forbidden Hall not to provoke me. Lin Bai was thoroughly displeased. He detested interruptions while he was with his wife. He returned to Qin Xueyao's side, embracing her once more. Well, my dear wife, I am feeling a bit angry now. Look, we are in a hotel. Why don't we get a room? Ah. Qin Xueyao's face turned even redder as she realized she was completely unable to keep up with Lin Bai's rhythm. Just 10 minutes ago, she was anxious, fearing that Lin Bai might truly divorce her in a fit of rage. A minute ago, she was worried about the sudden appearance of the envoy from the Forbidden Hall. Yet, Lin Bai's thoughts were now. But then again, considering Lin Bai's behavior since awakening, his actions seemed utterly reasonable. Husband, how about we just go home? Qin Xueyao stammered, feeling unprepared for this turn of events. Lately, her worries had revolved around the various matters concerning the Thunder Group and the few young masters from prestigious families. She had not anticipated that Lin Bai's return to Jiang City was solely to desire her. She was not truly unwilling. It was merely too sudden. Just then, her phone rang. Qin Xueyao hurriedly answered, Mom. All right, then, I will head over. Darling, my father's condition is dire. My mother is unable to make a decision and wishes for me to go. Perhaps. Qin Xueyao seemed uneasy. Should I go and see? All right. Lin Bai appeared reluctant, but released Qin Xueyao nonetheless. Suddenly, Qin Xueyao embraced Lin Bai, and swiftly kissed his cheek. Husband, I must depart now. Qin Xueyao scurried towards the door. Xueyao, Lin Bai abruptly called out to her. Your father has gravely threatened your safety, and I will not permit such an occurrence. Naturally, I have already resolved this security issue. Husband, what do you imply by that? Qin Xueyao was taken aback. You will comprehend upon arriving at the hospital. Lin Bai offered a subtle smile. Very well, proceed. Oh, Qin Xueyao felt a slight unease but hastened her departure. Lin Bai also promptly exited the banquet hall, took the elevator to the hotel's ground floor, and walked out of the lobby. As he approached the roadside, intending to hail a taxi home, a familiar Mercedes-Benz pulled up. My dear Bing Bing, it seems you truly long for my presence. Lin Bai opened the car door and entered. How is Qin Xueyao? Su Ruobing inquired. A hemiplegic mute should be incapable of further mischief. Lin Bai offered a languid smile. Qin Xueyao, of course, did not merely vomit blood out of anger. Rather, he had surreptitiously tampered with matters. My dear Bing Bing, considering we are already at the hotel, shall we not procure a room? In truth, I have yet to experience such an encounter, and I feel a certain void in my existence. Su Ruobing stepped on the accelerator, expertly heading straight for the pinnacle of Jiangcheng. Release me at once. Lin Bai became handsy the moment they entered the house. I shall prepare dinner. If you are not famished, I certainly am. My dear Bing Bing, I am ravenous. Lin Bai soon demonstrated his hunger with action, directly commencing to devour. The iceberg swiftly melted. Imperceptibly, it was already late into the night. Lin Bai and Su Ruobing remained awake. Far away in Longdu, there were also those who were sleepless. Longdu, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a land teeming with hidden talents. Within a certain ancient royal garden, a woman in resplendent attire stood quietly, her figure tall and her beauty unparalleled, exuding an air of natural nobility. Madam, a woman in black silently appeared behind the woman in splendid attire. News from Jiangcheng. Mu Changkong has been injured and has revealed his identity as an envoy of the Forbidden Palace. Understood. The woman in splendid attire possessed a melodious voice, yet it carried an indescribable indifference. I was just contemplating a change of scenery. I shall make a trip to Jiangcheng. Yes, madam, I shall make the arrangements. The woman in black receded. It is time for a meeting. The woman in splendid attire murmured softly. At the pinnacle of Jiangcheng, after a sleepless night, it was dawn. My dear Bing Bing, you have made significant progress of late. Lin Bai was loath to let go. Do not bite me. I do not mean in terms of position. Well, that aspect is also quite substantial. I meant to say that you have reached the first level of Qi training, indicating diligent cultivation recently. Su Ruobing lay in Lin Bai's arms, too exhausted to speak. However, her phone rang at that moment, and she had no choice but to answer. Dad, what? What happened to my mother? Something has befallen my mother. I must go and see. Su Ruobing hastily dressed and got out of bed. My dear Bing Bing, should I accompany you? Lin Bai casually inquired. There is no need. You cannot drive. Su Ruobing cursed the dog of a man inwardly for not learning to drive, as she frequently had to be his chauffeur, and upon returning home, she had to transform into his vehicle. Well, I shall cultivate then. Lin Bai also rose from the bed. He had brought back some spirit stones, and he had not been able to cultivate properly for some time. He needed to make up for it. Lin Bai absorbed spirit stones continuously throughout the day, and the benefits of the heavenly Tao spirit body were once again on display. His absorption speed was rapid, and the effect was naturally excellent. Previously, he had not yet reached the 6th level, but in one day, he broke through to the 7th level. The 7th level of Qi training marked entry into the late stage of Qi training and was also a threshold, with a breakthrough in strength. Seeing that the spirit stones he carried with him were almost exhausted, with only the last 2 remaining, which he intended to leave for Su Ruobing, he ceased cultivation. Moreover, he needed to consolidate his cultivation base, as progress was too rapid and the foundation was unstable. Lin Bai picked up his phone and dialed Su Ruobing's number. He was craving her again. Hello, do not call. I am not coming tonight. Su Ruobing answered the phone quickly, lowering her voice, somewhat annoyed. My dear Bing Bing, your thoughts are unhealthy. I merely wanted to inquire whether our mother is well. Lin Bai was earnest. What, our mother? She is my mother. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth, thinking, this dog of a man clearly wants to sleep with me but will not admit it. Then, her tone softened slightly. She is fine. She had a brawl with someone early in the morning, sustained some minor injuries, but nothing serious. Su Ruobing added, I am still here arguing with them. Very well. If you cannot win, remember to call me for assistance. Lin Bai was somewhat regretful. It seemed he could only consume something proper tonight. He did not call Qin Xueyao. He estimated that Qin Xueyao would need some time to handle Qin Kuen's situation. Brother, are you and Sister Xueyao all right? Why shall we called at that moment? My father is a little worried and asked me to inquire. We are fine. Tell uncle not to worry. Xueyao and I are doing well. Lin Bai checked the time. By the way, shall we have you eaten? Not yet. My mother is preparing to cook. Why shall we replied. That is perfect. I will come over for dinner. Lin Bai had not seen them for some time. When Lin Bai entered Moon Lake No. 1 with a roast duck and some cold dishes, he arrived just in time for dinner. His second uncle's family had guests, his second aunt's older sister, Wang Ho Hot, and her son, Feng Yi. While eating and chatting, Lin Bai discerned their intentions. They wanted to borrow the house. Feng Yi was getting married and wanted to use the villa for the wedding, which would not only be prestigious, but also save money. Lin Bai was somewhat speechless, but since his second uncle had already agreed, he did not want to say anything. Brother-in-law, thank you this time. I asked Feng Yi to find a wealthy city girl. They care about appearances, and we have no choice. Wang Ho Hot was delighted. The wedding is quite urgent, next week, so we will have to trouble you to move out tomorrow. We need time to prepare the venue. Feng Yi rented a house before, and it has half a year left on the lease. You can stay there. After half a year, it will not be a waste. Hold on. Lin Bai finally could not help but interrupt. Are you implying that my second uncle should give you the house to live in for half a year? You need a venue for the wedding. Setting up the day before is sufficient, and there is no need to move out. The first floor and the front and backyards are enough for a wedding venue. Xiao Bai, why are you, an outsider, interfering? Wang Ho Hot was displeased. Xian Gui and Gui Yun treat you like a son, but that does not mean you are their son. This Bai family's property has nothing to do with you. Aunt, what are you saying? Bai Xiaowei was immediately unhappy. My brother is family to us. What do you mean by outsider? That is too harsh. Also, I think my brother is right. It is fine to borrow the venue for the wedding. But what do you mean by making our family move out? Xian Gui, it is not my place to say, but you two did not receive much education, and you have not taught this child well. Wang Ho Hot was even more displeased. How can they speak to their elders like this? My son is getting married. What is wrong with borrowing your house for a few days? When you asked us for money, we were so poor, but we still lent it to you, didn't it, Oppos? Tiwi. Now that you have attained wealth, do you look down upon us, your less fortunate relatives? Sister, please do not be angry. We did not mean it that way. It is just. Bai Xiangui accompanied his words with a smile, endeavoring to clarify. What does that imply? My family member, Feng Yi, has now become a manager, earning a monthly salary of several tens of thousands. Can we still require this house from you? Wang Ho Hot let out a huff and remarked, as for you, Lin Bai, back when you were financially constrained in your studies, your second uncle sought loans from various sources, yet I was the only one who lent him my support. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but now you also look down upon us, do you? If I remember correctly, your uncle lent you money numerous times back then, with the largest sum being 10,000. Later, when your uncle sought to borrow money from your family, you provided him with a mere 1,000, which he returned to you after a month. Yet, with this so-called favor in hand, you occasionally come asking for benefits. Lin Bai gazed at Wang Ho Hot, bewildered as to how you still have the audacity to speak of this now. My second uncle is an honest man. There is no need for you to single him out. Lin Bai, how dare you speak to my mother in such a manner? Feng Yi suddenly slammed the table, declaring, do you believe I won't take action against you? He is quite robust, tall and sturdy, while Lin Bai appears somewhat frail in comparison. Oh, come now. We are all family here. Bai Xiangui quickly interjected. Sister, please persuade Feng Yi not to fight. He cannot possibly defeat Xiao Bai. At this moment, Wang Guiyan also spoke up. Am I really incapable of besting him? Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's anger intensified. Come on, Lin Bai, let's settle this with a fight. If you manage to win, I shall not lend you this house. If you lose, you must let me reside in this house for a year. Do you dare? Very well, very well. Bai Xiaowei clapped her hands eagerly and exclaimed, it's settled then. Brother, allow your cousin to witness your prowess. Very well, let us begin. Lin Bai remarked as he rose from the table. Please, do take the initiative. I would hate for you to feel aggrieved. Feng Yi, not one to hold back, launched a punch directly at Lin Bai. With effortless grace, Lin Bai extended his hand and seized Feng Yi's fist, subsequently giving it a gentle push. Feng Yi stumbled backward, ultimately landing unceremoniously on the ground. Feng Yi, having wagered, you must accept your defeat and refrain from troubling my uncle any further. Lin Bai stated with a calm demeanor. You cheated. Feng Yi, feeling indignant, declared, Once more? He suddenly sprang up and charged forward once more. Lin Bai, feeling somewhat exasperated, delivered a swift kick, sending Feng Yi flying out of the living room. Feng Yi, what has happened to you? Ah, I am bleeding. Wang Hohot rushed outside, and, upon seeing her son's appearance, was instantly filled with fury. Well, the Bai family has struck it rich and has chosen to forget their roots, have they? If you refuse to lend, then so be it. But resorting to violence is utterly unacceptable. I shall certainly relay this incident to all my relatives, ensuring they are aware of the loathsome nature of your family. Mother, there is no need to waste words with them. If they dare to strike me, I shall summon my brothers to ensure his demise. Feng Yi wiped the blood from his nose, his expression fierce, and then he began to make a phone call. It's me. Gather all the brothers nearby and have them come to Yuhu number 1. The more, the better. Summon everyone. Sister, Feng Yi, must we behave like this? Can't we discuss matters amicably as a family? Wang Guiyin approached. Leave me be. Who considers you family? Wang Hohot exclaimed with indignation. The most useless person in our family is you. Mother, let it go. Do not concern yourself with them. Why shall we express her dissatisfaction? I have long maintained that their entire family is comprised of unworthy individuals. Shall I summon the security personnel from the property management company? Bai Xiangue whispered, second uncle. There's no need for that. I can handle it myself. Lin Bai, naturally indifferent to this, replied, you and second aunt can return to your room. It's nothing to worry about. At that moment, his phone rang. Lin Bai answered the call. Da bing bing. Are you missing me again? Do you think I'm a genius? Su Ruobing said irritably. Hey, I have a question for you. If a person's face gets scratched, is there any way to expedite the healing process? The kind that leaves no scars. Yes, just 2 injections will suffice, Lin Bai replied. Hurry over then. I am at the Moon Lake Villa district. Su Ruobing said, a hint of urgency in her voice. What a coincidence. I am also here. Lin Bai was somewhat taken aback. But there was an issue at my second uncle's home, so please hold on for a moment. Ah, they have arrived. Let me first send them flying with a single slap. While the call had not yet ended, a group of individuals had already burst into the courtyard. Lin Bai half extended his hand, but forcefully retracted it. Dabingbing, you must come over, otherwise, we shall incur losses today. Lin Bai felt somewhat speechless. This group of individuals was clad in identical attire, each bearing the same emblem upon their chests, accompanied by 4 characters, when Tian security. If he were to send these people flying, the company would still have to spend money on their treatment, which would ultimately be a loss to his own finances. Brothers, it is he who, relying on his petty wealth, looks down upon us, the bodyguards. Feng Yi pointed a finger at Lin Bai, who looked down upon our Wenyang security, dismissing our company as trash. Unable to contain my indignation, I retorted, yet he audaciously launched a surprise attack on me. Feng Yi, your ability to distort right and wrong is quite remarkable. Lin Bai scoffed, truly a case of like mother, like son, you both are cut from the same cloth. What is the matter? Dare to act, but hesitate to acknowledge. So audacious just moments ago, yet now reluctant to admit it? Feng Yi remained unfazed, addressing the despicable trash, asserting that it is too late for denial now. Brothers, everyone, come forth and let him understand the formidable prowess of our security. Halt! As a group of bodyguards was about to spring into action, a sharp voice cut through the air. Mr. Su, you have arrived. The bodyguards hastily greeted the newcomer. Meanwhile, Feng Yi quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, Mr. Su, what brings you here? While he respectfully greeted her, his gaze incessantly lingered upon Su Ruobing. This esteemed Miss Su possessed an exquisite physique that had long since become the subject of discussion among the entire Wenyang security team, epitomizing the dream goddess of all the male bodyguards. I am quite busy, so let me be succinct. You are dismissed. Su Ruobing coldly gazed at Feng Yi and commanded, bring a few people to take him to the company. Pack up his belongings overnight, and let him leave. What? Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. It was only when the other bodyguards began to pull him away that he regained his composure. No, Mr. Su, you must provide me with a reason. On what grounds do you dismiss me? Am I in the wrong for safeguarding the company's reputation? Your actions will surely dishearten my colleagues. Hasten. It is not far from here. Su Ruobing paid no heed to Feng Yi, firmly grasping Lin Bai's hand as they departed. Lin Bai instinctively wrapped his arm around Su Ruobing's waist. This scene rendered Feng Yi utterly astonished, leaving him speechless. How could this be possible? He could hardly believe his own eyes. Feng Gu, you are impressive. You dare to offend Su's man. someone remarked. Release my son. What are you doing? Let go of him. Wang Hohot shouted as she chased after them. Meanwhile, Yuehu number 1 quickly fell silent. My brother is the greatest, Bai Xiaowei beamed with delight. Bai Xianghua and Wang Geyun wore uneasy expressions, uncertain of how Wang Hohot would later malign them among their relatives. At that moment, Lin Bai had already been ushered into another villa, Yuehu number 8. Though smaller than Yuehu number 1, it was still valued at over 10 million. The living room was bustling, filled with a chaotic gathering of people. This was the residence of Su Ruobing's aunt, Sun Lan. Earlier that day, Su Ruobing's mother, Sun Mei, had quarreled with Sun Lan. Sun Lan's daughter was getting engaged, and Sun Mei had come to assist in the preparations. However, Sun Lan's snide remarks regarding the Su family's financial ruin and Su Ruobing's alleged involvement with an older man escalated into a physical altercation, resulting in Sun Mei's diamond ring scratching Sun Lan's face. The situation has escalated throughout the day without resolution. Sun Lan is now resolute. She insists that Sun Mei restore her face to its original condition, or else this matter will remain unresolved. The two families are originally related, so Su Ruobing is hesitant to employ overly forceful measures. Ultimately, she recalls Lin Bai's medical skills and decides to call him. Aunt, this is the old man who is supporting me, Su Ruobing remarks, glancing at Sun Lan. He can heal your face. Old man. The others exchange peculiar glances. He appears too youthful and handsome to be considered old. Is it really him? Can he truly heal my face? Sun Lan scoffs. When I say heal, I mean tonight. Not in a few months. Not a few months. It will only take seconds, Lin Bai interjects. However, I must clarify that my method of treatment is rather unconventional. Aunt, please do not be upset afterward. What old aunt? I am only in my 40s. Sun Lan retorts in irritation. How do you plan to treat me? What is your method? By your logic, if I am an old man at 20, then you must be an old and at 40, Lin Bai replies, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As for the treatment method, that remains confidential. In any case, the treatment will take no more than 10 seconds and will be conducted publicly, without any hidden aspects. Are you just boasting? What kind of miraculous medical skill is that? Sun Lan's daughter, Yu Shishir, who was supposed to be the focus of today's engagement ceremony, now seethes with frustration due to the chaos that has ensued. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Lin Bai shrugs nonchalantly. Aunt, if my man cannot heal your face, I will compensate you with 10 billion, Su Ruobing states coolly. If he succeeds, then all matters from today will be considered settled. If you still refuse, we need not negotiate further. To be frank, the damage to your face is merely a few thousand in compensation if we follow the proper channels. Where would you find 10 billion to pay us? Sun Lan scoffs. Aunt, I forgot to mention that my man provided me with 100 billion in support. I can certainly afford this amount. Su Ruobing's declaration shocks everyone. 100 billion? Is that truly a form of support? That sounds like a love stronger than gold. Keep dreaming. Sun Lan laughs mockingly. 100 billion? Do you think you're adorned with diamonds? Do you need a beating? Sun Mei's anger flares anew. Her sister's tongue is indeed troublesome. Fortunately, Su Ren manages to restrain her from lashing out. Enough. It's late, and I'm tired. I don't wish to continue this discussion, Sun Lan states, fixing her gaze on Lin Bai. Start the timer. I'll give you 1 minute. If you haven't healed me by then, be prepared to pay me 10 billion. Yu Shishir picks up her phone, activating the stopwatch to commence the countdown. Lin Bai, undeterred, swiftly delivers a slap to Sun Lan's face. Before anyone can react, he continues to strike her face multiple times. You dare hit me. Sun Lan finally regains her composure, furious as she approaches Lin Bai to retaliate. Wait, take a look in the mirror, or let your daughter see, Lin Bai suggests calmly. Let us see if it's healed. I already mentioned that my treatment method is quite special. Special as it may be, it is indeed effective. How is this possible? Yu Shishir observes her mother's face. The bloodstains have vanished without a trace. It appears as though her face has never been harmed. Even more astonishingly, despite the multiple slaps, there is no swelling. For a moment, she begins to wonder if there truly exists such an extraordinary method of treatment. Is it really healed? Though Sun Lan is furious, her concern for her appearance prevails. Despite being in her 40s, she still cares about looking good. Gazing into the mirror, she discovers the previously injured area is completely restored. I can't shake the feeling that you did this on purpose, Sun Lan eyes Lin Bai suspiciously. How could I, a doctor, engage in such disgraceful actions? Lin Bai shakes his head. Trust me, I possess a strong sense of professional ethics. Aunt, since your face is healed, we shall take our leave, Su Ruobing declares without wishing to linger a moment longer, hastily ushering her parents away. She fears that if she stays any longer, she might burst into laughter. Once the four of them are back in the car, Su Ruobing drives out of the villa area but stops again shortly after. She can no longer contain her laughter, shaking with mirth, much to Lin Bai's delight. Unfortunately, with others present, he can only observe, unable to partake. Shaolin, did you do that on purpose? Sun Mei inquires from the back seat. Of course it was intentional. Su Ruobing finally ceases her laughter. There was no real need for such treatment. But Shaolin is a doctor. Sun Mei feels uneasy about the situation. Mom, while he understands medicine, he is not a real doctor, Su Ruobing clarifies. After all, Lin Bai had previously stated he was not a doctor. Where was the need for medical ethics? Alright, enough of that. What matters is that the issue is resolved. Su Ren finally speaks up. Shaolin, once again, we owe you our gratitude. Of course. Ruobing's affairs are my responsibility, Lin Bai smiles. By the way, Ruobing, I noticed your parents seem tired. Hurry and take them home. Got it. Su Ruobing shoots Lin Bai a glare. She understands his intentions. It's not simply about getting her parents home quickly, but rather about wanting her to return home with him sooner. The two return to Jiangcheng Peak more than an hour later. At the entrance, they find a beautiful woman in a qipao waiting, Fan Qiqi. Sir, it was a success. Fan Qiqi exclaims excitedly. Oh, let me take a look. Su Ruobing enters the house, while Lin Bai follows Fan Qiqi to Dan Xianzong. At last, Lin Bai sees the elixirs that Fan Qiqi has concocted. Excellent. It was indeed a success. Though the quality is slightly lacking, it indicates that this path is viable. Lin Bai expresses his satisfaction. Qiqi, I will provide you with more recipes for elixirs. You can continue refining them. Additionally, you may begin taking the elixirs yourself. I will instruct you on the specific dosage. Furthermore, you can truly begin recruiting apprentices. After spending 2 hours discussing various details, by the time Lin Bai returns to Jiangcheng Peak, it is already late into the night. Entering the bedroom, he discovers Su Ruobing peacefully asleep. Little Bingbing is truly obedient. Lin Bai murmurs, lifting the thin blanket, his gaze immediately igniting with fervor. Though Su Ruobing is asleep, she has already prepared for his arrival, wearing nothing at all. Without hesitation, Lin Bai moves closer. You, why do you always insist on sleeping alone with me? Su Ruobing awakens suddenly. She struggles to comprehend. This man has entangled himself with so many women. Why can't he sleep with someone else? As long as she can enjoy a good night's sleep. She truly wouldn't feel jealous. The day has worn her out. The clash of swords continues until dawn. The shrill ringtone of a phone interrupts their morning routine. Lin Bai checks the caller ID. It is Ning Qingyao. Naturally, he answers immediately. Wife, Lin Bai exclaims, realizing that little Bingbing can indeed bite, nearly rendering him impotent. Husband, we have trouble, Ning Qingyao says gravely. I just received news that the young master of the Forbidden Hall has personally come to Jiangcheng. This young master is an undefeated legend of the Forbidden Hall. His target is undoubtedly you. Don't worry. I have discovered that there are hardly any true experts in this world. Lin Bai remained indifferent to the so-called Invincible legend, certain that it would falter upon encountering him. Moreover, they possessed numerous spells and life-preserving techniques. Even if they were to face someone of superior cultivation, they would be unharmed. It had been a while since he awakened, and he had yet to encounter a formidable opponent. Darling, you must exercise some caution. My understanding of the Forbidden Hall is limited. Yet I suspect it harbors cultivators as well, Ning Qingyao expressed with a hint of concern. Rest assured, I am mindful, Lin Bai replied, pausing before inquiring. Is there still no news of the others? Not yet. I fear they may possess special identities that even I cannot trace, Ning Qingyao admitted, slightly exasperated. Hoping they might see the press release from the Thunder Group. There was nothing to do but wait, which left Lin Bai feeling somewhat disheartened. Perhaps it was due to how effortlessly he had located Xiao Fian and Ning Qingyao that he assumed finding the next 7 saintly wives would be equally simple. However, over half a month had passed without a word. After ending the call, Lin Bai found himself lost in thought. If he continuously absorbed spirit stones, he could establish his foundation in the shortest time possible, yet this approach posed a risk of creating a fragile base. Given the thinness of spiritual energy in this world, even with his unique physique, establishing a foundation without the aid of spirit stones and elixirs would be quite challenging. Though he had reached the late stage of qi cultivation, he was not invincible. However, self-preservation was not a significant issue. For him, The true adversary lay in the final heavenly tribulation. He could not allow the mere presence of the forbidden hall to disrupt his rhythm. Suddenly, Lin Bai was bitten again, snapping him back to reality. The Bing Bing was growing jealous. He hurried over to appease her, fearing that ignoring her would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, in a suite at the Seven Stars Hotel by the river, a figure gazed solemnly out the floor-to-ceiling window. On the floor behind him knelt a man. Mu Changkong pays his respects to the young master. I grant you 3 days to gather evidence of Lin Bai's wrongdoing. The young master instructed without turning. Remember, the evidence must be as detailed as possible. Both witnesses and material proof are essential. Many eyes are upon me in Longdu. I cannot afford any mistakes. Yes, young master, I will ensure all witnesses and evidence are gathered. Mu Changkong replied, visibly excited, assuring that nothing would be overlooked. Go and do your task, the young master said coldly. Yes, I take my leave. Mu Changkong exited the room. At the pinnacle of Jiang City, a fierce battle raged. Half an hour later, Lin Bai retrieved 2 spirit stones, placing them on Su Ruobing's snow-white skin. De Bing Bing, take a nap. These spirit stones are for you. I must step out for a while. After explaining how to use the stones, Lin Bai dressed and left. You dog of a man. Treating me like an overnight guest, Su Ruobing muttered as she drifted into slumber, too tired to protest. Lin Bai arrived at the antique street in the old town of Jiang City. Although he believed the young master of the Forbidden Hall to be inconsequential, he decided to craft an offensive magical artifact, so he was on the lookout for materials. Despite the current scarcity of spiritual energy in this world, there must have been periods in ancient times when it flourished, and some antiques inherently contained spiritual energy, making them easier to refine into magical artifacts. As he strolled through the antique street, he could discern that at least 99% of the items on display were younger than he. Lin Bai spotted a plump man and was taken aback. Wasn't that Xiao Dajiang? An idea sprang to mind. Should he inform Xiao Dajiang that he had spent the night with Su Ruobing? He wondered if Xiao Dajiang would confront him over it. Lin Bai? Xiao Dajiang rose, turning to spot Lin Bai. You have an interest in antiques as well? I suppose, Lin Bai replied nonchalantly. I like valuable things. In truth, there was nothing of worth on this street. Xiao Dajiang smiled faintly. Everyone enjoys the thrill of finding a bargain. After a brief hesitation, he continued. I just received a rather strange phone call. Someone wishes for me to testify that you forcibly seized my family's assets. They are from a place called the Forbidden Hall. You must have heard of it. Oh, I've heard that name quite a bit lately, Lin Bai admitted without reservation. Lin Bai, I will not testify against you. But I believe they are not limiting their inquiries to me alone, Xiao Dajiang stated calmly. I still do not fully grasp your true origins. Yet my sister is utterly devoted to you, and I do not wish for you to come to harm. Well, thank you, I suppose, Lin Bai replied, his attention drifting to an item that caught his eye. He crouched down, picking up a bowl. How much for this? Lin Bai, that bowl is worthless. Xiao Dajiang cautioned as he also crouched beside him. Isn't that Xiao Dajiang? Back again to find a bargain? A mocking voice interrupted. What? Are you planning to buy a bowl to beg with? The speaker was a man in his 30s, sporting a large gold tooth, with an alluring woman draped over his arm. How has the esteemed young master of the Chow family fallen to such depths? The gold-toothed man feigned sympathy. Oh, forgive me. I forgot your family went bankrupt. No wonder you need to buy a bowl to beg. Say, I think this bowl would make for a decent begging bowl. Lin Bai remarked to the stall owner, 200. Will you sell it? That's impossible. I paid 2,000 for it. The stall owner quickly shook his head. 100. Lin Bai interjected. If not, I shall take my leave. Hey, wait. I'll sell it. The stall owner hastily produced a QR code to scan. I'll offer 200. The gold-toothed man interjected at that moment. Xiao Dajiang, let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you won't find any bargains. Are you blind? Lin Bai retorted, irritated. I'm buying it. It has nothing to do with Xiao Dajiang. Watch your mouth, kid. The gold-toothed man fumed. You think I don't know? You're in cahoots with Xiao Dajiang. Listen, no matter what you buy today, I'll outbid you. Fine, I'll bid 100,000, Lin Bai said, growing impatient. If you don't outbid me, you're a dog. You really think you can act? The gold-toothed man sneered. Is that supposed to scare me? It's just 100,000. You think you can find a bargain in front of me? Not a chance. I'll bid 200,000. Oh, then you can have it, Lin Bai scoffed, dropping the bowl. The stall owner, however, had already wrapped it up and presented it to the gold-toothed man. Boss Luo, here you go. This bowl is yours now for 200,000. Please make the payment. Are you trying to cheat me? The gold-toothed man glared at Lin Bai, then turned to the stall owner. What's this? A broken bowl? You think you can charge me 200,000? I was just throwing out a number. I have other matters to attend to. He stormed off, dragging the alluring woman with him. Damn it. Luo Dai is such a scoundrel. The stall owner fumed. Turning to Lin Bai. This gentleman, I'll give you 10,000 for it. I wouldn't he want that piece of trash bowl? Take it home and eat with it. Lin Bai replied lazily. However, since I'm here, I might as well buy something. He reached for a piece of wood, which had just been used to display the bowl. 100. Will you sell it? Yes, it must be sold. The stall owner nodded eagerly. Lin Bai scanned to pay and walked away with the piece of wood. Is that wood valuable? Qiao Dajiang followed, perplexed by the dark piece. Valuable to me, worthless to you. Lin Bai casually replied. This is premium thunderstruck wood, imbued with the essence of lightning, suitable for crafting magical artifacts. However, it would be a bit wasteful to refine it now. It would be better to reserve it for Qiao Fian in the future. This implied he still needed to continue his search for materials. Lin Bai wandered through the antique street, with Qiao Dajiang following closely. Are you really so idle? After a while, Lin Bai could not help but ask. Indeed. I've chosen to relax, avoiding 30 years of detours and retiring early, Qiao Dajiang nodded. He once believed that hard work could elevate the Qiao family to new heights. But now he realized the futility of such aspirations. I have truly come to understand what it means to be beneath a great family. All others are but ants. Families with billions in assets can vanish in an instant. Do you know where your problem lies? Lin Bai looked earnestly at Qiao Dajiang. You always hold great families in too high regard. This was true before, and it remains so now. Lin Bai paused, having completed his stroll down the antique street without finding suitable materials. By the way, do you know of any other antique streets? What exactly are you trying to buy? Qiao Dajiang appeared perplexed. It's something you wouldn't understand. Lin Bai shook his head. Never mind, I'll continue my search alone. In fact, there was a rather peculiar antique shop on this street. Qiao Dajiang spoke up. It's run by a mute old man, and is called the 10 Yuan Antique Shop. Everything inside is priced at 10 yuan, and he also buys items for the same price. Some people have found good treasures there. Would you like to take a look? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Lin Bai decided to check it out. Upon arriving at the neglected 10 Yuan antique shop, he soon understood why no one wished to enter. It resembled a garbage dump. The items inside were in disarray, and a medley of unpleasant odors filled the air. Cough, cough. Lin Bai, you go in. I'll wait for you outside. Qiao Dajiang could hardly bear it. Goodness, Qiao Dajiang, you've truly fallen to the depths, scavenging here? Just then, the gold-toothed man, Luo Dai, reappeared. However, this time, the flamboyant woman he had been with was nowhere to be seen, and he was followed by 4 tattooed men wielding iron rods. Oh, so you're here too, pretty boy? Luo Dai spotted Lin Bai and sneered. I knew you all were in cahoots. Guys, get him. This pretty boy thinks he can swindle me. Teach him a lesson. Qiao Dajiang looked at Luo Dai with a look of incredulity. He still could not comprehend Lin Bai's true capabilities, but he was aware of Lin Bai's prowess in combat. As expected, the 4 tattooed men rushed at Lin Bai, only to be sent flying backward with screams. With a swift motion, Lin Bai sent Luo Dai hurtling away, his prized gold tooth soaring through the air. My gold tooth. Help me find it. Surprisingly, Luo Dai was more concerned about his lost tooth than the beating he had just taken. The 5 men who had just been knocked down began to scramble across the ground in search of the tooth. How could you, once a prominent figure of the Qiao family, offend such trash? Lin Bai pondered. There was a time when I overheard him slandering robbing, and I knocked out his front tooth. Just as Qiao Dajiang was about to finish his sentence, Luo Dai let out another wail as he crashed into a trash bin. You should have said something sooner. Lin Bai swiftly turned back, realizing that speaking ill of his family was akin to courting disaster. Qiao Dajiang was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Bai stepped into the 10 Yuan antique shop. The stench was unbearable, so he closed his eyes, held his breath, and began to sense for any spiritual energy within. Minutes later, he opened his eyes and conjured a fist-sized black orb into his palm. Have you found what you were looking for? Qiao Dajiang could not help but inquire. Yes. We can leave now, Lin Bai nodded and took out his phone to prepare for payment. They only accept cash. Allow me to pay, Qiao Dajiang said, producing a 100 yuan bill and placing it into an iron box at the entrance. Not far away, the dozing old man in the recliner opened his eyes briefly before closing them again. Lin Bai suddenly turned to look at the old man. Until now, he had barely sensed the old man's presence. Yet at that moment, When the old man opened his eyes, Lin Bai felt a trace of a cultivator's aura emanating from him. Old man, care for a chat? Lin Bai initiated. Lin Bai, he mute. Xiao Dajiang quickly interjected. That's all right. I am quite adept at making mutes speak. Lin Bai continued to gaze at the old man. Your foundation has been destroyed, and you believe yourself beyond healing, but I can restore you. The old man's eyes widened, shining with intensity. Who are you, young man? The old man spoke for the first time. Xiao Dajiang was left in a state of shock. This old man had not uttered a word for a decade on the antique street. If you wish to be cured, clean yourself up and meet me at the summit of Jiangcheng. Lin Bai remarked disdainfully, a dignified cultivator like yourself should not be infested with lice. I wonder how you've survived this long. With that, Lin Bai turned to leave. Xiao Dajiang, bewildered, followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Luo Dai had just crawled out of the trash bin. Damn, I've suffered a great loss today. Brothers, let us go into that 10 yuan shop and grab something. Luo Dai, infuriated, charged into the shop. Get lost. The old man bellowed, striking out with a hand. Luo Dai was sent flying back into the trash bin. Lin Bai exited the antique street, preparing to hail a cab to return home, where he intended to refine magical artifacts. Lin Bai, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. Xiao Dajiang pulled up beside him. To the summit of Jiangcheng. Lin Bai hopped in. As the car journeyed along the road, Xiao Dajiang suddenly asked, You truly have no regard for great families, do you? To me, great families are merely ants. Lin Bai replied with a faint smile. What is there to care about? Xiao Dajiang fell silent, no longer speaking as he continued to drive. Upon their arrival at the summit of Jiangcheng, Lin Bai noticed a vehicle parked outside. As he stepped out, a man and a woman emerged from the car. The man was somewhat decent looking, while the woman was familiar to him. She was the famous star, Wei Er. So you are Lin Bai? The man proclaimed arrogantly. I am Ning Qingshan, and Ning Qingyao is my cousin. You must be aware of my background. I want to waste words. I want this house, and you must vacate it immediately. Do you think you're so impressive? Does your cousin know? Lin Bai asked calmly, looking at Ning Qingshan. You owe your current status to my Ning family. Ning Qingshan sneered. You're merely a dog of the Ning family. Ugh. Lin Bai swiftly kicked Ning Qingshan, sending him flying. How dare you hit me? Ning Qingshan shouted in fury as he scrambled to his feet. Lin, let me tell you, Ning Qingyao cannot protect you. The Tianhai Ning family is not subject to her whims. Kneel and apologize, and give me this villa, and I might spare your life. Before he could finish rising, Ning Qingshan found himself kneeling. Lin Bai stepped on Ning Qingshan's shoulder and turned to Wei Er, saying, You know, I was at least half a fan of yours. Why do you always seem to oppose my interests? Can't you learn from other stars and show some appreciation for your fans? No, it's not my fault. Wei Er's face turned pale. It was Ning Xiao who insisted on coming. I tried to persuade him. She was genuinely afraid of Lin Bai, for she was aware that not only had Yi Qingfeng vanished, but the entire Yi family had also been wiped out. Although rumors attributed it to the Tianhai Ning family, she suspected Lin Bai was the true cause. Could you not have a better taste and find a reliable man like me? Lin Bai sighed. All right. That may be a lofty request, but finding someone like Xiao Dajiang is certainly preferable to being with an idiot like Ning Qingshan. Let me go, you fool. Ning Qingshan struggled desperately. I tell you, the young master of the Forbidden Hall has already arrived in Jiangcheng. You're doomed. If you dare to touch me now, Ning Qingyao will also be implicated. You are already beneath my feet, and yet you still dare to boast. What else could you be but a fool? With a forceful shove, Lin Bai sent Ning Qingshan sprawling to the ground. What trash dares to steal my possessions? He delivered a swift kick to Ning Qingshan's head, rendering him unconscious before he could utter a sound. Drag him away, and remember to find another man, Lin Bai instructed Wei Er. Is it as simple as that? Wei Er replied with a hint of frustration. They have their sights set on me. I cannot refuse. If you're capable, then take me away. You claimed to be my fan, didn't you? You make a fair point, but unfortunately, I do not desire a woman who has been with others. Lin Bai shook his head. As for being a fan, he glanced at Wei Er's chest and shook his head again. I have unfollowed you. I am now a fan of Bingbing. She is larger, fairer, and more beautiful. 3 years ago, he would not have been so discerning. However, if he were to settle for even such women now, it would be an affront to his beloved wife. Lin Bai lost interest in Wei Er and turned to enter the villa. Upon reaching the door, he paused to look at Xiao Dajiang. Well, brother-in-law, I want to invite you in. Bingbing is inside. Ignoring Xiao Dajiang's reaction, he stepped inside. Su Ruobing was still sound asleep, and Lin Bai chose not to wake her. He made his way to the rooftop and called Ning Qingya. Darling, regarding the matters of the Ning family in Tianhai, I can handle it. You only need to be wary of that young master from the Forbidden Hall. Ning Qingya evidently did not consider Ning Qingshan a concern. After hanging up, Lin Bai began to focus on crafting magical artifacts. He took out a black sphere, which was originally a magical artifact but had been damaged and was of a low grade. Lin Bai intended to refine it, enhancing it to possess the capability to attack foundational-level cultivators. Meanwhile, within the Jinglei group, Qin Xueyao wore a solemn expression. The various publicly listed companies under the Jinglei group were facing a comprehensive assault, and starting today, all types of business activities suddenly encountered problems. Although it had not yet threatened their foundation, it was enough to alert her that something was amiss. General Manager Qin, I hear you're in trouble. A woman sauntered into the office with a light laugh. Qin Yu? Qin Xueyao frowned. You've been dismissed. What are you doing here? Of course. I'm here to alleviate your burdens, General Manager Qin. Qin Yu walked directly to sit opposite Qin Xueyao. The stocks of the companies under the Jinglei group are all at a standstill, and key partners have suspended cooperation. Furthermore, I hear various research and development efforts have encountered issues, with core researchers taking leave. A smug smile graced Qin Yu's face. I wasn't he wrong, was I? Just say it. Who sent you? Qin Xueyao coldly scrutinized Qin Yu. I once thought you were my father's person, but it seems you have other affiliations. Is it Mu Changqing? Or Yu Lingfeng? Or perhaps Nie Xingyang? General Manager, could it be possible that it's all three? Qin Yu chuckled lightly. Of course. It's not just them. Perhaps you are unaware, but the Ning family in Tianhai can no longer protect you. That young lady Ning is in dire straits now. As for your husband, I've heard that his fate may be quite grim. Oh, by the way, General Manager, I merely came to inform you of this. As for who you choose to consult next, that is up to you. Qin Yu stood, her posture exuding victory as she turned to leave, and Qin Xueyao did not attempt to stop her. She took out her phone and dialed Lin Bai's number. The call connected, but no one answered. Miss Qin, if you wish to resolve the crisis facing the Jinglei group, it is quite simple. A voice suddenly interrupted from the doorway. Qin Xueyao furrowed her brow. What is going on? Everyone is coming in unannounced. She looked up and was immediately taken aback. So beautiful. The thought leaped into Qin Xueyao's mind. The woman before her was stunningly exquisite, clad in a pale yellow gown embroidered with a dancing dead-leaf butterfly, her features flawless and her demeanor radiating unmatched nobility. Qin Xueyao was aware of her own beauty, yet in the presence of this woman, she instinctively felt a pang of inadequacy. Although she had encountered beauty surpassing her, like Qiao Fian and Ning Qingya, she felt that this woman was even more exquisite. Yu or Qin Xueyao instinctively rose to greet her, the woman's innate noble aura compelling her to lower her posture. From the Ji family of Longdu, Ji Wuming. The woman gracefully entered the office and seated herself opposite Qin Xueyao. Please, have a seat. Ah, okay. All right. Qin Xueyao nodded subconsciously and sat down, feeling as if Ji Wuming were the true owner of the room. Wait a minute, the Ji family of Longdu? Qin Xueyao suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock. One of the 8 top families? Ordinary families no longer surprised Qin Xueyao, as she had dealt with numerous descendants of noble families recently. However, the Ji family of Longdu was different. They were a premier family with a legacy spanning thousands of years. Even among the 8 top families, the Ji family was ranked among the top 3. Since you are aware of the Ji family's renown, I shall be direct. Ji Wuming's stunning face remained impassive. With just one word from me, I can protect your Jinglei group. However, I have one condition. You may speak. Qin Xueyao responded respectfully. It's simple. You must divorce Lin Bai. Ji Wuming remained calm. Lin Bai has violated numerous regulations of the Forbidden Hall, and the young master of the Forbidden Hall is already investigating his crimes. My Ji family has close ties with the Forbidden Hall and must cooperate with their operations. You must sever ties with Lin Bai, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. A heaviness settled in Qin Xueyao's heart. She had believed that Lin Bai had merely offended the Forbidden Hall. However, it now appeared that Lin Bai faced adversaries beyond the Forbidden Hall, including the Ji family of Longdu. She knew Lin Bai was formidable, but now, the enemies were truly overwhelming. Miss Ji, if Qin Xueyao struggled to maintain her composure. If I relinquish the Jinglei group, can you spare my husband's life? You mean to say you wish to exchange the Jinglei group's trillion-dollar assets for Lin Bai's life? Ji Wuming gazed at Qin Xueyao with a curious expression. In your heart, is he truly that important? Miss Ji, he is worth it. Qin Xueyao smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. Are you willing to accept this deal? I'm afraid I cannot influence the decisions of the Forbidden Hall. Ji Wuming smiled faintly. Lin Bai will undoubtedly be dealt with by the Forbidden Hall. You must choose to protect yourself or face the consequences alongside him. I will give you time to consider. Ji Wuming slowly stood and placed a card on the table. When you've made up your mind, call me. Ji Wuming turned and left. Qin Xueyao remained silent for a moment before dialing Lin Bai's number again. Still, no one answered. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Bai had silenced his phone to concentrate on crafting magical artifacts. Atop the heights of Jiangcheng, Lin Bai remained engrossed in the meticulous crafting of a magical artifact, oblivious to the surging tides of unrest below, where countless individuals stirred restlessly. It was not until the following evening that Lin Bai successfully completed the artifact, which, though still spherical in shape, was slightly smaller and possessed a more lustrous sheen. The setting sun cast a beautiful glow upon the sphere, evoking a sense of aesthetic delight. As a passionate fan of spherical objects, Lin Bai mused to himself about naming it, finally settling on Cactus Ball, a sphere fit for celestial beings. Upon picking up his phone, he discovered it had powered off due to a dead battery, compelling him to return to his bedroom to recharge it. Naturally, Su Ruobing had long since departed. Lin Bai ascended to the rooftop once more, sitting cross-legged to recuperate from the taxing process of artifact refinement. He practiced until dawn, feeling rejuvenated before returning to his bedroom for a refreshing shower, only to remember to power on his phone afterward. Numerous missed calls awaited him, predominantly from Qin Xueyao and Su Ruobing. Although he was now a devoted admirer of Su Ruobing, he chose to call Qin Xueyao first, noting that she had attempted to reach him several times compared to Su Ruobing's mere 2 calls. Darling, are you finished? The call connected swiftly. Could you make a trip to Qingshan County? Fian needs to see you. All right, I'm on my way, Lin Bai replied without much thought. He subsequently dialed Su Ruobing's number. De Bing Bing, where are you? Come with me to Qingshan County. What do you need to go there for instead of Longong? Su Ruobing responded with irritation. If you're running away, shouldn't you take Qin Xueyao with you? Running away? Lin Bai was puzzled. What are you talking about? I'm almost at your place. We can discuss it when we meet. With that, Su Ruobing abruptly ended the call. Exiting the villa, Lin Bai spotted Su Ruobing's familiar luxury car. He got in, and she promptly turned the vehicle around to head down the mountain. At 9:00 and Oppos clock this morning, the Jiangcheng branch of the Forbidden Hall was officially established at Longong, and the young master of the Forbidden Hall will personally attend the ceremony. The first order of business is your situation, Su Ruobing explained as she drove. Everyone relevant is already at Longong, including Qin Xueyao. Why would you think to go to Qingshan County? Don't mention it. Xueyao said Fian was looking for me. Lin Bai said, feeling somewhat dejected. My wife still doesn't trust my abilities. Alas, it's my fault for not having won her over. You lack education. The term you're fumbling for is persuade. Su Ruobing replied with a hint of annoyance. Wait, which sleep are you referring to? You rogue. Suddenly realizing, she added, De Bing Bing, you truly understand. I knew you were won over by me. Lin Bai chuckled. Shut up. Su Ruobing retorted, a mix of annoyance and embarrassment flooding her. She felt as if she too had succumbed to this rogue man. Hey, do you have confidence in handling this situation? Su Ruobing hastily changed the subject. I've heard that the young master of the Forbidden Hall is exceptionally formidable, and he's a man, certainly not someone from your past, right? Definitely not. Lin Bai shook his head. I have no interest in men. However, rest assured, De Bing Bing, I won't allow anyone more formidable than myself to exist in this world. If there is, I shall defeat him. Speaking of which, Longong is my fortuitous ground, yet regrettably, I cannot find a beauty to wager with today. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth, feeling exasperated by Lin Bai's boastfulness. At that moment, within Longong, what was once a hidden locale had transformed into a lavish underground palace, now serving as the office for the Forbidden Hall. Previously, this place had only opened its doors at night, but the Forbidden Hall operated boldly during the day. As the clock approached 8:30, with just half an hour remaining, most of the attendees had arrived, save for 2 key figures, the young master of the Forbidden Hall and Lin Bai. In Lin Bai's absence, the spotlight naturally fell upon Qin Xueyao, who today donned a formal women's suit, exuding both purity and an air of commanding authority. However, a closer look revealed an unmistakable anxiety etched upon her exquisite face. President Qin, at this point, what are you still waiting for? Qin Yu unexpectedly chimed in. Lin Bai hasn't dared to show up yet, and there are 5 distinguished young masters awaiting your selection. If you don't choose soon, you may miss your chance, she added. Noting the 5 sons of prominent families present, including Mu Changqing, Nie Xingyang, and Yu Lingfeng, alongside Ning Qingshan and Luo Mingyang. Though silent, they all fixated on Qin Xueyao with predatory intent. Xueyao, I have sincerely pursued you, Mu Changqing finally spoke. Whoever desires you should consider it an honor. If you choose me now, I guarantee a proper marriage, allowing you to wed in splendor. But if you remain obstinate, do not blame us when matters conclude unfavorably. Qin Xueyao, I will not shy away from revealing my intentions. Yu Lingfeng interjected, his tone cold. If you do not choose someone now, you will be shared among us 5. Qin Xueyao, I actually hope you do not choose. Nie Xingyang declared angrily. That scoundrel Lin Bai has schemed against me, forcing me to stay in the hospital for 2 days. I intend to exact my vengeance upon you. Indeed, I will demand you kneel and beg. Ning Qingshan added, seething with indignation. How dare he strike me and force me to kneel? I shall ensure this grievance is avenged. Xueyao, I had already offered you an opportunity long ago, Luo Mingyang said, his expression filled with resentment. Lin Bai remains a coward, and Ning Qingya is still far away. Who will protect you today? I truly do not understand why you remain so steadfastly devoted to Lin Bai. A mere rustic without any backing, he scoffed. As the 5 young masters spoke, the onlookers refrained from interjecting, their gazes filled with sympathy, pity, schadenfreude, and a sense of impending retribution. For the majority present hailed from the once prestigious families of Jiangcheng. I do not comprehend what you find so commendable. Qin Xueyao slowly surveyed the crowd. You are all merely defeated subordinates of my husband. Presently, you are nothing more than pawns relying on the forbidden hall. What do you consider yourselves? At that moment, the air thickened with tension. Qin Xueyao, are you asking for a slap? Luo Mingyang shouted, lunging towards her with an open hand. Stop! A commanding voice resonated, accompanied by a palpable force. Luo Mingyang found himself involuntarily stumbling backward, barely maintaining his balance. I am Ji Wuming of the Ji family from Longdu. Everyone, clear the way. The speaker was Ji Wuming. Adorned as Qin Xueyao had last seen her, radiantly beautiful and regal. Her commanding presence instilled a sense of pressure upon all present. What? The Ji family of Longdu? Greetings. Miss Ji. Miss Ji, it is an honor to have you here. As the 5 distinguished young masters regained their composure, they approached her with deference, refraining from meeting her gaze, fearing their eyes might betray a hint of greed. After all, Ji Wuming's beauty was simply breathtaking. Thank you, Miss Ji. Qin Xueyao interjected, but Ji Wuming waved her hand dismissively. Miss Qin, there is no need for such hasty gratitude. This is your final opportunity, Ji Wuming declared, producing a document for Qin Xueyao. I have prepared a divorce agreement for you and Lin Bai. If you are willing to sign it now, the Ji family of Longdu will continue to protect you. However, if you refuse, I will no longer intervene in what they choose to do with you. Qin Xueyao felt somewhat bewildered. Why was Miss Ji so insistent on her divorce? She had even prepared the divorce agreement. The service was overly considerate. Something felt off. Yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. I'm sorry, Miss Ji, but I have no intention of divorcing, Qin Xueyao firmly declined. She did not believe that divorce would ensure her safety. She perceived these so-called prestigious families as utterly lacking in credibility. Rather than placing her trust in them, she would rather trust Lin Bai. As long as Lin Bai could safely evade danger today, he would eventually come to protect her. Qin Xueyao, you truly are ungrateful. Miss Ji offers you a divorce, and you dare to refuse? The 5 young heirs scolded her in unison. They understood better than anyone the weight of the Ji family in Longdu. Miss Qin, there are only 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. You still have a chance before then. Ji Wuming maintained her calm demeanor. If you sign this agreement, I will allow you to continue managing the Jing Lei group. I can also introduce you to a truly distinguished heir, far superior to these 5. I believe you will make a wise choice. Seeing that Qin Xueyao still did not take the agreement, the crowd grew anxious. Such favorable conditions, and she was still hesitating? Qin Xueyao, do you truly harbor such affection for Lin Bai? What charm does that scoundrel possess? Qin Xueyao, this is your genuine opportunity to leap into the Dragon's Gate, marrying into a top-tier family with 1 trillion assets. What more do you desire? The crowd could not help but shout. Their concern for Qin Xueyao was insincere. They merely wished to showcase themselves before Ji Wuming. Consequently, their voices grew ever louder. Why is it so noisy here? A puzzled voice suddenly broke through the cacophony. Is this a market for ducks? The scene fell abruptly silent. The voice was all too familiar to everyone present. They turned in unison toward the entrance. where stood the handsome Lin Bai and the beautiful Su Ruobing. Husband, you how? Qin Xueyao's expression changed dramatically as she hurried to Lin Bai, anxiety evident in her tone. I told you to go to Qingshan County. Wife, have you forgotten? Last time we were here, I told you that no matter the situation or the person, I can resolve it. Lin Bai began, but abruptly stopped upon seeing Ji Wuming. Lin Bai, even at death's door, you dare to speak so boldly. Luo Mingyang sneered. This is Miss Ji of the Longdu Ji family. She has agreed to protect Qin Xueyao, provided she divorces you. Do you truly believe that Qin Xueyao would cling to a country bumpkin like you? You are forcing Xueyao to divorce me? Lin Bai's gaze towards Ji Wuming was peculiarly intense. I am merely offering her a choice, Ji Wuming replied calmly. I acknowledge your beauty is impressive, Lin Bai said earnestly, but what you are doing will truly bring you trouble. He approached Ji Wuming. Prepare yourself. You know where I enjoy striking you the most. The crowd was filled with confusion. What was he saying? Mr. Lin, have you mistaken me for someone else? Ji Wuming remained unperturbed. Suddenly, Lin Bai reached out, grasping Ji Wuming, and with a swift movement, she found herself positioned over his leg. Smack! Lin Bai's palm struck down, leaving everyone stunned. You are the most disobedient. His tone revealed clear dissatisfaction as he continued his actions. Smack, smack, smack. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. In that moment, everyone was bewildered, including Qin Xueyao and Su Ruobing, who had not anticipated such outrageous behavior from Lin Bai. She was the daughter of the Longdu Ji family. How could he dare? Not only was he hitting her, but in such a position. Lin Bai, have you lost your mind? The first to react was Yu Lingfeng, also from Longdu. Let go of Miss Ji. You're courting death. Don't drag others down with you. The wrath of the Ji family will flood the streets with blood. Yu Lingfeng was genuinely frightened. The princess of the Ji family had been publicly humiliated in such a manner. Those who had witnessed it might very well face annihilation. The Longdu Ji family would never allow such an incident to be widely known. His shout snapped the other young heirs into action as well. Lin Bai, you madman. Stop this immediately. Are you really insane? You have no idea what the Ji family represents. If you want to go mad, do it alone. Don't drag us into your insanity. Despite their shouts, none dared to intervene. They were merely vocalizing their alarm. Just then, a voice rang out. Husband, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. The tone, although laced with an uncomfortable hint of coquettishness, compelled everyone to instinctively look at Ji Wuming. Was that her speaking? Do you recognize me now? Lin Bai struck down once more, still displeased. He had been genuinely delighted to unexpectedly encounter Ji Wuming here. The saint of the withered wood, Ji Wuming. Among his 9 saintly wives, their beauty and grace were nearly indistinguishable, yet he was more familiar with them, and there were indeed subtle differences. Ji Wuming ranked among the top 3. Her physique particularly captivated Lin Bai. Her proportions were somewhat unbalanced. Her waist was the smallest, yet her hips were the largest, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Lin Bai was aware that he held a certain fondness for Ji Wuming, but in dreams, she often seemed less enthusiastic than the others. He had always thought her title was misapplied, as if she were on the verge of becoming wooden. Regardless, upon first laying eyes on her, he felt a genuine thrill. Yet, he never expected Ji Wuming would not only conspire for Qin Xueyao's divorce, but also pretend not to recognize him. That was intolerable. Husband, I want to dare again. Please, stop. So many are watching. Ji Wuming continued to play coy. You should call me Miss Lin. Lin Bai still felt displeasure and delivered another slap before releasing her. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone felt as though they were in a dream. What on earth was happening? Lin Bai was intimately involved with the daughter of the Longdu Ji family. The men present were nearly consumed by jealousy, their eyes blazing with envy. How could this scoundrel possess such extraordinary fortune? This was utterly inconceivable. Luo Mingyang glared at Lin Bai, his eyes smoldering with jealousy. The other men were equally envious. After all, Ji Wuming was undeniably stunning, even more so than Qin Xueyao and Su Ruobing. To share a night with such a woman, they would willingly sacrifice a decade of their lives. No, even a mere touch would be worth a decade. Su Ruobing was also taken aback. She had never imagined that Lin Bai would have such a relationship with Ji Wuming. This scoundrel's fortune was enviable enough to make a woman like her seethe with jealousy. Even contemplating the idea of flaunting, my man is the beloved of Ji Wuming. Qin Xueyao murmured to herself. It dawned on her where the anomaly lay. Ji Wuming's desire for her to divorce was, in fact, a scheme to usurp her husband. At that moment, The voice announcing the commencement of the ceremony shattered the silence. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Ji Wuming, only to find her several meters away from Lin Bai. In those fleeting seconds, she had regained her regal demeanor, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. As for Lin Bai, he had moved beside Qin Xueyao, embracing Su Ruobing in a display of affection. The men present could hardly contain their outrage. How dare this scoundrel behave so brazenly in front of Ji Wuming? Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mu Changkong, the envoy of the Forbidden Hall. Today we officially established the Jiangcheng branch of the Forbidden Hall. Mu Changkong announced as he emerged from backstage, flanked by two women adorned in the garb of the Forbidden Hall, holding a plaque draped in red cloth. Now, I invite the young master of the Forbidden Hall to unveil the plaque. The applause was thunderous. A figure darted onto the stage, silencing the crowd in an instant. The audience was taken aback. Their clapping halted as disbelief washed over them. Many rubbed their eyes, convinced they were imagining things. Yet soon, they confirmed their sight. The person gracing the stage was none other than the illustrious Ji Wuming. Shouldn't he, the young master of the Forbidden Hall, be male? This thought crossed everyone's mind. Indeed, the young master was male, and Ji Wuming was certainly not. However, at that moment, Mu Changkong bowed respectfully. Please, young master, unveil the plaque. The crowd's spirits sank. Indeed, Ji Wuming was the young master of the Forbidden Hall. Su Ruobing suddenly pinched Lin Bai sharply. This wretched man truly had an affair with the young master of the Forbidden Hall. On their way here, he had denied it vehemently. Big Ice. I genuinely had no idea, Lin Bai protested innocently. Had he known the young master was his divine wife, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of concocting a cactus potion. Wouldn't it be better to simply be a fan of Big Ice? At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the stage, where Ji Wuming had just pulled away the red cloth, revealing the conspicuous characters Jiangcheng branch along with a less prominent trademark of the Forbidden Hall. Let us applaud. Mu Changkong expressed his dissatisfaction, wondering why the audience was not clapping. Eventually, applause erupted, led by Lin Bai, though the others joined in hesitantly, their expressions resembling that of mourners. Well, the Jiangcheng branch of the Forbidden Hall is now established, and I shall temporarily assume the role of branch leader. Ji Wuming's voice was cold as she settled into the Grand Dragon throne. Now, let us proceed with the business at hand. Mu Changkong, do you have evidence to report Lin Bai's abuse of power, chaos, and aggression towards the scions of noble families? Yes, indeed I do. Mu Changkong respectfully presented a file. Young master, here is the relevant physical evidence, and all eyewitnesses are present. You may inquire with them personally. Very well. I shall review the physical evidence later. For now, let us begin with the witnesses. Ji Wuming's frigid gaze swept across the assembly. Who will speak first? Silence permeated the room. No one dared to utter a word. Rest assured, speak your minds freely. The young master is here to uphold justice for you. Mu Changkong scanned the crowd, assuring them that if Lin Bai dared to intimidate them, the young master would intervene. The audience remained silent. Understanding that the envoy of the Forbidden Hall had not witnessed Lin Bai's earlier reprimand of Ji Wuming, Mu Changkong began to sense something amiss. What was happening? They had all agreed to speak up, yet now there was no reaction. What are you all doing? It doesn't matter who speaks first. Mu Changkong's irritation grew. Fine, I will call upon you. Xiao Ersin, as a victim of the former Jiangcheng first family, you may speak. All eyes turned to Xiao Ersin. After the recent Jiangcheng funeral of the 100 clans, though he had lost all his wealth, he had come through relatively unscathed. Yet, Xiao Ersin, who had tried desperately to keep a low profile, felt a wave of despair. He did not wish to step forward at all. Undoubtedly, Xiao Ersin harbored deep resentment towards Lin Bai, initially hoping this would lead to Lin Bai's downfall. However, upon witnessing the earlier scene between Lin Bai and Ji Wuming, he felt a sense of déjà vu, akin to reliving a nightmare. Realizing Ji Wuming was the mysterious young master of the Forbidden Hall confirmed his fears. Today, he was doomed. Xiao Ersin pays respects to the young master. He finally stepped forward, bowing. Young master, you may not be aware, but Lin Bai shares a unique relationship with my sister Qiao Fian. He has never harmed our Qiao family. What nonsense are you spouting, Xiao Ersin? Mu Changkong erupted in anger. You did not say this to me. Young master, what I previously stated was under duress from Envoy Mu. Those were all lies. Xiao Ersin suddenly knelt. I implore the young master to render justice for me. I bear no grudge against Lin Bai. I truly do not wish to frame him. You. Mu Changkong was furious. Very well, Xiao Ersin, you wish to bite back. do you? Luo Mingyang, you take the floor. Mu Changkong turned to Luo Mingyang. You claim Lin Bai ambushed you in Qingshan County, causing your health problems. Is that not so? This. Luo Mingyang had no choice but to step forward. Young master, I indeed encountered Lin Bai in Qingshan County, and after leaving, I did experience health issues. However, I cannot ascertain if there is a connection between the two events. Although Envoy Mu wishes for me to hold Lin Bai accountable, I genuinely lack evidence. Luo Mingyang, you are speaking utter nonsense. Mu Changkong was nearly beside himself. How could you defend Lin Bai after what he did to you? Mu Changqing, you speak. Mu Changkong nearly shouted, refusing to believe even Mu Changqing could defend Lin Bai